All your expenses can be returned tenfold, but only for a day. How much money can you earn at most? While playing games in the bedroom, you heard a system notification in your mind. Congratulations, you have bound the 24-hour tycoon system. From now on, any expense you make will be returned tenfold. After 24 hours, the system will automatically unbind, and a countdown appears in your mind. Your brain starts to work quickly, with all your belongings totaling just over 2,000 yuan. You top up your phone with 2,000 yuan. The next moment, a message from the mobile bank pops up, saying that 20,000 yuan has been transferred to your commercial bank savings account, with a balance of 20,024 yuan. It really works. You are ecstatic, and without hesitation, you transfer 20,000 yuan to your friend Chen Shuai, instantly receiving a return of 200,000 yuan. Chen Shuai sends a question mark, but you are too busy to respond and continue to transfer 200,000 yuan to him, immediately receiving a return of 2 million yuan. The next moment, Chen Shuai calls you directly. Since you are alone in the rental house, you answer the phone and put on your headphones, not interrupting your operations. Holy cow, what's going on? 220,000. What did you do? Where did you get so much money? Chen Shuai's shocked voice came over the phone. Your hands were busy, starting to clear all your debts. Don't worry about that. Didn't I lend you 10,000 before? I'll pay you back now. I'm busy right now. We'll talk later. Chen Shuai roared loudly. Who borrows 10,000 and pays back 220,000? Even loan sharks aren't that ruthless. What are you doing? Your hands move quickly to make repayments. You actually want to make a big purchase and get cash back quickly. But you need to know one thing. Most of the time an ordinary person doesn't have so many channels. You must first build a foundation, and then you can have the capital for big spending and cash back. I'll explain this to you later. By the way, don't you owe tens of thousands? Go repay it. Stop dilly-dallying. When you have the ability, you naturally have to help a brother first and make some money back. But don't swipe too much. Afraid this brother can't handle it. Considering the trust in you, Chen Shuai said, okay, I'll go repay first. Call me when you're free. After saying that, he hung up. In just 3 minutes, you repaid all the online loans and credit cards, totaling 2 million, repaid 300,000, and got a rebate of 3 million. At this moment, you have 4.7 million in your bank account. You only have this one good friend. Others are not worth helping. There's nothing worth swiping for now. So naturally you have to go to high consumption places. You quickly went downstairs at the fastest speed in your life, hailed a taxi, and as soon as you got in, you said, driver, go to the Ferrari spot on Jiangwo Road. When you have money, naturally you want to buy a house and a car, and such large expenses naturally bring faster rebates. In the taxi, you quickly downloaded live streaming platforms for electronic music, sharks, tigers, and others. You didn't watch those hosts, but instead first topped up 4 million on the electronic music platform, rushed in 4 million, instantly rebated 40 million. Without hesitation, you added another 6 million, and rebated 60 million. At this point, there are 94.7 million and 13 yuan lying in your bank card. You dare not top up too much on a single platform, fearing it might attract attention. Following the same pattern, you also topped up 10 million on both the shark and tiger platforms. Great! Successful rebate of 2 billion. Glancing at the taxi driver's calm demeanor, you didn't hesitate and quickly scanned the payment code, saying, driver, I'm in a hurry now. Can you rush over as fast as possible? I'll transfer 5,000 to you right now. How about that? Upon hearing this, the driver immediately sat up straight and said, hold on tight. Today I'll show you what it means to be a mountain pass racing god. In the next moment, the speed of the car instantly increased. You quickly scanned 5,000 yuan, with a rebate of 50,000. In less than half an hour, you had already swiped close to 3 billion. For an ordinary person, 3 billion would be more than enough. But you were not satisfied. When a person has 100 yuan, they want 200 yuan. When they have 10,000 yuan, they want 20,000. Human greed knows no bounds. Initially, swiping thousands or millions made you excited. But in just a short time, you had already swiped close to 3 billion. Your current goal is unknown even to yourself. In about 20 minutes of frantic driving by the master, he arrived in front of the Ferrari storefront. Trudeau got out of the car and walked quickly into the store. As a high-end vehicle brand, Ferrari's salespeople are beautiful, all tall and leggy and gorgeous, and not a few of them are waiting for a rich kid. So it's often said that for every Ferrari sold, a sale leaves. Not only that, the sales staff of any high-end luxury goods are strictly trained, and there is no such thing as looking down on people in all sorts of mockery. Even if you're dressed all ground up, they'll come up to you with a professional smile and say hello. Before Chudo could say anything, a saleswoman came forward and said, "Hello sir, welcome to the Ferrari sales outlet. Do you have a model you've been eyeing in advance?" Trudeau shook his head and said, "No, but you can briefly describe the current car and I'll swipe it right away." The saleswoman took a look at Chudo's dress. The dress of an ordinary person. A dress up and down added up to just over $1,000. She spoke up, "Sir can look at the car over here. It's a Ferrari 612, currently offered at $5.7 million with options and..." Before she finished speaking, Chudo directly said, "No need to be so detailed. Just swipe your card for this one, then find me a few more. I'll swipe them all." The saleswoman swallowed her saliva and looked at Chudo's appearance. This splash of riches. Today it's my turn too? Before she could finish fantasizing, Trudeau said, "Are there any Ferrari 812? Ferrari F12? Ferrari 599? Ferrari 488? Ferrari SF90? Ferrari 458? Ferrari FF models here?" Trudeau reported 7 models in one sitting. The saleswoman was shocked for a moment, but her good professionalism still allowed her to respond immediately. "Sir, not all of them may be available here at the moment. Some of them need to be deployed from elsewhere." Trudeau nodded and said, "I just reported, plus the 612 car, a total of 8. Optional I will not look at. Directly all the selection of high matching, color aspects of the main red and black. You directly give me a quote on the line. How much money in total?" The saleswoman looked at Chudo and wanted to say something, but Chudo frowned. "Please move faster. I'm in a hurry." Without saying a word, the saleswoman immediately went to bring a calculator, crackling and pressing the calculation. The prices of the cars are bare bones, but when you land them, there are options, insurance, and all sorts of other costs. In the end, the Ferrari 612 landed at $7 million. The Ferrari 812 landed at $7 million. The Ferrari F12 landed at $7 million. The Ferrari 599 landed at $6 million. The Ferrari 488 landed at $6 million. The Ferrari SF90 landed at $6.5 million. The Ferrari 458 landed at $7 million. And the Ferrari FF landed at $7 million. All vehicles, 8 in all, totaling $53.5 million. Chudo was close to $300 million at this point, and he didn't have that much time to brush them one by one. Chapter 3 Bank. So Chudo opened his mouth and said, "That's it. 4 more sets of the same. A total of 5 sets of the same configuration, down to a total of $267,550 million up. Chudo's card has $270 million. Just can brush out. Whether you can use it or not is one thing, but brushing up first is the way to go. The big deal is, if you want to pick up girls, you can do it with a car. It's so easy." The saleswoman had been completely confused. It wasn't that she hadn't seen rich people who bought Ferraris, but to buy a luxury car like Chudo did, just like buying a cabbage, it was quite terrifying, just multiplying the number on it by 5. The saleswoman just felt a wave of dizziness when she saw the amount on top of the calculator. Geez, that's over $200 million. Just gone? Not caring how much of a shock he was giving the saleswoman, Trudeau continued, "Is there a Rafa?" The stony-faced saleswoman subconsciously shook her head. "I'm sorry sir, the Lafa is a limited edition of 499 units, and has been sold out worldwide, unless you can buy it from someone else." Trudeau also has some regrets that it looks like he won't be able to buy this one. Trudeau fished out a bank card and said, "Swipe it." As a matter of fact, the daily spending limit of such an ordinary bank card was limited, but under the greatness of the system being able to hold down this world with a single finger, this rule was easily taken. Along with a swipe successful beep, the saleswoman looked at Chudo's eyes are stretched. "If it is not in public, I believe that her speed of undressing must be the fastest in the world. A luxury car like a Ferrari has really few customers every day, so almost all of the female salesmen who had nothing to do came over, itching to have a close contact with this rich second generation." Chudo was dressed in ordinary clothes, which also became synonymous with low profile in their eyes. More than $200 million were swiped out, and an instant return of $2,670 million was returned. Counting what was left over from before, Chudo now had close to $2.7 billion in cash. There were 40 cars in all, and Chudo signed them next to each other. This stuff is an unavoidable process. A bunch of sales just surrounded Chudo. Even the manager ran to serve Chudo tea and water, nodding his head. Look at him. Serving his own father wasn't even that close. While it's true that when it comes to buying a car, a loan is what's welcome at the store, It's obviously more important to have a customer who is spending such a large sum of money at one time. On the one hand, the return of funds quickly. After all, loans to collect money. There is a time cost. On the other hand, is such a customer around? Must also be around many of the same strength of the customer. That can be potential customers, which does not bash good. The female saleswoman at the very beginning said apprehensively, Mr. Chu, let me remind you once again. It will take about half a year to deliver all of these vehicles, as some are deployed from other parts of the country, and some are from abroad, and the time is different. Chudu signed while saying indifferently, it doesn't matter. To one. Just send me one. I can wait. Hearing this, the saleswoman sighed in relief. This time, with a list of over $200 million, how much is the commission alone? She didn't even dare to think about it. Although the commission is important, it's not as important as the gentleman in front of me. Not to mention anything else, even if you were to be a lover for someone and give a little at random, it would be enough to honor yourself for the rest of your life. If it was in the past, as an ordinary person, Chudu was certainly interested in interacting with these beauties, but right now there was only a 24-hour time limit, and more than an hour had already passed, so he couldn't even think about it that much. Any beautiful woman, at this stage, step aside. Suddenly, Chudu's cell phone, which was sitting on the table, rang with an unfamiliar local cell phone number. Trudeau frowned and said, hit it for me. On speakerphone. He was in a hurry to sign, so he didn't care. The saleswoman immediately tapped to answer, then turned on the external speaker and amplified her voice. Hello, is this Mr. Chudu? On the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came. Chudu was pretty sure he'd never heard this person's voice before, and he said casually, I'm Chudu. Who are you? The tone of the person over there was very polite. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm Zhao Qian, the president of the commercial bank. You just had an overseas transfer come into your savings card in our bank. There's 2.6 billion. A large transfer. You have deposited a huge amount of money in our bank, and our bank is now honored to invite you to become our valued VIP customer, bringing you a lot of convenience and assistance. 2.6 billion. Although Chudu's phone was just an ordinary cell phone, the sound of the call was clear enough for everyone at the scene to hear. From the manager to the saleswoman, all were dumbfounded. How much is this? Especially the one who introduced the vehicle to Chudu, who had just felt that more than $200 million was terrifying, was even more shocked when he heard the $2 billion. All she felt now was a pang of weakness in her legs. Her long black silk legs clenched as if there was something in between. For the matter of upgrading VIPs, let's put it aside for now. What Chudu was more concerned about was the power of the bank. You know, in this part of China, banks are powerful. Banking involves all aspects, especially the several official banks in China. The commercial bank, the agricultural bank, the military bank, the Huaxia bank, the construction bank, and the national bank. Of these, the national bank is at the top, overseeing the other 5 banks. Banks work with a lot of parties. You used to be an ordinary person. You don't have that channel, but banks can help you. He opened his mouth and said, Hello, Governor Zhao. Leaving the VIP matter aside for now, I would like to ask Governor Zhao to do me a favor. Zhao Qian said politely, just do as you command. Mr. Chu, don't be so polite. The source of the money, which must have been normal, was income from foreign stock funds and investments, etc. Perfectly legal, no questions asked, which is why he called. Chu Du continued, I want to buy a house, either a large flat or a mansion. I don't know if Governor Zhao has any relationship in this area. I want it now, more than one set, and if it's suitable, I can pay for it right away. Zhao Qian didn't hesitate. Mr. Chu, please wait for a few minutes. I'll contact it for you right away. After hanging up the phone, the group of female sales next to him didn't dare to utter a single breath. If Chudu only had a few $100 million, they would dare to fantasize that they could marry into a wealthy family. But now that Chuda had billions, and even that was only part of it, it was not a level they could touch. Buying a car or a house as casually as buying something at the grocery store is something they can hold. They were able to work as salesmen at Ferrari, so naturally they were used to seeing the rich and famous, and knew more about the unspoken rules of this world. Chapter 4, brush by brush characters at this level. Even if they were to pick a beautiful woman, it wouldn't be their turn. In the eyes of ordinary people, their bodies and looks can be called goddesses, but in the eyes of rich people, they are just mediocre, and there are plenty of beautiful women. A good number of the saleswomen had extinguished themselves, but there were a few others who were undeterred, still trying to fantasize about their success in getting to the top and finding ways to show off their uniforms' fancy walks of shame. With this maneuver, Chudo has 40 cars hanging directly under his name, but the law doesn't say you can't hang so many cars, so it doesn't matter. When Chudo finished signing, he casually said, "Is there anyone that is now a current car and can be driven away?" Female sales said with difficulty, "Mr. Chu, you give all the vehicles are optional. We also have to add configuration of these things. All get well. The fastest then to 3 o'clock this afternoon. This is already very fast speed." Chu Du immediately said, "Okay, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No matter which car comes out, immediately call me. In addition, help me fill up the gas." He seemed to have thought of something and added, "Also, for the license plate, just put on any ordinary license plate. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." Flanked by the enthusiasm of the manager and a group of sales, Chudo left the store. Just after leaving the store, he received a call from Zhao Qian. "Hello Mr. Chu, I just contacted for you, and there are many people who are willing to sell at the moment." Chudu took a deep breath and said, "Where is our bank? Make an appointment for me. It's almost 12 noon now. If it's possible, I hope to see them at your bank at 3 p.m. In between, I may have to borrow your bank's office. I'm sorry, I have something to do. I'm in a hurry. I hope Governor Zhao can understand." Zhao Qian immediately said, "Mr. Chu, where are your words? It's not troublesome at all. It's also the honor of our bank to serve a VIP like you. I'll book them for you right away," Chu Du said with satisfaction. "Then I'll take care of Governor Zhao." After a pause, he continued, "By the way, does Governor Zhao know some private yachts, private airplanes, these manufacturing plants or sales manufacturers?" Zhao Qian immediately said, "Mr. Chu, please rest assured, our commercial bank has a very high-end VIP service. We can meet all of your needs." Chudo was secretly happy and said, "In that case, then please ask Governor Zhao to help arrange an appointment together, and I'll see you together in the afternoon." Zhao Qian answered with his mouth full. Hanging up the phone, Trudeau breathed a sigh of relief. He really doesn't know much about all this super luxury spending, just buying houses and cars, private yachts and private jets. Any more than that, he wasn't sure. After all, he hadn't been exposed to it before. The appointment was for the afternoon, but in between, Trudeau had to go to another house to buy a car and keep swiping money. Luckily, there were other luxury car brand stores right on this street, but after 500 meters, Trudeau walked into a Porsche sales store. Before Trudeau had the chance to open his mouth, a manager immediately greeted him with a group of sales, and his enthusiasm was incomparable. Trudeau was flabbergasted. "What was this?" The manager who went up to the front said respectfully, "Hello Mr. Chu, I am the manager here. Wang Li, welcome to Porsche." Chude did not know. Just he went out to answer the phone in the 2 minutes time. Ferrari store sales has sent this matter to the group. Now the whole street of luxury car brand stores know that here comes a super rich man, throwing close to $300 million, purchased Ferrari 7 models, 5 of each. Couldn't understand it, couldn't understand this big brother's operation at all, but it didn't hinder their impression of Chudu. Super rich, who's rich enough to buy a car like that? Therefore, when Chudu walked to the door, Wang Li saw him at the first moment and immediately greeted the salesman all rushing up. Although Chudo was unsure, he said, "I'd like to ask if there are any Porsche 911s, Porsche 918s, or Porsche Carrera GTs here?" Porsche's variety of models and prices, as a whole, are no match for Ferraris, so there's not much for Trudeau to pick from. As for those cheap ones, Trudeau didn't bother to buy them. They also took up space. Wang Li hurriedly said, "Mr. Chu, we don't have so many models in stock here. We need to deploy them for you." Trudeau snapped his fingers and said, "Good, arrange it directly." With the previous operation in Ferrari, Trudeau has been very familiar with. Directly said, "All the options, all according to the most suitable color matching, configuration directly the highest on the line. Do not have to ask me." Next to Wang Li has long been prepared calculator, crackling a press, and then said, "Mr. Chu, hello, these cars, according to your selection, all landed a total of 50 million, of which 2 918 different models, and a 911, and a Carrera GT. Chuda said with a wave of his hand, "All 5 sets, equally configured." Wang Li said with some difficulty, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, because the Porsche 918 is a limited edition. The same model is not available, but you can choose other models of the Porsche 918 series." Chuda picked them out at random. The prices were all about the same anyway. 5 sets was good enough. And while he couldn't swipe all the money, he didn't want to buy a car dozens of times in one sitting. That was more or less stupid. A total of $250 million. Now there are $2,670 million. Brush away and then rebate, so that the card balance is still $492 million. She held her breath and looked at Chudo expectantly. Without saying a word, Chudo fished out his bank card and said, Swipe it. Soon. There was a beep and the swipe was successful. Wang Li almost went soft with a shiver. After all, the global economy is not doing so well right now, and high-end consumer items like these are actually really hard to sell. Don't look at those online videos. Who doesn't have a god car inside a certain voice? Who doesn't have a god car inside a tomato anymore? But the reality is that these cars, predictably, sell less than a tenth of what a certain tone does each year. This lavish spending by Chuda shook every sale in the room, skillfully and quickly signing the contract. In less than an hour in total, Chudu left the Porsche store surrounded by a group of warblers. The street, as far as he knew, also had a Lamborghini store and a Maserati store. Trudeau did the math, and by the time those two stores were done shopping, it was almost time to go to the bank. Although it was now past 12 o'clock and time for lunch, Chuda didn't have the slightest intention of eating. Are you kidding me? Is this dinner time? That's not being able to tell the difference. 200 meters later, came the Lamborghini store. Chapter 5, the gathering. That exact same operation was staged again, and in the end, Chuda picked Lamborghini Revuelto, Lamborghini Aventador, and Lamborghini Reventon, which landed at a total price of nearly $40 million. Still 5 sets, $200 million in total. In the end, $499 million became $470 million, and then the rebate of $2 billion became $6,072 million. Same old rules, sign the contract and go. No time for anything else. And finally the Maserati store. Although the Maserati is much cheaper compared to the first 3 brands, Chuda was still a good choice to use to pick up girls and give them away. The Maserati President, Maserati MC20, Maserati Gran Cabrio, Maserati Coupe, and Maserati Gran Turismo landed at a total of just $15 million. Trudeau waved his hand. 5 sets, as usual, a total of $75 million and a rebate of $750 million. Chuda's amount had swiped up to $74 billion. Exiting the store and standing on the side of the road, Trudeau stretched and moved his arms and legs. In these stores, the most time Chuda wasted was waiting for the contract and signing the photos. As for the models and options, it was a 3-minute affair. As for those beauty sales, Chudu pressed no time to pay attention to them. When can't you pick up a girl? It's not like a chick won't live to see tomorrow, right? But your own rebate campaign can't really live past 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Chudu naturally knew which was more important. Glancing at the time, it was now 2 o'clock, and not wanting to waste any more time, Chuda casually bought a couple of burgers from the side point, and then called a cab, heading for the bank. The commercial bank was, after all, an official bank, and its headquarters building in Xinjiang was truly imposing. Close to 3 o'clock, Chudu arrived in front of the Bank of Commerce. He casually picked up the phone and dialed. Less than a minute later, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked briskly inside, wearing a formal suit and shoes. Seeing Chudu, he enthusiastically went forward and said, "Hello Mr. Chu, I am Zhao Qian, the president of the commercial bank. Welcome." Chudu also said politely, "Governor Zhao is polite. Why don't we? Let's go in and talk." Zhao Qian looked at Chudu holding an unfinished burger in his hand and said after a pause, "Mr. Chu, why don't we have a meal first? I'm afraid you're hungry." Chuda waved his hand and said, "No need. I'm rather in a hurry." "Forget it," Zhao Qian said with some concern. "Let's do it this way. I'll arrange for the following people to go to the neighborhood right away to bring you a meal. What do you think?" Chuda didn't push back. "Okay, just keep it simple, please. No trouble, no trouble." As they spoke, the duo walked inside. Zhao Qian just entered the hall, casually beckoned to an employee next to him, then said, "Go look around, buy a fast food back, send it to the conference room, remember, make sure it's fast, and add 200 bonuses this month." The clerk ran out immediately without saying a word. There were more people coming this time, because Chuda had booked quite a few people, and Zhao Qian's office couldn't sit so many people, so he simply sat in the conference room. Zhao Qian personally poured tea for Chudu, then said, "Mr. Chu, the people you made appointments with are all here." This is, after a brief introduction, Chudu looked around the circle. There were 7 people selling houses, 3 people from the yacht manufacturers, and 5 people from the private airplane side, a total of 15 people. Chuda said politely, "I'm sorry everyone for inviting you all here in such a manner, mainly because I'm in a hurry, so I simply invited you like this, but I'm sure you'll all be very satisfied in the ensuing conversation. Everyone is a business old man, naturally won't get angry because of this, not to mention that Zhao Qian told them before they came, this is a super rich man. The cash flow is extremely horrible. In the current environment, many rich bosses, who seem to be rich, are actually fixed assets or funds and stocks, etc. And there are really not many cash flow tycoons, so they also come with great enthusiasm. The first thing is to buy a house. Chudu nodded to a few people and said, "Would a few of you please trouble me with the prepared information?" The 7 people immediately handed up the information that had been prepared before, which amounted to more than 30 units, both large flats and villas. Chudu looks at it quickly, mainly because of the environment and the price. These are all famous properties in Xinjiang, which are expensive and not affordable to ordinary people. For example, the cheapest of the large flat floors here is 200,000 square meters, the smallest, at 230 square meters or more. It took Chudu a full hour to read all of this information, and when he looked up, a fast food had been placed next to him, which was rice and vegetables. He put the information down, not caring about the image issue at all, but spoke up. "Are there any perks or benefits attached if I buy one of your homes?" A few people looked at each other and talked next to each other about how good their houses were. Basically, what each gives is a 3-year waiver of all kinds of property fees and utility costs, as well as a complimentary parking space. Then there's the bonus of cleaning your entire house a total of 10 times over 3 years. Chuda roughly calculated that the cheapest set of large flat was for $46 million, and the most expensive set of villas costs a whopping $800 million. A total of 32 large bungalows and villas, including 7 villas and 25 large bungalows, with a total price tag of $4.3 billion, with $7.4 billion in hand. He is naturally not afraid, but rather happy. After all, this time it was a direct cashback of $43 billion, but because the amount was so large, the system would give it to Chudu in batches. As they came in a hurry, they only prepared the information of the house and villa, and did not think that they could negotiate at once. Usually talk first, have an idea, and then go to the site to see. Who would have thought that there is actually such a person in front of you? Look at the picture and order. Contracts they did not bring, but it does not matter. A phone call over. Immediately someone quickly sent. Such a large list, that side must be expedited delivery. Chudu casually ate his meal, and the crowd didn't feel the least bit out of place. The world is like this. If you do not have money, you do nothing right. If you have money, you even in a 5-star hotel to eat snacks bought on the roadside. Others have to praise you a good food. Eat wonderful. Eat croak. Then, Chuda looked at the 3 yacht representative merchants next to him and said, "Do you all have any information?" The 3 of them immediately took out the information and politely placed their hands in front of Chudu. With the experience of buying a house in front of them, they were already very sure that Chudu was a superb man. How could they dare to be the slightest bit slow? Such a big brother is riding on their heads and pulling them, and they still have to pass the paper. After Chudu briefly looked at the information, he pointed at the 3 yachts in the information and said, "I like all 3 of these. I'll take all of them. In addition, I'll also customize one." Chapter 6 High-End Consumption. When the 3 heard Chudu speak, they were first delighted, then said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chu, there's nothing we can't do." Chudu nodded his head in satisfaction, then quickly said his requirements, and the 3 families quickly wrote notes on their cell phones. Half an hour later, Chudu said, "The requirements are rather difficult, so you 3 will compete to see who can take this order." By this time, the contract for the property was brought in, and Chudu immediately began signing it, while giving the 3 yachtsmen some time. Not only that, but Chuda said to the airplane dealer next to him, "Have a few of you brought any information with you?" The men, each representing several domestic airlines. Actually, buying a house and a car is not the same as buying a yacht and an airplane. When you buy a house or a car, it will basically be readily available. Sports cars, some of them need to be booked, a few months delivery like that, and yachts are even slower, usually taking 6 months to a year to deliver, or even 2 or 3 years, and off-the-shelf ones are really few and far between. As for private jets, forget it. Most of the luxury private jets nowadays are from foreign manufacturers, and many rich people buy them relatively cheaply or convert them from airliners. So, these are all airline people. After reading a few of them, Chudu frowned. To be honest, he wasn't very happy about it. But this can't be helped because private jets cost a lot of money and are usually not stocked. They are reserved. Chudu immediately spoke of the conditions of his request, and asked a few people to contact the producers behind them. There were also a lot of requirements for private airplanes, and while Trudeau was talking, the crowd was taking notes, followed by all of them quickly contacting the vendors behind them. Next to him, Zhao Qian watched like a dream. To be honest, as a bank president, Zhao Qian thought that he was well informed, but he felt that he had only grown knowledgeable today. Going to the market to buy food or still have to daily dazzle it. You buy such expensive things, as if you just buy a random vegetable. Really good? After signing off, the yacht dealer's side came up with the results and gave it to one of them to customize it for Chudo. The private yacht that Chudo was going to customize was exactly what he had specifically customized based on a combination of some quick information he had looked up on his phone in the cab and then based on the 3 existing yachts. The overall price tag is a whopping $2.5 billion, which is an extremely expensive kind of thing even if you look around the world. The contract was immediately arranged to be sent over, and then based on the existing contract, it was revised and finally signed. Chudo directly transferred all $2.5 billion next. We will wait for the manufacturer to deliver 9 months later. Plus, there's the 3 yachts that I was just looking at that are readily available, which is another $400 million. Without saying a word, Chudo signed the contract and swiped his card. After the house and yacht purchases were swiped, Chudo's money total went straight to $72.2 billion. If he needs it, he can bring it all up. It's all cash. And for the rich and powerful circle, Chudo is that top of the line. And the customization of the yacht, this time on the manufacturer, is also a challenge, because Chudo to customize the yacht, whether it is the size or configuration, are the world's top kind. Fortunately, their manufacturers are also quite strong. Look at the domestic, but also first class, in order to be able to next this big single. When you are in this kind of business, that is indeed 3 years without opening, and 3 years of eating when you open. And with Chudo spending $2.5 billion this time and a direct rebate of $25 billion, his liquidity was already quite large. After the purchase of houses and yachts, the next thing is a private jet, several airlines in the discussion, and ultimately the next order by China Eastern Airlines. Chudo's customization requirements, but also very high-end complex, all down, expedited also need 1.5 years to deliver, usually 3 or 4 years. This time, has been quite expedited, but also to ensure quality. But Chudo didn't care. All he cared about was the big spending, customized to top international luxury private jet standards. The final price tag is $3.5 billion. Chudo didn't know if the price would break the world record, but he knew that the airline personnel in front of him were numb. All the signed contracts for the day today. Chudo wasn't worried that anyone would dare to get their hands dirty. In the eyes of the representatives of the various families, Chudo was a super rich man with an extremely powerful family behind him, holding a huge amount of wealth. Doing it in front of such a huge power? They weren't that stupid. They could only earn more if they served such big shots well. So, on the contrary, they also have to defend Chudo's interests, which will bring them more benefits. That's a bundle of interests. After all the signatures were swiped, Chudo's funds, too, finally broke through the 100 billion mark, totaling 103.7 billion. Numerous representatives were also the first to rush back after getting the contract and the money, reporting back to pay immediate attention to this super customer. By the time the crowd had left, it was after 7 o'clock in the evening. Chudo rubbed his head. To be honest, he was really tired since he started swiping money at 10 o'clock in the morning until now. It's exhausting just thinking, negotiating, and signing in the afternoon. Zhao Qian looked at Chudo and said, Mr. Chu, seeing as you're also rather tired, how about this? Give me a chance. I'll be the host and treat you to a meal and take a break. Chudo this will not be so eager. After all, have 100 billion, and luxury cars, villas, private yachts, private planes have. This life casually lying flat, can be dashing to death. He took a drink of water and said, okay, let's go then. Zhao Qian's posture was placed very low. Although he was a governor, he was only a local one. Even if Xinjiang was second only to the capital city in the country, it was still a local one after all. And that's just one of them. He knew very well that his hopes of moving up the ladder might rest on this male master. Having this one is enough to overshoot all the results. As long as he served Chudo well, even if he didn't need any salesman, he didn't need to think about performance. Chudo got up and said, Governor Zhao, where's the bathroom? I want to go wash my hands. It had been sitting all afternoon, and Chudo hadn't even gotten up, and he was suffocating. Zhao Qian immediately took Chudo to the bathroom, and as he watched Chudo go in, he hurriedly touched the phone and dialed out. When Chudo came out, Zhao Qian said smilingly, Mr. Chu, shall we go? Chudo said casually, let's go. It is worth mentioning that Ferrari came to deliver the car to Chudo in the afternoon, and Chudo simply looked at it and took it. It was quite cool to get out at this point and look at the Ferrari SF90 in front of me. The red body is like a flame, and Chudo was happy with both the inside and the outside. Chapter 7. Zhao Qian, on the other hand, was driving an Audi, which was not as good as Chudo's Ferrari, but it was still low-key luxurious. Under Zhao Qian's leadership, the two of them came to a private kitchen, only to make Chudo curious. Just the two of them, but Zhao Qian deliberately asked for the largest private room. The drinks and dishes were all ordered by Chudo, and Zhao Qian didn't even look at them before saying, just go ahead and serve them as this gentleman says. It was only after sitting down that the conversation officially began. Chuda sipped his tea while saying, Governor Zhao, I'd like to ask if there's any aspect that's more costly? Spend money? Zhao Qian was a bit stunned. This master, after buying so much today, isn't it enough? After a slight thought, he said, for example, buying some watches, collecting art, and high-end jewelry are all relatively large purchases. Trudeau shook his head. Any more? Zhao Qian frowned and said, if it's spending money, then the investment is spending money quickly. Yeah, investment. Chudu's eyes lit up. He didn't understand this before, so naturally he had to ask properly. Governor Zhao, are there any companies that are relatively short of investment right now? I'd like to take a look and maybe support a few if there's a chance. It's easy to invest, and there are too many companies that are short of investment. He immediately said, Mr. Chu, this aspect will be a lot. So many companies up and down the country need to invest. All walks of life casually pull out a whole lot. Chudu nodded slightly and said, in that case, then Governor Zhao can help me take a look at it. Film and television entertainment, network media, medical and pharmaceutical, education and training. These aspects are all fine, to see if there's a lack of companies to invest in. Of course, the company can't be too bad. Otherwise, what if it doesn't have a future? This was said on purpose, of course. He just invests randomly and it's all rebates. Zhao Qian answered with his mouth full. Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I'll finish eating in a while, go back and contact you. As a bank president, many companies want to come in for loans, an aspect he knows all too well. As for buying watches, jewelry, art, top day tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars, while the investment does not move billions of tens of billions of dollars are possible. Contrast, of course, this cost-effective. The two quickly came to an agreement. However, Zhao Qian also made his own request. If possible, I would like Mr. Chu to make a deposit in our bank. For the sake of performance, he naturally had to pull this client together. Chudu looked at Zhao Qian and smiled slightly. Governor Zhao, you surely understand the reasoning that eggs can't be put in the same basket. So it's not possible for me to put all of my deposits here. But I can assure you that Governor Zhao here, it must be the most. To return the favor, people Lao Zhao did his best. This little favor, he naturally also helped. Zhao Qian doesn't need much. To be able to have 10 billion, he can complete his tasks for a year. Seeing that the talk was almost over, suddenly Zhao Qian's cell phone rang, and after connecting it, he didn't know what the opposite side said. He just calmly said, come in. The next moment, the door to the booth was pushed open. Chudo subconsciously looked over, but saw a row of beautiful young beauties walk in, and the last one gently closed the door as well. Looking at the group of beautiful women in front of him, there were 10 of them, each as beautiful as a flower. Just by looking at the face value, it is a school flower level in any school, and in the entertainment circle, it is also a pretty good beauty. As for the body, each has big boobs, thin waist, long legs and a nice ass. There are those who wear tight dresses with hip-hugging skirts, which accentuate the firm buttocks, and those who wear tight pants, which outline the straight and slender legs. No matter what they were dressed up in, they were all quite pretty and gorgeous, and judging by their age, they were basically in their 20s. Chudu was a bit stunned and twisted his head to look at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian said smilingly, Mr. Chu, these are the 10 prettiest in our line. They all admire Mr. Chu and want to get to know you. A young talent. Look at that. What a nice thing to say. Chudu naturally understood what he meant. It means, this is the prettiest of my men. Take your pick. Take them all. It's not impossible. Where had Chudu seen such a formation before? But after buying a car today, he had begun to develop resistance to beautiful women. So Chudu was able to look on very calmly. Money, that's a person's bottom line. Chudo has his hands full. He's the big man at this point. Slightly swept the circle. There is one to say, the quality is good. Let him have a hard time to choose. Seeming to see Chudu's hesitation, Zhao Qian let out a light laugh. Mr. Chu, why don't I have them all add you a contact information and slowly ask for advice later? After all, they can all be single and have more time. Listening to those meaningful words, Chudu instantly realized. Singles. Then, 10 beautiful women came forward in turn and added Chudu's contact information. As to whether there is any follow-up, that depends. These 10 beauties, just from the outward dress and temperament, there were pure, flirtatious, lowly type, and imperial sister type, as well as iceberg type, cold type, and gentle. What kind of postures were there? This meal was eaten in the company of these 10 atmosphere group beauties. It was about 9 o'clock after the meal. Chudu glanced at the time and said, Governor Zhao, I'll trouble you with the contact. Zhao Qian said politely, Mr. Chu, this is an honor for our line. Chu Du had gradually gotten used to others' politeness and respect, and followed suit. Right. I also want to buy a mansion. I don't know if there are any over here that are interested in selling. Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Chu, buying a commercial building. That price really isn't cheap if you want to buy it. I'll have to contact and ask, and I'm afraid there aren't too many willing to make a bid on this one. Listening to the chat began to talk about business. The 10 beautiful women did not dare to speak again, but quietly listened. They came over today, only knowing that it was the president of the bank who said that they would accompany a super big client for dinner. But how rich this client was, they were not sure. At this moment, hearing Chu Du open his mouth to buy a commercial building, the crowd was shaken. Commercial buildings are not the usual family business, often a building to billions of tens of billions of dollars. Extremely expensive. Chu Du pondered slightly and said, office buildings, commercial buildings, all of them. It would be best if we could talk tonight. Although Zhao Qian didn't understand why Chu Du was in such a hurry. Thinking of the customer was the first purpose. His eyes rolled, and he suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, Mr. Chu, if there is a building like this that has just been completed and has not yet been put into use, is it possible? Chu Du said with full indifference. Yes, I'll just arrange for the renovation and remodeling. Chapter 8 Investments. Zhao Qian immediately fumbled for his cell phone and said, hey, if you say so, I do know one. Chu Du's eyes lit up with curiosity. Which one is it? Zhao Qian, while looking for the number, said, a few years ago there is a company, in my bank loan, got a twin building, 2 buildings together, inside to do quite complex, contains commercial, office, hotel, residential and so on. More than one use of the template involves, but just handed over last month. Currently heard that it is renovating the interior. That is, the specific progress of I'm not too clear. Chu Du shook his head and said, I don't want to rent it. I want to buy it directly. Governor Zhao can ask. If it's suitable, I can buy it directly. Zhao Qian nodded, then dialed the phone. This was the power of the bank. As the state-owned bank of the Divine Empire, the resources they could mobilize and put at their disposal were quite huge, and all walks of life were involved. The call was quickly connected, and Zhao Qian pressed the outgoing call, then placed the phone on the table. Hello, Governor Zhao, calling at this hour. Is there something important? No? A middle-aged man's muffled voice came over the phone. Zhao Qian laughed. Mr. Xiao, I'm calling you today, but I'm also entrusted with a request. I want to ask you something. Mr. Xiao said curiously, entrusted by someone? Who is it? What is it? Zhao Qian said smilingly, your 2 buildings. How is it? Mr. Xiao immediately said, Lao Zhao, you want to ask about the money, right? Hey, don't worry. I'll get it done soon and it will be ready to use. Then the rent will be able to pay you back. Don't be in a hurry. Zhao Qian's words turned. I don't mean this. I want to ask you, have any intention to sell? Sell? Mr. Xiao was obviously caught off guard by the question and said after a pause, I'm not very willing to sell, because these 2 buildings, whether it's the surrounding environment or the overall design, are all very good, and I still want to make some money. Zhao Qian said aloud. I have a very powerful customer here. Would have liked to say introduce it, then you do not sell even if. Mr. Xiao hurriedly said. Hey wait, very powerful? What level are this? Zhao Qian said mysteriously. I'm not going to disclose the specifics to you. I can only say that people can buy your 2 buildings in full. Hearing this, Mr. Xiao obviously hesitated as well. 2 buildings are expensive, especially in a city like Xinjiang where land is scarce, and it takes time to earn back the cost through rent. And then with the money you earn, you have to pay back the bank and wait for enough money to be saved for the next phase of the program, which does take quite a bit of time in between as well. It would be nice to have a quick payback. He thought for a moment and said, tell you what, old Zhao, I'll make an appointment with a few of them tomorrow to discuss it. At that moment, Chu Du came to Zhao Qian's ear and whispered something. Zhao Qian continued, Mr. Xiao, the other party told me, if you can talk tonight, he wants it tomorrow, and before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, it can still be talked about, and after 10 o'clock, he'll look for someone else. Mr. Xiao immediately became anxious. No, Lao Zhao, what are you making fun of me for? Who buys a building so buy it? One night to settle? Don't tease. No sincerity. Zhao Qian said nonchalantly. I can only tell you that this customer, today, spent close to $10 billion in cash in one day. Hearing this, Mr. Xiao hesitated. 10 billion in cash? Other than that, to be able to take out tens of billions of dollars in cash, that really is a strength. And the other party is not so bad as to joke with himself. But why the rush? One night to set? Mr. Zhao's mind was full of doubts. Buying a property is not that easy. It's all about observing, comparing, inquiring, comparing again and again, and finally negotiating and making a down payment like this. This guy, so unconventional, but it can't be helped. The other side is too rich. After weighing his options, Mr. Xiao said, in that case, I'll call you back in an hour, okay? Zhao Qian said, okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Qian and Chu Du looked at each other and smiled, waiting for news here. The 10 beautiful women next to him didn't dare to utter a single breath. Close to $10 billion a day today? And buy 2 more buildings? What kind of big shot is this? A super rich kid who came out of nowhere. Shen City is the big economic city of the Divine Empire. There are too many beautiful women, and they are all top beauties in the line. Usually have quite a few suitors. There were ordinary people, there were thugs, and there were rich kids, but they guaranteed that all of those people combined were less than a tenth of Chudu's. For a while, everyone was thumping their hearts, and their minds were filled with the 36 stratagems, Sun Tzu's Art of War, advanced tips on green tea, secrets of beheading men, and so on, figuring out how they could evening out this one. They also finally understood Zhao Qian's mind. Today, just the beginning of the competition. Next to the colleagues, can be their own competitors. Chu Du looked at the time. It was already close to 10 o'clock. He said to Zhao Qian, how about this? Let all these beauties go back first, and let's continue to discuss things at work. Zhao Qian immediately waved his hand and said, okay, Mr. Chu has given the word. We should withdraw. Withdraw. Go back to rest earlier. A little too late is not very safe. Mr. Chu and I still have work things to be busy. Even though the many beauties were reluctant, no one dared to go against Zhao Qian's wishes. Waiting for the crowd to go out, Chu Du rubbed his head and said, right, there's still the matter of investment. Zhao Governor a piece to ask. Group send out to see if there's anyone who's short of investment. He now has hundreds of billions of assets. Cannot be put in vain. Always have to take out and then get some rebates. Even if there is no rebate, the investment is also a good choice. Maybe it will earn it. Zhao Qian is not ambiguous. Edited a very polite message on the phone. Probably means that the bank is currently adding an important customer. And quite financial strength. Intends to invest in all aspects of industry. If anyone has the intention to cooperate and lack of investment, can contact. The message had just been sent. Not even 10 seconds later, when Zhao Qian's phone rang. Governor Zhao. The voice over there was urgent. Zhao Qian smiled inexplicably and turned on the external playback. Then said, isn't this Mr. Wang? What's the matter? Mr. Wang calmed his tone. Then said, just now I saw Governor Zhao's message. I don't know, Zhao Qian said with certainty. I'm pretty sure I can tell you that it's true. And, right now, we're together. Mr. Wang breathed in sharply. Then said, it's too rude to visit so late. Tomorrow morning, I want to pay a personal visit. Zhao Qian saw Chu Du's gesture and said, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. In the conference room of our bank. Bring your information and contract. Chapter 9 Clubhouse. Mr. Wang said in surprise. Thank you, Governor Zhao. Thank you, Governor Zhao. Zhao Qian's news was as if he had dropped a piece of meat with heavy blood in the sea, and countless sharks came at the smell. In less than an hour's time, Zhao Qian received at least more than 20 phone calls, all looking for cooperation and investment. There are still many people who can't even call in, and directly send messages to Zhao Qian. An hour later, Mr. Shaw's call came as well. Governor Zhao, a few of us have discussed it. The building can be sold, but if it's already been contracted before, then we can't do anything about it. We can only let the other party work it out. Chu Du compared a no problem gesture, then compared a 7. Zhao Qian will say, no problem. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, in my bank's conference room, bring all the information and contracts over. The two of them were polite for a few more moments before hanging up. Looking at the many messages on his phone, Zhao Qian let out a bitter smile. Mr. Chu, so many, are you sure? Chudu said unconcernedly, tell them that those who are free tonight can look for me, and those who are not free tonight, tomorrow morning before 9 o'clock, and don't come after 9 o'clock, because after 10 o'clock I have other things to do, and I don't have time to look again. Although he didn't know what Chudu was up to, it wasn't his place to ask, so Governor Zhao pressed on without mentioning the words. After Zhao Qian sent a message to the crowd, and then looked at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. He said with a bit of fatigue, why don't we change the place? Chudu thought about it. This hotel will be closed later, so it is good to change the place. He was incredibly refreshed now, and not at all sleepy when he wanted to get money. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, Mr. Chu, let's go. I'll take you to a place. After finding a chauffeur, Zhao Qian quickly brought Chu Du to the entrance of a private club. While walking, he said, Mr. Chu, this is also opened by a boss. A private club, inside the bath, rest, massage, are all very good. There are also quiet places. Wait just to talk about things. Although Chudo had never been here before, he was also very satisfied with such a place. Not to mention, just looking at the decoration, it was very good. Reported the card number. And then Zhao Chen took Chudu to go to the bath side first. There is a VIP bath here. Unlike those ordinary bath centers outside, there are a lot of people, but specialized in one room for one person. The room was large, of the suite variety, with a bedroom, a bathroom, and a small bath, small sauna, and queen-size bed and shower for back rubs. Trudeau had just undressed when a beautiful woman walked in, wearing a tight little blue suit and sheath dress. She said respectfully, "Hello VIP, I'm here to help you with your bath." Trudeau was a bit stunned. "What the hell?" The woman smiled gently. "This is the special service of our store. Every VIP has it. Please don't worry. I'm here for a normal bath. The service you need. There's someone else." Trudeau was a bit confused, but he also heard that this was the unique way of bathing here. He wasn't much of a willow, and the girl was young and pretty, so he relaxed himself at the moment and leaned back into the bath. The girl changed into a bikini swimsuit, revealing a beautiful body, a firm chest, a flat belly, and a pair of straight legs, and came to the side of Chuda with her bare feet, first helping Chuda massage his head to relax him. Maybe it was because the girl's technique was good, plus Chuda had been busy everywhere this day and was really tired. It was just that he was mentally overexcited. Soon, Chuda actually had a trace of sleepiness. A few minutes later, the woman whispered, "Hello VIP, do you need to go to the sauna?" Trudeau opened his eyes and said after a moment of trance, "Need." The woman didn't go in, and Chudo steamed in there alone for about 10 minutes before coming out. Seeing Chuda come out, the woman came to the rubbing bed and said, "Hello VIP, now let me give you a rub." Trudeau nodded slightly and lay down on the bed. Looking at that strong body, the female was only slightly surprised, but didn't make any excessive movements. Grabbing a fresh bath towel, he began to rub Chudo's body. When he was done rubbing Chudo, he helped Chuda hit the shower gel and other things to wash it off, and then wiped it off with a bath towel. The woman said softly, "Hello VIP, my work is done. Here I was forced to delete part of the plot due to security clearance issues." Chudu was a little hesitant. He didn't know this place well, and even if it was a specialized technician, I'm afraid that he had served a lot of people, so it was better to forget about it, in case something happened. Chudu actually didn't realize that this was all a high-end private place where not too many people could come, even if they were virgins. Moreover, those who can come here are either rich or wealthy, so naturally, they have to pay attention to safety, and every one of them is subject to regular medical checkups to ensure that they cannot have any diseases. So, it's even a little cleaner than some of the people who play around in society. Chudo hardened his brain at high speed, desperately thinking about the investment before he could suppress his lust, but Chudo felt that it was time for him to find a woman. When you have money, it's not all about enjoyment. Chudu glanced at his cell phone. Zhao Qian had sent him a message to go to a room 666 after he finished. Chuda changed into a bathrobe and went to room 666 under the guidance of the attendant. When he went in, he realized there were already 7 or 8 people inside. The room was quite large, a suite with a small conference room outside and a bedroom inside. As soon as he saw that Chu Du had arrived, Zhao Qian immediately introduced himself and said, "Come, the main man is here. Mr. Chu, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chu," and collectively, the noble guest who was ready to invest tonight. "Hello Mr. Chu." The crowd all greeted Chudu, even though Chudu was not very old. In their eyes, this was the god of wealth. Zhao Qian was also smiling and waiting on the side. Investing is also a skillful job. Not that you see one and invest in one, then lose money later. It is still behind. Although Chudu didn't know much about this area, the prospects and future of part of the industry was something he could see. Industries like healthcare and education, for example, can never go down. The first thing that needs to be clear is that any investment has risks, and the average person invests according to their own situation, as well as the current market situation and other aspects of the comprehensive consideration, and then invest. But Chudu's investment, as long as the past is not a loss, can be invested. Chapter 10, the system will finally leave even if the profit/loss hedge balances out. It's a profit for him. Chudu gradually gained some understanding of this aspect under the introduction of the crowd bit by bit. For example, the healthcare sector has long been a favorite of the market. Consumer goods is one of the relatively stable sectors. And there is the new energy issue that has been hotly debated for several years. Also, the current era of the network, especially in the past few years, e-commerce, live band, is like crazy. Is a person as a ghost can open live band? So this aspect of the investment, in fact, is also very good. Then there is the industry of immediate need, the most basic: food, clothing, housing and transportation. Who does not need? There are also financial, real estate. These, when the real estate is particularly hot, countless entrepreneurs rely on real estate to become rich and wealthy. When the economy is more sluggish, the financial sector tends to be more developed. Whether you have money or you don't, you want to preserve and increase the value of your money. And money begets money, and there are more opportunities in this industry. There is also the elderly industry. After all, aging is becoming more and more serious. The elderly industry will usher in the demographic dividend, becoming one of the golden tracks. Nursing homes, healthcare products, wheelchair crutches, senior recreation, senior services, etc. are promising. There is also the cultural and tourism aspects. From the ice city out of the circle to all over the cultural and tourism fancy whole living, the tourism industry is developing at a high speed. Everywhere is developing cultural tourism and trying to find ways to create their own city card, which is a very big business opportunity. In the end, Chudu invested in about dozens of companies' enterprise group, which involves hospitals, medical equipment, medicine, schools, training institutions, pension healthcare, self-media, network live broadcast, film and media, advertising, real estate, building materials, tourism, energy, mining and so on. Dozens of industries, involving all aspects. Adding up, Chudu invested in a total of $30 billion. Of course, he also obtained a rebate of $300 billion. It was not until 3 or 4 in the morning that all the representatives of the various families left, and Chudu also took a rare break. But before he could sleep for long, Zhao Qian woke him up. Mr. Chu, it's time for us to go to the bank, as well as a few of the delegates we have an appointment with. It's normal that not everyone has all the information ready right away, and predictably, it's going to be another busy morning. But fighting for money, Chudu was instantly energized. With 2 dark circles under their eyes, Chudu and Zhao Qian quickly arrived at the meeting room of the commercial bank. It's worth mentioning that Chudu realized that all 10 of the merchant bank beauties from last night were wearing their bank uniforms in the conference room today to make preparations. Serve tea, prepare the electronic big screen, etc. Chudu sat down on his butt and took a cup of tea, feeling much more comfortable. It didn't take long for the various delegates to arrive. How many companies are there in the country? Uncountable. How many are there in Xinjiang? According to current information, there are close to 3 million companies registered in the entire city of Xinjiang, totaling close to 3 million companies. As a major economic city in the country, it is really ahead of the curve in terms of commercial development. In just one night's time, there are more than hundreds of companies looking for Zhao Qian to pull investment. It's just that Chuda didn't have that much spirit, so he only saw part of it. The most important thing today, of course, is the building. Mr. Xiao, a middle-aged man close to 50, brought his secretary and prepared a large pile of information to this place. Chudu looked at it. If he really wanted to read all these information next to each other, not to mention just 2 or 3 hours, even if it was 2 or 3 days, it would not be enough. He took the information and read only the key parts. For example, how many leases have been signed in terms of build cost, equity, sale price, quality, size, design, etc. Sparing him a quick glance, it took him half an hour. And that was even if Chudu only looked at the key few sentences and skipped the rest directly. Chudu looked at Mr. Xiao and said seriously, "I'll take it." Chudu was planning to develop this place into his home base, so naturally, there could be no such thing as renting it out. After some negotiation, the 2 sides agreed that they would solve the problem by Mr. Xiao, and if it was acceptable to be acquired by Chudu, the head will be fine. If they do not accept it, then they have to move out and withdraw within a specified period of time, and the liquidated damages arising from this will be paid by Mr. Xiao and the others. And these 2 buildings, Chuda took them at a total price of $30 billion, a direct rebate of $300 billion. In addition to this, Chuda once again invested out a total of $20 billion in various other representatives here. When it was 9:50, Chuda finished signing all the contracts, then found an excuse to go to the bathroom. A few minutes later, the system said in Chuda's mind, "It's been 24 hours, and I've done all the compensation I promised you, so what happens in the future is your own business." Chudu sighed and said with extreme reluctance, "Oh Tuanzi, is there really no way to stay?" The system firmly said, "No, we have performance missions. I am a cultivation system. I must go to the world of cultivation to be able to do so. There is really no way for me to complete the mission here." Chudu also knew that the system couldn't be kept after all, and he said with a complicated face, "Then I wish you a safe journey." The system laughed softly and said, "Think about it in a different way. I've already swiped so much for you. Even if I leave, you can still live in style. Chudu nodded and didn't say anything. The system hesitated and said, I'll give you another gift before I leave. Saying that, a hot current entered Chudu's body, and Chudu instantly felt that his entire body was soothed. Before he had time to ask, the system said, nothing special. It's just a normal elixir in the cultivation world. I directly turned the medicinal effect into your body. The effect is that it can make you healthy. You won't be infected by any viruses. You won't be invaded by 100 poisons. You won't be affected by 100 illnesses. And you can normally live up to 100 years of age, and live to a ripe old age. Moreover, your bodily functions will also be greatly enhanced. Dragon Essence. 7 times a night. 10 women in the night is not a matter of course. Come on, enjoy the beautiful life in the future. Bye. After saying that, the system slowly disappeared like a particle. Trudeau took a deep breath and said, thank you. Bye. The system went away, waving its sleeve without taking a cloud with it. Trudeau sighed ruefully, adjusted himself, and went back to his office. In this 24-hour day, with the help of the system, Chudu swiped a total of 823.7 billion. And these are cash assets, ready to be taken out and spent. As for fixed assets, those dozens of villas and large flat, as well as hundreds of luxury cars, private planes and private yachts, and even more investment in nearly 100 companies and enterprises accounted for shares in those 2 buildings. With these things, Chudu could still have tens of billions if he really went over the edge one day and sold all of these. All of the contracts had been signed. Chudu returned to the office. The representatives of the various families had all left. They had gotten the investment. Naturally they had to go and do a lot of things. Chapter 11 Resignation. Looking at Zhao Qian, Chudu rubbed his head and said, it's been hard on Governor Zhao. After this side of things is done, I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Zhao Qian immediately said, okay, Mr. Chu has a lot of things to do. It's only right to be busy. I'll see you off. Saying goodbye to Zhao Qian, Chudu first returned to his rented room and prepared to pack up his things. There's really nothing to pack. Just some bedding and some ordinary clothes. These change places just buy new ones. Chudu called the landlord Uncle. Uncle Zhang, I'm ready to quit the rent. Uncle Zhang heard this and immediately said, Xiao Chua, recently is not more difficult. It's okay. Uncle Zhang's side of the rent is not urgent. You first live, pay wages and then give it on the line. You go outside to rent a house. The price of the house is more expensive than here. It's not cost effective. Chudu's heart warmed. Uncle Zhang is a good landlord. Old, likes to be lively, and has a good personality, often giving extensions or reductions to tenants in difficulty. Uncle Zhang also really do not lack of money. Like Chudu no. People in the hands of no less than 20 sets of houses for rent. Every month just rely on rent can live a very dashing. Chudu said smilingly, no, Uncle Zhang. I bought a house and will have my own house in the future. Uncle Zhang was a little surprised. Yo, you kid. It seems to be rich can. Since there is their own home, that uncle will not stop you. You pack up your stuff, turn around and give me the key to put it on my side of the door on the line. Uncle will send you the rest of the money later. Okay, thanks Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang had been here many times, and Chudu's room had always been cleaner, so Uncle Zhang trusted him. Put the bedding clothes those all packed, and put the key. Chudu gave Uncle Zhang took a few pictures to send over this before leaving, came to the outside of the neighborhood, not far away from the flyover. Chudu gave the clothes to the people wandering on the side of the road, and then turned around and left, not caring about the homeless man behind him kowtowing madly to him. Chudu finally sort of finished his work and dialed a call to Chen Shui. Hello. Over there came Chen Shui's ghostly cry. Crap. What's your situation? I've been waiting for you for a day, and this call just came. Chudu spoke in a light tone. Ha, just got busy. Chen Shui teased. Listening to your tone, you're very happy? Chudu grinned. That's for sure. The debt is all cleared. You say. Chen Shui scat and said, what did you step on? So much money, and transferred so much to me. Chudu was not slow. Have you paid off your debt yet? It's paid off. A total of $200,000 in debt, and now it's down to 20,000. That'll do. Chen Shui said doubtfully. No, you tell me what the situation is. I'm this 200,000 how to return you. Chudu leisurely said. There is no hurry. When you have, slowly pay back on the line. Do not pay back is also okay. The two are extremely close, almost like the 3 big irons. Chen Shui was speechless. Bull. Chudu said casually. Nothing. I got some coins a few years ago. I almost forgot about it, and after pouring it over the past 2 days, I have the money. Chen Shui understood in a second. Okay, it's good to be developed. Save up money in the future. We all have to find a way to live. Chudu said boldly. Wave on the line. Afraid of a chicken hair. Bah! I'm going to go make some good money. Get lost. Trudeau hemmed and hawed and hung up. Arriving at an office building, Chudu parked his car and took the elevator up. He was just an ordinary social animal and oxen before, and now that he has money, he naturally wants to resign. This 13th class. Whoever steps on the horse loves to go up. Coming to the office, Chudu directly found his superior, Manager Zhao. I'm resigning. Manager Zhao was quite surprised. What's wrong? I see you didn't even come to work this morning. Is something wrong? Chudu Ware is an ordinary company. The atmosphere is also okay. There is no too much fighting. Just the workload has always been relatively large. Often overtime. The wages not high or low. Look. He shook his head and said, it's nothing. Just that I used to play with coins, and I've been selling them for the past few days, so I'm ready to quit. Manager Zhao drifted off. He patted Chudu's shoulder and said, alright, since you're leaving, then I can't stop your future. I'll see you in the future if I have the chance. Chudu said sincerely. Thank you, Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao waved his hand and said, it's nothing, but the process still needs to go. You write a resignation report, and then I'll let the financial side of the accounting, and finish sending you the money. There were no convoluted contradictions, and Manager Zhou was quick to agree. Then, Chudu said goodbye to all his co-workers, and then wrote a resignation report, submitted it, and then left the company. However, within a few minutes, a co-worker ran up and said excitedly, crap, do you guys know what I saw downstairs? I saw Chudu driving a Ferrari. Ferrari? The office exploded in a flash of hot air. Chudu drove off with ease and comfort, and now that he had him, he decided, from then on, to start enjoying his reckless life. First, go get a new outfit to go. The clothes he was wearing right now, although not quite ground floor goods, but definitely not high grade either, just a normal 200 or 300 apiece. After all, you're usually the type to save money and pay it back as you earn it. But it's also fortunate that Chudu grew up in the tomato orphanage, where one person is fed and the whole family is not hungry. Even if it is overdue, the other party can only negotiate with him and pay it back slowly. Fortunately, Chudu is a man of quality. He borrowed the money himself. He should bear the consequences. But it's all in the past now, so naturally there's no need to talk about it. For the consumption of luxury goods and these, Chudu did not know much about it. And I heard that it was troublesome to buy some things and to check the capital. But it doesn't matter. Now that he's a rich man, he can get a professional to take care of it for him. For example, banks. Chudu is very good at borrowing external forces. They do not understand. They have to go to the professionals. After all, professionals do professional things. He dialed Zhao Qian's phone. President Zhao, I would like to ask if there is any cooperation between our bank and some high-end luxury goods. Zhao Qian proudly said, Mr. Chu, please rest assured. In this great land of the divine empire, we, the commercial bank, can be involved in almost any aspect. You only need to tell me your needs. Chudu said with satisfaction. I want to go buy some luxury goods now. I want our line to contact these partners and see where it's appropriate to go. There's no shame in asking questions if you don't understand. Chapter 12, Crescent Moon. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up. Immediately said, let's do it this way. Mr. Chu, I'll arrange for you to have a person who knows more in my line. She usually cooperates with these merchants a lot, and she'll take you with her. How do you think? As expected, money is the master. Chudu replied, no problem. I'll wait for your news. After hanging up, an unfamiliar call came in less than 3 minutes. Hello, is this Mr. Chudu? A pleasant voice rang out, with a hint of charm and imperiousness. Chudu said languidly, yes, it's me. Hello distinguished Mr. Chu, I'm the shopping guide arranged for you by Governor Zhao Qianzhao of the Xinjiang Commercial Bank. I'm an employee of the commercial bank. We met at dinner last night. I'm called Wang Crescent. Crescent Moon? Trudeau thought about it faintly and realized who it was. So it's you. Such a coincidence, but it's good to be an acquaintance. Wang Crescent continued. Mr. Chu, if you want to buy some luxury goods, my recommendation is International Wanshan City. It's more comprehensive here, and the grade is also very good. Chudu snapped his fingers and said, okay, then go here. It's just as well that I'm driving over there, and you can come with me when I pass the bank on the way. Wang Crescent said in surprise, that's too much trouble for you Mr. Chu, thank you very much and I'm honored to be able to help you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Crescent started to make up her makeup in seconds. She remembers last night's meal very clearly. She had swiped tens of billions of dollars in a single day during the day, and although she didn't know what the tycoon had bought, she had spent the entire time in the conference room this morning serving tea and helping out with miscellaneous tasks. Everything is clearly visible. The two buildings alone are $30 billion. and the other contracts are in the tens of billions. In front of this young master, the money is like the bank of heaven and earths. Just swipe it. In the 4 years she had been in the business, she recognized that she had met a lot of rich people, but she had never seen such a super rich person. She knew exactly why the 10 of them had been put over to accompany this meal. But Chudu didn't leave any of them behind that day, making them think for a moment that Chudu didn't see them. But I didn't expect the reversal to come so quickly. And the opportunity was there. She wasn't just a dumb college student anymore. And after 4 years of working here, she wanted nothing more than to live the life of a human being. She's good looking, has a great body, and is a graduate student with an advanced degree. But that was also her disadvantage. Highly educated and good looking, both of which are considered good in the dating market. But it's just that this is Xinjiang. A Xinjiang account alone was enough to break her. She tried hard to find a rich guy, but she was either too old or purely for fun, which caused her to never find the right one. In fact, she didn't mind being a lover for others, but most of the rich men said they were only willing to play for 2 or 3 years before they got tired of playing for someone else. It was something she couldn't accept. She wanted a long-term meal ticket, a life as a human being, and she knew that her body was capital, so she kept herself to herself and never gave it away, in exchange for what she hoped would be a future. It's not that she can't accept premarital sex, it's just that she hasn't found a happy buyer. Let's be honest, it's just a layer that's thinner than a plastic bag, but it's really worth $1,000, even if you sell yourself for a good price. She doesn't hide her gold digging in vanity, but she's not stupid either, but it's too hard. Chudu's appearance made her see a glimmer of opportunity again. Following such a big shot, even if people only played with themselves for 2 or 3 years, the money that leaked out would be enough to clothe and feed herself for the rest of her life. But whether or not she could take down Chudu, she wasn't half sure. Gathered his makeup, then dressed in a bank workwear system, and thin as cicada wings transparent black silk, plus a pair of black pointed high heels, Imperial Sister Ol Wind came, standing in front of the bank. It didn't take more than a few minutes for Chudu to arrive. Get in the car. Opening the car door, Wang Xinyue immediately sat on the passenger side. Just as soon as she got on the car, Wang Crescent said gently and enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Chu." Chudu had already sized her up before she got in the car, and now that she was in the car, right next to her, she could see even more clearly. Slightly upturned thin eyebrows, both cheeks with blush, face like peach blossom, blinking big eyes full of seductive flavor. Long hair fell over her shoulders and her slender swan neck was white and delicate. A black uniform with a white undershirt couldn't hide the undulating peaks, especially from Chudu's perspective. It was truly a horizontal view of the mountains. Underneath the black professional set of skirt was a pair of slender legs, wrapped in black silk, with a little bit of temptation. The body was superb. Chudu nodded silently in his heart, noticing that Chudu was sizing himself up. Wang Xinyue was secretly happy. She slightly sideways, inadvertently ruffled her long hair, making it even more moving. Then pulling on the seatbelt, he passed between the bosoms, which were 3 times more erect under the tightness of the harness. Chudo asked casually as he drove, "You know a lot about those luxury items?" Involving what he was good at. Wang Crescent immediately said confidently, "Yes, because my side of the business often cooperates with a lot of luxury stores in our Xinjiang city. Plus I personally like these more, so I know a bit more." Looking at Wang Xinyu's exquisitely beautiful face, Chudu's heart rippled. Just before he swiped the money yesterday morning, he was still an ordinary person, a social cow horse, an ordinary company employee, according to the normal development. In this life, Wang Crescent would not even think highly of him. But now, Wang Crescent that was extremely gentle, with a lowered attitude, displaying a rare and unique gentle flavor. The car quickly arrived at the International City of Wonders, stopping the car as the duo walked towards the mall. A Ferrari supercar was parked here, but there were no countless brainless crowds of onlookers from other novels. Instead, many people simply took pictures and then left. Xinjiang's fast-paced, everyone is working hard for life, which have the time to have been around to see also commented on half a day. After getting out of the car, Chudu walked while secretly sizing up Wang Xinu, about 1 m tall and delicate, wearing high heels. It is about 1 m. Chudu secretly sized up Wang Xinu, while Wang Xinu also secretly sized up Chudu, dressed plainly, all hundreds of dollars of cheap stuff, not befitting his super rich status. But of course, maybe it's understated. The height seems to be 1 m. The body shape is upright. The face is handsome. Talk about not handsome shocking, but also definitely considered good. Of course, that's certainly more than a step down from the reader. Chapter 13, Replacement of Equipment. International Vientiane City, the top shopping mall in Xinjiang, where almost every luxury brand you can name is sold in outlets. For example, the familiar Dior, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Versace, Armani, Givenchy, and so on. It covers all aspects of men's and women's fashion, watches and jewelry. Wang Crescent introduced herself to Chuda while leading him in. Mr. Chu, you just said you want to buy men's clothing and watches. Then I recommend Hermes, Armani, and Zegna. They are all very good, containing both business and casual styles, suitable for young successful people like you. If you are choosing a watch, you can go for brands like Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, Breguet, etc. Chuda was only slightly familiar with these brands. He thought about it and said, okay then, go check out Zegna's. As soon as I walked into the Ermenegildo Zegna store, I was immediately greeted by several sales. There really aren't that many people at the luxury brand stores, so they're all a little more relaxed. Wang Crescent took the initiative to step forward and said, Sister Lee, this is our bank's VIP, Mr. Chu, who came especially to buy some clothes today. Sister Lee was the store manager. She wore a work uniform and said with a big smile, hello Mr. Chu, welcome to the store. Do you have a good style? Do you need me to help you recommend it? Sister Lee worked more with Wang Xinu and was more familiar with her. She had never seen Wang Xinu able to bring a VIP from the bank to come and buy clothes, so it was conceivable that this Mr. Chu, who appeared to be plainly dressed, must be a super rich man. As for why Rich was dressed like that, she didn't quite understand, but it didn't dampen her enthusiasm. Chuda roughly scanned the clothes in the store, then said, according to my figure, take 4 sets of clothes, 2 business and 2 casual. Sister Lee immediately said, okay Mr. Chu, please wait. As sales clerks, they often match clothes to customers and are naturally very good at it. Just a general look at Chuda's figure and you can go ahead and choose a match. In the end, all 4 sets of clothes were taken away, and Chuda changed into a set of casual clothes on the spot, then packed the old clothes and threw them directly in the disposal box outside. Of course, Chuda didn't just pick this one brand. There were also Hermes, Dior, Armani and several other brands, adding up to close to 20 sets, containing the 4 seasons of spring, summer, fall and winter, as well as the 2 styles of business and leisure. The total cost went out to $1.5 million. The dress, jacket, pants, shoes, shirt, tie, and belt are all included, and the price is quite expensive. But Chuda spends money without mercy. After all, there are more than 800 billion. What is the panic? Of course, the money. The system did not mention all of it in his card at once for the sake of Chuda's safety when he was on his way out. Currently Chuda has $50 billion deposited in his commercial bank card. It is worth noting that commercial banks have upgraded Chuda's bank card to the highest level. Several of the country's major banks, excluding private banks, have tiered savings cards and they are all fixed. The lowest is the plain white savings card, used by ordinary people. Then one level higher is the blue, which is sort of a little bit more petty, and then one level higher, the gold card. The level of gold card is already the class of ordinary rich people, and further up is the black card, which is a very bullish class. As for the highest, it is a diamond level card. The diamond level savings card, on the other hand, is the highest level of savings card of the 5 major state-owned banks and represents a huge amount of wealth. In addition, the commercial bank also gave Chuda a diamond credit card with a limit of $10 billion, but Chuda can't use it as all. It's funny how rich people don't necessarily need this stuff and the banks are rushing to give it away. And ordinary people need this to transition their lives and the banks are stuck with it. Very interesting. The rest of the money, all of it, was in overseas financial institutions, and as long as Chuda wanted it, he could send the amount to a number 123-456-7890 and the amount would be transferred immediately. Don't ask why. Asking is the greatness of the system. The clothes had been changed, and Chuda was going to buy a watch. These are the basic match. Before, I didn't have any money, so I didn't say anything, but now that I have money, how can I still commit myself? It's not like it's some urban Dragon King Shura war god drama, so why dress so scruffy and forcefully disgusting? When it comes to watches, of course we recommend Patek Philippe. After all, this brand is supposed to be the No.1 in watches at the moment. Some Patek Philippe watches are purchased with a capital check and some are not, but with Wang Crescent beside him, there was naturally no need for this process. After looking at a number of them in succession, Chuda finally picked out the watch he wanted. The Patek Philippe Grande Complication 6300 G010 looks magnificent with its blue dial and sapphire crystal material. Of course, the price was not bad, a whopping $31.5 million. Trudeau swiped his card straight away. Next to him, Wang Xinu was envious. She wanted to live a life of luxury as well, and as she watched Chuda splash his money around, she reveled in it, but knew that it was nothing more than a dream. Dreams and one's own reality are two different things. Coming out of the Patek Philippe store, Chudo was already in a big change, full of big luxury brands and top quality watches. Of course, there were more clothes to buy, and Chudo asked the store to turn around and send them to him. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to take so many clothes. Looking at the time, it would be more than 12 o'clock, and Chudo also felt a little hungry. He turned his head to Wang Crescent next to him and said, "Are there any good restaurants nearby? It's just the right time to treat you to a meal, as payment for your hard work." "Dinner?" Wang Crescent's eyes lit up as she said, "Depending on your tastes, there are hot pots, Japanese food, Cantonese food, Szechuan food, and so on over here." Chudo hadn't eaten anything upscale before and could only say, "It's up to you. Any recommendations?" Wang Crescent thought a little and said, "There is a Western food over here is still very good. It is the price." She looked at Chudo cautiously, wondering what Chudo thought. Although people spend money like water, but that is for him to buy clothes and watches to spend. They may not be able to let people break the bank to buy a meal. Chudo, however, didn't care and said, "Let's go. Western restaurant is indeed very expensive." Chudo probably looked at the menu, casually ordered 2 steaks or big several $1,000s, but Chudo was there to experience the life of the rich and powerful, so naturally he wouldn't consider the price. You can't have $800 billion in one meal anyway, right? The wine here was good too, but Trudeau had to drive and he wasn't drinking. The steak was good, but Chudo always felt it wasn't as good as Chinese food. It felt strange, as if the savages ate beef with random seasonings with an egg and noodles, and the beef wasn't cooked soft. He himself couldn't eat out every time in the future. He still had to consider recruiting a cook. In addition, he needed someone to clean the house as well. Of course, there's no rush on this one, because Chuda hasn't figured out which house to stay at yet. Chapter 14, Straight Talk. Due to the rectification, this chapter deleted a lot of plot. Feel the plot is not coherent. Sorry, bought so many in one go. Chudo has not even looked at it yet. It just so happens that there is nothing to do in the afternoon. Seeing that a meal was almost finished, Wang Xin still hadn't been able to strike up a close relationship with Chudu, and was just an ordinary customer and employee. She was a little anxious. It was important to realize that Chudu was not the client she was responsible for, and currently Chudu had not designated anyone as his banking assistant, so the 10 of them were competing desperately, and if they missed out today, what if it was someone else next time? Looking at the way Chudu lowered his head to eat, Wang Xinu's heart crossed. She didn't believe that there were men who weren't horny. Trudeau was wondering which sweet to look at first in the afternoon when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. 5 in the house deleted. Chudu gave Wang Xinu a meaningful look. This girl, quite good at it. Wang Xinu was also a little embarrassed by Chudu's look, but she met Chudu's gaze and said in a delicate voice, "Brother Chu." Chudu raised his eyebrows and said, "Ms. Wang, you are." 5 in the house deleted. The system also gave him a super strong body and invincible immunity against any diseases and viruses in the world on his way out. Even AIDS couldn't invade his body. So Chudu was not afraid of anything at all. 5 in the house deleted. Needless to say, he knew exactly what this beauty meant, and Chudu naturally came to the rescue. Wang Xinu saw that Chudu just pinched his feet but didn't respond. She was a little anxious. She lowered her voice and said, "Chu, I want to be with you." Chudu laughed and put down the jade foot in his hand and said, "I don't fall in love." Wang Xinyu, however, was undeterred. "I can be your lover." Lover? Trudeau laughed a little. Wang Xinyu, however, didn't care about his smile and instead said with a straight face, "It's still my first time." Oh, Trudeau finally started to get serious. "It's your first time?" To be honest, Chudu was a bit disbelieving. In the past, he always heard that banks, nurses, kindergarten teachers 3 do not marry. In the end, how messy inside, he is not clear, but often flowed out of a variety of big melon. It has been very powerful. With a figure and face like Wang Xinu, Chudu did not believe that there were no subterfuge. Wang Xinu immediately said, "Really, Brother Chu, this is really my first time. You can take me to the hospital for a test." It was only after hearing this that Chuda believed her. Dare to go to the hospital for a test, then naturally do not dare to lie, especially in the face of a rich man like him. Wang Xinyu should know the price of lying to him. To say the least, it could cost her a job and make life difficult for her in the future. Seriously, Chudu and the major banks to separate the money to deposit, direct the entire industry blocked, are easy things. If you really want to be ruthless, Chudu invested and cooperated with a lot of companies and enterprises, involving dozens of industries. It is completely possible to do a large area to block a person, so that this person cannot find a job in Xinjiang. That's the power of money. It's not true that money can make things worse, if it's the real first time. Chudu's heart was on fire. In all honesty, Wang Crescent's body and face value were first class, and placed within those high-end personal assistants of the bank, they were also top-notch existences. Wanting to be his lover is nothing more than looking at his money. But Trudeau doesn't care. He's got the money. Of course, having money is one thing, how you spend it is another. Trudeau looked at Wang Xinyu's delicate face and said, I'm more curious about how you were able to keep your first time still. You should have quite a few suitors, and you should have been in love as well. Wang Crescent was a little embarrassed, but still said, I did fall in love before, but I never gave myself away, and I didn't want to be too hasty. As for the suitors, to be honest, there are quite a few of them, but their minds are clear to me. They just covet my good-looking body and don't really love me. I'm not afraid of premarital sex. I'm just afraid of meeting someone. In fact, I'm a very realistic person. What I want is money, is a good life, can buy whatever I want, can not have to work to travel around, to play. Unfortunately, I do not have the financial resources myself. Trudeau nodded and said, so that's how it is. I probably understand. Wang Xinyue continued, I don't hide my own gold worship, but I also don't go to the trouble of ordinary people. For example, some of my suitors, their conditions can't meet my requirements. I won't go to hang them. I also have clearly told them it's impossible, and I won't go to accept their money. Trudeau took a closer look at Wang Xinu. It was a bit impressive. Wang Crescent, if he accepts to hang them, is to feed the fish, and in the end, it is easy to thunder accident. And Wang Xinyue rejected them from the beginning. Even if she found a rich man in the future, she wouldn't have all kinds of troubles behind her. Clean and dry. Awesome. Really awesome. Looking at Trudeau's thoughtful look, Wang Crescent whispered, Brother Chu, look, can I do it? Trudeau laughed. Wang Crescent is undoubtedly a smart woman who knows what she has to do and what she can't do so that she can be pleasing to the eye. He took a sip of his drink and said, I'll start you off with a Porsche. Then there's a house you can live in for a while, and the rest is up to you. Wang Crescent was excited and said, Brother Chu, don't worry, I'll be very obedient. I'll be good. Trudeau nodded his head in satisfaction and said, alright, let's try it out first then, but if the trial ends and you don't pass the test, I will also give you a breakup fee. This fee is of course the hush money, lest she go out later and say that Trudeau toyed with her, and when she comes to a small essay, it will not be very good. Although Trudeau wasn't afraid of this, it was better to do more than less. Okay Chu, I'll do as I'm told. Wang Xinu was obedient on her face, but inside she was ecstatic. Finally, the old lady has caught a chance. Just make the best of it, then the other 9 will never have a chance again. Chapter 15, The Battle in the New Room. After eating, Trudeau called out to the waiter to settle the bill, and at the same time said to Wang Xinu, I'm going to go look at the house in the afternoon, so if you're free, you can accompany me. Okay Chu, I want to see your new house too. Wang Xinu's face was filled with longing. Over $20,000 gone in one meal, and that's just for a quick bite. Wang Crescent looked at the bill and was secretly staggered. Her monthly salary was just over $10,000. It was not enough to come here for a meal. There were so many houses. Should have picked one at random. The Arc de Triomphe. The house is a large bungalow with 335 square meters and came down to a total of $92 million. But it's all renovated inside and the property has just been cleaned. After swiping the access control verification, Trudeau parked the car in the underground garage and walked up with Wang Xinu. It is a one-staircase one-family configuration, and if you don't swipe your card, you won't be able to get to the corresponding floor, which is, relatively speaking, very safe. Trudeau bought the 21st floor. 4-bedroom, 2 halls, 4 bathrooms. Design, spacious and comfortable. Standing in the high window, you can also see the distant river with ships sailing by. The night view from here is completely unobstructed, and you can experience the city at night in all its splendor. For having a lover, this kind of thing, in the past, only in dreams, now actually happened to himself. Trudeau cannot help but sigh. Life is impermanent, but Trudeau wouldn't have only one woman in his life later on, and this was something that Wang Xinu understood. She had, from the beginning, been open to the fact that she had been adopted as a result of being a lover. It was even clear that one day she might be called by Trudeau to meet with the other sisters for dinner and conversation, but it was all a matter of indifference. Working in a bank, she had seen too many rich people, and was well aware that none of them were at peace with themselves. The one who had the least had 3 lovers. That's why it's said that environment makes the man. Wang Xinu stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the scenery outside, not knowing what she was thinking. Should have probably looked around. Basically should have all. Air conditioning, refrigerator, pots and pans and so on. All very comprehensive. Completely can directly turnkey. Trudeau watched almost as long as he could, then sat on his ass on the couch and asked, "What are you thinking?" Wang Xinyue said quietly, "Look outside. This city is so prosperous. We ordinary people fight for our whole life. We can't integrate here. We can only waste our youth." Chuda said calmly, "Xinjiang is indeed prosperous. She is like a bitch. Without money she will look down on you. With money she will let you enjoy the life of a human being." Wang Crescent sighed and said, "Your analogy is good, but why did you use such an analogy?" Trudeau laughed out loud. "Feeling it, I guess." Wang Xinyue gave him a grudging look, her original mood gone. She slowly walked over and sat next to Trudeau, leaning against the man's chest. Trudeau gently stroked her hair, wrapped the soft and delicate waist, sniffed the charming aroma, and did not feel foolish. "What do you think? What about this house?" Trudeau suddenly asked. Wang Crescent nodded her head and said, "It's great. It's like a dream. I couldn't get it on my own if I tried all my life." Trudeau let out a light smile. "In the future, you'll live here. And if you can follow me for enough 3 years, I'll give you this house." Due to the book going into a small dark room for rectification, I was forced to remove about 500 words of content here. I apologize. I just couldn't put it out. Sorry readers. Wang Xinyue heart thumping straight. Follow this man in front of him, as long as he said, he can live a life of people. From now on do not have to Xinjiang this place desperately struggling. No longer do you have to think about how long you'll have to save up to buy a bag. No longer do you have to think about how many decades you'll have to hustle to buy an average house. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. Feeling that it was about time, should have patted her and said, "Get up, let's go out for dinner." "Good." Wang Xin said warmly and softly. "What do you want to eat? Do you want to eat something to replenish some? I'm afraid you're too tired." Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. The duo then got up, changed their clothes, and slowly made their way to the garage and drove off. While eating, Wang Crescent finally couldn't help but ask a question. "Brother Chu, how many people do you have besides me?" Trudeau froze and shook his head. "Nope, just you." Wang Crescent was stunned. "Just me?" She thought that Chuda had several more outside, so she would see how she could compete, but she didn't realize that Chuda didn't actually have any other women. That, indeed, took her by surprise. Chapter 16 Learning from Green Tea. Trudeau bristled and said, "Just one for now." Wang Xinu nodded slightly. "I understand." Her heart was already prepared for this, so naturally she could accept it, but it would be a little hard for her. It wasn't so much jealousy. After all, the two had actually known each other for quite a short time, a relationship built entirely on money. To say how much I like it, that's not necessarily true. One likes money, the other covets beauty. They each get what they want. Therefore, in Wang Xinu's heart, there was more of a sense of crisis. She was afraid that one day Chu Du had a better woman and didn't want her. So make sure you improve yourself. Wang Crescent, who had secretly made up his mind, planned to go back and restudy a few books. High-end Green Tea Advanced Edition, How to Pleasure a Man, on the importance of bed skills, the awakening to being underwrapped, and self-cultivation for being a good lover. She'd bought these before, but had been rather busy, so she'd hardly looked at them, and now it seemed necessary to get them out and study them closely. Also, there is a need to study more of the love action movies of all the teachers on the island next door and learn their techniques, on fancy methods of cheating in various venues, and body art grappling in tight spaces. These have to be watched and learned. There's no such thing as a man who isn't horny, unless he's broken. And men love green tea. Oh, no, it shouldn't be called green tea. There's no such thing as green tea. They're all good sisters who love their brothers. What's wrong with green tea? Green tea to you shush. No cold and hot. Green tea can also be intimate all-round, coax you to take care of you, no matter where to go, or what to do. Green tea to ask for your opinion, so that you have a kind of fully respected and to you as the main feeling. What a sister. Chuda loves green tea like this. Or rather, what man can not love it? Look at the cultural tourism and local girls are big girls, small potatoes it. That can be all the treasure directly to the local big brothers to fish into the mouth of the warped. Making up her mind, Wang Xinu softly said, "Brother, if you have someone else in the future, can you not abandon me? I just want to follow you." Gentle and coquettish voice, coupled with the flow of the eyes, and the look of pity, which man resisted? Chu Du was a little surprised, completely unaware that Wang Xinu's inner drama was so rich, but Wang Xinu, after all, gave him his first time. As long as he didn't make a big mistake, Chu Du could tolerate it. He said softly, Don't worry. As long as you behave yourself and don't make any mistakes, I won't not want you. Wang Xin you said with joy on her face. Thank you brother. Brother is the best. Love you. After eating the hot pot, the duo didn't rush back, but drove around and waited until the evening to return to the hotel for some more passion. Summarizing the previous experience, the confrontation in the second game was a bit more exciting, and Wang Crescent's ball skills improved a bit to barely make it to the defensive line. When he woke up the next morning, Wang Xinyue had already gone to work, and should have still had a message from her in his cell phone. Trudeau rubbed his head and went to clean up and wash up. Trudeau was still a bit unaccustomed to life after having money. You don't have to go to work, you don't have to get up early, you can sleep in as late as you like, and you can do whatever you want. He still feels a little unreal to this day, as if it were a dream. When Trudeau was cleaned up, he was going to go out and do some shopping, although it is said that the house, car, ticket and girl, but the basic configuration should also be updated. Like, get a new cell phone, like a new computer or something, and by the way, you can check out the building today. After spending $30 billion on 2 buildings, you can't just not even look at them. Choda came to the Huawei store and bought a Mate 999 Pro version first, and then a high-quality computer. Xincheng's resources are still more complete. The foot of the configuration of high-compatibility computers, enough to spend nearly $1 million. It doesn't always work, but he's happy. It's hard to buy me happiness with money. After getting it done, Choda drove again and went to the 2 buildings. The 2 buildings are located right by the Huangpu River and are magnificent. In the beginning, it took 8 years to build all the 2 buildings, which were mainly used for public facilities such as offices, hotels, commercial and sightseeing facilities. Both buildings are 108 floors, the height of 550 meters. There are another 5 floors underground. The building is the main building next to the podium. That is, and the main building affixed together, is considered to be an auxiliary building. The total floor area of about 1 million square meters, of which the total area above ground is about 800,000 square meters. The total underground area of about 200,000 square meters, occupies an area of about 90,000 square meters. Chudu came downstairs to the main building and looked at the 2 skyscrapers with a great deal of bravado in his heart. Trudeau wandered around the building, looking at the layout and design of the place. The podium is not too high, a total of 10 floors, and the overall design favors a shopping mall-style design. Chudu also almost made plans. Podium, then, 1 to 4 layers can be done mall body. Each layer is different, such as a layer of all cosmetics, gathering a variety of high-end brands. The second floor can be women's clothing, the third floor of men's clothing, the fourth floor of the children's such a design. Further up, the fifth floor could be considered to sell other things like everyday items, recreational facilities, pots and pans, and then there could be a gym and a movie theater left out. Sixth and seventh floors, Chudu intends to be made into a catering category, snack bars and restaurants, as well as a variety of milk tea storefronts. The 8th and 9th floors are the top parking lot, and the 10th floor is the office area. There is an uphill strip around the podium that wraps around a circle and allows you to drive up the stairs. So this top floor parking lot, too, is a great option. This came down to the entire 10 floors of the podium, all of which were arranged. As for this side of the main building, Chudu intended to have 5 underground floors, 2 floors to be used as a supermarket, and 3 floors to be used as a garage. After all, the building's floors are relatively high, and in the future, once it is fully operational, the flow of people will certainly be very large, and a 3-story garage, definitely not much. The hall on the first floor of the main building can be used as a main hall, to be used as a reception hall for the group headquarters in the future, and it can also be borrowed if there are any exhibitions. On the 2nd to 5th floors, there are conference halls, auditoriums, multifunctional meeting rooms and other uses. The conference center has a total area of 2,000 square meters of oversized pillarless ballroom with a floor height of 10 meters, and can be equipped with oversized LED electronic display and other advanced equipment at a later stage, which is suitable for large-scale annual meetings, new product launches, forum releases and other activities. Here in the auditorium is a semi-arc-shaped banquet hall with an outdoor terrace view, with a total area of 1,200 square meters and a floor height of 8 meters, which can also be equipped with LED electronic displays, projection equipment and surround sound systems later on, making it suitable for parties, wedding ceremonies and other events. Chapter 17, Old Place Barbecue Multifunction Hall is a ring-shaped distribution. Chuda looked at the design of a total of 8 rooms, different areas suitable for a variety of meetings or small banquets, with the latest video conferencing equipment, can be realized on both sides of the venue real-time interactive connection. Large-scale meetings can be set up in subgroups of the meeting room. The external ring promenade is suitable for tea breaks, working lunches, etc. Set up for the convenience of exchanges and communication with the conference participants. If it is widened to international in the future, it can also be used for international video conferencing at any time. As for the 5 floors above, Chudu intends to be 6 to 10 floors, made into a fitness area, with a gym, swimming pool, basketball, badminton, tennis and so on, to create a comprehensive fitness and leisure area. And the 11th floor all the way up to the 50th floor is the commercial area, where some of your own companies, in the future, will be transferred to. The 51st to 55th floors, fully designed as a restaurant model, all kinds of Chinese and Western food. If the 2 buildings are completely syndicated in the future, then this is its own group cafeteria. Further up, there are hotels, and then continuing is the commercial area. There's a lot of business side to it. Trudeau currently invests in various industries, and if it's ever wholly owned then it will be transferred back. For example, advertising and design companies. For example, Netflix companies. For example, live banding. For example, transportation and so on. All of them will be placed here. Enough 2 buildings, and the floors are also very high. The top, you can leave a part of the space, as an apartment, for staff accommodation. There are still some in the building that haven't moved out, but they've been handed over to Mr. Xiao, and they're in charge of taking care of it, and according to the time frame, they'll all be evacuated out within a month. Chudu also needs to find a good design and renovation company to design and renovate their future building. Outside the building, there is also a spacious parking lot. Across the street is the river. This side of the flow of people is very large. In the future, once completed, this side will be a very important commercial building. Trudeau had spent quite a bit of time looking at the building and pretty much coming up with the overall idea. He was still more than satisfied that this afternoon had not been in vain. But looking for a company is to look for in advance. After all, such a large building, according to Chudu's idea to remodel the design, but also need to measure some of the data in advance. Thinking of this, Chudu made a call to Zhao Qian, Governor Zhao. I would like to ask if there is a more powerful design and decoration company. I would like to decorate these 2 buildings of mine, Zhao Qian said in a somewhat odd tone. Say, you invested in one yourself that day. Have you forgotten yourself? I invested in one myself? Chudu was at a loss. He signed too many contracts and almost forgot about them afterward. But Zhao Qian reminded him so. Chudu also remembered, remembering that it was also a high-end design and decoration company. The cooperative shareholder? I think his name is Wang Zhenwen. Thinking of this, Trudeau flipped out the phone and dialed. Chudu. Hello. A middle-aged man's voice came from over there. Chudu also did not dilly-dally. Directly said, Wang Dong, I remember. I seem to have invested in our company. Right, Wang Zhenwen immediately said. Of course, you are now the largest shareholder of our company, accounting for 35% of the shares, Chudu said with satisfaction. Okay, then I happen to have a job on my side. You know, I bought 2 buildings from Mr. Xiao. I want to redecorate those 2 buildings, Wang Zhenwen immediately said. Chudu, no problem. You can rest assured. Our own company? That is certainly no problem. Chudu nodded and said, price, you see what to calculate. Then arrange a group of people for me to prepare to measure the data first, as well as I'm going to give them an idea of my thought process. Wang Zhenwen patted his chest and said, Chudu, you can rest assured. The price is certainly the price of our own people. You are a shareholder. How can it be overpriced? Manpower, you can also rest assured that I will arrange for you to go to the company's best manpower, Chudu said with satisfaction. Okay, then it's hard work for you. Money can be solved. Chudu does not want to use favors, although it is said that this side of the shares he also has, but the Pro brothers are still clear accounts. Everything is still in accordance with the process, so as not to say later, but also trouble. After seeing and watching, after turning around for so long, Chudu was also tired. He called Chen Shui and asked his best friend to have a meal together. Let go if you have a fart. I'm still at work. Chen Shui's impatient voice came from the phone. Of course, it was only because the 2 were particularly close that they were so casual. Chudu opened his mouth and said, get off work later in the evening and make a barbecue date? Your treat? Cut the crap. I'll arrange it. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui was immediately energized. Righteous Father is above. Wait for my child to get off work and arrive immediately. The usual place. I'll be waiting for you. It's now after 5 p.m. and the barbecue is about to start according to the time. By the time Chudu drove to the place, it was close to 7 o'clock. The old place they are talking about is indeed called the Old Place. And the full name is Old Place Shabu Shabu. This place tastes great. 20 years old. Business is still booming. Very famous in the neighborhood. After almost 10 minutes, Chen Shui rode the electric Little Blue. then parked in the planning area, which leisurely came over. Just as soon as he sat down, Chen Shui threw over a cigarette, and then looked around and said, "Yo, it's really different. It's getting rich and starting to arrange on." Chudu laughed. "Getting rich doesn't count, it's just a little bit of money." Chen Shui lowered his voice and said with a straight face, "Although it is to pay off the debt, but in the future to spend money on more places. If there is money, buy a house car, get a down payment and slowly pay back. If you don't have enough money, then save first, and don't spend it recklessly. It is not good to make money now." Chu Du said unconcernedly, "Don't worry, I'm out of coins in this wave. Out of a lot. The house and car are bought. There are still deposits." Chen Shui was surprised and said, "Crap, what the hell did you do back then? How did you save so many coins?" Trudeau hammed and hawed. "Guess." Chen Shui shook his head. He didn't bother guessing. Sighing, Chen Shui said, "It's really good. You've turned over in a flash. You have a house, a car and money. Find a date to get married in the future, and the days will slowly get better." Chudu bristled. "Getting married? Tie the knot my ass." Chen Shui said suspiciously. "What? Not getting married?" Chudu shook his head and said, "It's hard. There's a high probability that I won't get married in this life." Chen Shui fiddled with the cutlery on the table and said, "What happened? Tell me. Was it hobbled by some scummy girl?" Chudu opened his mouth and said, "That's not true. It's just that I think it's hard to get married now. Just look at the general environment." Chapter 18. Musing. Chen Shui was helpless. "Then you can't be alone for the rest of your life, right?" Chudu snorted. "What are you afraid of? I'm rich. I can just find a few lovers. Just find a long-term one. Not married anyway. Don't have to worry about those laborious and troublesome things. How simple, right? You see now. To get married, how much money? House, car, savings. Maybe the character of the other party is still an ancestor. Why would I spend money to marry an ancestor to provide for myself? To find myself unpleasant? Chen Shui thought deeply. "You're also right. With so much money, going to wash your feet every day could last a lifetime." Chudu also lit up the cigarette and said, "You count. Get married. A suite here in Xinjiang, even if cheap, but also a few million. And a car, but also hundreds of thousands of dollars. And deposits, and a variety of expenses. Add up how much? Where's the foot washing? How much is that? Even if you go twice a week and hold out for 1,000, that's only 4,000 a month. Just under 50,000 a year. And 50 years is just over $2 million. But to get married, look at the demands of girls nowadays. Fulfillment? Besides, there are so many melons every day. Who knows if one day they will explode on their heads? What's the point of getting married? To find pain for yourself." Chen Shui nodded his head repeatedly. "There's nothing wrong with what you said. So if you want to talk about it, make sure to find a good personality before you talk about it." Trudeau shook his head and said, "Who wants to get married when the cost of marriage is much higher than the cost of prostitutes and the probability is that the person you marry will be less moral than a lady?" Chen Shui thought deeply. Righteous father is wise. When he finished, he added thievishly, "Honestly, have you already started?" Chudu didn't hide it. "There is indeed one." Chen Shui gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. The two are very close." "How close?" "Between the two, there were almost no secrets. Everything could be said. Except of course, the system." The two had known each other for more than 10 years, helped each other countless times, and had long been as ironclad as brothers. So, apart from the system, Chudu didn't intend to hide much from him. Soon, the roast pork and shabu-shabu came up, and the two of them ate and chatted at the same time. "Say, now that you're rich, what are you going to do in the future? Are you still going to work at your company?" "Nope, resigned." Chen Shui wasn't surprised. "What about in the future? Are you not going to make any money in your life?" Chudu said casually, "It doesn't matter if I make money or not. The money I have now is enough for me to dash around for the rest of my life." "Envious. I have to work to make money." It's normal for people to have the idea of getting rich, but most of them lose out to reality and go to work as cowboys and horses. Chudu said smilingly, "How about I sponsor you then?" Chen Shui shook his head and said, "Not good. Brother to brother. Usually something. We help each other. A few tens of thousands of dollars is okay. Xinjiang a suite of a car. That is not a few tens of thousands of dollars can be solved. So much money, I cannot afford to pay. I still own efforts. Slowly, not in a hurry. Anyway, I'm not in love now." In fact, Chen Shui's family was originally in good condition, but his parents are sick, successive operations and sick. All of a sudden the family's savings are spent almost. Not only that, Chen's father many years ago, once lent his own brother 2 million. The results of the pro-brother later ran away. Do not recognize the account. Both sides once to the court. Has not been asked to come back to the present. Under multiple blows, Chen Shui must work hard and hold up the family. Eating a skewer of barbecue meat, Chen Shui muttered. Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to have any self-respect. One day I really can't carry it off, and I'll need you to give me a hand. Chudu laughed. Don't worry. All you have to do is open your mouth and I will definitely help you. Chen Shui shook his head and said, by the way, the 220,000 you gave me, there are still 30 to 40,000 left. I'll transfer it to you. Chuda pressed down on his cell phone and said, take it and use it. Buy something for your parents. After all, it's not easy for them to have an operation. Chudu also knew Chen Shui's parents very well. Chen Shui glanced at him and said, alright, then I'll be polite. Chudu laughed. We have this relationship. What's the point of being polite? At one time, both of them were burdened with debt and struggled to work for money. But now, with all the debts paid off and Chudu's countless riches, this meal was the most comforting one the two had had in years. It was a simple barbecue and beer, but the duo had a great time, laying down 1,000 pounds of burden and finally seeing hope for the future. Tonight, both of them drank quite a bit, and while beer was much lower in strength than liquor, you could get drunk on too much of it. Seeing that they were all a bit drunk, Chen Shui waved his hand and said, alright, it's almost time. Withdraw. Chudu nodded and said, go, check out and go. Standing on the side of the road, Chen Shui looked at Chuda's luxury car and said, cowardly. I'm really rich. The Ferrari is driving. Chuda laughed out loud and said, why don't I give you one? Chen Shui shook his head and refused. Forget it. Chuda patted Chen Shui on the shoulder and didn't say anything. Soon, the cab came and Chen Shui left. Trudeau also waited for the valet who contacted him. Maybe it was the alcohol that got to his head. Chudu didn't want to go back at all. He just wanted to indulge and experience life as he had never experienced it before. Hello, where is our destination? The chauffeur boy asked politely. Trudeau said with his eyes closed. Go, XXOO bar. Chuda had never been to a bar in all these years, and he wanted to experience the thrill of a paper-thin night. Perhaps, this is the confusion of an ordinary man who has become so rich that when he comes to his senses, he may not be so. XXOO. As a high-end bar in Xinjiang, naturally there would be no lack of luxury cars at the entrance, but a Ferrari worth more than $6 million was indeed a first-class ride. The car attracted numerous stares before it even stopped. The crowd can see clearly. Driving is a chauffeur boy. The deputy driver of the one is the main body, by the looks of it, is already drinking. The car door just opened. Aside 7 or 8 marketing rushed up. Brother, hello, welcome, brother, let me set you up. Chuda casually chose a youngster and said, you're it. The young marketing excitedly said, thank you brother, you come with me. I'll take you in. The person next to him saw that Chuda had already chosen someone, so he had no choice but to walk aside in a funereal manner. But the women around them rallied. Let's be honest. In this society, if you have money, you'll realize how proactive girls really are. You don't even have to take the initiative. You don't even have to hook your finger. There are tons of beautiful women leaning up. Chapter 19, the bar experience. But in Chudu's opinion, the quality in front of him was average, and he wasn't hungry enough for that. Followed the young marketing toward the inside. Marketing while introducing, brother, you see where you want to sit? Our place is divided into A area, B area. Just pick the best section and get a good spot. Why do you sit in the corner when you have the money? Marketing enthusiastically said, yes, brother, you come with me. He didn't even mention the low consumption thing. The bar's partitioned card seat. There is a minimum consumption, but they have seen this young master's Ferrari. That is a few $1 million of supercar. To others say low consumption? Don't look for pain. Soon, Chudu came to a card seat. The location here is very spacious. Completely can sit down a dozen people. Look up right in the center, can see the people on the stage. The location is good. Marketing brought a tablet and handed it to Chuda saying, brother, what do we want to drink? Trudeau hadn't been to a bar before and wasn't familiar with any of this, but it was good to know that there was a price tag on the back of each item. Simply turned over to. Chudu said, on this big god dragonet, 888 a set of. First on the 5 sets, and then there is this Hennessy, Martel, Moten. These are on a bottle of IC. These were the more expensive ones on the price list, which could easily be several thousand or tens of thousands of dollars. And then Chudu ordered some ordinary drinks, which added up to more than 10,000. The marketing next to it was dumbfounded. Brother, are you sure about this Dashin Dragon 5 set? Although Chudu has not played, but also heard some, the Big God Dragon seems to be the most upscale in the bar. Out to play. Of course, to play the best. Go. It's only one word, but it's succinct. Marketing gulped and said, just a moment, brother. Swipe your card. and $500,000 goes out at once. $500,000. Although Shin City was the economic powerhouse of the Divine Dragon Empire, spending $500,000 at a bar at one time was a super customer no matter what. Normally, no one spends like that except for the ingrates and the fools. Rich second generation is not unable to play. People are very smart. Tens of thousands of dollars to play can be. Casually pick up girls. As for hundreds of thousands of every day so thrown to play? Still, rich, but not stupid. You can't say there aren't any like Chudo throwing $500,000 a night at a bar. You can only say it's too few and far between. It's just a big injustice. Although Chudo does not understand, but it does not matter. More than 800 billion. If you have this money in front of the screen, you play more than he spent. Marketing enthusiastically sat next to Chudo and said, "Brother, alone?" Trudeau shook his head slightly and nodded vigorously. "Yes, alone." Marketing immediately said, "Should I set my brother up with a sister?" Chudo, with his wine, said with a glint in his eye, "Yes, but I only want high quality, so forget about average." Marketing patted his chest and said, "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely not let those ordinary people mix in." After saying that, he immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message in a group. "XO bar, top big brother, $500,000 consumption, as long as the high precision." Immediately, "There is no." At the same time, entered everyone. He thought for a moment and added, "Don't come looking for a scolding if you post a picture of yourself and over PD it." It just took less than a minute for his cell phone to vibrate like crazy, full of pictures sent by various beautiful women. Marketing immediately took the cell phone to Chudo and said, "Brother, take a look at it and call whatever you see." Chudo curiously took the phone and read it. It was a nightclub high-end group, 500 people full. But Chudo didn't care about that. He cared about these pictures that had been posted so far. I have to say, there are really a lot of beautiful women in Xinjiang, even if they are not blindly P pictures. An 18-year-old innocent college girl, a 25-year-old cold royal lady, a 30-year-old flavorful young woman. There are all kinds of them. Chudo randomly ordered 4. Looking at the style, there are pure, there are cold, there are pure desire, there are flirtatious. Looking at the age, I estimate that they are all 20 to 25. He didn't exactly trust the pictures though. He'd wait for someone to come along. Marketing quickly sent a message to the 4 men, who came immediately. Soon, Chudo's drink came up. A group of bikini-clad beauties held trays aloft and served his drink order one by one. In the dim lighting, the Shinran set and the special lights next to it dazzled and were visible to the entire room. Crap, this big brother, alone? Order so much? How much is this going to be? Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sister, he's alone. Do we have a chance? Many people were talking, and those who were far away stood up and looked this way. Quite a few girls had gathered around, wanting to sit next to Chudo, but most of them didn't have a good face value, and could only be considered average beauties. So of course Chudo wasn't interested. Chudo swayed his body to the earth-shattering music, and in such a paper-drenched environment, it was easiest for people to lose themselves. It didn't take long for a pretty girl to walk over. "Hello brother, I'm Yu." Trudeau looked up. Pretty, standard melon face. She bangs with long hair over the shoulder. Looks innocent, but Chudo also know, can mix the nightclub girls, which has what really pure, is just to see what style customers like. You really want to see it. They can change styles in less than a minute. Innocent, flirty, iceberg type, cold, pure lust, good behavior. Women, all of them, are the most fickle. Yu was wearing a white short sleeve, with a short black skirt on the lower half, revealing a smooth leg and a pair of small white shoes. Good lord, not to be outdone by the innocence route. This is indeed innocence, but it was also really pretty, and in any college, it would have been a top beauty. Trudeau patted the seat next to him and said, "Sit down." That's one of the girls in the group, along with 3 others, probably because Chudo's spending was rather ostentatious. The other 3 girls all arrived in less than 5 minutes. The second was a beautiful woman with gold-rimmed glasses, about 20 years of age, wearing a white blouse, with the kind of cool aura that could easily mesmerize. The third was a pure desire-style beauty, wearing a blue halter dress with a white stocking over her leg and a pair of little white shoes. The last one was a rather flirtatious beauty, wearing a lace semi-transparent black skirt, so short that she could almost see the root of her thighs, as well as a pair of transparent and smooth black silk, wearing black red-soled pointy-toe high-heeled shoes, flirtatious and alluring. Chapter 20. Yacht. Chudo was observing the 4 beauties, and the 4 beauties were likewise observing Chudo. A bar that can spend $500,000 a night is pretty top-notch, no matter what city you're in. But does it really open the wine? In most cases it's stocked with alcohol, and the probability of pretending is a little higher. But that's a horrible amount of consumption compared to the average person. which knows that after Chu-do saw that the four beauties were complete, he said with a wave of his hand, "Since everyone is complete, let's open all the wine and make it lively." Woohoo! The crowd was excited. The four beauties were also frantically moving towards Chu-do, wanting to stick it to this great young master. There's no way around it. He's got too much money. Chu-do was even more indifferent. Come out to play. Just have fun. As for any plum thing, it doesn't exist. The invincible resistance allows him to not be bothered by any disease at all. Even if he has an AIDS girl to play with every day, he won't get infected. Drinking, playing dice, hugging is even more casual. The four girls do not mind Chu-do's up and down, and even afraid that Chu-do is not active enough. Extremely eager to stick to Chu-do. Small hands touching. Under the red lights, the bar's lights flickered on and off, occasionally illuminating the beauty's tiny waist and long legs, her white skin tantalizingly delicate. Drinks, beautiful women, and music, mixed together in a heady mix that is addictive and intoxicating for a paper-thin time. Almost playing until close to 2 o'clock. Chu-do also drank almost enough. Looking at the few drinks left on the table, Chu-do waved his hand and said, "Okay, I had a great time tonight, but it's time to go back." Hearing this, all four of them looked at him in unison with longing in their eyes. All look forward to being taken by Chu-do and realizing the dream of crossing the class. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. Play is play. One night stands are okay. As for the long term, don't even think about it. Chu-do leisurely leaned against the window, looking out at the scenery with a smile on his face. Life is always like a dream. One day poor and desperate, the next day rich and wealthy. Life's encounter magical. Who can say? Open or not the company or something? Chu-do actually do not necessarily care. At that time is to brush money rebates. Now well, you can keep it. Just don't starve yourself later. After playing and buying, for a while, Chu-do actually didn't know what he was going to do. While driving around all over the streets, Chu-do suddenly received a phone call. "Hello Mr. Chu, I'm the staff of Starfish Yachts, the yacht you ordered from our company before. We've already done the maintenance work for you at the moment, and you can drive away at any time. May I ask when you'll come to have a look?" It dawned on Chu-do that he had bought several yachts that day, and it looked like they were the ones that could be lifted now. But Chu-do also made a mistake. Don't look at buying a yacht as simple, but there is a lot of work in the later stage. Things like yacht docking issues on a daily basis, like yacht maintenance issues. But Chu-do didn't care about money right now. Just have fun. He'd never been on a yacht before, and now that he had, he certainly wanted to experience it. Starfish had a branch in Xinjiang, and Chu-do drove his Ferrari to Starfish along the coast an hour later. Facing such a big customer, Deputy Factory Director Lin Feng personally received. "Hello Mr. Chu, let's go check out the yacht now." Chu-do nodded and said, "Go." He can't wait. Arriving at the beach, Chu-do finally saw the yacht. The full 100 feet is equipped with a master suite, guest suite, bathroom, kitchen, living room, cockpit, deck, KTV, satellite navigation, generator, radar, motorboat, and a variety of other living and recreational amenities. The whole style is dominated by blue and white, simple and generous, but also young and energetic, very suitable for young people to go out. On this scale, a dozen or 2 dozen people playing together is more than enough. In addition, a captain, car bellman, coxswain, mate, sailor, and waiter are needed, totaling about 10 men or so. As for the docking of this yacht, you can choose to dock at our company, or at a specialized port of call. Both are possible. Under Lin Feng's explanation, Chu-do also gradually understood these things. Yachts are usually docked at a shipyard by choice, or the city has a specialized mooring location, but there are mooring fees. Taking Chu-do's yacht as an example, at 100 feet in length, the current price is almost $18 to $25 a foot a day. And if you calculate based on 25, that's 25 by 100 by 365, which is $900,000 per year out of the gate in mooring fees. Not only that, there is also the maintenance cost, which is now in the region of $800,000 per year, or $1.7 million at the end of the year, even if it is not used. Also, staff need to be paid. For example, a captain nowadays would be almost $10,000 a month. Bigger ships would be more expensive. To fix the team for the long haul would be close to $100,000 a month. Another $1.2 million or so a year in expenses. Before and after, it adds up to close to $3 million a year. For Chu-do, who had more than 800 billion, it didn't care at all. Chapter 21, Preparing for the Tour. There are a lot of revisions in this chapter. So sorry if there are any incoherencies. Deleted about a couple hundred words so it'll feel disjointed, Chudu immediately said. In this case, Mr. Lin, arrange for me. Xinchang wants a long-term mooring position. I will pay directly on an annual basis. I also need the staff of the cruise ship. I believe that you starfish must have all the trained personnel. In addition, the regular maintenance every year. Notify me, it will be arranged here in your place. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This year was a stable and big customer that he had to serve. You know, high-end yachts are really expensive, and buying one may be doable for many rich people, but the long-term care and moorings and payroll, those three things can easily drag a person down, and they can't afford to support it. Therefore, the entire industry is still in a phase of relatively few customers. Most of the yacht are clubs in use to rent out to make money. For example, if you go to a random yacht club in a coastal city, there are tons of small and medium-sized yachts to choose from, rent for a day, and go on all sorts of excursions. So, clients like Chudo, who can offer millions a year, are quite rare. He immediately said, "Don't worry Mr. Chu, we will definitely make arrangements for you. When do you plan to sail? I'll match you with personnel from my side." Chudu thought about it and said, "Just for a day or two, and I'll need to fix the personnel on a yearly basis, so let's go to Sanya." After decades of hard work, now it's finally time to enjoy it. Then, Chuda swiped the card. Berthing position in the port of Xinchang. Starfish is responsible for going to contact arrangements and wages in these, together with the payment. This time when he went to the beach to play, Chudu didn't plan to bring Wang Xinu with him. For one thing, Wang Crescent still had to work, and for another, Chudu also wanted to see if he could come across other opportunities, and how inconvenient it was to bring it with him. After leaving, Chudu called Wang Xinu. "Come out for dinner tonight." "Okay, brother Chu." Wang Xinyue didn't even ask where to go. Anyway, Chudu wouldn't treat her poorly. Chudu was bored driving around on the street. Once upon a time, thinking about how to turn over a new leaf, how to make money, how to fight for a future. But now, with everything, Chudu instead didn't know what to go for. Maybe, after the average person gets rich, it's all about emptiness. For dinner Chudu ordered an upscale Western restaurant. Caviar, steak, dessert, pizza. A casual meal cost $20,000. The Gold Master's father was so forceful. How could Wang Xinu let him down? In the middle of the night, Chudu drove slowly, forced to delete 200 words here. Opening the window to dissipate the strange smell in the car, Wang Xinyue raised her eyebrows. "Brother, how did I do? Did you like it?" Chudu drove with one hand, and with the other hand, he stroked her head and said, "Good job. Later on, we'll go back and give you the keys, and I'll transfer some gas money to you, so you can drive to and from work in the future. Okay, brother loves you." Wang Xinyue put her hands on her chest and pinched the rabbit than a peach heart. Looking at Chudu was again stupid. Returning to the large flat of the Arc de Triomphe, Wang Xinyue simply cleaned up and went to take a shower, and Chudu leisurely stood by the window, looking at the night scene outside. Xinchang is a prosperous city, but if you don't have money, you'll have to drift here, running around every day to make ends meet, bending over and bowing your head for a few taels of broken silver. If you have the money, then Xinchang is a stunning beauty waiting to be loved. It wasn't long before Wang Xinyue said behind her back, "Brother, go wash yourself as well." "Good." Trudeau undressed and walked into the bathroom. The hot water washes over you and makes you feel much better all over. When Chudu finished his shower and just opened the bathroom door, he saw Wang Xinu wearing a black lace halter dress with a long black silk overlay on the soft carpet in front of the bathroom. This was forced to delete and rectify 400 words due to being reported by a dog with no account book. The next morning, Chuda left a key to her and said, "This is President Martha's key. The car is in the garage. Red. You should like it. In addition, I transferred $200,000 to you. Take it to gas for dinner." President Martha? 200,000? Wine Crescent only felt a wave of bravado that was the flavor of money. Despite her physical exhaustion, she forced Chudu's down on the bed and opened her mouth for a kiss. Forced to delete 200 words here, Wang Crescent went out and left. After all, she had to go to work. Chudo, on the other hand, went downstairs leisurely to have a meal. Just then, Lin Feng's call came. "Hello Mr. Chu, the personnel for you over here have all been matched up and are ready to go." Chudu immediately excited. Out of the sea to play go to Sanya. He counted the time and said, "Okay, then we'll leave tonight. Prepare food, vegetables and fruits, and go to Sanya." "Yes Mr. Chu, there is no problem. The yacht is currently at our berth on the beach, ready to go." What to prepare for Sanya? Normal people go to travel, go to play, are to prepare a change of clothes, swimsuit, backpack and other various things. Chu-do completely do not consider. Directly wearing a short-sleeved shorts and flip-flops, and then prepare their own bank card. It can be. Finally, putting on a pair of sunglasses, Chu-do went straight out the door. He didn't choose to drive, or it wouldn't be good to leave the car in the harbor for so long. Exiting the door and waiting for a random cab on the side of the road, Chu-do headed straight for the harbor. When he arrived at the harbor, Lin Feng was already waiting for him. Mr. Chu, come, I'll show you your moorings and the ship. The personnel are all present and ready to go. Chu-do was pleased with the attitude and the quality of service, and everything was organized without any need to worry about himself. Sure enough, money talks. Oh no, money talks. Chapter 22, Yacht Baby. The moorings are large, with special defenses against wind and waves on the outside to reduce impact, wear and tear, and ropes tied to the shore. Lin Feng led Chu-do into the cabin, and there was a group of people standing in the cabin and on the deck. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, the one beside me is your boss. Mr. Chu has already advanced your wages for the next year, so for the next year, you'll be at Mr. Chu's beck and call. On call, 24 hours a day, because Mr. Chu is the one who pays the line price 50% higher. Thanks boss." The crowd bowed in appreciation. Then, Lin Feng lowered his head again and whispered in Chu-do's ear, "Mr. Chu, you can go rest in the inner cabin. If there's nothing else over here, you can leave now," Chu-do said with satisfaction. "Okay, let's go." Lin Feng left the yacht and made way. Chu-do leisurely walked into the inner cabin, but just as he walked in, he was stunned. In front of her eyes stood 4 beautiful young women, all wearing short sleeves and short skirts with high heels, with pretty faces and slender figures. Chu-do almost thought that he had gone the wrong way, and was just about to turn around and go out, when he suddenly thought, "That's not right. This is my boat. Where did you get a pretty girl?" He craned his head around and resized the 4 men. The 4 girls held the flowers in their hands and waved their jade arms with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. "Hello boss." Trudeau was a little confused and said, "Wait, you guys are?" A girl wearing a halter top and a short black skirt said, "Hello boss, we are arranged by Mr. Lin. We are all yacht babes, responsible for accompanying you on this excursion." Yacht baby. Ah, Trudeau got it immediately. Although he hadn't been exposed to it, he had heard a lot about it, and in cities with a high concentration of yachts, there would be quite a few yacht babes who would be responsible for accompanying the bosses on their excursions. Typically, yacht babes are urban college girls, or models, and working white-collar part-timers, and so on. Moreover, yacht babe usually takes escort orders for a few hours, because most of the tourists are also experiencing it, going out for a few hours, having fun and coming back. In that sense, a lot of it is green. But where do the tourists spend more than the bosses and the rich kids? When they go to sea, they are the kind that have to be accompanied throughout the whole journey. And as to what exactly that is, I won't go into it. You know, this circle is, to say the least, not messy, and to say it's messy, it's more complicated. For the honored guests, Lin Feng naturally didn't dare to arrange a few at random. Surely he had to pick the good ones. He didn't know what Chuda liked, but it was always right to give a few beauties to a young man with bloodlust, right? So Lin Feng went and carefully picked out a few people, 2 college girls, a model, and a white-collar worker, all of them very clean sorts, with medical reports on board, guaranteed, and the body looks great. Before he came, Lin Feng had told a few of them, and although they hadn't experienced it, they were all clear about these things. Originally, they were all reluctant, but when they heard Lin Feng say that he was a handsome young rich kid, they were all moved. Lin Feng had also said that when they got on the boat, something might happen, so they should be mentally prepared. All 4 of them naturally came here after thinking it through. Chuda leisurely sat down and looked at the 4 pretty beauties, smilingly said, "That means Lin Feng has already paid you guys, and you'll be accompanying me throughout my trip to Sanya and back this time, right?" The 4 beauties said in unison, "Yes." Trudeau snapped his fingers and said, "Okay, come on, let's open a bottle of wine and have a drink to celebrate." A beauty wearing a tight wraparound skirt immediately brought a bottle of red wine from the side and said, "Mr. Chu, hello, my name is Xiao Xiao. Let me open the wine for you." Chu-do glanced at her mature and seductive figure, as well as the 2 bouncing rabbits, and said with intent, "Tiny? I don't see you as small at all." Xiao Xiao's face seemed to be a bit shy, as if she had inadvertently patted Chu-do's chest, leaned forward smoothly, and said under her breath, "Chu, you're so bad." Chu-do naturally came to the rescue, as he swept Xiao Xiao into his arms with a smile on his face. "Where am I bad?" Xiao Xiao again obediently gently pushed Chu-do, body backward, then said, "Chu brother, don't rush. We will stay together close to a month's time. Let's drink a drink first." To celebrate, sniffing the beauty's residual aroma, Chuda secretly said, a good sister in tea. After all, it had only just begun, and everyone put down their glasses after only one sip. Chuda sat on his butt on the soft sofa and leaned his body against it, chatting with the four beauties while feeling the slightly swaying cabin. After chatting, Chudu realized that the one who wore a halter top and a short black skirt was a female college student at the Xinjiang Theater Academy, a junior this year, called Lin Mingqi. Junior year there are actually very few classes, and senior year there are basically no classes, so she's kind of anxious to get a job soon, if only she could get into showbiz. Sadly, she realized after she went to the audition that the last thing that was missing there was beautiful women. As a result, she can only work as a model for now, or as an ordinary small supporting character, with no chance to get ahead for the time being. As for the other three beauties, one was called Zhao Anan, one was called Qin Niao, and one was called Li Xinran. All are beautiful women with great body and face. The four were all extremely enthusiastic towards Chudu and took the initiative to stick up, although they weren't sure how much money Chudu actually had. Just by looking at this private yacht, and this team configuration and spending, they knew that they were definitely super rich, young, handsome and rich. Isn't this the gold master of their dreams? Going from Xinjiang to Sanya for a trip, the journey in between alone would take more than 10 days. Fortunately Chudu now had all the time in the world. At first Chudu was quite interested in taking the wine and coming to the deck, blowing the sea breeze, looking at the seawater outside, and feeling the slightly rocking hull of the ship, but it soon felt pointless. It can't be helped. The sea breeze carries a strong fishy and salty smell, coupled with the fact that the sea is a vast expanse of nothing but water. There's really nothing to see. Just as Chudu was pondering, Lin Mingqi suddenly ran over with a large pile of things and said with a smile, Chu brother, look, what have I brought you? Chuda curiously glanced at it. It was actually a fishing prop. He smiled and picked up his rod and said, I haven't fished yet, so it's a good time to have some fun and experience. Chuda didn't know how to use these props, but it was good that Lin Mingqi did. Under Lin Mingqi's guidance, Chudu managed to fling the pole out. Chapter 23, The Active Woman. This chapter is deleting a lot of plot points due to the overhaul. Sorry about that. Looking at the rope line, Chuda said with a few moments of anticipation. It is said that there is a novice protection period. I would like to see it. Wait, here comes the fish? Chuda grabbed it with all his might, and there was indeed a fish hanging from it. Couldn't recognize the species, but that's okay, it's just something to have fun with. Releasing the fish, Chudo continued to fling the rod down. Next to her, Lin Mingqi sat next to Chudu, sticking very close. Chu, is fishing fun? Chudu said excitedly. It's quite fun. Look, I've been here for 10 minutes and I've already got 3 fish. Chu, do I look good? It's pretty good. Look at. Chuda suddenly reacted and turned his head to look at Lin Mingqi next to him. At this time, Lin Mingqi had already changed her clothes. A tight wraparound skirt with a short hemline, about 30 centimeters above her knees, almost exposing a bit of her butt. Chudu's mind was clear. Very objectively, Lin Mingqi did look good, but it was not considered top-notch. It could only be said to be a popular beauty, a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people, but in this circle of high precision, it was just an ordinary beauty. To say that the previous Chudu, with that amount of money, don't even think about it. Lin Mingqi couldn't even look at him. But now, with Chudu's wealth, it was normal for him to not be able to look at Lin Mingqi, just play casually, even if it's to take a lover. Chudu wants top quality. Chudu said casually, good looking. Lin Mingqi's eyes lit up, and she inadvertently grabbed Chudu's hand and placed it on her white thighs and said, Brother Chu, are my legs white and tender? Chudu lightly tapped it and said unconcernedly, it's not bad, but it's not up to my standards. Lin Mingqi was a bit gloomy. She was also clear that this kind of bigwig with a high price was bound to look at super beautiful women. But people are always unwilling to fail, and are willing to fight and gamble for the future. Lin Mingqi pulled Chudu's hand and swam back and forth on her long legs. Looking at Chudu with wide eyes, she said, Brother Chu, this is my first time. Don't look at me coming out to be a yacht babe, but all the ones I used to take were pure green orders. I'm clean. Chudu leisurely looked ahead, said carelessly, people, all have value. You hope to exchange in me here. In fact, I do not necessarily agree. Maybe you think you are qualified, but in my opinion, even if it is to adopt a lover, you are still a little short of. If you are really open-minded, I will just give you a sum of money when you get off the boat. As for what happens to you after you get off the boat, I don't care. Chudu indifferently said, zapping words that were scummy, but that was the reality. Lin Mingqi was able to come out and was not some stupid white sweet. She naturally understood the reasoning behind it. It was just a pity that she had not been able to fight for the opportunity to soar. But a woman is only as precious as her first time. Lin Mingqi also thought about the fact that she didn't know what kind of person she would marry in the future. But at least, this super young master in front of her wouldn't treat herself badly. Thinking of this, Lin Mingqi took Chu Du's arm, her pretty face leaning on Chu Du's shoulder, and said, "Brother Chu, do you like me wearing stockings, or not?" Chu Du stroked her legs and said, "I think black silk is good, especially 0D, transparent and still silky." 5 in the house deleted. It was not until noon that Chu Du got up and saw that the other 3 girls were playing in the yacht's pool. Chu Du was only wearing panties but jumped right into the pool. 5 in the house deleted. Chu Du shook his head and said, "Not really, at best it's a ping-pong, dewy love affair." When the 3 women heard this, they simultaneously looked happy. Li Xinran rubbed her bosom against Chu Du's arm. "Brother Chu, then can I enter your crystal palace?" Chu Du sized up the 3 women and smiled. "Brother's standards are very high, although you guys are very pretty. But we're also limited to yachts at most, or we can have a friendship cannon when we have the time. As for the long term, to be honest, brother's requirements are high." All 3 were discouraged for a moment. With the face value and figure of the 3 of them, looking at any university, they were all beautiful women. But unfortunately, Chu Du was now rich, and the Crystal Palace wanted to enter people, and they also wanted top-notch beautiful women. Chapter 24, taking them all down. Li Xinran's eyes twinkled and said, "Brother Chu, if you want to talk about top beauties, I know one." Chu Du reached out and took her into his arms and said, "Are you sure, oh top beauty?" Li Xinran said with certainty, "That's for sure. Brother Chu, you can't even look at several of us, so I can probably guess the look you like. I do know a bosom friend. Her body looks absolutely top-notch, and she's also a flight attendant." Flight attendants, ah. Trudeau was thoughtful. If it was a stewardess, Chu Du was just going to play around and forget about it. It was really the reputation of this circle that really made it easy for people to have all sorts of ideas. "It's a mess. That's notorious." Seeing Chu Du's thoughts, Li Xinran hurriedly said, "Brother Chu, don't worry, this bosom friend doesn't have a man." Trudeau raised his eyebrows slightly. "Are you sure?" Li Xinran nodded vigorously. "That's right. I know her. This friend of mine. It's just more like to buy things. She has always wanted to find a high-quality boyfriend. So well, Trudeau got it in seconds. A gold-digging woman, trying to sell herself for a good price. That's no problem. For Trudeau, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. With more than $800 billion in your hand, can't you solve a gold-digging woman?" He said casually. "Money, it's not a problem, even if it's a house or a car." Li Xinran immediately said, "Brother wait, I'll go get my cell phone and show you the pictures." Li Xinran didn't care that she was only wearing a bikini on her body, and hurriedly went to the side to bring her cell phone and quickly rummage for it. Dozens of seconds later, Li Xinran opened a WeChat friend's circle of friends and brought it to Chu Du and said, "Brother Chu, look, this is her circle of friends." Trudeau took it and probably flipped through it. Basically, it's all about hitting up places. What with afternoon tea, Netflix spots, or luxury goods, etc. Selfies are indeed plentiful. Everyday clothes, work outfits, and so on. I have to say, just by looking at the photo, it is indeed first-class beautiful. Not to mention the school. Even if you go to the modeling circle, you can also hang a large group of models. Li Xinran continued next to her. This bosom friend, with a height of 1.7 meters, 34 cm breasts. She also often works out and exercises. Her body is really super good. Trudeau handed back his cell phone and said, "It looks good. You can need it sometime." Li Xinran shook his hand hard. "Yeah." Although the young master didn't look at himself, he looked at his best friend. When BFF is flying high, this introductory love, it's not too much for you to pull me up. For the sake of her future life, Li Xinran immediately began to send messages to her girlfriends. And next to them, Zhao Anan and Xin Miao, both had envious faces. Li Xinran was a model and knew quite a few beautiful women in the outside world, while the two of them, a company white-collar, single and unmarried, and a senior girl, in this aspect of the resources, are really not much, but it doesn't matter. At least, one has a chance over others, right? Even if the big young master will not develop with himself in the long term, he can mix some short-term investment, but also earn awe. The two women were contemplating the resources around them, while next to them, Li Xinran had already started frantically initiating messages with her girlfriends. Not long after, Li Xinran turned to Chu Du's side and said as if inviting credit, "Brother Chu, I've already said goodbye to my best friend. She'll change shifts in a few days, go to Sanya, and take time off to play with us." Trudeau's eyes lit up and he said, "Well done." Then he picked up his own cell phone and said, Here's a reward for you. Show me the collection code." Li Xinran gladly opened his own collection code. A drop. followed by a prompt, the collection to the account of 100,000 yuan. What kind of big shot pays $100,000 for a meeting? Li Xinran's eyes erupted with a huge incandescence, and without hesitation, she threw away her cell phone and hugged Chudu, saying, I love you, brother, then sent a hard kiss. The two next to him were envious. It was only after a long time that Li Xinran stopped and pulled Chudu's arm, saying blearily, brother, why don't I follow you too? Okay, I can be with my girlfriends. Chuda patted her head and said, whenever you develop again, look a little better and have a better body. It's something to consider. Li Xinran sighed and said, forget it then. Unless I go for plastic surgery, I have no chance in this life. Qin Miao gritted her teeth. Her body moved forward, straddled Chudu's lap, hugged Chudu's neck and said, brother, I don't have good-looking girlfriends, but I have this clean body of mine, and I also want money. Thanking the system for its help, Chuda said silently in his heart. Chapter 25 Li Xinran's best friend. After about half a month, the yacht finally arrived in Sanya. Before departure, the yacht manufacturer Lin Fengside has already helped Chudu arranged in this side of the Sanya Bay to prepare a VIP mooring position. Trudeau and the gang parked the yacht and then started to disembark. The crew teams are naturally on standby and can't run too far, but they don't have to be on guard all the time, and they can go down for food and drink. As for Chudu and the four girls, naturally, they had to go down as well. After so many days on the yacht, floating around, a few people were a little uncomfortable when they first got off the boat. Trudeau glanced at the ocean view next to him and was in a good mood. When you come here, it's natural to have fun. Chuda casually asked, what do you guys think? Is there any fun places over here not to recommend? The four of them have been talking about places. Wuzizu Island, duty-free stores, travel photography on the beach, Atlantis, etc. As for anything like the Coconut Dream Promenade, it's actually pretty boring. Chudu patted Li Xinran's arse beside him and said, okay, let's get ready to drive to the car first, and then we'll buy something for you guys first and go to the duty-free store. When we were almost in Sanya, Chudu booked a car rental service. After all, it is in the field, and there is no need to buy a car. Laborious barrage. Chudu simply directly rent a car. Trudeau chose a Maybach and hired a driver. After all, he wasn't familiar with this side of the world either, so of course it would be more appropriate to find a local driver. And with money on the line, the car rental company sent out excellent veteran drivers to work exclusively for Chudu. The driver was already waiting by the side, an older man in his 40s, wearing a suit, very formal, and with a serious and composed face. Chudu took the four people in the car and then said, Master, take the duty-free store. The master said politely, hello Mr. Chu, we are over here in Sanya. There are several duty-free stores. I don't know which one do you want to go to. Chudu was dumbfounded. He had never been there before, but still pretended to be calm and said, you guys, where do you want to go? I didn't realize that all four said at the same time, Begonia Bay. The master driver sniffed and began to start the car. Chudu doesn't know much about this. In fact, this duty-free store, it's the biggest duty-free store over here. The brands are very complete. The drive from the yacht's mooring location here took almost close to an hour. On the way, a few people chattered about what all they were going to buy later and what they liked. Chudu felt funny, said, consider so much what to do. You want to buy it, but I guess it's just this one time. Run this side is too much trouble. Today strive for a one-time good to buy finished. These days will not be tossed. Yes. Thank you brother. Thanks dad. Love you dad. All four were giddy. And the driver master is also very high professionalism. It seems to be accustomed to seeing such a scene, without the slightest fluctuation, as if it had not heard. The hour passed quickly and several people arrived at the duty-free store. Let's be honest, most men can't be interested in things like shopping, especially if they are accompanying a woman on a shopping trip. In this regard, women are still very energized even after a day of shopping, while men basically start looking for couches and rest areas after half an hour. As soon as Chudu went in, he directly sat over there in the resting area, and then said to the four women, alright, from now on, this will already be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, to 7 o'clock in the evening, you guys can all look on. I'll pay for it. I'll take a rest over here, and after 7 o'clock when it's over, we'll go out to eat. With 4 hours to spare, all four women were excited to start shopping right away. Chudu, on the other hand, was sitting here playing with his cell phone, and when he needed to pay, he just went to the store next to him to pay. After 4 hours of bloodshed, all four women had bought a lot of things. LV, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Hermes, Parisienne, and so on, all kinds of clothes and bags, perfumes, lipsticks, cosmetics, adding up to $1.5 million. A mere $1.5 million is nothing to Chudo. The interest on the $50 billion currently deposited in the bank alone is an exaggerated figure. According to the current interest rate of 10% given to him by the bank, there is an interest of more than $13 million every day. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. Not to mention the fact that Chudo has over $700 billion in overseas accounts. To put it mildly, even if he gambled every day and lost $10 million, it wouldn't be as much as a day's interest earned, and he'd still be able to keep making money every day. As for whether this $50 billion will be something that has nothing to do with the bank's personal behavior of bank employees, Chudo said that it is simply not possible. 50 billion, but anyone with a brain knows what that is. With the strength of this kind of person's abilities, he could turn you out and make you beg for your life as long as you are still on this planet. So there will be no fracking attempts to hack the $50 billion. The amount of money is so large that it scares them as well. Do you have the life to take it and the life to spend it? A spending of over $1 million was something the four had never thought of before, but Chudo directly let them all experience it. The next step was to arrange for someone to take these back to the top of the yacht. Trudeau wasn't planning on staying in a hotel here. On a yacht would be fine. For the evening meal, a local, more upscale restaurant was picked, and several people dined in a private room. Lee Shinran sat next to Chudo and said with her cell phone, "Brother Chu, my best friend has arrived and just sent me a message that she's downstairs." Trudeau nodded and said, "Well done." At this time, the four women, too, had no other thoughts. The big man already has someone in his sights, so don't insist on it yourself. Although the company has been rather tiring in recent times, but these things, they can be too good to be true. No loss. Not 5 minutes later, the door of the box was knocked. Lee Shinran immediately got up and opened the door, bringing in a beautiful woman. Chudo looked up and couldn't help but see his eyes light up. Beauty, indeed. She was about 5'7" tall, and wore a pair of 5-centimeter glossy black high heels. Her features were very delicate, a standard melon face with willow eyebrows, a high nose, and small cherry lips. The honey-like red lips were brightly coated with a layer of red lipstick, so dainty that just looking at them could evoke the idea of kissing her. Wearing a one-piece dress that reveals delicate collarbones that could support a fish and white azure jade arms, a thin white belt is tied around the waist, creating a strong color contrast with the black skirt, while outlining the slim waist in a very beautiful way. The skirt came to about 10 centimeters above the knee, not too long and not too short, revealing well-proportioned thighs, legs without stockings, bare and tender white, but no flab, straight and slender. On her feet she wore a pair of high heels, the kind with a silver-pointed toe and a touch of shine. She was indeed very pretty, especially her face, and there was a bit of a seductive sort of feel to it, as if she could look at you and give you the feeling that she was seducing you. At first glance, it gives the impression of being very desirable and well-obtained. Born with the face of a mistress. Chapter 26. Negotiating with Zhang Lili. Lee Shinran had already given her a heads-up in advance, so she looked at Chudo and said, "Hello, Chu, my name is Zhang Lili. I'm Lee Shinran's bestie." She had a great voice, an imperial voice with a teasing undertone. Trudeau reached out and said, "Hello, don't be polite, have a seat." To say the truth, this Zhang Lili's body and looks, Chudo is quite satisfied. And listening to Lee Shinran, this Zhang Lili is also very clean, which is great. As for Zhang Lili likes money. Laughing, does Chu lack money? Lee Shinran sat next to Chudo, while Zhang Lili sat next to Lee Shinran. Seeing Chudo, Zhang Lili was also relieved. She had heard from her girlfriends that this young master was particularly rich, and a private yacht alone, that was worth billions of dollars. There is also the cost of a regular year-round crew and maintenance, which is not insignificant. Plus the cost of the trip, all the way to Sanya, was staggering. Rich, very rich, super rich. Zhang Lili does not deny that she is a gold-digging woman. She can accept that she is being adopted, but she is afraid that this man is too ugly to get off. Seeing Chudo, Zhang Lili did feel much more relaxed. Handsome. It's really handsome. Young, handsome and rich. He himself was willing to be a junior 4 or 5 even if he had to be a junior 5 for someone else. Anyone who can be a flight attendant and has been in the biz for 2 years knows what it's like. Almost all flight attendants would want to catch a rich man, and Zhang Lili is no exception. It's just that she's been waiting to sell herself for a good price. As for the matter between Chudo and the other 4 girls, she knew about it, but she didn't care. To be a lover for the eldest young master, what do you need to consider so much for? You are not robbing the main palace. As long as you obey and serve the eldest young master well, in exchange for glory and wealth, it will be fine. As long as I can save enough for the rest of my life, that's enough too. If you're lucky enough to give the eldest young master a child, it'll be even more stable, with no worries about food and clothing. Since there were so many people, the two sides didn't talk about anything personal. they just ate and chatted. After dinner, it was close to 10 p.m. And time to head back. But Jiang Lily was staying in a hotel, and Chudu and the others were staying on a yacht. Looking at Chudu, Jiang Lily secretly pondered if he couldn't grasp this opportunity. He still didn't know when he could run into such a super godly man. As for the usual set of holding the fish pond, Jiang Lily also pressed the useless. Not on the same level. You can fish, take the second generation? Don't even think about it. When you come across this kind of class, you have to be a lickspittle and stick it to yourself to stand a chance. Don't look at Jiang Lily has not experienced anything, but her heart is as clear as a mirror. Don't play that game of catch and release. Even as a vase, Jiang Lily knew how to be a vase with emotional value. I have to say, Jiang Lily is a smart person. Therefore, Jiang Lily very simply came to Chudu in front of the eyebrow, said with love, Chu, I have not seen the yacht. You can take me up to see it. Looking at Jiang Lily's eyes are fast pulling silk. Chudu understanding, immediately said, no problem. You returned the hotel room, directly live on the yacht, is not more able to see clearly some. Jiang Lily nodded her head and said, okay Chu, but I still have to go to my room to pack up my things. With a wave of his hand, Chuda let the driver master drive to the hotel. Arriving at the hotel, Li Xinran went up to help Jiang Lily pack up her things, while Chu Du and the few of them waited in the car. Jiang Lily packed very quickly, perhaps the things themselves are not too much. Just after half an hour, the two came down together. Then it was time for everyone to go yachting together. Coming to the yacht, Jiang Lily was indeed shocked. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a yacht before, but she really hadn't seen one this big. The average person's yacht are the kind of small and medium-sized, even if the club, there are few large, are small to bring a simple play experience on the line. But this yacht of Chudu's, it was just too big, with all sorts of advanced configurations, worthy of being a rich male. Jiang Lily beautiful eyes flooded with glitter. They have been waiting for so many years, rejected so many old men. Finally the time has come. It is time for my sister to turn over. The four women were all very sensible, and after cleaning up early, they all went back to their rooms, leaving only Chu Du and Jiang Lily. Chudu sat on the deck, blowing on the sea breeze, while Jiang Lily went to take a shower first. It didn't take long for Jiang Lily to come to Chudu's side, wrapped in a bathrobe. Looking at the lights in the large yacht, Jiang Lily sighed. I've never thought of such a life before either. Sniffing the scent of her shampoo and body lotion, Trudeau asked, what about later? Jiang Lily turned her head and looked at him with foxy eyebrows. Then, it depends on whether or not Chu is willing to show me these landscapes. Chuda let out a laugh, stretched out his arm and gathered Jiang Lily in his arms and said, I think you're a smart person. You know your position very well. Jiang Lily also fell into Chu Du's arms obediently. I've always felt that having a clear self-awareness is the most important thing. People must carry themselves, Chuda said with satisfaction. I can give you whatever you want. However, you definitely won't be able to be the big one. Jiang Lily shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. The status is different. I certainly wouldn't want that position. That's where I'm sober. Chudu became more and more satisfied with Jiang Lily's attitude. My request, too, is simple. Jiang Lily said with a straight face. Chu you say. Chudu's request could be about her future brocade. She had to listen well. It's not like there aren't any other rich people besides Chudo. Rather, it's not easy to find a young, handsome one who still has money. Chuda said calmly, no strife with other people. Even if you meet, you're not allowed to make a scene for me. You can't have any excessive contact with other men. Normal friends are fine. I won't limit your circle of friends. And in addition, be at your beck and call unless you're flying in the sky or have flown out of town. Jiang Lily listened to understand that Chudu has other women besides her and can't be in conflict. As an exquisitely beautiful vase junior, Jiang Lily naturally wouldn't make trouble for her gold master. As for other men, what a joke. Jiang Lily even intends to ordinary male friends or broken relationship, lest the gold master father angry, not to mention have any development. Fish ponds can all just choke. Chapter 27, Jiang Lily on call, that's a given. And Jiang Lily is thinking about whether she should change her job, lest she fly flights and Chudu can't find her. She immediately took a stand and said, don't worry, Chu, I won't mess with the other sisters. And if I see my big sister, I'll be very disciplined. And as for the other men, I won't have any contact with them. Trudeau nodded and said, and one more thing, just get more erotic stuff. I like it. Jiang Lily understood in a second. I'll go and pick it out. I'll buy all kinds of clothes and shoes. Then, Jiang Lily flopped back into Chu Du's arms. Then what rewards and benefits can I have? Looking at the beauty in his arms as docile as a cat, Chu Du stroked her shoulder. As I recall, you're from Shenzhen, right? Jiang Lily nodded and said, I'm currently working in Shenzhen, and the flights are all Shenzhen flying out of town. But my family is not from Xinjiang. It's from Jinmen. Chuda thought for a moment and said, a suite in Xinjiang, a 300-story large flat, and a Porsche. By the way, how much do you make and spend each month? Hearing this, Zhang Lili thought for a moment and said, my salary is not high, almost 12,000 a month, including all kinds of subsidies in it. As for consumption, I'm almost moonlight every month, and my credit card has been used. It's all small money, Chudu directly said. In the future, every month 200,000. You dispose of yourself. I don't care. With me and a piece of out to eat and buy things to spend. Another calculation. I pay. As for the house and the car, if you can stay with me for 1 year, this car will be yours. If you can for 3 years, this house will be given to you then. And when the time comes, I'll tell you to go to the closing and give it away. An industry has an industry's market. And while Chudu is certainly rich, he won't destroy the market. He could take $1 million a month to bag one, but wouldn't that be purely and simply destroying the market? How would you let others play? The whole market was soon in disarray. So, 200,000 a month is a bit high, but not unheard of in high-end circles, cf. 140,000 a month for a maid in Shanghai. As for the house and the car, with enough time to send her, there is no harm. After all, there are a lot of bosses in the South, have such an operation. They do. There's one in Minnesota, with his own boss, 2 years, over 200,000, and a Ferrari. Zhang Lili is excited to hear. $200,000 per month? The expenses of going out together will be counted separately? It's totally enough. You can still buy the luxuries you want for yourself. And there's the house and the car, which are all yours if you follow them long enough. What a generous gold owner this is to dream about. Gingerly, she immediately said, thank you, love you, said the man, initiating the kiss. Perhaps it was because he had brushed his teeth and used something. Zhang Lili's mouth still had a kind of rose fragrance that was intoxicating. Chudo picked her up in his arms and strutted inside the room. This was forced to delete and rectify 400 words due to being reported by a dog with no account. See my profile if you want to read the original. At the beginning of the storm, Zhang Lili closed her eyes and lay down in Chudu's arms and said, Brother Chu, in a few days, it can be a security measure. Trudeau leaned back and said, I don't like it. I'll just settle for something else later. Zhang Lili instantly comprehended Chudu's meaning, and her slippery tongue gently licked at Chudu's chest, saying, do you want to see? Forced to delete 200 words here. Report no account. Dog. Chuda snapped his eyes open and looked at Zhang Lili, saying with slight surprise, ha, you can take this? Zhang Lili didn't have the slightest shyness. Instead, she stuck closer to Chudu, grabbed Chudu's hand, put it on the edge of her mouth, licked her tongue on her fingers, and said in a seductive and enchanting manner, tell you something. Chuda came to the rescue. Tell me about it? Zhang Lili hugged Chudu's neck and said, forced to delete part of the dialogue plot content here. Admittedly, although Chuda had more than one woman, it was still the first time that such a proactive and enthusiastic mistress. He was moved. When we go back to Xinjiang, buy the stuff and put it in the house. I will come to you. Zhang Lili's sultry imperial voice sounded softly in Chudu's ears. Thank you. This was forced to delete and rectify 400 words due to being reported by a dog with no account. See my profile if you want to read the original. Today's harvest is not small. Not only did I find a quality lover, but I also found out that this is a moo. TSK. Looks like I'll have some fun in the future, since they all bought things for the 4 girls today. Zhang Lili, as her lover, couldn't possibly not have something to show for it. The next day at noon, Chuda brought a few people to the duty-free store again. Ginger Lily is a woman, a gold digger, but she's sober. So, she glanced uncertainly at Chudu and said, how much can I buy? Chudu said unconcernedly, take your pick. Ginger Lily froze for a moment, gulped and said, are you serious? Chudu laughed. How much can you only buy? It's not that I'm looking down on you. You just want this store. I can afford it all. Just pick whatever you want. Zhang Lili sucked in a breath of cold air. This gold master father found the right young, handsome, and super fierce and super rich. Simply, Zhang Lili came to Chudu's ear and said, tonight, you just enjoy the whole thing. I'll let you feel what it means to be fully automated. After saying that, he kissed Chudo, turned around and went to the store next to him. Chudu's heart was immediately filled with anticipation. Chapter 28, going back. This chapter is deleting a lot of plot points due to the overhaul. Sorry about that. In the end, Zhang Lili bought a bunch of luxury goods that added up to more than $1 million. Chuda directly asked the clerk to arrange for delivery to the yacht, while a few of them began to swim. Now that you're here, how can you just buy things? Of course you have to travel along the way. Although the internet said, this side of the travel is very pitiful. But for Chudu, there is no difference. Just buy a happy. The daily interest is enough to produce a multi-millionaire. What do you care? Having been floating on the ocean lately, several people were tired of playing in the water and wanted to see downtown instead. So the crowd set out to wander the streets of downtown Sanya. A few people arrived at the Chippendales to watch the rendition. To be reasonable, should have felt that this thing was pure bullshit, but he still accompanied a few people to take a look. By the time I was done watching it was after 7 p.m. Trudeau stretched and said, "Want to go somewhere else to play no?" Several people shook their heads and said, "Let's eat." Sanya's rice, not very good. And a lot of times with the flavor of the sea tide, Chudu always feels strange to eat. John Lily took a leave of absence for only 3 days, because at first he was not sure how Chudu was really doing, and did not dare to take a leave of absence for too long. Now, both parties are very satisfied, but the 3 days of vacation passed quickly. This book is also not a travel article. Detailed tour will not bother to write, so that you do not say I water plot. Go to travel around yourself will know. John Lily packed up her things and took Chuda's car to the airport. Looking outside, John Lily sighed and said, "BB, after I go to work, I'm afraid I'll rarely be able to see you. It's just too hard for me to go on 2 off 1. Chudu smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? I'll play for 2 more days and I'm also ready to go back. When I go back to send you a message. When you take your next break, call me. I'll take you to see the house and car." John Lily kissed Chudu and said excitedly, "Thank you." Trudeau smiled without saying a word. 5 in the house deleted. John Lily had already left, and there was no point in Chudu playing any longer. Played with the 4 girls for 2 more days, then bought a plane ticket back together. When I came, I had already taken the yacht, and naturally I didn't want to torture it again when I went back. What about 10 days? It was too boring to be at sea. As for the yacht, just let the crew drive it back themselves. At this time is not what the tourist season. The plane is not many people. First class is only a few people. Chudu. Li Shinran's 4 daughters also knew that after this trip back, I'm afraid that we would never cross paths again. Maybe someday when the youngest wants a change of pace, he might ask them out once. However, the chances are not good. On the contrary, Li Shinran may be better. After all, there is such a bosom friend in. Took advantage of a little. Munchy 3 people well, even if it, after landing, Chudu also did not send them. Anyway, the transfer of money in the past few days are quite a lot. The 4 women respectively gave Chudu a kiss goodbye, which one by one taxi away. Look at the bystanders, a burst of envy. What dog man not just handsome, how 4 beautiful women kissed him goodbye Where is God's justice? It's the weekend and Wang Crescent is resting at home. Chuda had told her before she got on the plane, so Wang Xinyue had prepared the meal as well. 5 in the house deleted. After 2 consecutive hours, Wang Xinyue finally fell asleep on the sofa. Chudu, on the other hand, was refreshed and went to take a shower and then eat. Lying in bed at night, Chudu did not toss Wang Xinu again. The 2 of them just watched TV while chatting. "Chu, how do you feel after going out for almost 20 days this time? Did you have fun on the yacht?" Wang Crescent was still curious about the yacht. She knew that Chuda had it when she signed the contract and swiped the card. It was at the bank, but she had never seen a yacht. Chudu thought about it and said, "It's okay. Anyway, when I first got on the yacht, I played okay, then I stayed for a long time, and I got tired of it, and I flipped over and over again, just those 2 times. Wang Xinyue leaned on Chudu's chest and asked softly, "As I recall, you told me that you went alone." Trudeau laughed a little. "I am not counting the crew ones." Wang Crescent let out an "oh" and then added, "So have you met any new sisters?" Chuda didn't avoid it at all, nodding his head directly and saying, "Yes." Wang Crescent heard a burst of loss, but she also understands her own position. Just to die as a third party. This kind of thing, of course, it is not her turn to control. Still, she said, "Chu, no matter what, you still have to be safe." Understanding. 5 in the house deleted. Wang Xin, you didn't say anything else, just silently sticking to Chudu. This time, it gave Wang Crescent a reminder that Chudu would have a lot of women, and that he was in a crisis. To say that like Chudu, that may not be much at the beginning, but think Chudu handsome, rich, they want to stick to such a rich man, in exchange for resources. Of course, there was something to be said for day-to-day affection, and the current Wang Xin you did have feelings for Chudu. If you can't be the main court, then you have to be a big sister within your lover. What does a woman do to catch a man? Don't listen to any bullshit. To capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first. This is pure bullshit. Have you ever seen a guy get abducted because his mistress is a good cook? It's all because the mistress is flirtatious and pretty and can be satisfied in bed. 5 in the house deleted. Chudu naturally understood Wang Crescent's thoughts, and he didn't say anything. It's good to have the pressure of competition, because when you compete, don't you end up pleasing him? He's still the one who benefits. So what's to be afraid of? Chapter 29, Completion of the Building. Sorry for deleting a lot of plot in this chapter due to the overhaul. When I woke up, Wang Crescent had already left for work. Oh yeah, it's Monday. But it's not like Chudu doesn't have anyone by his side. John Lily sent a message last night and landed at the airport at 10 o'clock this morning. Trudeau happened to accompany her today to look at houses and cars. House well, but also simple. Next door to the flat. Chudu also has a set of large flat. 300 square meters or so. Completely enough. What's a neighborhood to be afraid of? Chudu dares to raise fish, so he's not afraid of being known. The car, having bought so many in the first place, came in handy. Porsche 718, price over $1 million. Red color, just right for a girl. When Jean Lily pulled her suitcase out of the airport, she saw Chuda standing next to a car with a smile on her face. Jean Lily's footsteps were a few points lighter. Ignoring the gazes of the bystanders who saw her stunned, she quickly stepped in front of Chudu and gave Chudu a big hug. Did you miss me? Chudu touched Jean Lily's hair and said, of course I want to. This is not specifically to pick you up. With that, Chuda put the suitcase in the front trunk and said, get in the car and go. Jean Lily was wearing a stewardess outfit with black transparent stockings underneath and a pair of 3-centimeter high heels. Elegant and dignified, but with her enchanting face and seductive eyes, she looked extraordinarily flirtatious. After getting into the car, Jean Lily curiously said, is this your car? Trudeau shook his head and said, soon it will be yours. Jean Lily froze for a moment, then said in surprise, really? This is a Porsche. More than $1 million. You really give me? For high-end products, Jean Lily can be said to be familiar with. Naturally can recognize this car. It's not exactly a top-of-the-line luxury car, but at over $1 million, it's not something everyone can afford. Chudu's face was calm. Now take you to see the house. And later the keys to both the house and the car will be given to you. Jean Lily's face flushed red. If it wasn't for the fact that Chuda was driving, she would have definitely rushed up, drove the car and was soon back in the neighborhood. The Triumphal Arch neighborhood and Wang Crescent are in the same neighborhood, just different buildings. Both sets of houses are large flat. When Chudu but bought a lot. This house area 303 square meters, less than that side of about 30 square meters. The price is $83 million, with a price of close to $300,000 for a square meter. It was a high-end neighborhood even in Xinjiang. Having shown Jiang Lili the house in car books, Jiang Lili also knew the price of the house. More than $80 million. She thought to herself that even if she sold herself, she wouldn't be worth that price. So what to do? Serve him well, of course. Afterwards, Chudu gave her both the house key and the car key and said, in the future, you will live in this house, you will drive the car, and I will transfer money to you every month. As long as you are obedient, you will have everything. Jiang Lili nodded her head vigorously. She could sort of see that Chudu was a rich second generation, even a super rich second generation. What average rich kid can spend close to $100 million on a lover? She would never leave Chudu even if she sacrificed more. This was a chance to cross over the life hierarchy. It's good to have a chance once in one's life. And you want to miss it? Gingerly excited, she ran around the large flat and looked at her new house like a dream. Even though it is under the name of Chudu, and she is only temporarily living there, John Lily knows that as long as she is obedient, as long as she does not make any mistakes, after 3 years, the house and the car are all hers. How many people dream of a house and a car in Xinjiang, and now they have all of them? Although it was exchanged for 3 years of her own life, Jiang Lily did not regret it. Many people, who want to change, don't have the access or even the capital to do so. 5 in the house deleted. Jiang Lily didn't know how to cook like Wang Xinyue, so the two of them ate takeout for the day, mostly just too lazy to run out. The next morning, by the time Chuda got up, Jiang Lily had already left as well. Chuda stretched his waist. This daily nothing to do. Also quite boring, just to see how his building is doing. I had just finished washing and cleaning up when suddenly my cell phone rang. Hello Chu Don. The caller was Wang Zhangwan, and Chu Du had a note. Chudu had previously acquired a number of companies, one of which was a large renovation company, and Wang Zhangwan was precisely one of the shareholders, as was Chudu. The decoration of the building was given to Wang Zhangwan, who called at this time, so he must have already taken care of it. Chudu also said politely, hello Wang Dong. What's the matter? Wang Zhangwan immediately said, earlier Chu Dong gave a job. Currently the twin building has been completely renovated, all done according to the requirements, and it can already start to be put into use. Trudeau breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed good news. He returned, then it will be hard for Wang Dong. Later I will take a look and prepare a plan. turn around and have dinner together. Ah, no way. When Chu Dong is free, it's only right for me to treat you to dinner. The two were polite for a few more moments before hanging up. Trudeau took a random Lamborghini and headed straight for the building. Arriving here at the twin buildings, Chu-do looked up and saw that the two buildings were unusually majestic and imposing. Here there are still workers checking. Chu-do probably looked at it. The basic decoration is according to their own requirements to design. Also really more satisfied, now that the renovations are taken care of. Next, it's time to get the company. Although Chu-do has not opened a company, and he will not open a company, but he understands one thing: professional people do professional things. Amateurs do not easily interfere. As an owner, you just have to be able to grasp the whole picture. Therefore, Chu-do decided to look for an assistant first, and had a professional team to take care of both opening and managing the company. As for whether or not the team would screw themselves, Chu-do said LOL, ask them if they dare. These two buildings alone. Fools know that this boss has an unusual background. Who dares to pit? Taking a little bit of hard-earned money privately or something, that's normal. It can't be completely clean, but in the general direction, it won't screw him over. Mess with rich capital. Just one incident and you're done. Chapter 34, Footsteps on the main character and embraces the heroine, Big Brother's bounty. Plus seeing the building after the turn has been noon. Chu-do casually in the roadside to find a restaurant, a simple meal, and then began to look at the search for talent. For finding talents, Chu-do only knew about the job market, and headhunters. But the job market, I guess, is too lucky to consider, and it's better to let a professional headhunter make the connection. But Chu-do doesn't have a headhunter in his name, so it's still up to the bank. After all, no one can match the bank's network of connections. He immediately called Zhao Qian. As the president of the commercial bank, Zhao Qian's connections naturally do not need to be said. Hello Mr. Chu, long time no see. Zhao Qian's enthusiastic voice came from the phone. Chu-do also said politely, recently blindly played a pass. This is not just Backit, just as my building is installed. Ready to open the company. Wanna find some high-end headhunters? Look at Zhao Governor this side to recognize do not know. Give an introduction. Zhao Qian was overjoyed. As far as he knew, Chu-do had $50 billion in deposits, and all of it was in his side of the commercial bank. No other bank. He naturally wants to do everything he can to serve such a superb client. He is not afraid of people bothering him. He is afraid of people ignoring him, and that's when things go wrong. Zhao Qian immediately said, Mr. Chu, don't worry. I do know a few company bosses here. All of them are headhunters. I'll send you the number later. Chu-do smiled and said, thank you, Governor Zhao. Then, where are the words? Mr. Chu is our bank's most valued customer. This is all proper. By the way, I took the liberty of asking what kind of talent Mr. Chu wants. Perhaps I can help. When Chu-do heard this, he felt that it made sense, and that if Zhao Qian knew it, it naturally wouldn't be bad. So he said, on my side, I'm going to open a conglomerate to consolidate the companies under my name. So I'll need assistant secretarial corps, as well as people with experience in managing large conglomerates. Zhao Qian immediately understood. He was present when the contract was first signed, and he remembers every contractual transaction clearly. Chu-do bought quite a few shares of the company at that time. Some of the company bought some of the shares. Some of them directly packaged all of them. Now Trudeau wants to consolidate, which is normal. He immediately said, all right, Mr. Chu, please wait. I'll make arrangements for you right away on my side. After hanging up the phone, just 30 seconds later, Zhao Qian sent a message with a number and a sentence. Bowl high-end headhunting. Yang Wank. Instead of rushing to make a call, Trudeau opened a memo and began to record the integration. Not completely shares. Chu-do are not going to consider. After all, there are partners, other shareholders, and not his one word. But the companies acquired with full authority, Chu-do can naturally handle. Trudeau probably looked at several companies. One is a clothing factory, which includes design and manufacturing, men's and women's clothing, medium grade, a high-end Western restaurant and a high-end French restaurant. There is also a real estate company that has developed 2 properties, but they are ordinary neighborhoods, nothing of note. There are 2 other schools, a middle school and a high school, both private, 2 homes for the elderly, 1 orphanage, and not many people in them. In addition to these, there are 4 other media companies, one of which is a movie and television media company, 1 is a live streaming media company, and 2 are Netflix media companies, and a security company. These, all of which are companies wholly purchased by Chu-do, and as for the others, all of which have other shareholders, are disregarded. Chu-do naturally had the contact information of these company executives in his hands, and he directly and straightforwardly sent a message to these executives, requesting that 1 hour later, they would come to the Twin Towers to meet him here. Then, Chuda called Yang Wenk. The call was quickly answered. Mr. Chu, hello, just now Governor Zhao has already told me. I've been waiting for your call. Yang Wenk's voice came from the phone. It was a man of about 40, with a thick voice. Chu Du was also very polite. Sorry Mr. Yang, there was a bit of a delay just now. Yang Wenk naturally wouldn't care about this. Mr. Chu is polite. I've heard that Mr. Chu needs some people on his side. I don't know if Mr. Chu has any specific requirements. Talking about business, Chudu got in the spirit. It's like this. On my side, I need 2 drivers for the time being, to be on call 24 hours a day on a rotating basis, and a corps of assistant secretaries, tentatively 5 people. In addition, I need executive types with experience in managing large, consolidated conglomerates, and I need several of them, too. These are the ones Chudo checked. The old boss's driver cannot be only one. A person also cannot stay down at any time to follow. 2 drivers take turns on the normal more. Many big bosses have more than one driver. In addition, the secretary side, Chudo needs the secretary to be responsible for too many companies and things. 1 person is also definitely not enough. 5 is more or less the same. As soon as Yang Wenk heard it, he knew that the list was really big, but he was also well aware of Chudu's strength, something that Zhao Qian had already reminded him of again and again. Yang Wenk immediately said, Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I'll immediately arrange for someone to check the database, and in addition go and ask for new talent for you. In that case, thank you, Mr. Yang. No way. It's my honor to help General Manager Chu. After a few moments of pleasantries, both parties hung up. Chudu didn't call anyone else either, but quietly waited for the various company executives to arrive. Within an hour, a total of 14 companies, factories, schools, various executives, principals holding down have arrived, both male and female. Although these executives had never seen Chu Du, they had all seen Chu Du's picture and knew that the very handsome youth in front of them was their big boss behind the scenes. Chuda looked at the 14 people and cleared his throat. I called you all here today because there are some things that I want to talk to you about. First of all, these 2 buildings you see in the back, they're both mine, and I'm now going to relocate all my companies and merge some of them, so you guys can say what you have in mind. And also, which company's address is rented and bought. Say that as well. The crowd was at first unsure of what Chuda was going to say. They were all a little nervous, and when they heard this, they were relieved and began to tell. After some response, Chuda also knew something about the situation. The clothing factory and the school, both of which were bought plots of land, and, considering the special nature of the clothing manufacturing factory and the school, it was also not appropriate to move over. This can be disregarded. Also, orphanages and homes for the elderly, which are special and not suitable for moving to a building, can be skipped. As for those other companies, all of them are rented, except for the movie and media company, which bought the address. After all, these days, business is tough and costs are being squeezed as much as possible. Chapter 31 Planning Chuda frowned slightly and said to the head of the movie and media company, If we sell that side and move to this side, is there any impact? Can we move? The person in charge immediately said, No problem at all. Don't worry Mr. Chu, everything is fine over here. Trudeau hummed and said nothing more. Film and media, in addition to the company, has a film city and a short play city, built specifically for filming movies, TV shows and sketches. It's also worth its weight in gold. Naturally, Movie City and Sketch City won't be moved, but there's no problem moving the corporate office area over. According to Chu Du's idea at the beginning, this side of the podium is a large shopping mall, where Chu Du intends to attract business and find merchants willing to cooperate to move in. Whether it's shopping, fitness, theaters, restaurants, there are countless businesses, and these 2 buildings in Chudu are very conspicuous. Once the advertisement is out, there are many people who want to cooperate. The parking lot and office area on the top floor won't need much treatment. As for the 2 main buildings, not to mention, the ground floor alone has 5 floors. Chudu's original plan was to use the 2 underground floors as a supermarket and the 3rd floor as an underground garage, which is fine. He even considered whether there was enough room in the underground garage, but when he thought about the fact that there was a parking lot outside the building, it was about right. The 1st floor is definitely the lobby, which naturally goes without saying. The 2nd to 5th floors, on the other hand, are used for conference halls, auditoriums, multi-purpose meeting rooms and other purposes, all of which were planned at the beginning and all of which have been renovated according to this program. The 6th to 10th floors are the fitness area with gymnasium, swimming pool, basketball, badminton, tennis and so on, creating a comprehensive fitness and leisure area. And the 11th floor all the way up to the 50th floor are commercial areas, these places that are for these companies. Chudu also thought about it: clothing factories, schools, homes for the elderly, orphanages. Real estate companies do not move. As for the Western and French restaurants, our high-end restaurants, also do not intend to move. Then all that can be moved are 4 media companies and a security company. Trudeau plans to merge the 4 media companies. There's no need to separate them so much. Different directions in different areas would be fine. For example, one area on the film and media side, one area for live anchors, and one area for Netflix short videos. But these companies also cover a large area, as they need various rooms for practicing dancing and singing, as well as dressing rooms, check rooms, and so on. There are also individual live rooms for anchors, offices and conference rooms for each branch, etc., all of which require a lot of space. Chudu for this purpose to vacate 11 floors to 30 floors, all belong to the media company. After the merger, it will be called Star River Culture and Media Company. As far as security companies go, it's fine to have field rooms where you can train, with rest areas and showers. Security company, mainly training all kinds of bodyguards and security guards. Chudu's mind moved. Bodyguards? Why don't you train a batch of your own and keep them by your side? After all, there will definitely be many inconveniences when you go out in the future, and having bodyguards will indeed be much better. However, Chudu had also read their profiles, and the current bodyguards, all of which were aimed at ordinary tycoons, were not up to his requirements. Increased training and continued recruiting were the next tasks he would give the security company. There are still 31 to 50 floors in the middle that are temporarily vacant, and Chudu didn't think about it, so let's just leave it for now. Further up is the cafeteria, with both Chinese and Western food, and in the future it will be the cafeteria for the whole group. Many schools and companies outsource their cafeterias, and then there are all sorts of food safety and hygiene problems, as well as arbitrary charges, and people end up eating outside. Trudeau wasn't prepared for that. He's going to recruit chefs to become Star River's own employees, chefs who eat the same meals themselves. It's a lot easier to cook for your own people and eat for your own people. As for the price, Chudu according to the market price of 80% offset on the good. After all, our staff meals, set so high dry. In itself, it is for the benefit of the employees. You treatment up. The employees' work do not need you to urge, because he is more afraid of the company closed down than you. He will have no good place to go. Lovely MK-sist Fat West came up with a social experiment that proved that corporations can still be fully profitable with fully guaranteed worker vacations and benefits. It proves that the reason why workers are poor is not laziness but exploitation, and that the essence of 996 is not the backwardness of productivity but the greed of capitalists. Chudo isn't purely for charity either. It's just a normal system. He decided that as long as there were no special circumstances, everything would be on a normal 8-hour shift, with double weekends and holidays off. Of course, this one doesn't apply to stars on the movie and media side. He was targeting just regular employees. Everything was going to and from work according to the rules. There was no need to work overtime. What's the point of leaving work off duty when you can do it on duty? It's still the same thing. You just have to be able to have normal pay and benefits. And your employees are much more motivated to work than you are. Because out of this door, he couldn't find a second such company. The 56th through 70th floors are all hotels. Star River's own hotels. Further up, the 71st through 90th floors are slated to be commercial company areas as well. But at this point Chudo hasn't wholly acquired that many and has put them on hold for now. As for the 91st to 100th floors, Chudo planned to make them into staff apartments for everyone to rest. The last 8 floors are office areas, such as, for example, Chudo's office. The design of the 2 main buildings is basically the same, and that's how Chudo was planned. The company relocation was given to these company heads, and they all said they had no problem with it. But with such a large company, several of them, to relocate is not something that can be done right away, and it gets complicated with all sorts of things, and quite a few valuables. But relocation is inevitable for future long-term development. It takes almost a week to 10 days to find a couple of professional movers, pack up over here, move, and then unfold again in the past. That was fast enough. Things and tasks were explained separately to these people below, and they were let go. Chuda looked at the 2 buildings and was overcome with emotion. It's been a month of change, and it's just too much. A month ago, he was just a cowhorse struggling to find a way to make money daily to pay off his debts. And now, with nearly $1 trillion in assets in hand, there were 2 beautiful women waiting for their call at any time. There are so many opportunities for change in a person's life. So many ups and downs that no one can say. Just then, Chudu's cell phone rang. He looked at it. Ha, Marshall Chen? Picking up the phone, Chudu leisurely said, Yo, what's up? Over there? Chen Shui sighed and said, will you be free in the afternoon later? Come out for a meal and a drink. Chuda certainly had a lot of time on his hands, and he came straight back with, when? Where? 7 o'clock. Usual place. The conversation was simple and hung up after that, but Chuda listened to Chen Shuai's tone. It seemed that he wasn't very happy. Was he encountering something? Chapter 32 Information. This chapter is deleting a lot of plot points due to the overhaul. Sorry about that. Evening. Old place Shabu Shabu. 7 o'clock. Chudu looked at Chen Shuai and said curiously, what's wrong with you? Looking in a bad mood. Chen Shuai lit a cigarette and said with a somewhat low mood, yes, resigned. Chudu frowned and said, what's the situation? Come on, tell me in detail. Chen Shuai opened a bottle of wine and took a big gulp before narrating it. But it's not all a big deal. It's just some things at work, taking the fall for his boss, plus a forced rectification and a fine. Chen Shuai resigned in a fit of pique. Chuda shook his head and said, okay, shit, find another job. Don't want to find it. I have a company here. You come or not? Chen Shuai refused. Forget it, we have this relationship. It's not appropriate for me to go to your company. The relationship is good, but people are together for a long time. Friction is inevitable. In case of conflict after work, how can the two get along? Chen Shuai felt that it was better not to be affected by this for brotherly love. Chudu also felt reasonable. Said, okay, then you look, and then find a job. There is something to say to me. We have this relationship. Chen Shuai bristled. I've never known what it means to be polite with you. After saying that, both of them laughed out loud. After drinking close to a case of beer, Chen Shuai said somewhat helplessly, my mom has been urging me to get married on a blind date lately. Dating? Marriage? Trudeau was in a bit of a trance. Those two words were a little distant to him. He asked, so what do you think? Chen Shuai looked up at him and said, are you stupid? Do you think, in my current situation, I can find someone? Trudeau thought for a moment. Although the external debt has been cleared, the job is now gone, and I don't know how the next job will be. The family's house and car are old, and if you want to find a date, you have to buy a house and a car. So how can you have that kind of money? Chudu is also speechless. You say, this situation your mom also know. Rush, what a rush. God knows. Chen Shuai ate a mouthful of barbecue, feeling that life was boring. Suddenly Chen Shuai said, seriously, you are still ready to get married. You are now in this condition. Want to find a large number of objects. You can't really be alone for life. Chudu said indifferently, didn't I say it? I have someone outside. If I get married, I won't consider it. I'm tired. And that's it. Chen Shuai nodded and said, okay, you think clearly on the line. Anyway, within a few years, I estimate that I will not talk about marriage. No money. Chudu also took a big bite of meat and wine and asked, marriage? Ah, if you want to talk about it, lack of money with me. Chen Shuai just shook his head and didn't say anything. The two have known each other for more than 10 years, almost 3 big iron relationships. Naturally, they can say anything and know each other's thoughts. The pressure of life still exists, and although Chen Shuai resigned, he rested for 2 days and was ready to find his next job. While he was eating, Chudu's cell phone rang, and at a glance, it was Yang Wank. Hello Mr. Yang. Trudeau picked up the phone and was polite. It's a courtesy and has nothing to do with money. Yang Wank also said with a smile, Chu Total. Sorry to bother you so late. Is this way? According to Chu Total your request, we expedited today to check the database, as well as to go outside and also look for a bit. Currently there are a number of eligible. You see, Chu Du sniffed, came to interest. In this way, Young Total you send me the information first, send my cell phone on it, and then arrange, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Let them go to my twin building downstairs. Ready to interview. Yang Wank agreed with alacrity. After hanging up the phone, in less than a minute, Chudu received the information sent by Yang Wank, which showed the importance Yang Wank attached to Chudu. Chen Shuai asked curiously, what is it? Chudu drank while looking at his cell phone and said, nothing, it's not opening a company, recruiting some people. Chen Shuai drifted off and buried his head in dry rice. The information could go back and read it again. Chudu and Chen Shuai drank wine and chatted idly, and time passed without realizing it. Seeing that it was already past 10, Chen Shuai got up and said, go, check out and go. Chen Shuai still rode the shared trolley, while Chudu found a chauffeur and returned to Wang Xinu. Wang Xinu didn't sleep. She knew that Chudu was coming tonight and had been watching TV. After Chudu entered the door, Wang Crescent quickly stepped forward, but smelled the smell of cigarettes and alcohol on him. Wang Xinyue hurriedly went to make tea and brought it over, saying, Brother Chu, if you drink some tea, you'll feel better. Of course Chudu would not get drunk. He had the help of the system. His body had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, and it was normal for him not to get drunk from 1,000 cups. Still, Trudeau drank his tea and lounged lazily on the couch. Wearing a black lace nightgown, Wang Xinyue sat beside Chudu and just wanted to ask Chudu if he was dizzy, but she saw Chudu's incomparably awake eyes. Brother Chu, you're not drunk? Wang Crescent was a bit puzzled. Chudu said smilingly, I'm a good drinker. Of course I'm not drunk. Wang Crescent Moon instantly fell on Chudu, looked at Chudu's eyes, and said seriously, Brother Chu, you really look so handsome. Chudu cried and laughed. I saw how serious you looked. I thought there was something going on, but you ended up giving me this? Wang Crescent Moon pressed herself against Chudu's face and said, but, you're really handsome. Chudu lay on his back, holding Wang Xinyue in his arms and said, what's the use of being handsome? These days, everyone is looking at money. Wang Xinyue arched over Chudu. But brother, you are handsome and rich. Chudu just smiled and didn't say anything. Looking at Chudu, Wang Xin said with a bad smile, Brother Chu, people say that being full makes you want to eat. You said that you've just had enough wine and food, but I'm still hungry. 5 in the house deleted. Wang Xinyue lay next to her and drifted off to sleep. Only then did Chudu open his cell phone and check the information Yang Wenk had given him. The information is very detailed. Regarding drivers, there were 5 applicants. Trudeau probably looked around, and only one person fit. It actually takes a lot to chauffeur a big boss like him. For example, be careful about keeping secrets, and wherever you go, pretend that you are deaf and blind and have seen and heard nothing. You must also have a calm personality and neat appearance, and you must be a good driver, and you must have a lot of time on your hands, because the boss will call you out at any time. It's more like you can't drink or anything, and you have to pay attention to washing your car often and many other details. Based on resume and appearance alone, Chudo saw only one person who fit the bill. Chapter 33, Ruyan Emperor retired from the army. Ning Lei, 35 years old, from the line of duty, with 2 old men at the top, a wife in the middle, and 2 children below him, and in great need of a good wage. Chuda believed that people trained in the army must be much tighter in their mouths than ordinary people. Next came the Assistant Secretarial Corps, and in this regard, Yang Wenk sent out information on a total of fully 20 people. Trudeau went from person to person looking at each person's resume in detail. This is too ugly to work. It doesn't have to be a subterfuge, but you can't keep such an ugly one around. You're not in the mood to work. Why does this man look like a bandit? Bad image. Don't. This young man is good. Read on. No. Suddenly, Chudu was caught by a piece of information. Master's degree from Beijing Normal University, majoring in secretarial studies. After graduation in the capital of a 5,000 people group did secretarial work. Work for 3 years. Dedicated. Professionalism is very strong. However, since it is too far from home, I chose to come back to Xinjiang to develop my career, and I have not yet found a job. The resumes are good, but none of these people who can get their hands on Chudu have poor resumes, and several have worked in multinational Fortune 500 companies for more than 3 years. It was mainly the photo of the owner of this profile that attracted Chudu. What's more, her name is Ruyan Lu. Chudu hissed and sucked in a mouthful of cold air when he saw the name. The Ruyan Emperor was as terrifying as he was. Chudu was not unfamiliar with this name. On the contrary, it was very familiar. In the world of online literature, who didn't know the mighty name of Emperor Ruyan? The sky does not give birth to my willow like smoke. The slag rode for ages like a long night. Looking at this photo alone, Ruyan Lu does fit the image of a royal slag woman. But, so many Lu Ruyan in the worlds, not all of them are necessarily scummy women. In the online text, Ruyan Lu was a white moonlight, a scum, a heartbreaker, and a vicious woman. For better or for worse, she's been rich and she's been poor, but the only thing that hasn't changed is that she must be extremely beautiful. Chudu pondered for a long time and selected 10 people from them. Among them was Lu Ruyan. As for the management side, Yang Wenk had recommended a total of 12 people to him, and after Chudu looked at them, all 12 had excellent resumes, so he decided to meet them all. After sending the list to Yang Wenk, Chudu put down his phone and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Chudu arrived at the Twin Towers. Although Chudu had said 9 o'clock, it wasn't even 8:30 yet and everyone was already there. Chudu also finally saw that Lu Ruyan, about 1 meter 73 tall, wearing a pair of 5 centimeter high heels, almost close to 1 meter 8, among a crowd of women. Standing out, she had long, black, waterfall-like hair that was soft and lustrous, with a charming face that was somewhat similar to Jiang Lili, but not quite the same. Jiang Lili is born with a kind of flirtatious charm, while Lu Ruyan, it is as if her bones reveal a charm, her eyes as if born with a seductive charm, just calmly standing there, casually glancing, as if to seduce people, born with a charming bone. The small but delicate face was made up with bright makeup, and her agar nose was straight, long, and thin, which was 3 times more voluptuous when paired with her countenance. Delicate petal lips, coated with flaming red lips, dainty, wearing a high-class lady's suit with a white blouse inside, wrapping around the firm jade peaks and revealing her proud figure. The lower half of the body is a black professional set of skirt, until close to the knee. A pair of transparent black silk wrapped around the perfect straight legs, hidden, so that people want to explore the mystery. In her hand was a white Chanel bag, and her body, if nothing else, gave off the intoxicating scent of Chanel No. 5 Coco Mademoiselle's perfume. She just stood there, exuding the cold and seductive atmosphere of a workplace royalty. Chudu couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart if he became her boss. I'm afraid he couldn't help but want to subvert her. Sure enough, Emperor Ruyan has been good, bad, rich, poor, just not ugly, and it must be the ultimate beauty. As for the others, although there were also good beauties, they were all much worse than Ruyan Lu. Seeing that everyone had come, Chudu didn't waste any time. He cleared his throat and said, I'm sure you all know that Mr. Yang recommended you all to me, and today, it's me that's going to be interviewing you. And this twin building, which is the future place of work. Before the crowd came, they had also learned the basic information about Chudu. After all, both sides had to understand each other in order to have further exchanges and conversations. Chudu looked at the crowd and continued, there are a lot of people coming today, but I don't necessarily want all of them. First of all, I will take you on a tour, roughly give you a lecture on the future arrangements and planning, and then talk to me about the follow-up after you yourselves feel that you have the ability to be competent. Although they had never seen this kind of interview before, but the crowd was not surprised. There are always special circumstances. Well, they nodded their heads, indicating that they understood. So, Chudu began to take the crowd along on a tour and explanation. After about 2 hours or so, Chudu explained the overall planning and program roughly as well, and then looked at the crowd and said, now that I've finished speaking, you guys think about it on your own, and we'll talk about it if you think you're capable of it. I'll give you half an hour to think about it. Instead, this half hour, Trudeau was ready to see this driver. When Ning Lei saw that Chudu had called him to the side alone, although he was unsure, he still followed. You're applying for a job as a driver, right? Ning Lei immediately said, yes, Mr. Chu, I came out of the army. My car skills are definitely not a problem. You can completely trust me. Chudu raised an eyebrow. This person was a bit straight. He continued, what about car skills? As long as you can drive properly. But the most important thing about driving for me is knowing what to do and what not to do. Ning Lei wasn't a young man who had just entered society. He immediately said, don't worry, Mr. Chu, I understand. My mouth is very strict. Chudu nodded and said, besides that, you alone is definitely not enough for 24 hours. I'll have to recruit more people, and you'll take turns then. Hearing this, Ning Lei hesitated and said, Mr. Chu, I want to discuss something with you. Chudu was a bit surprised and said, go ahead. What is it? Ning Lei said with some trepidation. It's like this Mr. Chu, I need a job very much, especially one with a high salary, so I'm willing to work on it. I can accept your call anytime you want 24 hours a day. I'm on standby for all of them, and I would like to do it alone and independently, in which case the salary will be a little bit higher. So it is. It didn't matter to Chudu, but could Ning Lei? Chapter 34 Organization and Planning. He mulled it over and said, tell you what, you'll try it for a month and see how it goes. If it works, you'll be on your own, and the pay will definitely be higher. And if it doesn't work, I'll have to recruit someone else. Ning Lei said excitedly, don't worry, Mr. Chu, I will be able to do it. I guarantee to complete the task. Trudeau smiled and said nothing more. With a chauffeur, Trudeau also figured it was time to get something businesslike. After all, it's impossible to let a chauffeur take yourself out in a sports car. That's not appropriate. Half an hour passed quickly. When Chudu faced the crowd again, they had an answer in their hearts. Some are self-conscious about their lack of ability and leave on the spot. Someone starts to speak and the others are listening intently, comparing themselves to each other. Those who felt they could, continued to wait, and those who felt they were less than, left halfway through listening. In the end, the assistant secretary group, Chudu recruited 5 people, the most crucial being Ruyan Lu. There were 3 other men and 1 woman, all in their 30s, who had once had extensive experience in secretarial posts. Calm and sharp, although Chudu likes beauty, but when it comes to work, many times men are really stronger than women. That's the nature. As for the executive management side, Chudu had settled on 3 people for the time being. The first person was called Rin Jun, 40 years old, had previously worked in 2 Fortune 500 companies, with over 10 years of experience, and belonged to the middle and senior management. The second person was called Shuefeng, 42 years old, specializing in the film and entertainment industry, and had worked for 12 years in a related large company, also in middle and senior management. The third person is named Lei Liang, 40 years old, specializes in overall group corporate planning and arrangement, and has experience working in large groups. These three are all experienced people who are just the right age and still have the drive. As for the rest of the personnel, Chuda didn't look at them for the time being. As for the treatment, Chuda had previously sent them all to Yang Wenk, and they knew that it would be good to confirm them one by one at this time. After the others left, Chudu said, "Welcome everyone, from now on, you are my Star River Group's people. First of all, I would like to know, when can you all start working?" The crowd all said without hesitation. Now, Chudu was very satisfied with this attitude. "Good, that's good. I'll start arranging the tasks now. Although the group has just started, I believe that in the future, with the help of all of you, it will definitely grow bigger and bigger. First of all, it's the matter of relocating a few companies. Wei Xian, this matter is given to you. Pay more attention to it, and strive for within 10 days, all of these companies can be moved over." Wei Xian was one of Chudu's secretaries, and he said seriously, "Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I will definitely supervise it properly." Chudu also looked to the second secretary Luo Jihong. "Jihong, you are responsible for the issue of formalities. In addition to the school outside of these companies, all integration, the establishment of a Star River Group, all of these companies into the Star River Group under the Star River Group, as well as the 4 media companies, directly merged into one. It is called the Star River Culture and Entertainment Media Company. This matter to you." Luo Jihong puffed out his chest and raised his head. "Understood. I will definitely go through it as fast as I can." Chu Du nodded, and said to the third secretary, "Zhang Jin, you are responsible for the cafeteria side of the problem. These companies will soon be moving over. Before completely relocating over, it is necessary to recruit the right cafeteria staff. A variety of meal flavors have to be taken into account. After all, a lot of people come from the south of the world. Different tastes," Zhang Jin said with his glasses. "Understood, Mr. Chu, I'll go contact today." The 3 male secretaries have been arranged, and the female secretaries are next. "Ding, you are in charge of the office for a while. Just now I showed you. Recently you go to purchase some items for the office and conference room. Tables, chairs and benches, computers, projectors, and air conditioning, water and electricity, and internet go to get it done." Ding Jia was a mature woman of 35, on the thin side, with ordinary looks and short hair, looking smart and competent in the workplace. She nodded her head to show that she understood. "Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I will arrange it soon." As for Lu Ruyan, Chu Du looked at this charming and multicolored stunning female secretary and said, "Ruyan, you go with me to buy some cars and purchase for the company." "Right." Ning lay a piece of follow-over. With the secretarial corps all tasked out, the executives are next. The main task of the senior management is to make good arrangements and planning, and lead the middle level. Previously Chudu has already given them the overall layout and plan. They just need to do it according to the plan. The crowd dispersed and immediately began to move. This was their first assignment into the Chudu group, and everyone wanted to perform well. If at first they thought it was a rich kid's playground, they didn't think so now. These 2 buildings alone were worth tens of billions of dollars, as well as the integration of so many companies, and Chudu's planning program. It could be seen that this young master really wanted to do something. Tens of billions of dollars of the group, no matter where it is placed, is not a small business. As the first batch of people to come in the patriarchal figure, or follow the big boss side of the people, if you can grasp, the future of the future is unlimited. Therefore, they were extraordinarily attentive to Chudu's mission. Of course, Trudeau put a paycheck in place. Looking at Ruyan Lu, Chu Du asked, "How did you get here?" Ruyan Lu respectfully replied, "General Manager Chu, I came by cab." Chudu nodded and said as he walked outside, "Go, take my car and follow me to buy a car." Ning Lei, you hit a car to follow. Trudeau also already has an idea of what car he wants to buy. In the past, in order to brush up on his money, he had bought almost all sports cars and sedans at that time, none of which were suitable for the business type, and this time he was specifically going to get some business type cars. Looking at Chuda driving a Lamborghini sports car, Lu Ruyan was not the slightest bit surprised. The boss was so rich, it was normal to drive a sports car, right? There are quite a few luxury cars suitable for work and business. Chuda finally decided to buy a Rolls-Royce. After the options, an 11 million Rolls-Royce Phantom, and a 9 million Cullinan. Ning Lei had received professional training in being a chauffeur. and was fully capable of driving these luxury cars. Because the group has not yet been established, there is now no group accounts, so all the expenses go to Du's personal deposit. He transferred 5 million to Lu Ruyan and said, "You coordinate, make a record of the money spent on Ding's side, as well as the money for the formalities. In addition, these 2 cars are also filled with gas, ready to wait for the arrangement." The group's affairs, for the time being, were arranged, and the rest, left to these people. Chudu only needs to grasp the general direction, and leave the specific things to the professionals. After all the hustle and bustle, it was afternoon and Trudeau was getting lost again. Chapter 35, one additional chapters found that since he's been rich, he's been lost. With no debts, no need to go and be a social animal or a cow or a horse, and with someone else doing the group's business. It's amazing that he or she seems like a person with nothing to do. However, Chudu wasn't going to be idle. Lying around every day was sometimes quite boring. He called Lei Liang. "Hello Mr. Chu. It's like this. I'll give you a list later. Above are some companies I picked out, all of which I have shares in. You go from one to another to talk. See if the other shareholders have any intention to sell. Acquire all of them, but don't force them. Those who don't want to do so, forget about it." Should have felt that the relocation over the company is too little, and under their own hands in more than so many companies at that time, but the acquisition of a lot of shares, try to pick some good, to see if you can acquire all over. It involves dozens of industries, including hospitals, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, schools, training institutions, pension and healthcare, self-media, webcasting, film and media, advertising, real estate, building materials, tourism, energy, mining and so on, involving all aspects. Hospitals, schools and some factories and the like are definitely not suitable for relocation. That would all require large separate footprints. But self-publishing, advertising agencies, travel companies, these can still be considered. Self-media and advertising agencies aside, it's entirely possible to merge into a media company and just make a big integrated media type of company. As for the travel category, to be honest, the travel industry has really been able to grow in recent years. Don't look at people shouting all day long that they have no money and no money, but there are really quite a lot of people who can afford to go out and travel. And there's been a lot of crackdowns on shady travel agencies in the past few years, and the tours, now, are a lot clearer. You don't need to travel long distances for a week or 10 days, just sign up for a 2 or 3 day tour around the area. It's all good. The future is still bright for this industry, because there will always be people who want to get out and see the world. The crowd moved quickly, and after leaving the building, they went about their business as arranged by Chudu. The building's basic utilities, air conditioning, network, etc. In less than 3 days, Ding already got it all done. Several companies are also moving quickly and packing up all sorts of stuff. As for the formalities of the group and the merger of the companies, it was all done in just 1 day. As soon as the other side heard that it was the Twin Towers that started the start of syndication, the leadership immediately approved the adoption. After all, they are well aware that once it starts up, another large commercial office area will bring in quite a bit of economic development, which will be a political achievement for them as well. Mutual benefits. Leadership wouldn't be stupid enough to have to card a favor payment on something like this. And Shuefeng has been frantically advertising for podiums in the past few days. The location of the Twin Towers itself is very good. Located in the central area of the city of Shenyang, in the Huangpu district, an extremely prosperous area. In this case, there is naturally no shortage of businesses that want to move in. Shuefeng is not what merchants can be put in each kind of industry area, to be stationed in the most appropriate business. For example, in the cosmetics area, what you can put in are brands like Chanel, Dior, Estee Lauder, Gucci, Hermes, SK2, Aquamarine. There are also watch stores that can come in. That is, Patek Philippe, Breguet, Cartier, Piaget, Rolex, Omega, Universal, Longines and so on. And at worst, Tissot is a class that's a bit more approachable. As for men's and women's clothing, there are Hermes, LV, Prada, Burberry, Armani, Versace, Tom Ford, Valentino, Balenciaga, and many more. Lingerie stores are also Victoria's Secret, Bordel, Obad, Flora, Secret, Hedonism, etc. Although many people have only heard of Victoria's Secret, it doesn't mean that the other businesses are any worse. On the contrary, several of them are even more impressive than Victoria's Secret. They are just more famous. As for the jewelry area, there are brands such as Cartier, Boucheron, Van Cleef & Arpels, Haraeus Winston, Tiffany and so on, as well as Leo Fengxiang, Chow Tai Fook, Chiba and so on. which are well known to the people of China. The various merchants in the business district. Shuifeng was vetting them one by one, then talking, and then asking Chu Du about things he couldn't decide. There are other dining areas, recreational areas, etc. There are just too many businesses to meet every day and the workload is tremendous. Chudu's office was quickly fitted out, with tables, chairs, benches, computers, potted plants, as well as a lounge, restrooms, and various other items. And Chudu has hit the ground running with a new recruiting message. Recruitment of group manpower. He can't recruit all his staff from headhunters. He still needs a lot of grassroots and mid-level staff. At this point, it's all about HR. After a few days of interviews, Chudu gradually recruited a lot of people, such as human resources recruited 5 people. Finance, procurement, planning and so on have recruited a lot of people one after another. For the rest, Chudu intended to leave it to HR, and he no longer bothered with such things. Sitting in his office, Chudu idly turned on his computer and looked at various information. Suddenly I saw an alert, people you may know. Chudu drifted off for a moment. It seemed that he basically didn't look at these chatting apps anymore. Except for picking up girls and working around is boring. Chudu randomly opened the people inside, looked around, basically do not recognize. But there was something on it that piqued Chudu's interest. Smoo. It seems to be a circle software. Yellow, gambling and drugs, the 3 major evils of life. But Chudu said, the yellow sky is above. I, Chu, do not share the same fate as gambling and drugs. So, seeing this thing, Chudu immediately became interested. If you can. Flight attendant Zhang Lily is a good ballplayer. Well, after all, she was all wrapped up in herself, and she was sassy and sexy in her own right, and had some sort of pet peeve that should be nice to play with. Chudu downloaded the app with longing. Open the app. Register, and it's a snap. He first casually browsed through it and immediately felt like he had discovered a new continent. Crap, that works? Bull, up. Big brother, this high-definition big picture, so charged? Chudu watched with great interest, and read a dozen posts and dynamics in a row. Really, reminiscent of Let Chudu also grow a lot of insight. Some even small movie did not appear in the gameplay, but he saw a lot here. Casually click on the same city. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, 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 swish. Chu-Du were a bit confused. He thought there would be quite a few people, but he didn't expect so many people. Moreover, Chu-Du roughly scanned the circle, and there were people of all classes. Just by looking at the profiles and pictures of these people, it seems that there are more than enough of them, from big shots with billions of dollars, down to an average office worker or ordinary student. Chu-Du couldn't help but let out a tisk. Chapter 36 Ordinary Life. But well, after all, it's online, and the identity is all given to you, so who knows what kind of bullshit tea it all is. With a learning mindset, Chuda picked a random stranger in the same city and sent a message. Hello. In less than 10 seconds, the other person replied, hello. Chu-Du glanced at the other party's attributes. Which red moo? He asked casually. Excuse me, is there an owner? No. Or a wild one. If it was a normal flirtation with a girl, such an opening would have been called boring, but this is a special circle and it's online, so it's better to be straightforward instead. Chat? Good. The dialogue is extremely simple. Chuda didn't have anything special in mind and was just asking casually. However, he gradually realized that there seemed to be something strange about this chick on the opposite side. There seems to be a tendency to moo, but it's not ever substantial. Moreover, the other party actually sent a sentence, if I recognize you as my lord, will you mind that I'm already married? Chudu was instantly confused. Mulling it over for a moment, he returned, not minding. They wouldn't be together anyway. It's just a mouthful on the line, not a big problem. Then, both parties added WeChat to facilitate chatting. The afternoon was spent in this one-sentence chat. Chudu also probably knew a lot about the circle, and also learned that the other party had never fought in a real battle, despite their tendency to moo. Even her husband didn't know about this shit. Chu-Du couldn't help but lament. People. What kind of people are there? The other party even sent a photo. From the photo, it is indeed a good beauty, but also has a kind of polite, gentle and virtuous human wife young woman feeling. It's just that Trudeau thinks that it's a net map, right? He was not quite convinced that he could be so lucky as to strike up a casual conversation with such a beautiful woman. Seeing that it was almost time to go to work, the other party also replied back, I'll talk to you when I'm free. I'm going to pick up the kids. After Chudo casually replied, he ended the conversation. An afternoon of chatting let Chudo grew a lot of insight. He pondered a lot of things, seemed to be able to buy a little bit. Bring it to Jiang Lily to play. But it is a good choice. Jiang Lily itself is relaxed and cooperative. And Jiang Lily itself has the attribute of Mu in it, which is a good fit. Chatting up a random stranger was just an interlude for Chudu, who was now more concerned about the various things that were going on in the group of companies. For the next few days, Chudu focused on the progress of various tasks every day, as well as the acquisition of some other companies. Occasionally chatting with this young woman named Xiao Xin on WeChat is kind of the spice of life. Have Chudu this big boss attention. The following work naturally progress very quickly. Less than 10 days time, the companies all relocated. The podium of the commercial tenants have all negotiated to move in. There are also some shareholders of other companies who are willing to sell their shares. As soon as Chudo gets all the shares, he'll have the company relocate over if it's appropriate. In addition, Chudu also gave Shuefeng arrange the task. Shuefeng was once in the film and media aspects of the company. Chudu gave her a task, as far as possible, to dig people, as long as there is potential, or fame, can be dug, get over to enhance the overall strength of the company. But before digging, but also pay attention to the person's reputation and word of mouth. Also consider the person's darker side, lest something happen to them in a future storm. Other than that, Chudu would chat with this little Xin every day. It was also interesting that both parties had not met, but they had also had voice calls, and Chudu could sense that the other party did have some thoughts about him. According to this circle, it is trying to recognize him as Lord, but it was only a partial idea. Neither side had met or fully understood the other, and what they knew of each other was a vague part of the story. Early in the morning, Ninglei drove his car and carried Chudu to Star River Group. Chudu had just arrived at the office and before his but even sat down, Ruyan Lu knocked on the door and then walked over. Mr. Chu, this is your breakfast this morning. Ruyan Lu set down her breakfast at the table and stood next to it. Chudu opened the bag. Inside were xiaolong bao and a cup of hot milk. He casually ate a xiaolong bao and said, I remember you said you had plans today. What plans? It had to be said that although Ruyan Lu looked gorgeous and pretty and appeared to be a high-class face, she was actually quite good at her job. Lu Ruyan immediately said, today's noon is a meal with the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau's Wang. In addition, the document statement you want was already placed on your desk last night. Trudeau glanced at the statement next to him and nodded slightly. As he ate his meal, he said, Ruyan you say, you are 30 years old. Why don't you fall in love and get married? Lu Ruyan ruffled her long hair and said, I haven't met anyone who can make my heart flutter. I guess, this kind of thing, it still depends on fate. Chudu laughed and said, I never believe in what fate. The first glance can look on. That is called to see the color. Contact for a long time can look on. That is called day to day. Ruyan Lu was silent for a moment and said, Boss, what you said, it's somewhat reasonable, but I think it's crooked. Chudu laughed loudly and said, don't care about truth and crookedness, just be reasonable. Ruyan Lu felt that arguing with her boss about the reasoning of this topic was just too stupid, so she decided to change the topic. By the way, boss, at the current stage, all of our tasks have been accomplished. What is your next stage? Chudu said in slight contemplation. Actually, there is no fixed task. It's fine for each company to follow the normal development plan. Chudu stared at Lu Ruyan and said, work under me, not so rigid. As long as there is a promising direction for development, can go for it. All kinds of innovative transformation ideas, I am acceptable. Ruyan Lu nodded and said, understood, boss. Chudu thought for a moment and added, for the moment, on the media company side, just let the Department of Film and Televisions do a good job of filming dramas. The Anchors side broadcasts live every day. The Netflix side shoots more short videos. And there's also the Department of Short Dramas who shoots more as well. More training on the security company side, more hiring, and not much else for a while. Ruyan Lu indicated that she had recorded it, then said, boss, Star River Travel Company and the travel agency have moved over. Are there going to be any instructions for them to arrange? Tour operators and travel agencies. Chudu briefly pondered for a moment and said, it's nothing, let the travel company and travel agency cooperation on the line. After all, are under my name, there is a business on the arrangement. Fat and water flow outsiders field well. Actually, a tour company is different from a travel agency. The tour company is basically in charge of the tour vehicle and doesn't care about hosting the group. Travel agencies, on the other hand, are responsible for receiving travelers and forming tours, and the two work in tandem with each other. Chapter 37, Chen Shuai's blind date. Speaking of travel, Chuda felt that he hadn't relaxed for a long time, so when these few days were busy, either take the time to organize a group recreation for everyone. However, even if the organization of reunion recreational activities, Chuda did not intend to be placed on the Saturday weekend. Obviously there is a large amount of time from Monday to Friday. Those who have to take up holiday time to reunion. Really damned ah. Thinking of this, Chudu took out his cell phone and sent a message in the group. Today is Tuesday. Everyone cheers. Friday I arranged for the group to build a day of entertainment. No need to work. This work group, which only had 5 secretarial assistants of Chudu, and 3 executives. In addition, there was also a new finance that came in. This finance person doesn't actually work in the finance department, but in logistics. It was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, called Zheng Ping, a name of a commoner that was very popular a decade or so ago. She seemed to have an ordinary appearance, but Chudu could know that this person was not ordinary. He had paid a lot of money to get it because of this finance, which had been at Tilbury Bridge for 10 years. That alone is enough. Chudu arrange group building, but also just for these people to arrange. As for then below the middle level of those employees, naturally have their corresponding supervisor to arrange. Chudu which have the empty tube so much. Then Chudu sent a message to Lu Ruyan, find out where the group building is suitable to go. Ruyan Lu replied in a second, Roger, boss. Trudeau stretched his back and was just about to look at his statement when he suddenly received a phone call. What is it? The one who came to the phone was Chen Shui, and Chudu naturally spoke much more casually. Chen Shui's odd voice came from over there. Come to dinner with me tonight and be a counselor. What? Chudu's head was full of questions. What do you mean? Chen Shui said somewhat breathlessly. A relationship. Push back but. Introduced a blind date. Go see tonight. People said to bring a friend. I said I also bring one. Chudu couldn't help but hold his forehead. No, that's okay for a horse? Chen Shui said in a depressed voice. Cut the crap. Go or not. Go go go. Send me the time and place. Chudu was a bit speechless, and also found it a bit amusing. It's still fun to sit next to someone else and counsel them on a blind date. That kind of thing. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shui sent over the time and place, and Chudu glanced at it and turned his hand to send it to Ning Lei. The day went by in a flash. Chudu left early. Ning Lei drove and took Chudu to the hotel. The restaurant is just an ordinary restaurant, not to talk about high class or low class. Since it was now close to May and the weather was getting hot, Chudu took off his suit jacket and unbuttoned his shirt one more time before walking into the hotel. Ning Lei naturally waited in the car. After all, being a chauffeur is this job. When Chudu went in, he saw that Chen Shui was sitting there alone, dressed formally and in human form as well. Chudu sat on his butt next to Chen Shui and said, according to the time, there should still be 10 minutes left. Chen Shui hummed and looked out the window. Chudu wasn't in a hurry and waited leisurely. Not more than 3 minutes later, Chudu saw 2 women walk into the restaurant, and after looking around, walked towards them. Chen Shui didn't say anything, but bumped him with his leg, and Chudu instantly understood, and his gaze went to the 2. The girl on the left, about 168 or so tall, with a slightly rounded face and a pretty face, was dressed simply, a white long-sleeved plus a thin blue jacket, and underneath she wore jeans and ordinary loafers. Just by looking at the face alone, he knew that it wasn't the kind of girl who played around, and from the way he was dressed, he didn't wear gold or silver, and he didn't have any obvious tattoos, so he seemed to be okay. The woman on the right, on the other hand, was a full 172 and wore a long-sleeved purple blouse with a high rise in her chest that showed her large bosom. The dress and skirt still seemed to be a set, a polka-dot sheath near the knee, revealing a pair of incredibly long legs in flesh-colored stockings and a pair of 3-kilometer heels. The face was beautiful and pretty, dignified and voluptuous, with eyes that seemed to have a kind of euphony and gentleness within them. Overall, Chudu felt that this female seemed to have a strange sense of maturity, as if a human wife. As he looked at the face of this beautiful woman, he felt something familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but he didn't seem impressed. Secretly shaking his head, Chudu felt that he was overthinking things. Such a beautiful woman, just by looking at her appearance and figure, is the ultimate gentle woman, and there is also this gentle and virtuous human wife temperament. If one recognizes it, then one certainly will not be unable to think of it. I guess I've just seen people who look similar. The 2 girls sat across from Chudu and Chen Shui, and the girl on the left said with a smile on her face, hello, sorry we're late. Chen Shui didn't even look at his watch and said, it's not late, it's just that we came a little early. Chen Shui's character was always generous, and he politely said, I'm Chen Shui, and this is my friend Chudu. The girl on the opposite side also said, I'm Chen Tianyi, the person you're on a blind date with today, and this is my friend Li Wenxin. The main protagonists of this meal tonight were Chen Shui and Chen Tianyi. As for Chudu and Li Wenxin, they naturally spoke less. Chudu secretly looked at the 2. It looks as if they are also quite compatible, and both surnamed Chen. This future child's surname do not have to worry. Chen Shui is not a very handsome man, but also not bad, close to 1 meter 8 height. and Chen Sweet is also considered to be a good-looking in the ordinary people. More 168 height. The two look seems to be very well matched. Chen Shui handed the menu over and said, "Just see what you want to eat and order." Chen Tianyi, however, smiled and said, "It's nothing. I usually eat very little in the afternoon. You boys are more likely to be hungry, so it's fine if you order." The first impression in Chudu's mind was instantly favorable. Regardless, it does have good quality for not coming up and looking for a high-priced spot. Chen Shui didn't pick up the menu, but continued, "It's fine. A little bit of food counts. Just order it." Seeing Chen Shui's insistence, Chen Tianyi also took the menu and probably swept a glance and said, "Excuse me, you two, do you have any contraindications?" Chudu and Chen Shui simultaneously shook their heads and said, "No." So, Chen Tianyi casually ordered 2 ordinary home-cooked dishes, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetarian dish, and then handed the menu over and said, "That's fine. The rest of you can see." Chen Shui also casually ordered, and anyway, eating was not even the point. Chu Du and Li Wenxin were sitting next to each other, looking at the two who didn't say a word after ordering their food. Wide-eyed, Chu Du, who was watching, got anxious and bumped Chen Shui with his leg under the table. Chen Shui took a deep breath and said, "Hello, Chen Sweet. I'm not considering the matter of love and marriage for the time being." Chapter 38. Meeting Li Wenxin. Chudu almost died of anger. "I am letting you talk to the girl to see if there is any possibility of development. Look at this girl. Also does not seem to be very gold-digging kind. Maybe there is a chance. It's not like we're in debt now. Just work hard. How can you open your mouth and say something like that?" Chen Tianyi and Li Wenxin were both a bit stunned, and after hesitating for a moment, Chen Tianyi said, "That's fine. Then today, let's just get acquainted. It's fine to be friends." Chen Shui sighed in relief. "No problem. We will be friends in the future. Although I am not considering this party for the time being, but as a friend, if there is anything you need help with, you can call out to me." Chen Tianyi took a sip of tea and said curiously, "Then can I ask why you're not thinking about falling in love and getting married? I heard Auntie Li say that you're not too young now, and your family seems to have pushed you." Chen Shui's face was a bit bitter. "There's no way. The cost of falling in love and getting married is too high now, and I don't have that kind of money to buy a house or a car. I'm a self-aware person, and since I don't have the money, I don't want to delay." It's not like Chen Tianyi hasn't been on a blind date before, but it's the first time she's seen someone who can honestly say they don't have the money to be in a relationship. Looking at Chen Shui, Chen Tianyi suddenly smiled. "Then is there a possibility that I am a person who is not vain and does not worship gold?" Chen Shui raised his head openly and looked at Chen Tianyi incredulously. Chudu was also a bit shocked. "No, you guys see eye to eye? Is it so outrageous?" Chen Shui was stunned and said, "It's not a matter of worshipping gold or not. It's the basics of life, such as buying a suite of rooms. I don't even have enough to put together a down payment right now." Chen Tianyi didn't insist. She just said, "Let's see first. I don't care about this aspect. If it's a suitable person, I'm willing to go and save up money for the house together." Chen Shui looked at Chen Tianyi, paused for a few seconds and said, "Let's make contact first and see. After all, we're not familiar with each other yet. A few people just like this, casually chatting away." Chu Du and Li Wenxin were quiet almost the whole time, rarely interjecting. It was mainly Chen Shui and Chen Tianyi who were exchanging words, chatting about work and life. When the food came, Chu Du and Li Wenxin also buried their heads in dry rice, leaving the opportunity for the two of them. Not more than 15 minutes later, Chu Du and Li Wenxin had eaten more or less. Looking at the two who were chatting more and more, Chu Du and Li Wenxin's gazes met for a moment, and both of them comprehended each other's meaning. So Trudeau said, "Ahem, I'm going to the bathroom." Li Wenxin also got up and said, "I'll go to the bathroom too. You guys talk." Both got up and instead of going to the bathroom, they twisted their way over to another empty seat not far away and sat down facing each other. After sitting down, both of them looked back at Chen Tianyi and Chen Shui and couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Li Wenxin looked at Chudu and said, "Hello, my name is Li Wenxin." Chudu hesitated as he listened to the familiar voice and said, "Hello, my name is Chudu." The two frowned at the same time. After a moment of silence, Chudu said, "Add WeChat? Get to know each other? Good." Saying that, Li Wenxin pulled out her cell phone, scanned the code, and sure enough, it's her. Looking at the avatar and name on the cell phone, Chudu and Li Wenxin both fell into a stupor and said at the same time, "It's you?" "That's right, Li Wenxin. That's the one Chudu knew online. Xiao Xinxin." Chudu was stunned. Xinjiang is so big, tens of millions of people, how could they run into each other so coincidentally? Li Wenxin also froze, thinking of calling her father and master online, and being all kinds of pampered in her voice. She couldn't help but hold her forehead, feeling that she had no face to face Chudu. The atmosphere fell into awkwardness for a while, and compared to the fiery chat over there, this side was downright bizarre. There was a long silence before Trudeau said, "That, and I remember that you're married." Lee Wenxin's face was complicated. "Yes, married. Then you." Chudu was a little puzzled. Lee Wenxin laughed a little. Only the smile was a little bitter. "This marriage. There's no difference between being married and not being married. And maybe it'll be divorced at some point." It was not good for Chuda to say anything about people's family matters. Then facing this kind of situation, Chudu really has no experience. Although the young woman in front of him was beautiful and gorgeous, Chudu really didn't have this kind of experience. Lee Wenxin adjusted her emotions and said, "It depends. I can't say right now." Chudu also understood. After all, the two of them in this situation is really a bit awkward. Anyone who thought about it, he didn't expect to accompany Chen Shuai to dinner today. And the woman's friend was actually his own electronic pet. It's outrageous. Moreover, Chudu discovered one thing. When Lee Wenxin sent him the photo, it was obviously not photogenic. The real person was much prettier than the photo. No wonder Chudu didn't recognize her at first, but still detected a familiar feeling. Just now, the four people were chatting, and the two of them themselves were talking less, so they didn't even notice the sound here, and now it was just the two of them, and as soon as they opened their mouths, they naturally felt that something was wrong. Looking at Chudu's handsome and charming face, as well as the words he chatted with himself every day, those talks, Lee Wenxin admitted that her heart was moved. She was and is in love with her husband, but something happened to him in the middle, and he's sorry for her. Since then, she's been dead at heart. Although the two have a daughter, but over the years, her husband works abroad all year round, only to come back on holidays. The size of the family things, all Lee Wenxin one person to manage. Lee Wenxin also gradually realized that she seemed to have a self-mutilation tendency, and later, she slowly understood that it was a special attribute. The husband and wife seem to be separated. The husband has always felt that Lee Wenxin still have feelings for him, but do not know. In a few years ago, Lee Wenxin's heart, there is no longer a man, and the long life of solitude had sent ripples through Lee Wenxin's heart, longing for indulgence, which she had suppressed for far too long. She felt that, once in a while, she indulged herself a little. Not so hard on her heart, and maybe the family atmosphere, a little better. Even though she knew it was trippy, it bothered her inside. It was at this time that Chudu appeared. Just the right time, just the right person. Looking at Chudu, Lee Wenxin suddenly said, "Why don't we just go with what we said online?" After saying that, Lee Wenxin lowered her head, not daring to look at Chudu again. The internet? What does the internet say? That said, building a private relationship is still a special attribute. Chudu is certainly willing. Cool is he, but Lee Wenxin's home. Never mind. I'm not a good person anyway. Chudu nodded and said, "So, let's go?" Lee Wenxin silently picked up her bag and cell phone and gently got up. When he passed by Chen Shuai and Chen Tianyi, Chudu made a wink, and Lee Wenxin also gestured to Chen Tianyi. Chen Shuai and Chen Tianyi were dumbfounded. "No, if I remember correctly, today is our blind date, right? You guys are." Chapter 39. Climbing in the mountains as a group. That's not even the point. The point is, Chen Tianan is confused. "Sister, you are already married and have a child." Under Chen Shuai and Chen Tianyi's demented gazes, Chudu and Lee Wenxin left the restaurant. He had just gotten into Chudu's car and was preparing to go to the hotel, but it turned out that not even a minute later, Lee Wenxin's cell phone rang. Looking at the cell phone screen, Lee Wenxin frowned. "Hello, I'm out here, having dinner with friends. You're back? Okay, I got it. Not convenient. I'll get back to you later." Got it. Hanging up the phone, Lee Wenxin sighed and said, "I'm going back." Chudo also heard that people came back. It can't be helped. There was no choice but to let Lee Wenxin go back. However, when he sent Lee Wenxin to the vicinity of her neighborhood, Chudo still kissed him. Lee Wenxin didn't resist. Both sides carried a familiar strangeness, as if they had known each other for a long time, and as if they had just met today. Perhaps because she was upset, Lee Wenxin was extraordinarily engaged. The warm and soft body leaned in Chudu's arms, and the fragrant tongue took the initiative to entangle with Chudu, seemingly wanting to melt into one. "I really have to go." Pushing Chudu away, Lee Wenxin's face was a bit complicated. Trudeau breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's okay, I'll wait for you." Lee Wenxin nodded solemnly and got out of the car. Looking at Lee Wenxin's departing figure, Chudu said softly, "Let's go. Send me home." Ninglei gently started the car and slowly left. As for Chen Shuai's side, Chudu did not ask. When Chudu and the others left, Chen Shuai and Chen Tianyi were still chatting hotly, so they could imagine that the duo was in a play. So Chudu wasn't going to bother them. Since Lee Wenxin's husband was at home, Chudu didn't send her a message. The time is fast approaching Friday. Today's reunion was also simple, with a hike around the neighborhood for recreation, followed by an agriturismo at the bottom of the hill. The crowd all said it was okay. Every day in the office, lumbar and cervical vertebrae are not very good. Climbing the mountain is just the right time to move around and exercise the body. Early in the morning, 5 secretaries and 3 executives and a treasurer were already downstairs in the main building. Due to the large number of people, Chudu deployed a luxury Chinese bus from the side of the travel company today, and Ning Lei was responsible for driving. Sitting leisurely in the car, Chudu said with a smile, "As for today, everyone is just out to play. Don't think about work or anything, take a day off. Tomorrow happens to be Saturday. You can still go home and rest. Long live the boss." The crowd cheered in unison. Other than that, the mere fact that the reunion time doesn't take up a holiday is something that countless vampire owners can't do. Lu Ruyan today wore a white sports short sleeves and black tight sports pants, feet with a pair of small white shoes, tied a high ponytail, the whole person fresh and beautiful. Chudu was also in sportswear. After all, it was a mountain climb. Wouldn't it be silly to wear a suit? The drive isn't far, a little over an hour. The time passed quickly as the crowd gossiped about something interesting. Coming to the foot of the mountain, looking at the not-so-high hill, Ron Jun said with a smile, "In the past, I kinda liked to climb the mountain, and then I slowly ran out of time. And this time around, I haven't climbed the mountain for several years." Trudeau laughed. "That's just right, we'll go up again today." Next to Lu Ruyan also smiled and said, "Boss, I often fitness exercise. Climbing mountains I often go. You say, if I am faster than Yuan." Trudeau said confidently, "That's impossible. I believe in myself." "Are you kidding me?" The system had given him elixirs from the immortal cultivation world, and based on his physical qualities alone, he had completely crushed everyone. "Go!" As Chudu opened his mouth, the crowd also began to climb the mountain. Ren Jun went ahead on his horse. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, walked in front of Chudu. Chudu stood in the very center, and as long as he raised his head, he could see the moving and delicate body wrapped under Lu Ruyan's clothes, as well as the plump and chiseled buttocks under the tight pants, which made Chudu's heart itch. Climbing the mountain was hard, but Chudu was energetic and didn't care, and he could always look at the seductive style of the beauty in front of him, and this journey was quite pleasant. A group of people walking and stopping, chatting about parents, various news, hot interesting things. The atmosphere is extremely joyful. After almost 2 hours of walking, the group came to the top of the mountain. Those who want to take pictures take pictures. Those who want to go to the restroom go by themselves. Those who want to see the scenery see it by themselves. And those who want to take a break sit on the stone benches of the gazebo next to it and rest. After a lot of exercise, Lu Ruyan was now flushed and panting, sitting on a stone bench to rest, drinking half a bottle of water in one gulp. But see Chudu calmly sitting there, face not red, heart not jump, as if all the way up the mountain as idle as a general dashing, not the slightest sign of fatigue. Lu Ruyan gently patted the pair of jade rabbits on her chest with her hand, calmed her breath, and said in shock, "Boss, don't you even breathe?" Chudu laughed. "I told you before I went up the mountain that I have good stamina, and you still don't believe me." Ruyan Lu really didn't believe it at first, but now the facts were right in front of her. What a great body the boss has. So much stamina. It must be very long-lasting. Strange thoughts spun through Ruyan Lu's head. Perhaps because of the large amount of exercise, Lu Ruyan was dripping with sweat at this time, and the perfume odor on her body was also emanating non-stop to the surroundings. Chudu knew with a gentle sniff that this was Chanel's Phantom perfume, which carried a sense of elegance, nobility, and charm. Ruyan Lu handed over a bottle of water and said, "Boss, drink some water." Chudu picked it up, and straight away, the bottle of water bottomed out. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. "Boss, are you a buffalo?" Chudu bristled and said, "I'm not tired, but that doesn't mean I'm not thirsty." Ruyan Lu hammed and hawed, didn't say anything, picked up the empty bottle and threw it into the trash can next to him. The crowd also seemed to know better, and each moved away from the gazebo. Chudu sat on a stone bench, blowing the slight breeze of the mountain. Lu Ruyan saw the situation, very understanding, got up and stood behind Chudu, hands on Chudu's shoulders to give him a massage in need. While enjoying himself, Chudu said, "Yo, can't tell that you know how to massage." Ruyan Lu said smugly, "How is it? Is it comfortable? I often give my parents massages at home." Trudeau shook his head and said, "It's really good. A little better than any professional mechanic." Ruyan Lu lightly tapped on Chudu's shoulder. "Boss, when you say that, I'm not happy." Chudu laughed out loud, then relaxed himself, leaning his head against the small of Lu Ruyan's back and letting her massage him, and a bunch of secretaries and executives in the distance. eye to eye, nose to nose, blindly talking and chatting, as if completely unaware of what was happening over here. Chapter 40 Leisure. After more than 10 minutes of massage, Chudu shook his head and slowly got up. You also rest. You don't need to massage me. After all, your physical quality is not as good as mine. Ruyan Lu didn't insist and said obediently, thank you boss. Then she sat there and rubbed her shoulders and legs with her hands. Chudu couldn't help but look along. The pair of incomparably long and slender legs wrapped under those tight pants, and just by looking at her gently tapping, he knew that they were flexible. After resting for almost an hour and eating some snacks to replenish their energy, the group was ready to move down the mountain as well. A lot of people say that the descent is light and easy, but it's not. On the way up, you have plenty of energy and just charge, while on the way down, you are exhausted and your knees bend more than they did on the way up. So, instead, when descending the mountain, he was even more careful. It wasn't until close to 3 o'clock that the crowd walked down the hill. Luckily, before going down the mountain, they all ate some snacks to replenish their energy, and they weren't that hungry for a while. Chuda looked at the time and said, this will still be early. Let's go over there to fish or something to play, and there will be dinner over here in the evening, nanjiale, and their own barbecue. Okay. The crowd was excited. It's rare to have time close to nature and be so relaxed and cozy when you're in the office every day. Come to the fish pond and rent props such as fishing poles here if you want to fish. Fishing is a good hobby for many middle-aged men, such as Ring Jun and Lei Liang, but not everyone liked it. Xue Fang and the girls went to a flowery meadow next to it. The scenery over there was very nice, suitable for resting and chatting, and also suitable for taking pictures. Chudu actually has little interest in fishing. When he went out on the yacht, nothing to do often fishing, long ago tired, and sea fishing is not the same as pond fishing, either. It's possible to be airborne in a fish pond, but sea fishing, it's really just random fishing, a whole lot of it. Throw an apple directly into the sea and you'll instantly attract a whole bunch of fish for easy fishing. The time wobbled and it was 6 o'clock. Chuda greeted the crowd and said, let's go. We're all hungry today. Let's go have a good meal. Nanjiale, basically frying and cooking, are skewed towards the homemade category. Not only that, in recent years, in order to enrich the diet, but also added a lot of barbecue elements. The crowd let go of the food. After all, only a few dollars for a farmhouse? Stir-fries, roasts, and entrees. And, of course, there was no shortage of alcohol. The only driver, Ning Lei, of course doesn't drink. The crowd was feasting on meat, drinking, and making all sorts of small talk, hot and heavy. Lu Ruyan, as Chudu's secretary, or a female secretary, sat next to Chudu throughout the whole process, pinching food and pouring wine and taking tissues for Chudu, as if she was a well-behaved lover. I have to say, it does make it a lot more comfortable to have an attentive woman taking care of dinner at the table. Ruyan Lu was also a meticulous person, considerate and caring. The crowd was oblivious to this. There are no fools who have gotten this far. Everyone could see that the boss obviously had thoughts about this Secretary Lu, and that Secretary Lu was gentle and obedient enough that this kind of thing would be out of their hands. Seeing, hearing, and pretending not to know, being deaf and blind, are essential skills in the workplace. It was not until after 9 p.m. that the wine and food were consumed and the crowd adjourned. Ning Lei drove the car and took everyone back with him. Everyone had been drinking and the car was downstairs at the office, so naturally they all got a valet to go back. However, Chuda had Ning Lei as his driver, so he naturally didn't need to consider these issues. Ruyan Lu also drove the car and got a valet to go back. Tomorrow is Saturday weekend, which happens to still be 2 days off. Chuda's company system, put very loose, completely is 9 to 5. Holidays and double breaks are available. 5 insurance and gold payment. No overtime is mandatory. As long as the work is done and it's time to leave at the end of the shift, overtime is paid at triple time. Who wouldn't want to go to a workplace like that? Employee benefits and perks are fully guaranteed, and they are more afraid of the company going out of business than you are. Sleeping until after 10 in the morning. Chuda lazily looked at the ceiling, not wanting to get up. Next to her lay Wang Xinu. Seeing Chudu open his eyes, she leaned in close, her hair plastered against Chudu's chest. Brother Chu, what do you want to eat? I'll go cook. Chudu shook his head and said, there is no hurry. It's this time of the day. Wait and eat lunch directly. Eat whatever you want. If you don't want to cook, go out to eat or call for takeout. Wang Crescent laughed softly. Homemade is a bit cleaner after all. It's rare that I'm free during the day on a Saturday weekend, so I'll cook for you. Chuda twisted her long hair and said, that's fine. Then just watch and fry 2 dishes. Okay. Wang Crescent knew Chudu's tastes and preferred plainer, home-cooked food with a main course. Brother Chu, is there any arrangement today? Wang Xin Yu looked at Chudu with bated breath. As a lover, it is also to please Chudu. More in the company of together. Feelings rise naturally fast. Wang Xin Yu also didn't want to be just a lover who would stay in bed with her. That didn't have any value to speak of. Chudu would replace her at any time. Even as a lover, she needed a sense of security. A need for something other than the flesh from her golden master. For her to be considered a valuable canary. Chudu said casually, nothing scheduled for today. Free. Wang Xin Yu gave a yell. Then said, Brother Chu, can you accompany me to go out with me? Curious, Trudeau said, where do you want to go? Wang Crescent thought about it and said, shopping. Glancing at Chudu, she hurriedly added, not necessarily buying anything, I just want to stroll around, then drink a cup of milk tea and watch a movie together. I'll be happy. Chudu froze for a moment and said, it's that simple? Wang Crescent nodded her head vigorously and said, I'm asking, there really isn't much. Chudu hugged Wang Xin Yu more tightly and said, go shopping in the afternoon later, and buy something for all of us. Wang Crescent was stunned. We're all buying? Buy what? Buy a watch. Chudu began to brush money. Is to take the car brush, and then buy a house, buy a private plane, buy a private yacht, all kinds of. Is not to buy a watch. Today's shopping, just can buy a watch. Wang Xinyue drifted off, but she had little interest in buying a watch, but she certainly had no problem accompanying Chudu to buy one. After lying down for a while longer, Wang Xinyue got up and dressed and went downstairs to buy groceries. 3 home-cooked dishes were simply fried for lunch together. Chudu was an ordinary man from an ordinary background. He was used to ordinary days, and meals like this made him feel even more at home with the feeling of everyday life. Or rather, home. When you take your lover out with you on Saturdays and weekends like this, naturally you don't need to call a driver. Chudu drove the Lamborghini Big Bull and drove Wang Xinyue to Wanxiang International City. Chapter 41, Buying a Watch. Wang Crescent is wearing a sky blue Chanel halter dress, jade-like white arm holding Chudu's arm. Under the swaying skirt, a section of flawless slender legs are exposed, and her feet are wearing a pair of beige pointed high heels. The whole person is beautiful and generous. Although the Lamborghini Bull is very expensive, but there is no situation like other novels to surround a group of people. Most people just sweep, stay away, take a picture of the car, and go away. The few women who did want to take pictures were afraid to approach. It's a reality. Maybe it's close enough to take a picture and accidentally touch somewhere, and you simply can't afford to lose money. Wang Xinyue hugged Chudu's arm and said in a delicate voice, Brother Chu, what watch do you want to buy? Chudo said as his eyes scanned the store door. Go see Patek Philippe. To say that the list of famous watches, Patek Philippe is currently the deserved first king. As for Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier and so on are very competitive. Arriving at Patek Philippe's store, when the counter attendant saw Chudu bringing Wang Xin Yu, she just made a quick sweep of her eyes and knew that a young master had come. As counter attendants of luxury brands, they have special training before they start their jobs, and they are extremely knowledgeable about other luxury brands. Other than that, the dress code on the 2 guests in front of him added up to more than $200,000. What is this if not a hoagie? The counter girl with a big smile came forward and said, Welcome, how are you? This gentleman, here is Patek Philippe. The next will be my recommendation for you. May I ask, do you have a good look at the style? Chudu shook his head and said, No, I need 2 watches, one on the side of formal business, one casual some. You look at the recommendation. Based on this statement alone, the counter keeper knew that the guest had really come to spend money, with a purpose, not those who pretended to take a look. She asked carefully, No problem, our watches are sufficient for all occasions. May I ask you, sir, for the price, do you have any requirements? Chudu shook his head and said, No, the price doesn't matter. It's just right. Prices don't look up? The counter girl was instantly shocked. What kind of rich kid is this? She couldn't help but glance at Wang Crescent next to her. Her eyes filled with envy. But after comparing the face value of both sides, forget it, you don't stand a chance. Chudu turned his head again and said to Wang Xin Yu next to him, Buy you a piece as well. See what you want. Wang Xinyue pointed a finger at herself. Me? She was a bit caught off guard because she didn't expect Chudo to buy it for himself as well. Chudu, however, said smilingly, You are my woman. If I don't buy it for you, who will I buy it for? Wang Xinyue hugged Chudu. Her rosy cherry lips left a mark on his face, and said in a light tone, Thank you brother Chu. Chudu smiled and sat on the sofa next to him, taking a tissue to wipe away the lipstick marks on his face and sipping his tea while he waited. Soon, the counter girl brought over a tray with a white cloth with 2 wristwatches on it. The counter girl put the tray on the coffee table in front of Chudu, then with gloves on Chudu began to introduce. Hello sir, these 2 watches. One is the Patek Philippe Sport Elegance series, and the other one, the Grand Complication Chronograph. Chudo probably looked at it. The casual model was 5 million and the business model was 3 million. The price tag is expensive, but the styling is not what Chudo expected. He shook his head and said, "The styling of these two isn't my type. Look again and see if there are any other styling." The counter assistant immediately nodded and said, "Yes sir, please wait a moment. I will replace it for you immediately." In less than 3 minutes, the lady at the counter brought out 2 watches again. For once, Trudeau felt good. Patek Philippe Grande Complication Chronograph 6002 G001, valued at $38 million. The other is the Patek Philippe Sport Elegance 5719/10 G010, valued at $5.6 million. The casual line is naturally cheaper than the business one, but Chudo presses the price. There is no point. Tried it on and it felt good. Chudo directly put the casual model on his hand. Then said, "Okay, I'll take both of them, then see what else she wants on her side." A big order of over $40 million is an absolutely huge order when you look at any watch store. The counter girl's good professionalism didn't make her froth, but said respectfully, "Yes sir, I'll go and help the lady pick it out." Juan Crescent didn't quite dare to pick an expensive watch, and the most she chose was a few $100,000. Trudeau looked at it and said, "As I recall, there is a pink one in the Sport Elegance line. Is it available here?" The counter girl hurriedly said, "Yes, sir, please wait a moment. I'll go get it for you now." A few moments later, Chudo and Juan Crescent Moon saw the watch. Patek Philippe Sporting Elegance 7118/1452 G001 in pink, valued at $4.7 million. Wang Xin, you said unnaturally, "Brother Chu, it's a bit too expensive." Trudeau glanced at the price and said, "Am I that poor?" Juan Crescent didn't say anything else. She worked in a commercial bank, and as Chudo's lover, she naturally knew how much money was in Chudo's account. Tens of billions. This price of over $4 million is really nothing in front of him. The counter girl saw that Wang Crescent didn't speak again, then said tentatively, "Sir, may I ask if this is going to be wrapped up?" Chudo glanced at Wang Crescent and said, "Look, it's fine to wrap it up, and it's fine for you to just wear it now." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Xin said, "Then I'll put it on as well." When he swiped his card, he swiped over $48 million straight away. Wang Crescent Moon looked secretly staggered. Although she was now living in Chudo's house, which was worth nearly $100 million, and driving a Porsche, she still wasn't quite comfortable with buying such an expensive piece of watch. The watch was also bought, and the next step was to accompany Wang Crescent for shopping. But instead of looking at the clothes and bags as Chudo thought, Wang Xin, you brought Chudo to the entrance of a store. This, Chudo, even if his face was thicker, this would be a bit awkward, because the store in front of you is none other than a ladies' lingerie store. It was filled with all sorts of ladies' underwear, and there were even quite a few of the erotic kind, making Chudo really embarrassed. The name of the store was Amore, which Trudeau had never heard of. Of course, this is normal. After all, he is on the aspect of women's underwear. In addition to the shape and style, other than the other does not have any research. As for the brand, that is even more to eyes. Seeing Chudo's appearance, Wang Xin came to his ear and said in a deliberately enchanting manner, "Brother, don't you want to personally pick it out for me? Then, watch me put it on at night to seduce you." Okay, chapter 42. Chen Shuai's confusion. The fragrant tongue even gently licked Chudo's earlobe. Goblins! An electrifying sensation rose up, and Chudo was tickled. "Shit, it's just a face. I don't want it." Chudo waved his hand. "Go!" The female shopkeeper saw the duo and didn't care about Chudo's embarrassment, as this kind of store would often have men accompanying women, and they were already used to seeing it. At first, Chudo was quite embarrassed, but soon relaxed. Wang Crescent's breasts were not too big, not too small, the peak of B, close to C, just enough for one hand to grasp. Many people have the misconception that women are only big if they are 36D. For the countryman, the size of 34C is more than a normal male hand, and 36D that is oversized. Routinely, anything with a size of 34C is considered a very large chest, and being too big isn't very nice, especially in clothes, many of which don't fit, and can look erotic and slutty when worn just normally. In the end, Wang Crescent picked 3 normal underwear, black, white and purple, and 3 more erotic underwear, sexy lace, mysterious and seductive. When checking out, Chudo was shocked to find that it actually cost more than 40,000. Looking at the bag with just a few pieces of cloth, Chudo secretly lamented in his heart, "It's still a woman's money that's good to earn." Maybe she bought what she wanted and spent the rest of the time shopping. But Wang Crescent wasn't so excited anymore. In the evening the duo ate fondue at the restaurant upstairs here. Looking at the message in her phone, Wang Crescent excitedly said, Brother Chu, I've booked the movie tickets. Later we'll go to the 5th floor to watch the movie. Chudu of course agreed. Okay, after eating. By the way, what movie did you order? A romance movie I guess. Wang Xin you said uncertainly. Chudu rolled his eyes. There shouldn't be many men who like to watch romance movies, but many of them like action movies. Of course, it would be much more enjoyable if the two slices were combined. It's a good thing that movies nowadays are relatively devoid of any substance, and after watching a passel of movies, Wang Xinyue wasn't touched by anything. She just felt bored. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. Back at home, Chu Du went to pack up his things, and just after coming out of his room, he saw Wang Xinyue wearing a black semi-transparent sarong, and the silky clothes could not hide her moving and delicate body. Her beautiful body was hidden under the sari, and you could see the sexy black lace unbuttoned lingerie that she had just bought today, a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in 0D black silk. The whole body black decoration dress and bare white skin form a strong contrast sense. The classic black and white color scheme makes her whole body sexy, mysterious and seductive. There is also a pair of high heels with black and red soles for a sexy imperial style. She walked in style, one hand on Chudu's shoulder, her jade hand sliding over Chudu's chest. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. Weekend still nothing to do. Chudu and Wang Xin you also lazy to go out. In the home there is a huge projector. The two of them brush the short drama, eat snacks. The day just blindly wandering past. Monday morning, coming into the office, Secretary Willow had his breakfast ready. Chudo picked up the bag and looked at it. Xiaolong Bao and tofu brain. He slumped into his boss's chair and began to eat. Secretary Lu sat on the sofa next to him, picked up a large pile of documents and walked over. Boss, these documents need your signature. Take a look. Lu Ruyan is still wearing a professional suit and white shirt today, and if anything, the perfume reaches Chudu's nose. Inadvertently glanced at the ultra-thin meat silk on the slender legs. TSK, legs play year series He looked at the paperwork. There was nothing wrong with it. It was time to sign and sign. Chudu signed while casually asking. It feels like you changed your perfume today. Ruyan Lu smiled and said. I changed to Dior's Flowering Sweetheart today. Chudo sniffed hard and said. It tastes good. Ruyan Lu brought her wrist over and said. Nah, boss you smell it. My perfume sprayed on my wrist. Chudu wasn't polite, and sniffed it twice with a gust of fragrance. Lu Ruyan quickly retracted her wrist and picked up the words that Chu Du had already signed. Her face flushed a little. Boss, I'll go and get busy first. Thump, thump, thump. Stepping on the sound of crisp high heels, Ruyan Lu left the office with a swaying posture. Extremely beautiful. Chu Du silently sighed. Whether it was Jiang Lily, or Lu Ruyan, or Li Wenxin, they were all top beauties in the imperial sister category, but each was different. Jiang Lili is the kind of slutty imperial, Lu Ruyan, but the bones of the charm. As for Li Wenxin, is a gentle wife imperial type, but no matter what, it's absolutely stunning on earth. Chu Du also knew that Li Wenxin's husband was an ordinary man, and he was curious how such an ordinary man could marry such a beautiful woman. And before that, Li Wenxin had never had another man. Today, Jiang Lili was off, but they had a new training assignment and couldn't come to Chudu at the moment. On the contrary, Li Wenxin wondered when her husband would go to work. While he was thinking about it, Chen Shuai's call came. Hey, what? Chudu picked up the phone carelessly. Chen Shuai's voice was a bit confused. I seem to have, run into a problem. Chudu immediately got energized. Tell me about it? Chen Shuai organized his language and said. You say, in this world, is there really a woman who can accompany you to share your suffering? I feel that I might have come across one. The conversation is too highbrow and the mind is too fickle. Chu Du slightly pondered. Said, in this world, so many people, surely there are all kinds of people. Some people worship gold. There must be some people do not worship gold. This depends on their own luck. Anyway, around me, at present, it seems to say that they do not worship gold, but also know too. Chapter 43, Emotional Problems. One was Lu Ruyan and the other was Li Wenxin. To be honest, with Lu Ruyan's posture, she can totally make a few million a year as long as she is willing, but did not, but worked hard and struggled, went to graduate school, worked, and made money with her own ability. As for Li Wenxin, well, in the beginning, Li Wenxin simply do not know his identity. The too pure is the netizen. Li Wenxin simply like his voice, and the feeling of chatting with him, coupled with the special family situation, so that she gradually addicted to it. Even though she knew later that he had money, Li Wenxin never said that she wanted any little thing. A very pure kind of feeling. Even though this feeling is very special and carries a bit of weirdness with it. Chen Shui sighed and continued. How can I say this? These few days, I think, I also met with Chen Tianan 3 times. From an objective point of view, this girl is quite good. People also do not worship gold, and are willing to work hard together to support the family, including working hard to save up money to buy a house together. It's all fine, but I always feel it's too illusory. This kind of good thing, can it be my turn? Trudeau was a bit speechless. You too, how did you talk? Anyway? Chen Shui thought for a moment and said, not much to talk about. Anyway, just talk about these. Work money caravan all sorts of things. So far, the girl seems to have a good character, quite generous, and has a sister at home, an ordinary family. I talked to her about the house and the car. She means, first look at the feelings. If 2 people think it is suitable, then the 2 families together to put together a down payment, and then we slowly pay back the mortgage. The car, she means no money on the temporary not to buy, commute to work on the subway bus. Chu Du couldn't help but hold his forehead. Crap, really? Chen Shui let out a laugh. This kind of thing, I'm not joking with you. Chu Du sighed and said, from your words, I can probably sense that this kind of bump in the road has happened to you. Chen Shui said helplessly, I feel it, my heart. It's not firm anymore. How? Chu Du ate his Xiaolong Bao while listening to Chen Shui's emotional story. Before, I had been thinking that I didn't have the money and wasn't going to get into a relationship, but now that such a person came along who wasn't looking for money, but only for affection, and was willing to share the pain, I was swayed. Listening to Chen Shui's words, Chu Du also felt magical. The 2 people seemed to be born as a pair. Matchmaking until now. Full count. Only met 3 or 4 times, which is on each other. If not for the money, then what? Should have thought through his head, but also did not think that Chen Sui can have any misbehavior. Can only be attributed to Chen Shui lucky, destined to have such a wife. But after all, it is a good brother's lifelong affairs. Chu Du reconsidered, or cautiously said, this way, you are also not in a hurry. The 2 of you know the time is still short, and it is not immediately on the marriage. You can contact again. Look, talk about a half a year, or a year and a half, are normal, right? After all, marriage is a lifelong thing. If that's really the kind of character people girls have, then all I can say is, you've hit the jackpot. Should have envied Chen Shui for being able to meet such a girl, but he himself might not need it. As a man, a not so good man, or scum, a girl like that would be a huge burden to him. He's got his feet in several boats at the same time, and if it does blow up, it's a disservice to the good girl. Fortunately, Wang Xinyue and Jian Lily beside him knew their position and didn't have any grievances. Ruyan Lu, I can't tell at the moment. As for Li Wenxin, the relationship between the 2 sides is complicated, and this kind of thing is not a problem at all. Chen Shui's feelings were clear in his own heart, and Chu Du believed that he would have his own judgment. After hanging up the phone, Chu Du let out a long sigh. Emotional matters were too complicated. Once he was also an innocent teenager, also had a wonderful first love, but in the end, but a dream. Both sides broke up, and so after graduating from college, the sky is the other side of the world, and never saw each other again. Now that he's grown disillusioned with relationships, perhaps being a scumbag and a golden father suits him a bit better. As he was thinking, Secretary Lu knocked on the door. Boss, I hear you sighing as if you're very upset. Is there something wrong? We, the secretarial team, can all share it. Chuda shook his head and said, you don't understand. It's not about me. It's about a blind date for a friend of mine. Lu Ruyan skimmed her mouth and said, blind dates that I have a lot of experience. My mom often arranges blind dates for me. I'm used to it. Chu Du was surprised and said, frequent blind dates? Then you've been on so many blind dates. How come you're still single until now? Secretary Lu blushed. It's not appropriate. Although we have met many people, but we are not very suitable, even if it is. Chudu said with interest. Tell me about it? I'll see what your request is. Ruyan Lu placed the papers on Chudu's desk and thought for a moment. Boss, do you think I look pretty? Chudu carefully sized up Ruyan Lu and said seriously. Indeed beautiful. The figure is also good. Within the people I know, there are few that can be compared to you. Lu Ruyan said smugly. Right. I also know that I'm good looking, and my family's conditions are also quite okay. So I just want to find a better condition than me Specifically? Specific For example, I am a master's degree graduate. Then at least the same as me. I am now in this company. The annual salary of 800,000 yuan. That cannot make less than me. My family is in average condition, but at least they have 2 suites and 2 cars. so they have to be better than me in this regard. I'm 173. I wear a high heel at work and I'm 178 at least. Do you think it would work if my boyfriend wasn't 185? As for character, just don't fuck around outside every day anyway. I'm so pretty and I go out and steal food. It's not appropriate, is it? That's pretty much it. But I've been on a blind date so far and I can't meet a single one. After listening to Lu Ruyan's request, Chudu shifted slightly in his boss chair. Have you ever thought about this kind of condition? And how many people meet it? Lu Ruyan said with a straight face, I thought about it, but I don't want to find a man who is not even as good as me. I still have to support him. If there is really no, the big deal is that I'll be alone. Anyway, I can support myself with my salary. I'm not afraid of it. Trudeau was silent. Lu Ruyan is also right. She herself is a very good person. The salary is enough to support themselves, and do not need to rely on a man. In the case of conditions, find a better than their own, cannot find on their own. There's nothing wrong with that. Individuals have individual choices. Chapter 44, 2 more chapters for the big guys who rewarded us suddenly. Ruyan Lu asked, Boss, how tall are you? Chudu subconsciously said, I'm 6'5". Ruyan Lu breathed a sigh of relief and looked a little strange. Trudeau's eyebrows rose. What? Got a crush on me? Want an office romance? Lu Ruyan said with a red face. No, just asking. Boss, don't think too much. Stealing a glance at Chudu's side face. He was really handsome. Ruyan Lu was a face controller, and a great face controller. On the contrary, Chudu was handsome, and when Lu Ruyan saw it at first glance, she ate that look. And Chudu is also tall, rich, and seems to be quite nice in every way. As for philandering or not, Ruyan Lu didn't know, but she could more or less guess. And there were times when she smelled several different perfumes on him. Guess this guy has more than one woman too. Bah, philanderer, but it's really handsome. What to do? Ruyan Lu was more or less a nymphomaniac and a bit of a love brain. However, and Chudu is currently only in contact at work. Not much private contact. Cannot talk about that step. Packing up the papers, Ruyan Lu stepped on her high heels and left again. I had just stretched, when suddenly I got a message on my cell phone. He's gone. The person who sent the message was Li Wenxin. Chudu immediately got excited and sent a message, You're free this time? Wenxin Li, I'm at work. It dawned on Trudeau that, yes, not everyone was like him and could leave whenever they wanted, but as a general rule, Monday through Friday are free, so there's still plenty of time. The two of them had a word or two and just chatted. Li Wenxin's work is also simple. Is in a real estate company sales center side of the work, due to the beautiful looks, tall figure, but also quite temperament, so is responsible for shooting some publicity short video. The work content is not very troublesome. However, Chudu was not in a hurry, and a lot of props were needed to really mention experiencing the new gameplay, like BZ, XQ, YZ, TD, etc. All kinds of stuff. What's the word? Guess. I'm sure I couldn't write it. It would be a violation. After thinking about it, Chudu opened the website and started researching. It was natural to buy something good, and it wasn't like Chudu lacked money. Buy things that are of good quality and beautiful. After all, these things, if they are ugly, they are not in the mood to play, right? Soon, Chudu researched quite a few things against each other and placed an order online to buy them. After thinking about it, Chudu bought 2 sets of each. Li Wenxin is a Mu, so is Zhang Lilia. 2 sets of toys, 1 for each person, safe and clean, both brand new. Until the afternoon, Chudu had almost bought close to $30,000 of stuff. These things are not really expensive. There are just more types and you have to buy each one. But Chudu also depends on the situation. Not all props are acceptable, depending on the acceptability of the two people to decide. At night, Chudu was lying on his bed. Next to him Wang Xinyue had already fallen into a deep sleep, and he looked at the messages on his cell phone's interface. The message was from Li Wenxin, tomorrow. Are you free? Trudeau, it's free. You tell me. Li Wenxin, tomorrow at noon. I can skip picking up my kids from school. Chudu, got it. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 12 noon. Send me a location. Levinson, okay, share the location. Chudo, no problem. I'll just wait for you. Li Wenxin, you tell me what I should wear tomorrow. Chudo, I think so. You look good in professional clothes. Chudu did feel that Li Wenxin looked good in professional clothes. White shirt, and a set of skirt, with stockings and high heels. There was a feeling of a gentle female secretary, and a different kind of sexiness. Levinson, that's fine. I'll wear it like this. Chudo, see you tomorrow. Levinson, see you tomorrow. BB good night. Trudeau, good night. Looking at Wang Xinu who was sleeping next to him, Chudu had no guilt in his heart. What's with the guilt? Scumbag? Putting his cell phone aside, Chudu also slowly laid down. Noticing that there was someone next to her, Wang Crescent opened her dazed eyes and saw that it was Chudu. She reached out and hugged Chudu, leaning her head against Chudu's chest, and said dreamily, "Go to sleep, Chu. Don't stay up all night." Chudu hummed and hugged Wang Xianu a little tighter, closing his eyes to sleep. Going to work can be busy or not for Chudu. With 3 executives around, there were many things they could handle, and there was no need for Chudu to do everything himself. Seeing that it was close to noon, Chudu didn't call Ning Lei and drove a Lamborghini by himself, leaving the company. Li Wenxin was afraid that her co-workers would see it, so she purposely chose a location that was slightly farther away from the company. When Chudu arrived, he sent a message to Li Wenxin, "I'm here, waiting for you." Li Wenxin quickly replied to the message, "I still have 10 minutes to get off work. Wait a little for me." Chudu, good. I have to say, the optional down and dirty, multi-million-dollar bull does have a rowdy look to it. Chudu just casually parked in the parking lot here, sitting in the car and playing with his phone. In less than 3 minutes, a girl came up and wanted to get to know Chudu. There's a saying that you never know how proactive a girl can be if you don't have money, especially in this materialistic society. Money has become the standard by which most people go about measuring a person's success. With such a car alone, it is enough to attract countless people, especially in cities like Beijing, Shenzhen, and Yangchang. There are countless girls who want to fly up to become a phoenix. The owner of the car is young and handsome, but also rich in gold. Passing girls want to talk to recognize, is really normal. Even many girls are considering, even if Chudu does not have this car, only this face value, that come a hair, they are willing to give for nothing. Can't help it. It's so handsome. Many celebrities' so-called handsomeness is made up and girlish. Chudu's handsomeness, on the other hand, was natural and angular, like Nua's favorite. However, Chudu had no interest in this kind of vulgar powder. Using them to compare with Li Wenxin and Lu Ruyan, the gap was really too far. However, Chudu was also clear that it was difficult to casually encounter a beauty of that caliber on the street. If you put it in ancient times, just based on Li Wenxin's body looks like this, and that gentle young woman temperament, I think Prime Minister Chao would want to get it if he put his life on the line. If it was Lu Ruyan, it would be more or less a stunning beauty that could turn the country upside down, the kind that countless dignitaries would want to get. After rejecting the thoughts of countless passing girls who wanted to strike up a conversation, Li Wenxin finally appeared in Chudu's line of sight. She was wearing a white short-sleeved work shirt that exposed a white arm. Long, silky black hair with a hint of microcurl on the bottom half adds a trifle of sexiness and flirtation. With a lady's wristwatch on her hand, she looked quite the working girl. The lower half of her body was dressed in a black sheath dress, revealing underneath her voluptuous thighs encased in ultra-thin flesh silk. Li Wenxin is not the kind of very thin women, but slightly with some meat. Itself she has a height of 172, coupled with her large breasts, buttocks also warped, thighs with a hint of abundance, but even more a kind of pearl and jade beauty, plump but not fat. A different kind of beauty was on display in her. On her feet was a pair of 5-centimeter high heels, making her already tall figure stand out even more. At this moment, Li Wenxin had a small bag in her hand, stepped on her high heels, and was walking this way. Chapter 45, 3 more chapters for the big guys who rewarded us. This chapter has a lot of plot deletions due to the overhaul. Sorry, high-heeled shoes stepped out on the road with a crisp and moving sound, and her overly attractive appearance and tall figure made the people passing by around her unconsciously look at her twice more. Sitting in the car, Li Wenxin looked at Chudu with a smile on her face. Chudu came forward and directly kissed her on her flaming red lips, then said, "Go, take you to eat first. There isn't much time for lunch, so if you go to a purposely upscale restaurant, plus the wait time, it can be long." So Chudu casually found a nearby restaurant and the two of them simply ate a meal. Li Wenxin didn't have any idea about this. She ate like this every day after work and had already taken it for granted. After dinner, Chudu drove his car and brought Li Wenxin to a nearby hotel and opened a deluxe room. Entering the room, Li Wenxin casually placed her bag on the table, then sat her butt on the edge of the bed and just looked at Chudu. Chudu looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him and directly pressed Li Wenxin down on the bed and kissed her deeply. Li Wenxin clasped her hands around Chudu's neck and responded to him passionately. A man's hands are never idle during a passionate kiss. 5 in the house deleted. Li Wenxin couldn't help but let out a moving humming sound from her throat. After embracing and kissing, Li Wenxin panted and looked at Chudu, and said seriously, "This time he came back and wanted to. I refused. I didn't give it." Chudu didn't say anything, but lowered his head and gently licked on Li Wenxin's ear. 5 in the house deleted. After everything had calmed down, the two of them lay on the bed. Li Wenxin's face was still flushed, but her eyes were full of satisfaction and happiness. "I like you." Li Wenxin spoke tenderly with warm words. Chudu wrapped his arms around the beauty in his arms and said, "I like you a lot too." as if she was a kitten. Li Wenxin rubbed her head against Chudu's chest. After lying down for a long time, the two of them got up and dressed, and Li Wenxin had to go to work to go. On the way to drive Li Wenxin to work, Chudu couldn't help but ask, "Since you guys are already like this, why don't you get a divorce?" Li Wenxin hesitated and said, "The situation is complicated. On the surface, we are still a model couple, but I don't have him in my heart anymore. It's just that he's the father of the child, and I don't want the child to not have a complete childhood. It doesn't really matter to me if I'm divorced or not. I don't care, but I didn't have a happy childhood, and I don't want my child's childhood to be shattered as well. I want her to have a good life and a complete family." Trudeau was silent. It had to do with Li Wenxin's early childhood experiences, involving the child's biological father in childhood, and it was something that would affect him for the rest of his life, and he couldn't intervene. Li Wenxin looked at Chudu and said, "I'm sorry, I can't be with you openly." Chudu reached out and took her jade hand and said, "It's okay, I understand your difficulties." When it was close to the company's downstairs, Li Wenxin was afraid that her co-workers would see it, so she made Chudu stop, gently kissing Chudu. Li Wenxin said, "I'm going to work." Chudu had a gentle smile on his face. "Go ahead." Only after watching Li Wenxin enter the building did Chudu slowly leave. Chudu was trying to be with Li Wenxin, but it was on the other hand difficult. What Li Wenxin's own childhood experience was like, Chudu wasn't sure, but it didn't seem to be happy. She wanted her child to have a complete family with biological parents, and that was something that Chudu could understand. It's just that they'll just have to stay underground. Trudeau hated this feeling, a feeling of not being able to see the light of day. There are countless ways he could have divorced Li Wenxin and her husband, but Chudu was in a dilemma. Sighing deeply, Chudu could only put this matter aside for now and talk about it later, perhaps in a bad mood. Chudu spent the afternoon in the office all afternoon fretting and thinking seriously about the matter. To be honest, with Chudu's current ability, he could totally find a way to get his husband involved in pornography, gambling and drugs, then family conflicts and divorce. But doing so, even though it would allow him to completely get Li Wenxin, it would also cause Li Wenxin to be sad and miserable, leaving her child with a lifelong psychological shadow. Is it worth it? Chudu asked himself that he wasn't considered a good person, but to go about destroying other people's marriages and families in such a way for the sole purpose of getting a woman, his conscience still couldn't get over it. Trudeau has a low moral ground. Except, this time, there's a small child. If it was simply Li Wenxin and her husband, Chudu had no moral pressure at all. But when it came to a child's heart and future, Chudu would have trouble getting his hands dirty. Thinking about it, Chudu still can't get over that hurdle in his own heart. Can only look at the situation. Now he still can't do this kind of thing. All the way to the end of the day, Trudeau was still in a trance. Secretary Lu's voice suddenly came beside his ear. "Boss, what's wrong? See, you've been in a bad mood all afternoon." Chudu jolted awake and looked at Ruyan Lu next to him. He breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death." Lu Ruyan looked at Chudu and asked with a frown. "Boss, I feel that you have something in your heart. It's very depressing. You've been in a bad state all afternoon. Are you not feeling well?" Chudu shook his head and said, "You don't need to think about this matter. It's me who has some other things that are more distracting." Ruyan Lu hesitated and said, "Boss, can I help in any way?" From the moment Chudu came to the office and Ruyan Lu came over to report her work, she knew that Chudu must have been upset about the woman. And it should be a new woman, because he was tainted with a perfume he had never smelled before. So in all likelihood it was a new woman. As for the perfume from before, she probably smelled it too. Chudu stretched out and said, "Forget it, there are some things that you're not fit to get involved in." Ruyan Lu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Boss, why did you go messing with women again? Piss me off." Chapter 46 Zhang Lili meets Wang Xinul. Though the matter of Li Wenxin could not be solved immediately, the days still had to be lived. Chudu goes to work every day, occasionally flirting with the little secretary, and Li Wenxin goes to quietly make a date when she is free. Several times, though, she had her husband video check in and almost got caught. When he went back at night, it was either Wang Xinyu or Zhang Lili. In short, Chudu's bed would never be without a woman. Time gradually moved on to the height of summer. It was excessively hot for a summer day. Chudu's body had a lot of fire, and it was even hotter and more uncomfortable in this summer. It's a good thing there's air conditioning everywhere, either in the office, on the drive, or at home, every day, to keep him a lot more comfortable. Today's Saturday, Zhang Lili happens to have the day off. Chudu accompanied Zhang Lili out to shop and buy things. With a pet, it's not just about keeping her fed and entertained every day, but material rewards, too, from time to time. Arriving at Wanxiang International City, Chudu planned to buy a few pieces of clothing and jewelry for Zhang Lili today. strolling leisurely through the women's clothing store. John Lily looked at the clothes with interest, while Chuda leaned back on the sofa and was lost in thought. Suddenly, a man stood in front of Chuda and looked at him with a crooked head. Chuda suddenly woke up and looked at the person in front of him. I'll go. King Crescent. Wang Crescent was wearing a blue and black dress, revealing half of her calves, and a pair of white pointed high heels. She also stood next to a girl. Chuda a little impression. Remember when Zhao Qian invited him to dinner that night? 10 bank girls in there, long and really beautiful, but it favors the petite and cute type. Not Chudo's cup of tea. He likes the imperial girl. Wang Xinu looked at him curiously and said, Brother Chu, why are you here? Before Chu Du had time to speak, John Lily's voice came from behind him. Brother Chu, do you think I'll change into this outfit? Chuda was somewhat speechless. Damn it, was he so lucky? I can't believe that Wang Crescent and John Lily bumped into each other. However, Chu Du did not panic in the slightest. In itself, the two women knew their position, and there was simply no such thing as a shura. So Chuda was steady as an old dog. Wang Crescent followed the sound and saw John Lily. At this time, John Lily happened to change into a sexy silk wraparound dress. Tight and slender clothes will be her sexy and proud body completely modified out. Radiant. John Lily also saw Wang Xinu, and she was stunned for a moment when she saw this beautiful girl standing in front of Chudu. The two gazes looked at each other, neither one stepping back. The girl next to Wang Xinu looked embarrassed and quietly walked to the door. People's big brothers' women are touching each other. It's better for them not to get involved in this kind of thing, lest Wang Crescent's face will not look good. When the shopkeepers saw this, they all stood away from each other and quietly ate their melons. The original partner bumping into the mistress? It's exciting. However, this original spouse and mistress are both beautiful. No wonder people's big brothers want both of them. Although Wang Xinyue had known that she wasn't the only one, it was inevitable that she would be a little lost when she saw this scene. In particular, John Lily carried with her a sassy and flirtatious feeling that she did not possess, so she was worried that Chuda would stop favoring her one day. And John Lily was also a little stunned, but she wasn't in a hurry. She knew that Chuda wasn't married, so the beautiful woman in front of her must be about the same status as herself. Wang Xinu just hesitated for less than a second before sitting on Chu Du's lap, hugging Chu Du's neck and saying, Brother Chu, you're still going to go back for dinner tonight. Trudeau shook his head and said, Not going. At the sight of this scene, the store clerk in the distance was floored. Holy shit, what's going on here? Both sides meet and instead of tearing each other apart, they're trying their best to please the man? I see. That's the joy of the rich. Open the crystal palace wide, and no one dares to make a mess of the shura. John Lily also didn't look like she was going to be angry at all. She walked in style, sat on Chu Du's other leg, faced Wang Xinu, stretched out her right hand, and said with a big smile, This sister, how are you? My name is John Lily. Wang Crescent also reached out and shook hands with John Lily and said, Hello, my name is Wang Crescent. Outside the door, Wang Crescent's co-workers were not shocked but only envious when they saw this scene. She herself worked in a bank and was surrounded by a number of co-workers who followed their bosses, and almost all of them were of the semi-public variety, which didn't count for much at all, especially since she sometimes has access to people and knows things. These rich people, they keep a few behind their backs. It's a family affair. Instead of laughing at Wang Xinu, she was envious of why it wasn't herself, who had little dignity but was able to change her fate and class. People, you can't even give up money for the sake of dignity. Neither Wang Crescent nor John Lily had any intention of getting angry. Instead they were both smiling. John Lily looked at Wang Xinu and knew that Wang Xinu was no threat to her. She could see that Wang Xinu was a more well-behaved girl. It was fine to play along with Chuda's flirtation, but the initiative was less. Unlike her, if she dared to be a mistress, she let go, went out on a limb, and took the initiative to please Chudu, so that the Gold Master's father could have fun. Chu Du looked at Wang Crescent, then glanced at the entrance of the store, and casually asked, Are you out here with your co-workers today? Crescent Moon Wang said, Yeah, I want to buy something and then buy something for my parents too. Trudeau didn't care about that. As long as it wasn't with another man, it was fine. He held both of them with both hands, one on the left and one on the right. Is there any money left? If it's not enough, I'll transfer some more to you to buy things for your family. Don't be reluctant. It's not like I don't have money. Wang Xinu hurriedly shook her head and said, No. I still have more than $1 million you gave me here. It's completely enough. Looking at John Lily, Wang Xinyue felt that she should leave. So she said, Then, Chu, I will go first. You guys continue. Chuda didn't rush to let her go, but said, Have dinner together in the evening in a while, just in the upstairs restaurant. Wang Crescent glanced at John Lily, and seeing that Jiang Lily had no reaction, she returned, "Okay, brother Chu." Saying that, he kissed Chuda lightly on the cheek, then got up and said to Jiang Lily, "Then, I'll leave first. See you in a while." Jiang Lily also smiled and said, "Take care, sister. I'll see you in a while." Watching Wang Crescent leave the store, Jiang Lily curiously said, "Brother Chu, which sister is this?" Chudo rolled his eyes and said, "It's just the two of you at the moment. You tell me." Jiang Lily's eyes lit up and she kissed Chudo and said, "BB, don't worry, I'll be good." Chapter 47, Whose house are we going to tonight? Trudeau gently patted her arse and didn't say anything. Although the two women accidentally bumped into each other today, the good thing was that both of them were very knowledgeable and didn't have any conflicts. This is also due to a number of reasons. The duo knew from the start that they were both lovers and naturally would not consider anything else. If it's Chudo in a relationship and both guys think they're proper girlfriends, it's only interesting to bump heads. But well, today's society, distorted values, in Chudo such financial resources, I believe that very few girls will break up because of this. At most crying and crying just. Chudo also didn't let this affect his mood, but continued to accompany Jiang Lily as she shopped. By dinner time, Chudo had pre-ordered a restaurant upstairs, still with private rooms. He sat in the booth with Jiang Lily, but in just 3 minutes, Wang Crescent walked in carrying a few bags as well. Her co-worker left early, knowing that such an occasion was special. Trudeau put the menu on the table and said, "You two order and see what you want to eat. We are all very familiar. Ordering food naturally will not be pushed to be polite." The two have ordered some later, and then gave Chudu. Chudu ordered a little more, which allows people to serve food. After the waiter left, it was just the three of them in the box. Chudu coughed, then said, "Formal introduction. This is Wang Xinu. At present, is my deposit assistant in the commercial bank. This is Jiang Lili, flight attendant." "Hello, hello." Both reached out to shake hands at the same time. Chudu said calmly, "Before I have a relationship with you guys, I also said that I have more than 1 or 2 women around me, and you all know that. Meeting today is really an accident, but then, since we've met, it's fine to get along in the future." Wang Xinyu said gently, "Don't worry Chu, I know." Jiang Lily blinked her eyes and said, "Don't worry, brother Chu, I'll just obediently be a lover for you." Seeing the attitude of the two, Chudu was also satisfied. With such two stunning colors sitting beside him, Chudu suddenly had an idea. Since they are both in the same neighborhood and both know about each other, is there a possibility? Watching Chudu's eyes sweeping back and forth over them, Wang Xinu was still a bit strange, but Jiang Lili had already guessed what Chudu was thinking. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers, Trudeau is an honest man, and a like is a like. Wang Crescent was confused and said, "What is it?" Jiang Lily came to Wang Crescent's ear and didn't know what to say. Wang Xinu's face instantly reddened. She looked up at Chudu, pursed her lips, and said hesitantly, "Chu, do you want it badly?" Chudu glared at Jiang Lily before he said to Wang Xinyu, "Everyone has a different level of acceptance. I'll never force the two of you. You just have to go and do what you can accept. That's all." Wang Xinyu looked at Jiang Lily, then at Chudu, and said with a lowered head, "Actually, it's not impossible. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers, I have to say that Jiang Lili really understands Chudu. At least, in that regard, she understood Chudu well. Neither Wang Crescent nor Jiang Lili was a proper lady, and furthermore, the two basically wouldn't become proper ladies, so at the root of it, there was no conflict of interest for the duo. It just so happens that because of Chudu's presence, the two can get to know each other and are perfectly capable of being good sisters. Both of them thought about it and were more than likely not going to make Chudu angry by fighting for favor. So there was a magical scene at the dinner table. The two sat on either side of Chudu, left and right, across Chudu, discussing women's clothes, cosmetics, and so on, enthusiastically. Chudu was speechless, but it's still nice to see the two getting along so well. The meals were some ordinary ones, a meal that cost only a few $100s, a simple meal, but with a great atmosphere. Chudu, in particular, said the meal was fun. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers, although it was said that there was no need to be concerned about Wang Xinu, but this was ultimately a restaurant. In case even a waiter suddenly came in, it would be embarrassing, and it's not soundproof, so it's fine to talk quietly, but once you raise your voice, it's perfectly audible next door. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers, it was almost 9 o'clock before the three of them were leisurely ready to go back. Chuda came out today and drove a Ferrari, which can only carry one person. But it doesn't matter, just let Ning Lei come over and pick it up. As for the Ferrari, just let Ning Lei come over tomorrow and drive it back. There was no need to consider whether this was squeezing Ning Lei and tossing him around, but actually Ning Lei was willing. This is to show that the boss values you and wants to use you. If nothing happens every day, then I'm afraid I'll be leaving soon. Not more than half an hour later, Ning Lei drove his Maybach to the mall parking lot and received the three of Chudu. Go to the Arc de Triomphe. After Chudu instructed Ning Lei, he lowered the center grille. Neither Wang Crescent nor Jiang Lily were surprised. Both knew that the other was staying here as well, and might even be having a threesome tonight. The only question is whose house to go to tonight, which knew that Chuda did not go to the house of either of them. After coming to the neighborhood, Chuda took the duo to another set of houses. I thought about it. Those two houses are going to be given to you in the end, and it wouldn't be appropriate to go to anyone, and it just so happens that I still have an empty house here, so it would be perfect here. Chapter 48, The Three Stooges. I am sorry that this chapter was overwritten. It's been overhauled much more, basically overhauled, and the plot is incoherent, so I hope you don't mind. Hearing Chuda's explanation, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The two just need to be good and obedient and that house does go to them later? Although he didn't mind that Chuda had another woman, there was something in his heart when he brought them together and fooled around in his future home. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers, the cleaning of the house was done by the property at short notice while he was eating, including the fruit that had just been bought and the water that had just been changed in the drinking fountain, all of which he had asked the property to do immediately on an expedited basis. The power of money, I have to say, is really big. Any other property owner would have cursed or even ignored you, but the property here can only say that Mr. Chu waived the bill and conquered us with affection. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. When Chuda woke up in a daze, Wang Crescent had already made dinner. Luna, you sure are good at your craft, Chuda complimented as he ate. Although last night's nonsense, originally Wang Xinyue still do not know how to face today. Fortunately, Jiang Lily went first, so that she is not so embarrassed. Hearing Chu Du's praise, Wang Crescent hurriedly said, Brother Chu, I'll go and learn more about what you like to eat. I'm not very good with my hands, but I'll learn well. It had to be said that Wang Xinu was now gradually trending towards the direction of a housewife. Since Chu Du's group had just started recently and he had decentralized a lot of his power, Chu Du was not at all as busy as other old bosses, who were either at a drinking game or on their way to a drinking game every day. The days, for the most part, are not too choppy. On Li Wenxin's side, her husband was home on Saturdays and weekends, so Chudu wouldn't be in touch, and on weekdays, the only time they were free was at noon, and occasionally when they didn't go to pick up the kids, the two were able to sneak in a rendezvous. Chudu returned to the normal life trajectory line, every day to work and off. Once a week Can and Li Wenxin rendezvous. The night is either Jiang Lily, or Wang Crescent, or occasionally come to a big sleep together. In the company, looking at Lu Ruyan, this delicate flower, sometimes flirting, is also quite good. It was worth mentioning that the various prop items that Chuda had bought had all arrived. At that time, Li Wenxin was unavailable, but Jiang Lily happened to be resting. So, Chuda brought a whole set of things to Jiang Lili. Seeing 3 large bags full of things, Jiang Lili people were dumbfounded. Jiang Lili said grudgingly, Brother, if I do anything wrong, you can say so, but don't screw me over. Chuda laughed loudly. It's fine, play around, see how much you can accept, how much we play. What doesn't work will be thrown away. This was forced to delete 200 words due to security clearance issues or it wouldn't have passed. Sorry, you can use your imagination. Jiang Lili is also a very complicated woman. Say she let go, but when she was with Chudu, it was the first time. Say she can't let go. But these are almost all the props she's willing to try with Chudu. All kinds of positions to play, without fear. Looking at Jiang Lili's seductive eyes and kitten-like state, Chudu thought of Lu Ruyan again. Jiang Lili is sassy sexy. Lu Ruyan is the bones of the seductive sexy. If it is Lu Ruyan so, that must have been exciting to think about. Wang Crescent herself was just an ordinary bank worker, with no special advantages except for her good looks. But since she's been with Chudu, her position at the bank has simply skyrocketed. Bank up and down all people. See her have to call a moon sister. Even the bank president Zhao Qian, talk to her is also polite, without the slightest frame. Zhao Qian knows one thing, such a woman, even a little bit of random pillow wind, is better than outsiders talking. Chudu this tens of billions of dollars of payment. He does not want to be robbed by any dog counterparts. Recently, there just happened to be a training opportunity, and after inquiring about Wang Crescent, he added Wang Crescent to the list, and if things went well, Wang Crescent could be promoted at the end of the training. In fact, with the amount of Chudu's current deposits, it was entirely possible to get the head office to approve the construction of another bank, with Wang Crescent as its president. Chapter 49 Late Night Invitation, but Wang Xianyu refused. That would be a quick promotion, but she preferred to make herself available to work on it. Zhao Qian also told her that after this return, the position of bank president over here can be officially handed over to Wang Xianyu. As for Zhao Qian, due to this incident, he also rose up the ranks and became the highest person in charge of the commercial bank in the entire city of Shen. You can never go wrong with the saying that one man can win. Zhao Qian also secretly resolved in his heart, when he has more power, he must serve this super rich young man better. As long as this one person serves well, it is completely enough to support the performance of the whole Xinjiang. Wang Crescent's training this time, which was in the capital, would take a week, and Jiang Lily only had 2 days off this week, causing Chudu to actually become a solo sleeper for a while. Lying on the bed in boredom, Chuda stared at the ceiling in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly Chuda thought of Li Wenxin. Today was Tuesday and her husband was away, so Chudo sent a message, "Are you asleep?" Li Wenxin, coaxing the child. "Trudeau, talk later?" "Levinson, give me 5 minutes." "Chudo, good." Chudu flipped open his cell phone and casually looked at it, and as a result, he waited for 15 minutes before Li Wenxin sent a message. "Okay. Chudo, voice or phone?" "Levinson, anything." "Phone call." The next moment, Chudo had dialed the phone. Li Wenxin glanced at her sleeping daughter and walked to the other room to answer the phone. "It's 11:30. Why don't you go to bed?" Trudeau needed the pillow next to him. "Couldn't sleep. Missed you." Listening to Chudu's sweet words, Li Wenxin also said tenderly, "I miss you too. Maybe it's midnight." Women are a little more emotional. The two talked from work to life. Li Wenxin poured out the family's misfortune. She was never willing to say exactly what her husband had ever wronged her for, but told Chudo it wasn't cheating. Chuda secretly guessed that between husband and wife, if it is not cheating and sad, then 9 times out of 10, it is domestic violence over. But this kind of salt in the wound thing, Chudu didn't want to mention it again, so he skimmed over the matter. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. A low, magnetic male voice came over the phone, and Li Wenxin's heart throbbed. Don't say it. I'm afraid I can't control it. To want is to want. Human instinct. Why hold back? As if I wanted to see you now. Badly, badly. Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. The voice became lower and lower, but Li Wenxin could feel the longing in Chudu's words. She hesitated and said very quietly, "Then, why don't you come over now?" Hearing this, Chudu was instantly energized. Glancing at the time, it was only just after 12 a.m., and he had been chatting for more than an hour. Chudu did not give Li Wenxin a chance to back out, knowing that women are very impulsive at this time. If they back out again, it would be hard to say. He said bluntly, "So you'll send me the location and I'll go over there now, or go to the location where I picked you up last time?" Li Wenxin also seemed to have gone out of her way and said, "I'll send you the exact location. You come over here, inside our neighborhood," Chuda said as he put on his clothes. "Okay, I'll be there now, in about 20 minutes. Li Wenxin thought for a moment and said, "I'll get up now and put on some makeup and clean up a little." She hesitated again and said, "Where are we going this late?" Without thinking, Trudeau said, "To your house." Due to the book going into a small dark room to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here, and I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. Sorry readers. Li Wenxin said tentatively. "Well, how about going to your car, or go to a B&B hotel?" Trudeau returned. "I'm all for it. See if it's convenient for you." Li Wenxin sighed, "But I'm afraid that if I go far away, what if the child wakes up?" Li Wenxin's child is 6 years old, and indeed still young enough to be a problem if he suddenly wakes up. For a while, Chudu couldn't think of a good solution. Suddenly, Li Wenxin said, "I know, Go to my basement. Trudeau was dumbfounded. Basement? Isn't the basement all for stuff? It's a big mess. How's that for a date? Li Wenxin seemed to know what Chudu was thinking and explained. My basement has a bed and a sofa. Because sometimes my dad would rest over here. So it's livable and clean. Trudeau gets it. It's a remodeled basement. Although the environment is not as good as the hotel. But special circumstances. Special treatment. Chudu immediately responded. Good. As he spoke, he went out to his car. Li Wenxin hurriedly said, don't hang up. Just keep talking to me. By the way, what do you want to see me wear? What are you wearing? This is a very deep philosophical question. Due to the book going into a small darkroom to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers, bye. Chudu never equivocated a bit in such matters. Trudeau added, as for the inside, it would be best if you had a love dress, and a trench coat over it would be fine. Li Wenxin frowned and said, how could I have these at home? We both used to be very conservative and never had these. Trudeau tapped his head, and rightly so. Due to the book going into a small darkroom to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. Soon, Chudu drove his car and arrived at the neighborhood that Li Wenxin had sent. 4 shifts today. This is the third chapter, chapter 50, the secret of the basement audit. You want to look at other people's text, compared to me are clear water like this, and still do not give a pass? Looking at the cell's door already closed, Chudu asked, cell, letting outside vehicles in? Li Wenxin returned, yes, if the security guard doesn't open the door, you can just honk the horn. Sure enough, Chudu gently honked the horn and the gate opened. Seeing this scene, Chudu secretly shook his head. In an upscale neighborhood, this is not a problem at all. There must be an ID check and registration. However, this is an ordinary neighborhood. The security is just that. Chudu is also too lazy to say anything. Anyway, it is just convenient for himself. Arriving at Li Wenxin's downstairs, Chudu parked his car, walked down and said, I'm already here. How about you? The next moment, a silhouette appeared in the only lighted window, and it was none other than Li Wenxin. Li Wenxin hurriedly said, wait a moment. 3 minutes. I'll be right down. Chudu naturally wasn't in a hurry and chatted with Li Wenxin. Soon after, Levinson said, you go into the building. I'll go downstairs now. After hanging up the phone, Chudu quietly walked into the building. It just so happened that Li Wenxin also walked downstairs, and looked at Li Wenxin wearing a trench coat with black stockings over half of her thighs, and a pair of slippers, carrying a pair of high heels in her hand. Chudu's eyes lit up. Levinson said quietly, go, leading Chudu to the basement. He opened the door and the two hurried inside, closing it gently again. Li Wenxin first changed into high heels, then got up and spun around, saying happily, how is it? Does it look good? She was wearing a trench coat with a loose homey nightgown underneath, and the bottom half of her body was straight out of thin black silk. She had a plump figure, and at this time, she carried a kind of laziness and sexiness of a housewife, and the two different temperaments intermingled with each other, which was even more heart-thumping. Chuda held her in his arms, placed her on the bed, and kissed her directly, which was his best response. Perhaps wanting to completely indulge herself, Li Wenxin was also extraordinarily passionate, fiercely responding to Chudu's embracing kisses. Even though she was only 28 years old, it was as if she was 30, like a wolf, crazily demanding, holding Chudu tightly, afraid that he would leave her. A few moments later, Chudu had several red lipstick marks all over his face before the two of them parted with intent. Slowly reach out. Chudu here due to audit problems, forced to delete 200 words. Want to see the original article to open a member. Li Wenxin also tried her best to cooperate, removing her trench coat, with only a loose pajama top that couldn't block the invading clause. I'm sorry, the book has been in the dark house due to a lot of chapter content being deleted here due to the speed of the car, and there's really nothing I can do about it. Li Wenxin did her best to bite her clothes for fear of making a sound and being heard. After a long time, Li Wenxin twisted her head and said accusingly, do you not like me? Chudo asked curiously, why do you say that? Li Wenxin said, then why haven't you blocked the word yet? Chudo laughed, baby, it's not the first day you've known me. Don't you know me yet? This was forced to delete 200 words due to review issues. See my signature if you want to see the original. Chudo was also a bit distressed. Okay, get ready. This was forced to delete 200 words due to review issues. And you want to see the original article to open a membership. This was forced to delete 200 words due to review issues. See my signature if you want to see the original. The two of them just lay back down on the bed. There was no air conditioning in the basement. And looking at the sweat on Chudo's body, Li Wenxin took a paper towel and tenderly wiped it off for him. You've worked hard. Chuda grabbed her wrist and pressed her hand against his face. Hard work or not, I'm satisfied. Lee Wenxin smiled back and said, I'm content too. The two lay down and just looked at each other, neither one speaking, but their eyes were full of tenderness and love. Chuda stroked Lee Wenxin's face and said softly, does it still hurt? Lee Wenxin shook her head and said, it doesn't hurt. None of it leaves a mark. I can feel that you are very light on your hands, or you are still heartbroken. This was forced to delete 200 words due to review issues, and you want to see the original article to open a membership. Chudu guffawed. Good. It's good that you're not afraid of pain. The two of them warmed up for a few moments, and it was time to go back. Chuda said softly, go back and keep your voice down. Don't wake the child. Lee Wenxin hummed and said, you also go back to rest early. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. After getting dressed, Chudu and Lee Wenxin gently opened the door and walked out. In the hallway, Chuda kissed Lee Wenxin again before saying, go back. Lee Wenxin returned home and watched from the window as Chuda drove away. Before cleaning up and taking a shower, Chuda glanced down at the time. Good lord, it was already 3 o'clock. When I came here, it was only 1 o'clock, and this will be 3 o'clock. When he got home, Chudu also went to take a shower. After all, he had sweated all over, and when he finished rinsing, Lee Wenxin happened to send a message. Lee Wenxin, blush, here due to audit problems, forced to delete 200 words, want to see the original article open member. Chudo, I'll rub it for you. Lee Wenxin, you worked hard. Chudo, you've also worked hard and endured too much. Lee Wenxin, I just watched it. I'm exhausted. I need to sleep. You also go to bed early. Chudo, be good and go to bed early. Baby. Levinson, aha, go to bed early. Love you. The night, at last, fell into silence. Chapter 51 Jewelry Exhibition. Due to the book going into a small darkroom to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I apologize. I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. In the afternoon, I have to pick up the kids again, go home to the kids, and tutor them in their homework. A week, sometimes not even once, and on Saturdays and weekends, sometimes the elderly will take the kids. But Wenxin Li's husband tends to come back again, and the two still don't have time to date. Although he barely slept all night, when he came to the office the next morning, Chudu still looked radiant. I have to say, the elixirs of the immortal cultivation world are really awesome. It was just such a random low-grade elixir that made Chudu's body surpass normal. Although he had already taken a shower, Chudu's body still retained the scent of Lee Wenxin's perfume. Strong but not vulgar. Seductive but not lacking elegance. Ruyan Lu took her breakfast and came to Chudu's side, placed it on the table, sniffed hard and twisted her head. Looking at Ruyan Lu's departing back, Chudu just smiled. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see that Ruyan Lu was angry? Due to the book going into a small darkroom to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. Therefore, Chuda was not in a hurry, and gradually wore away her ideas at work and in life, and it became natural. As for whether someone else will take it in the middle of this joke, is there any other young handsome and rich youth with good character like himself beside Ruyan Lu? The bottom line is that Chudu doesn't panic at all. Moreover, it would be hard for someone to quickly hook up with a woman like Ruyan Lu. The group is now on track in all aspects and basically follows the original plans of the subsidiaries, so it can develop smoothly. Chudo suddenly wondered if work wasn't a little too boring. Other bosses are busy every day, while they, themselves, have a free day. After mulling it over, he gave up again. It's over $800 billion. What difference does it make if you try or not? It's enough to lay flat in this life until you die. Even to be honest, even if he dabbled in gambling and went to the Haojiang casino, no one would be able to win him that kind of money. Because the principle is so vicious, no one can catch it at all. While he was thinking about it, Ruyan Lu knocked on the door again with the papers. Lu Ruyan during work, always a black professional dress and white shirt, and black sheath skirt and black silk, plus black pointed high heels, seems to never change the same. This outfit, however, was extremely slimming on her, emphasizing her proud figure. Boss, this is the plan for the opening ceremony of our Star River Hotel. Take a look. The Star River Hotel, which is exactly the plan Chuda made at that time, is in Building A of the Star River building. From the 56th to the 70th floor, the most luxurious inside was a room reserved for Chuda to use as a backup. An opening ceremony, Chudu was naturally too lazy to go. He casually looked twice and said, just let Rinjun go. I won't participate. Lu Ruyan picked up the file and said, boss, there's another one. Recently our Star River Media's film and television department over there, ready to shoot a movie. The director hopes that you can make a cameo role in it. The appearance time is about 5 minutes or so. What do you mean? Make a movie? It's a bit of fun. Even a bit of fun. Chudu said unconcernedly. Show me the script, and if it's suitable, I'm also available for a cameo. Ruyan Lu put down another stack of papers and said, the script is here. Instead of rushing through the script, Trudeau asked, is there anything else going on lately? Ruyan Lu said without thinking, there are a few group bosses who want to meet you for a meal. Curious, Trudeau said. Who are they? And are there any groups connected to our work? There are. It had to be said that Ruyan Lu's working ability was very strong. The things that should be memorized were memorized. There are two that are both from media companies. They mainly deal with the netizen aspect, and we have some linkage cooperation. There is also one that is a pharmaceutical company that wants to talk about cooperation with our hospital. Chuda said with an oh-so-sweet voice, refuse it, or see who's free and go meet them. Anyway, don't look for me for this kind of thing. Big things will come later. In addition, there will be a Cartier jewelry exhibition in the near future, because the Podium shopping mall has just talked about cooperation with Cartier, and Cartier's side has expressed the hope that they can rent the large exhibition hall on the second floor of our group to do a jewelry exhibition to promote their products. A jewelry show? Chudu was suddenly interested. If it was good, it would be good to buy a little bit for a few of his women. When? The show is next Tuesday, Chudu said without hesitation. Approved. By the way, arrange a place for me then. I'll go and have a look as well. You go with me. Understood, Mr. Chu. After explaining what needed to be explained, Ruyan Lu went out to work as ordered. Speaking of jewelry exhibitions, it suddenly occurred to Chudu that all these brands were foreign brands, and most of the mainstream top luxury goods were also foreign brands. So what about the domestic ones? Trudeau pondered if he could also build a top luxury product, or to make all the signs under your banner, the top brands in the world? For example, the Star River Hotel, the top hotel that will open all over the world in the future? Like the future world's #1 media company, Star River Media? Like the future #1 security company in the world, Star River Security? And what a way to figure out how to go about building your own top brands in cosmetics, jewelry, and watches. The more Chuda thought about it, the more he felt this was feasible. Any brand that can be built, if foreign countries can, why can't I? Thus, Chudu began a new round of conceptualization and planning. Chapter 52 Exhibition. Until the end of the day, Chuda had some planning. However, want to create such a brand, or multiple brands, it is not an immediate solution, but also need time, need word of mouth. Back at home, Wang Crescent was cooking. She said gently, Brother Chu, wait a moment, it'll be ready in a few minutes. Today we're having braised sea bass, fried broccoli with tomatoes, and stir-fried pork with celery. Looking at Wang Crescent, who was wearing an apron, wearing a house dress and tying her long hair, Chudu suddenly had the feeling of having been married and coming home from work to his wife cooking. An inexplicable feeling of home, a strange sense of warmth, filled Chudu's chest. He said after a moment of silence, tough luck, Soki. Wang Crescent looked at Chudu's face that was not quite right and said worriedly, Brother Chu, I see that your expression is not happy. Is something wrong? Or is the meal I cooked today not to your liking? Chudu suddenly grabbed her hand and said, don't think too much. You're doing a great job. I love it. Saying that, he kissed deeply on Wang Xinu's mouth. The worry in Wang Crescent's heart immediately dissipated, and she said with a big smile, Brother Chu, wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. Chudu casually walked to her side. Looking at Wang Crescent's cooking, Chudu softly said, next Tuesday, there is a Cartier's jewelry exhibition in our group. You'll go with me then and buy some jewelry for you. Wang Crescent immediately shook her head and said, Brother Chu, no need. I haven't spent much of the money you gave me. Now that I have a house and a car, I'm very satisfied. Admittedly, Wang Crescent followed Chudu in the beginning because she wanted to change her class, wanted to be rich and live a good life. Now she is living in a house close to $100 million, driving a luxury car of millions, wearing clothes, taking the bag. None of them are top luxury goods, a line down to hundreds of thousands of dollars. She was content. All she wanted now was to be able to be stable by Chudu's side, and until Chudu was officially in a relationship and married, she could live with him for a long period of time, cooking for him and serving the man. When everything is possessed, very often, one's needy desires are reduced. Wang Xinu is exactly this kind of person. She is now indifferent to the desire for money. Anyway, it cannot be spent, and there is nothing that needs to be bought. Luxury items that used to be unattainable. Now as long as she opens her mouth, Chuda can buy a whole bunch of them and fill up several closets. Once, she was still studying how to be a green tea that could coax men. But now, all she studies every day is how to cook and clean up the house. It certainly wasn't that she couldn't afford a cook and a nanny. She just didn't want to complicate a simple life by making it complicated. Such a cozy feeling would give her a sense of security. Seeing her refusal, Chudu continued, "Dress up then and come with me." This time the tone was more than a little unrefusable. Wang Xinyue was sweet in her heart and said on her lips, "Okay, then I'll take leave to accompany you then." It is worth mentioning that Wang Crescent has returned from training in the capital, and has just been promoted to the president of the commercial bank in the past 2 days. Although it was only for one region, this kind of upgrade speed was enough to shock countless people, and Zhao Qian also logically became the head of the entire Xinjiang commercial bank. Glancing at Chu Du, Wang Crescent said, "Brother Chu, should we call Lai Lai as well?" Chu shook his head and said, "No need. You can just come with me." The meal was soon ready, with meat and veggies, rice for the main course, and seaweed and egg drop soup. It had to be said that Wang Crescent's cooking skills was now getting better and better, and cooking was also in line with Chu Du's tastes, making Chu Du feel comfortable in life. Soon it was the day of the Cartier jewelry show. Cartier is a French luxury brand that has a sub-parent relationship with the Richemont Group, and in terms of jewelry, Cartier definitely qualifies as one of the top 10 super brands in the world. Cartier rented the conference center on the second floor, which has a total area of 2,000 square meters, or an oversized pillarless ballroom with a floor height of 10 meters. It is also a great venue with state-of-the-art equipment such as an oversized LED electronic display. Such a venue does not exist in the box, so Chu Du's position is the front row in the middle, the best position in the room. I head up. You can see all the jewelry in the booth above. He's wearing a chiton bespoke suit today, handmade by an Italian designer. The whole set worth over $500,000. This is Italy's top bespoke men's suit brand, a brand that has always been known for its premium fabrics, fine tailoring and unique craftsmanship, with each piece representing the highest level of craftsmanship and traditional spirit. Most of their fabrics are made from top-quality natural fibers such as wool, silk and alpaca wool, which not only makes their suits look upscale and luxurious, but likewise ensures the comfort and durability of the garments. And their tailoring combines traditional Italian tailoring techniques with modern tailoring theories to make each suit fit the wearer's body perfectly. Chiton's atelier is in Naples, and it's all hand-sewn by fine seamstresses. Naples, incidentally, has a great view, just poor sanitation on the city streets, as I've experienced firsthand. Wearing a suit, Chudu's entire person seemed to have become a lot more mature, and with his handsome face, he was simply the male lead on the cover of the Women's Channel, a walking hormone. Many of the women in the arena were secretly sizing up Chudu, and there were even quite a few whose eyes were on the verge of lighting up. The female companion next to Chudu was Crescent Moon Wang. Today's Wang Crescent, who had also prepared a lot for this exhibition, was dressed extraordinarily beautifully. Her gown was Pro Novus, a high-class gown originating from Spain, a long one-piece fishtail evening gown with light pink bright diamonds, dazzling all over, and that bright diamond design, which should be vulgar, looked as attractive as a moon goddess on her. A one-shoulder gown, revealing luscious collarbones, and a pair of jade-like arms, skin like grease, sexy and noble. The fishtail part perfectly trimmed her legs and overall figure, making her already beautiful figure seem as pretty as a mermaid. The hem of the skirt below the knee was gradually transparent, like a light veil, revealing 2 long white legs, and a pair of silver diamond-studded strappy high heels, noble and elegant. The handbag in her hand was bought by Chudu just yesterday when he took her to LV, worth more than $200,000, and the wristwatch was also a new one, Roger Dubuis Celebrity Pink Diamond, worth more than $3 million. Not as expensive as the last Patek Philippe, but a little better looking. Chapter 53, Rectification and Suspension of Work. Wang Xinyue had never worn such expensive clothes in these matches, especially since there were quite a few celebrities and tycoons in here, as well as many stars, which she had never experienced before. Even though she was already a bank president, she had risen too quickly to get used to it. All of this made her a little frightened and nervous. Chudu sensed her nervousness and said softly, "There's no need to be nervous. They're only nervous about me if they're face to face." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but smile, and her entire body relaxed a lot. Chudu was right. The Star River twin buildings alone, and the commercial bank's top-level VIP treatment, was something no one else could compare to. Although outsiders didn't know the amount of Chudu's deposits, the 2 buildings and the companies that invested in them could be seen in real life. And no one would be foolish enough to mess with such a super-duper man. Instead, the moment they saw Chudu, many people were dumbfounded, wanting to go up and climb up to talk. Only many of them were also weighing themselves, whether they were qualified enough to talk. Society as a whole has classes: poor, average, middle, high, and top. Unbeknownst to them, there are 3, 6, 9 classes in the upper class of the rich and powerful. Someone like Chudu who threw tens of billions of dollars and ate 2 buildings in one breath. In their eyes, that was a super predator. tens of billions of dollars in cash. And the signing of the bank conference room that day, although many people didn't see it with their own eyes, there were quite a few people on the scene, and things would naturally spread. A day's spending of close to $100 billion in cash was enough to shake the entire rich circle of Xinjiang. So, whether they recognize it or not, many people know Chudu, which is a super rich man. The two of them walked towards their seats, and Wang Xinyue held Chudu's arm. Beside him, her lotus steps moving gently. The bright red lips were quite vibrant, as well as the perfume of Chanel No. 5 that she couldn't help but exude around her. Come to your seat and sit down. On Chudu's left was Wang Xinu, and on his right was Lu Ruyan. But Lu Ruyan hadn't come over at this time, and was talking to Cartier's people about tonight's jewelry exhibition to see if there was anything else that needed to be prepared. Next to them again, were some rich and famous people. They were the ones who sat in the first row. Even the first 5 rows were all rich and famous people from Xinjiang, or other places who were invited. Further back, there were some celebrities, Chinese and white, whom Cartier had asked to model for tonight's display. Looking at the rich and famous people in the front row, Chudu was also the top one. The show didn't start until 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was now 7:30, and while it didn't start, many of the rich men sitting in the first 2 rows came up to climb up and talk to Chudu. The seats are all ranked according to the strength of each family. The first row and the second row, naturally, are equipped with a lot of strength, although it cannot be said to be the top of the city of Shenyang, but billions of dollars of assets are still there. Facing these people, Chudu was just chatting casually, depending entirely on his mood, and the crowd was not dissatisfied in the slightest. Instead, they all accompanied with smiling faces, praising Chudu for being young and talented, and having a stunning beauty by his side. Wang Crescent looked at these once unattainable tycoons. At this time in front of Chudu was so humble, like a dream. Can qualify to come up to speak? Originally not much. Conversation words are also very little. After all, the first time to meet, most is to get acquainted. Friendship or slowly contact. Soon, the jewelry show was officially underway, and at this time, Ruyan Lu finally returned to her seat. Tonight's Lu Ruyan, wearing a black evening gown, should have felt his mouth dry just by looking at it. The design of the bustier dress allowed Ruyan Lu to reveal her smooth skin, but she couldn't hide the tall jade peaks. Slim neck as proud as the white swan, noble and beautiful, waist on the cut just right, slender waist curve revealed, tantalizing. Here at the crotch bone, the gown is slightly looser again, the S-class curves are fully exposed, and under the side split hem, the long straight long legs are hidden, together with a pair of black shiny diamond high heels. Lu Ruyan was like a noble goddess, revealing her whiteness again in black, mysterious and beautiful, elegant and sexy. Ms. Coco's perfume adds a touch of seduction. Looking at Lu Ruyan's delicate red lips, Chudu's eyes carried a burning light. Very beautiful. Lu Ruyan was delighted in her heart, but when she saw Wang Xinyue next to her, she was unhappy again. Boss, please don't molest the female employees. Wang Crescent snorted and laughed, but felt that it wasn't very polite and hurriedly covered her mouth. Chudu was a bit speechless and rolled his eyes and said, "How arrogant." At that moment, a voice came from the microphone on stage. "Dear guests," with the words of the host, the show finally began. Luckily, we all know that this kind of opening speech is most boring, and the organizers didn't take up too much time, and after a few minutes, the day's presentation began. The purpose of a jewelry show is usually to promote exchanges, show off the latest new products, warm up a wave, and in some cases there will be on-site trading of jewelry. Trudeau looked through today's booklet, which contained all the jewelry on display today, all of which could be purchased in advance. Trudeau looked around, came over to Wang Xinu and said, "Is there anything you like?" Wang Xinu shook her head and said, "Brother Chu, don't buy it. I've looked at it. It's really quite expensive, and it's not like I need it right now." Chudu said unconcernedly, "The earrings and necklace are quite good, and you don't have any, so it's just the right time to buy them for you. Besides, it's not like I'm short of money. It's just sitting there, and I can't spend the interest every day. So what are you afraid of?" Wang Crescent looked at Chudu and knew that this man really wanted to buy it for himself, so she bowed her head and said, "Then I'll take a look." Next to her, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. Chudu laughed in his heart, and then came to her ear and said, "Whatever you want to buy, I can buy it for you today." Chapter 54, I, Hu Han San, have returned. Rectification complete. Out of the shack and under control from now on. Guys, start updating. Although it is said that money is for women to see, but you can't always give only to see, not to spend. Then which woman can follow you? It's all normal to spend money appropriately. The so-called appropriate, but also depends on the person points of the situation. For example, you have 10,000. You can spend a 3,000 5,000. For example, you have a million. You can spend a 50,000 100,000. But for Chudu, even if it is to spend tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars, but also do not care. Hearing Chudu's words, a gleam of light clearly erupted from Lu Ruyan's eyes, which she controlled well again, saying offhandedly, then what if the thing I'm looking at is too expensive? The smile on Chudu's face remained unchanged. There's no jewelry here that I can't buy. Women must think men are great and cool when they spend money for them, especially for big expenses. Lu Ruyan looked at Chudu out of her mind for a while, then ruffled her long hair and lowered her head to start reading the booklet in her hand. Chudu, on the other hand, looked at the models on the stage with interest. I have to say, Cartier's eye for selecting models is still very good, and those who can be called over are basically Cartier's spokespersons. All of them were celebrities, but Chudu didn't recognize any of them. He usually hardly paid attention to the entertainment circle. It was normal that he didn't know anything about them. It was only when there were two stars, a man and a woman, on the stage that Ruyan Lu came to his ear and said, "This is from our Star River Media." Chudu looked at it for a few moments. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty, so it was really not bad. Chudu didn't recognize the stars on stage, but that didn't mean the two stars didn't recognize him. Those who can endorse Cartier are not third-rate starlets, and are naturally very famous. The duo is also very eye-catching, especially in the entertainment industry, and must keep the capital side in mind, lest something happens one day and they are shut down. For their own group's ultimate boss, Chudu, they had long seen countless photos, and even though they hadn't seen him before, they still recognized him at a glance. And next to Lu Ruyan, the female secretary next to that boss, they had all met a few times. Seeing that their bosses are watching them, these two stars are puffing out their chests and stepping out with confidence, hoping to look their best. Suddenly, Wang Crescent looked at the actress and said, "Brother Chu, this earring and necklace she's wearing is very nice." Trudeau twisted his head and said, "Just like it, I'll buy these two later." Next to her, Lu Ruyan didn't even hear it, concentrating on the pamphlet. There were close to 20 celebrities in all, showcasing nearly 100 pieces of Cartier jewelry, including bracelets, earrings, necklaces, rings, and more. All the items on display, which are in the booklet, range from tens of thousands of dollars for the cheap ones to millions for the expensive ones. Seeing Ruyan Lu close the booklet, Chudu asked curiously, "There's nothing to look at?" Ruyan Lu said softly, "Yes there is. It's too expensive. Don't want to buy it." Chudu suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "What are you afraid of? There's still me." Lu Ruyan was caught off guard by his move and wanted to retract her hand, but she was caught in Chudu's death grip, so she had to let him be. After hesitating for a moment, Ruyan Lu took out her cell phone and quickly sent a message. A moment later, Ruyan Lu said, "Boss, let's go to the back room and look at the jewelry." Chudu naturally agreed, so the three of them rose slightly and left. The bystanders were a bit puzzled by this scene, but they didn't inquire about it. When I came to the office next door, someone from the organizer, Cartier, was already waiting. Two middle-aged men and women, dressed in straight suits, alongside a few women in cheongsams, stood in front of the table, and in front of them was the jewelry that Wang Crescent and Lu Ruyan had favored just now. Seeing the trio come in, the Cartier representative immediately got up and said, "Hello Miss Lu, thank you very much for your liking of our Cartier. My side has already made arrangements. The jewelry that you have selected are all here. You can watch the selection up close." "Trouble," Ruyan Lu also said with a big smile. As for Chudu, Cartier's representative didn't know. When their businessmen moved into the podium, they were talking to Rin Jun about their work, and this time, the application for approval was also docked with Lu Ruyan. So naturally, they didn't know that Chudu was the big boss, but seeing Chudu in a high-class private customization, he also knew that this one was not an ordinary person. Chudu looked at it and said, "You two take a look at it and buy it if you like it." "What Wang Xin you picked? Is a love earrings?" The whole is presenting silver white color, 18K white gold, 750% white gold. Each earrings are set with 48 round brilliant cut diamonds, the total weight of 0.51 carats. Chudu took a look at it. It looked really good alone, and then took a look at the price. 100,000. Good lord, 100 grand for this thing. Chudu could only say that women's money was, indeed, good, but there's no such thing as losing or making money on this stuff. It's just pure fun. As for the necklace, it's the love necklace, which is also all silver and white, in 18K white gold, 750% white gold, set with 450 round brilliant diamonds, totaling 2.45 carats. Although it looked beautiful, Chudu also knew that this diamond thing was really an IQ tax, mainly because of the high prices, the non-scarce reserves, And the hype. When diamonds were first bundled and sold along with love, it was a straight-up high-end positioning that led to high prices. And those who can make it are big brands, in which the brand premium is also quite a lot, has long exceeded the original value, and even more than 10 times the windfall. And there's really no shortage of the stuff, it's even all over the place. And in the past few years, the country also has a certain province, actually began to produce a large number of diamonds. The degree of its exquisite, not only can be compared with diamonds, and even better, all kinds of crafts can come with it, including 8 hearts and 8 arrows, 10 hearts and 10 arrows, 9 hearts and 1 flower, and so on. The output is also extremely cheap and can be laughable, especially for ordinary people. They simply do not have the ability to distinguish between real and fake diamonds, and for these man-made diamonds, it is perfectly fine to go ahead and cheat people. It can even be said that if such diamonds hit the market in large quantities, then the entire world's diamond market is doomed. Why? It's because of the price. Many people may not have a specific concept. We only know that diamonds are very expensive. Diamond ring is a scam, but the specific profit can be up to how much? There is no actual figure. I can be brief. First of all, diamonds are dug out of mines in Africa, but the international embargo on these things is blocked because Europe grabbed the cake years ago. So very often, the flow of diamonds to Europe is legal, but into Asia, it is illegal. Chapter 55 Resumption of updates. Most of the diamonds, of course, are actually smuggled out of Europe, including Europe, not to mention the fact that domestically, it can even be said that you can't get the mines at all, and you have to find a way to get them from European traders, and European traders pay to buy from Africa, and that price is simply more capitalist than capitalist. As for the Asian side, the biggest processor used to be in India, and now basically the country is catching up, but the local merchants, the difficulty is the problem of supply. Here and there, it goes back and forth, and when it's finally sold to the market, the price has doubled by an unknown number of times. Diamonds, for example, smuggled from Africa to Europe, 1 carat, almost a couple $1,000s, but when it comes to the European market, it straight up tens to hundreds of thousands. What? That's a difference. 10 times, dozens of times the profit. Also, most diamonds are smuggled, and in many cases it's even possible to ignore the tariffs. Who wouldn't be thrilled with this kind of business? Chudu even began to think about getting a few large mercenary teams to try and grab a mine over in Africa, not knowing if it was feasible. But for now, let's look at the jewelry. The earrings Wang Crescent picked out were $100,000 and the necklace was $500,000. Not much money in total. The ones that Rui and Lu picked out were more expensive. A high-class looking necklace with 62-carat Colombian emeralds hanging from it, laid out between the lines of diamonds. The clever design of interlacing the real and the imaginary is very dynamic, and the tapered diamonds add a little bit of vitality. The other ring, a 15-carat ring cut in the shape of a rhombus, features a fancy brownish-yellow diamond as the center stone, surrounded by triangular white diamonds in a symmetrical cleavage pattern forming a neatly aligned fractal structure. These two pieces are expensive. The necklace is $3 million and the ring is $3 million. In total, more than $5 million. Wang Crescent and Lu Ruyan both wore jewelry, making them, who were already gorgeous and beautiful tonight, appear even more eye-catching and dazzling at this time. Looking at the two sexy goddesses in front of him, Chuda took a deep breath and said, "How is it? Do you like it?" Wang Crescent nodded her head vigorously and said, "Brother Chu, it is indeed good." Ruyan Lu had a complicated look on her face. "Boss, are you really going to buy it for me?" Chuda snapped his fingers. "Usually, I don't see you working so abrasively. Come and swipe your card." Close to $6 million was instantly swiped out, and the meaning in Ruyan Lu's eyes was a few more points thicker. What I wanted to buy was bought, and the subsequent show, there was no longer any need to continue reading. Chuda sent a message to Ning Lei, telling him to get ready to drive the people away. The three of them came to the car, and Chudu said to Ning Lei, "Let's go. First send Secretary Lu back." "Okay, boss." Ning Lei responded softly before lowering the partition. Tonight's events had given Trudeau a lot of new ideas. Jewelry, for example, is not an easy thing for him to try to make. The first thing is the source of goods, because jewelry is not simply diamonds. There are many other things. Chudu need to find a way to get a multifaceted mineral resources. In addition, there is the issue of transportation. Although Chudu has a transportation company under his name, but the company is not very large, and does not yet have the qualification of international transportation. Not only that, but there are other shareholders in this company, and Chudo has to get the company up and running if he wants to have the ability to transport mineral resources. Next, there is the safety of transportation. From the African continent to here, more than 10 000 miles away. In the middle of the sea is inevitably encountered danger. If the pirates kill people over the goods, it will be even more troublesome. Chudo must put in place security capabilities and also some armed firepower to ensure that it can resist pirates and sail safely. When the supply arrives in the country, Chudo still needs processing plants, skilled labor, and when the finished product is ready, it can only flow into the market. The whole process is a pain in the ass, but it's still very marketable if you do it, because there are a lot of people in the country and the population base is huge. All the consumer markets are actually huge and growing year after year. After careful thought, Chudo said to Lu Ruyan, Ruyan, there is still a transportation company under my name. Tomorrow you give a word to Vice President Lei and let him go to the negotiation to acquire this company wholly. Suddenly hearing Chudo talk about work matters, Lu Ruyan also immediately became serious. Understood, boss. Also, after this company is taken over, you go through the formalities and merge the company into the Star River Group's name. Rename it Star River International Transportation Company, and then apply for an international transportation license. International transportation? Hearing this, Ruyan Lu was a bit confused. Once it involves international, it's certainly not even small in scale, but does our group have any business to international right now? Although she couldn't figure it out, Lu Ruyan still agreed immediately. Rubbing his head, Chudo said, tomorrow, tell the security company's side to bring up the company's senior security personnel to 1,000 by the end of this year. Okay, Mr. Chu. Listening to Chudo's several orders, Ruyan Lu became more and more confused, unable to see what Chudo meant by this series of instructions. Transportation and security. You can handle yourself, but this mineral resource, each raw material has a different origin, such as the origin of diamonds. For example, the Australian kangaroo has jumped to the first place in the world as of now, and the fighting nation state in the north is in third place. But the diamond thing, in addition to the premium, itself is not worth much, compared to the ability of gold to retain value, is really far from it. Although it is said that mineral production elsewhere has surpassed that of Africa, the best option for Chudo is still Africa, because trying to buy it from someone else would be a lot more expensive, and it would be different if you had your own mine in Africa. On the African continent, Chudo needed warlord power, an area he had never touched before, but he wasn't repulsed. Instead he had a sense of excitement. There, a country, with only a few tens of thousands of troops, and a regional warlord, with a few thousand troops, would suffice. With this amount of strength, to put it politely, any random battalion in active service in the country could hang a warlord of theirs. The cost alone of hiring a mercenary corps of thousands of people was a huge expense. Like this kind of internationally famous mercenary corps, basically a month's salary, converted down to almost 200 to 300,000. Chudo wanted to hire 1,000 people. Then every month's salary expenditure would have to reach 200 million. Chudo secretly shook his head. It was too much of a loss after doing this math. A month on $200 million of expenditure. A month this gold mine can make $200 million, are still difficult to say, but this is a splurge that he can carry. Chapter 56 Resource Minerals Other Not to mention. On the single that 50 billion, the commercial bank gave a year of 10% interest. Converted down, every day is 13 million interest. A month's interest is almost 400 million. Spending this military expenditure, but is completely enough. But hiring like this for a long period of time is not an option. You have to get your security team trained up quickly. Using foreign mercenary corps alone, Chudo wasn't comfortable with the idea that there had to be domestic ones as well. After sending Lu Ruyan home, Chudo and Wang Xinyue also returned home. As soon as he got back, Chudo sat down in front of his computer and began to review the information. For the mercenary piece, Chudo was completely ignorant. After reading the information for a long time, Chudo only felt that it was too much bullshit, either blowing the mercenaries' strength to the sky or saying that they were a complete bunch of losers. Anyway, there was not much real information to refer to. Rubbing his head, Chudo frowned. No, I have a security company of my own, so I can't put it to use, but they must know about this. But it's after 11 now, so I'd better ask tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chudo turned off the computer and went to bed to cuddle Wang Xinyue. Early the next morning, Chudo came to the office and immediately had the head of the security company come over. The person in charge is called Qin Long, a former ex-soldier. Chudo asked him bluntly. After thinking slightly, Qin Long said, Mr. Chu, domestically, there is an ace shield in the capital, which is currently the best company in the country, and abroad, the ones with a great reputation are Blackwater, MPRI, and Aegis. Chudo made a rough note of it, then said, can our company train someone like that? Qin Long said with some difficulty, Mr. Chu, you may not be clear about it. Our current main business is for the security of some neighborhoods and companies. as well as the security guards around some celebrities. As for the security guards of high-end tycoons, we do very little of it, not to mention the more advanced bodyguards. If we're talking about the kind that can carry out mercenary missions, we don't have any of them at the moment. As for cultivation, first of all, our various equipment items don't support such training. We need to have a specialized training base, as well as practice guns. Guns and ammunition are illegal in the country. Private individuals won't own them, and that's also a difficult point. Hearing his words, Chudu fell into deep thought. Indeed, many conditions limit his ability to train these people unless. Chudu thought again and again, and said, this way, this time, I will set up a training camp in Africa, and hire professional trainers, and I want you to take charge of it, and within a year, I want a batch of people that I can use, or else hiring people, the expenses are too big. Understood. But, Mr. Chu, the cost of this. Chudu waved his hand and said, you don't have to care about that. I'll pay for it. Just go and do the job for me. Understood. After Qin Long left, Chudu immediately contacted the Ace Shield Company. Hearing that it was a mission overseas, Ace Shield immediately became excited. You know, overseas lists are big lists, but they were soon stunned, because Chudu's request was to unite with other mercenary organizations to put together 1,000 people, equipped with arms and weapons, to occupy at least 5 African mines, and, within the limits of their ability, to guarantee the security of the 5 mines within a year. This is, to put it bluntly, going to be a dry run, even a localized armed conflict. The requirements were difficult, and the Ace Shield family simply couldn't eat such a large list, but Chudu's price was given at a sizable price, and they really didn't want to turn it down. As a result, the top management of Ace Shield immediately held an emergency meeting and finalized taking this order. For this operation, Ace Shield's manpower was insufficient, so it contacted Aegis, Midtown Guard, Skitaru, Spanish Foreign Legion, Cossacks, and a total of 8 international mercenary security companies, deploying a total of 1,000 manpower. One of them is a commanding officer for each family, with the commanding officer receiving $500,000 per month and the rest of the combatants receiving a salary of $250,000 per month. The contract calls for picking a location, grabbing mineral resources from local armed warlords, and guarding it for a year. Chudu believed in them. These are almost all retired fighters from various countries, not some wild way out. All have rich experience in the battle, with their weapons and equipment and single soldier quality, as well as the ability to command. They can completely crush those local warlord armies. You know, the regular army and the wild. The difference is very big, especially a lot of African backward warlords, with the equipment are out of date, while the regular army with all the new equipment, completely not a concept. Look at how many battle losses the US Empire suffered when they fought here and there and cleaned up a few small countries. Compare that to a group of retired professional soldiers, going as mercenaries, using newer equipment, and fighting a local backward warlord, and the results are actually pretty much the same. Leave the specific planning to them. In this regard, people are more professional than themselves. All 8 companies went back after negotiating their cooperation. They needed time to prepare, in terms of manpower, equipment and intelligence, and were expected to leave for Africa in a week. The next step was to buy a boat. When they take over the mines, it's perfectly possible to recruit a local adult male to dig the mines, as long as they give 2 meals a day and $10. Extremely cheap labor. At these prices, almost a person a day at the rate of $100. Chudu even if he recruited 10,000 people, it would not be a few dollars. To put it mildly, 10,000 people, a month's worth of expenses, isn't as expensive as one of his sports cars. That's still the better areas. A lot of war-torn areas. A loaf of bread is enough to hire a grown man to kill for you. Poor and backward. Dangerous and crazy. When the minerals are produced in a steady stream, Chudu must also ensure transportation capacity. But if you want to buy a large cargo ship, it is definitely too late to build it now, so you can only consider acquiring a second-hand one. So Chudu asked his secretary Wei Xian to go and talk to the major shipyards, paying attention to the situation of second-hand large ocean-going freighters, and also released a message in the circle of ocean-going transportation, which needed to be acquired. Next, just wait for the news. Chudu's daily routine is actually simple. Go to work, leave work, have dinner in the evening, watch a movie, and go to bed. 10 days later, Chudu received a message that the 1,000 mercenaries had departed. According to the joint discussion between the commanders of several houses after the location was determined, it was near Lake Victoria. It is on the border of Uganda, Kenya and Tanzania, and there are abundant diamond minerals and other resources nearby. As it's also rather chaotic here, There are 3 warlord forces in total. The strongest force, with over 6,000 men and over 50,000 civilians under their command. Chapter 57, Seizure of Resources. The 3 forces added up to almost 11,000 people, but the 8 companies didn't give a damn about them. While it couldn't be done against the state, having them, the elite, go up against the backward tribal warlords of Africa would be a total crush. Trudeau didn't want to ask how they did it, only the results. Good news came a week later. All 3 warlord tribes were defeated, surrendering over 6,000, killing over 1,000, and fleeing the rest. And there are 7 resources here. 4 diamond mines, 2 gold mines, and an oil field. Chudu's head buzzed when he heard the news. Diamond and gold mines, while highly valued, don't attract special attention. But oil fields are a different story and can easily harbor mold. The mercenary company also knew the news immediately, but they still chose to hide it and didn't notify mold. First of all, Chudu was their employer, and demanded that it must be kept secret from the public, which was written in the agreement, and the money Chudu gave was generous, and they couldn't refuse it. Another important point is that they are all international mercenaries now, and by definition, mercenaries are people who don't want to die for money. This news is sold to mold and is obviously more valuable, but they had to weigh the rabbits. With Chudu's wealth, although they didn't know Chudu's identity, they could tell that it wasn't an ordinary tycoon. And once something happened to such a character, the rabbits' attitude towards them would be hard to say, especially in recent years. The rabbits' development is a bit fast and outrageous, and the American empire is badly divided internally, so that several mercenaries have reconsidered and decided to keep the secret and serve Chudu. There is another reason. They are an international organization. If they can't do a confidentiality agreement on such a big matter, then I'm afraid the whole world won't have their list in the future. After considering multiple reasons, several companies have decided to keep the secret and guard these resources. This incident put a lot of pressure on Chudu, who desperately needed to develop his armed forces. He hired instructors from all 8 companies, and instructors and equipment from the Siberian training camps, and shipped them to Africa in large numbers. In the meantime, hire a construction team to quickly build a training base over there. Qin Long led the team, taking members with potential for development to train over there, recruiting if there wasn't enough manpower. Blacks, whites, and yellows, brainwashing, training. In short, it had to be trained to become Chudu's private armed force. You must be able to pull out 2,000 people in a year or less. Qin Long was under a lot of pressure, but he accepted the mission and went to Africa. As for Chudu, after this incident, Chudu was beginning to feel less than safe. So, from Ace Shield, he hired 10 high-end professional bodyguards to guard him openly and secretly. This attack on the warlords collected more than 50,000 civilians, and Chudu paid them 2 meals a day at $10 a day. Lured by this offer, a number of civilians around the area quickly joined in the effort to mine. This is all a lot of cheap labor, Chudu lamented, feeling more and more like a capitalist. Purchase of large cargo ship thing also finally have news. In Wei Xian's efforts, has acquired a total of 5 large ocean-going cargo ships from various places, are 100,000 tons level, a total of 3 billion. The company's paperwork is also all done and ready to travel. So, Trudeau contacted Ace Shield again. This time, it's an escort mission. Chudu and Ace Shield have once again signed a new contract, and will continue to escort the 5 far-flung cargo ships of the Star River Company under Chudu's name for the next year. After the contract was signed, Ace Shield quickly dispatched their manpower, and Chudu's side also arranged for the departure. The minerals over there in Africa. The daily output is quite a lot, plus the previous several warlords have saved. It is completely enough for Chudu to use for a period of time, but there are new arrangements for when the shipment comes back. Chudu also arranged to go down and set up a processing plant, hiring technicians at high salaries. In the future, these could be for sale. In recent times, Ruyan Lu had been extraordinarily gentle with Chudu. Even if he sometimes smelled the perfume on Chudu, he would bring his own perfume and give Chudu 2 sprays as well, making Chudu laugh and cry. Processing plants were quickly set up, and as for skilled workers, as long as there was money, what kind of people couldn't be hired? From Xinjiang to Africa, the cargo ship had to travel for about 20 days, and with the transportation of minerals and supplies, it took almost 2 months to make this trip back. Standing in the harbor, looking at the densely packed crates on top, Chudu had a satisfied smile on his face. These things, soon to be turned into money, flowed into his account. Ruyan Lu had also completely understood what Chudu meant, and she was extremely shocked. But there's always something strange about a woman's perspective. Boss, can I have my jewelry customized? Trudeau cocked his head at her. Tired of the jewelry from last time? Lu Ruyan hurriedly shook her head and said, neither. Just want. You know, women are very eager for these things. That was true, and Shudo could understand that. He thought for a moment and said, earrings, necklace, the look is up to you. Thanks boss. Ruyan Lu excitedly kissed Shudo's face. This wasn't the first time. In the past 2 months, Ruyan Lu had sometimes kissed him like this, but never kissed. Shudo wasn't in a hurry either. He knew that Ruyan Lu was struggling inside. From an objective point of view, Ruyan Lu was also a proud daughter of heaven. Graduated with a master's degree, never been in a relationship, has a decent family, and has a good amount of savings of his own. The person is again first-class beautiful and highly educated, but she lost out on age. No matter what, Ruyan Lu was already 30, wanted to find a good one, slightly older than myself, but those guys, they would only want the pretty 18-year-old sister. The older you get, the more some people prefer to be young and small, but downward compatibility. Ruyan Lu was reluctant. It caused her to go on quite a few blind dates and not get any, and Shudo's presence seems to have solved that problem. Good-looking guy, still has money, bachelor's degree, although less educated than himself, the overall big picture and drive is strong. As for age, Ruyan Lu had ignored it, but Shudo has a flaw. He's a womanizer and has more than one woman. Ruyan Lu had smelled several perfumes. Lu Ruyan, who had always been clean, was extremely resistant to such a person, but in the last few months of work and life, she had begun to fall. Chapter 58 August 15th. This chapter has been deleted in large amounts due to the overhaul. Sorry, maybe it's because I've seen too many rich men around who seem to have more than one woman. And Lu Ruyan gradually understood that men, once they had money, would crave other desires, like power, like beauty. There may be decent people who sit on their asses, but ever consider what the odds of that are? If you want a man who is good-looking, taller, rich, with at least a bachelor's degree, and dedicated, Ruyan Lu thinks that she won't be able to find one in her lifetime, unless she's considering taking care of a bimbo. Sighing quietly, Ruyan Lu had cheated herself out of the game, but Ruyan Lu had her own ideas. Even if he had someone outside, he himself would be the head of that harem, and no matter who it was, when they saw him, they would call him sister. I, Emperor Ruyan, have not been weak in my life. Ruyan Lu is a man of action and ideas. Now that the decision has been made, it's time to take the initiative to grab it and, moreover, take the big sister's place. Although he has never been in love, but around the relationship look quite a lot, coupled with the seductive seduction of her bones, Lu Ruyan does not believe that he cannot take Shudo. Just as Lu Ruyan was sitting in her secretary's office thinking, Shudo suddenly received a call from John Lily. He was a little surprised. John Lily had flight duties during the day and most of the time the phone was turned off. Why would this suddenly call? Shu, have you been busy? When he picked up the phone, he heard John Lily's flirtatious and delicate voice. Shudo said casually as he turned on his computer. This won't be busy. What's wrong? Are you off today or? John Lily said softly. I'm not resting today. It's just that my mom suddenly made a phone call just now. Your mom? Shudo didn't understand her for a moment. Isn't this soon August 15th? My mom asked me to go back. And, the family is urging for marriage very badly. Shu, can you accompany me back? John Lily's family is Jinmen. From Xinjiang to Jinmen is actually still very close. Just 300 kilometers. Driving just 3 or 4 hours to arrive. August 15th. Trudeau was in a bit of a trance. He had heard from the director of the orphanage that when he was a baby, his parents had died in an accident and he had been sent to the orphanage by the police, where he had grown up. Shudo had never experienced what kinship felt like, and had never had the idea that he must go home on August 15th or New Year's Eve. It didn't matter where you went, but this one was obviously different. It was to meet someone's parents. However, John Lily will definitely be following her for a long time in the future, so it's fine to meet her parents. Thinking of this, Shudo said, okay, there are still a few days left in August 15th. Let me know when you're rested at that time, and we'll drive over. Okay, thanks Chu. I'll rest tomorrow. Wait for me to come back. Brother. Listening to John Lily's voice, Shudo was a bit distracted again. 5 in the house deleted. After hanging up the phone, Shudo suddenly thought of a problem. These girls, all of them, have families and parents, and if they keep following them in this life, they will definitely not get married, and in case they do, they will have to go and face more than one parent. John Lily only had 1 day's vacation on August 15th, but returned from the 14th night and rested. The two ate a buffet together. Then Shudo said, let's go, do some shopping and go over in the morning? Okay. Ginger Lily jumped for joy. I don't know what to buy, but cosmetics, jewelry, cigarettes and alcohol are definitely the right things to buy. Looking at Shudo bought a whole bunch of things. John Lily said with some hesitation, Brother Chu, what you bought, isn't it a bit much? Chudu glanced at it and said in consternation, "It's only a few 100,000. Is that a lot?" Zhang Lili was a bit speechless. "Forget it, this dirtbag has money." Because she was going home tomorrow, Zhang Lili packed up and went to bed early in the evening. Early in the morning, Ning Lei drove a car, carrying the two of them together to Jinmen, followed by a car full of bodyguards. Ginger Lily has said that her parents are also very snobbish people who love money and have a younger brother at home. Growing up in such an environment, it was inevitable that she would also worship gold. Her parents have always wanted her to find a rich man to marry so that everyone can have a good life in the future. After listening to Zhang Lily's words, Chu Du felt that it was very maneuverable. Like money, right? That's simple. Just hit them with money, until they are willing to let their daughters be their lovers. How simple. Nearly $10 million limousine with a chauffeur and a Mercedes behind it with bodyguards. There are also hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts, and all sorts of stuff, exactly enough to keep their bottom line flexible. It wasn't until close to noon that he arrived downstairs at Zhang Lily's house. It was a very ordinary neighborhood, even a little old. Chuda told the bodyguards to wait downstairs, and Ning Lei could just help him with his things. Standing in the hallway, Zhang Lily took out her key and opened the door. There are 3 people in the family. The older ones are Zhang Lily's parents, who look to be almost 50, and a younger brother, 5 or 6 years younger than her, who is in school. Seeing Zhang Lily come back, Zhang father and mother were about to speak when they saw Chudu and Ning Lei walking in with a large pile of things. After putting down his things, Ning Lei didn't say a word, and knowingly went out the door, closed the door, and went downstairs. Chudu looked at the several people and said with a calm face, "Hello uncle and aunt, I'm Zhang Lily's boyfriend Chudu." Father Jiang and Mother Zhang looked at the various things on the table and on the floor. Their breathing was a little short, and they hurriedly said, "Xiao Chu, right, sit, don't be polite, just treat it as if it were your own home." Zhang Lily pulled Chudu, sitting on the sofa next to him, while Zhang father and mother secretly surveyed these things, silently calculating the value in their hearts, while Zhang Lily's younger brother, sitting on the bench next to him, looked at Chudu curiously. After roughly calculating it, the Zhang family couple looked at each other. This boyfriend of their daughter seems to be unusual. Mother Jiang smiled awkwardly and said, "That, Xiao Chua, what kind of work do you do?" Chuda took Zhang Lily's hand and said naturally, "I run a company in Xinjiang." He runs a company. He's really rich. The ginger father and mother both smiled with excitement. "How long have you known each other?" Trudeau probably thought for a moment and said, "It's been almost 5 or 6 months. In May and June, they met in Sanya, and now it's November, but it's half a year later." Chapter 59, Shocking Zhang's family. You've been talking for so long. So when are you planning to get married? Zhang father and mother are also anxious. It is rare to come across a man who looks handsome in appearance and in such a good condition. Gifts are sent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a specialized driver. What kind of big shot is this? If your daughter climbs to such a high position, won't your family be rich? Hearing this, Zhang Lily hurriedly said, "Mom, don't be anxious. His company is very busy and he doesn't have much time for the time being." While saying this, he desperately winked at his parents. Although Father Jiang and Mother Zhang didn't understand what the reason was, they still said regretfully, "Well then, you guys decide. We just think that it's better to be a little early." Chudu was a bit amused. He naturally could see what Zhang's father and mother were thinking, wanting to tie it up with marriage so that he could feel secure. But Chudu wasn't planning on getting married. At least, not right now. From a bag next to him, he took out 2 keys and said, "Uncle, Auntie, this is the Audi A8, top of the line, a full set down more than 2 million. This car for you and Auntie, you usually drive. There is also a spare key. I arranged for someone to go to the license plate, and so on the afternoon will be driven over. Also, this key give Lily brother." Listen to Lily said, "You are now a freshman in school and do not be too high profile. This is an Audi A6, just a few 100,000. You take it to drive. All will drive over in the afternoon." He put the key on the table, not paying the slightest attention to the shocked Zhang family trio, and took out a large book and said, "This one is a set of houses in the Alo residence neighborhood in Xinjiang, almost 260 square meters. According to the current price of the house with decor, all down to $40 million. It has been renovated, and if Uncle and Auntie would like to go to Xinjiang, you can usually live here. A8, a 6, and a $40 million house." Where had the 3 members of the Zhang family seen such a scene in their lives? They were stunned at this point. They have thought that this son-in-law is very rich. There may be tens of millions of dollars, but never thought that the son-in-law is actually rich to this extent. Tens of millions of dollars of houses, said to give away? Mother Jiang stammered. This, little, Chu, This house and car. Chudu smiled slightly. Nothing, it's for you guys. John Lily also knew what Chudu meant and said from the side. Mom and Dad, you guys keep it, don't think too much. Although father and mother Jiang wanted to take it, it was worth too much for them to dare. It was only at this time when they heard Jiang Lily speak that the two of them nodded their heads in response. Jiang father suddenly said, just in time. Originally at noon also did not cook. Let's go out to eat. Go to that what Jinmen International Hotel to eat. Mother Jiang also said without hesitation. Right. You guys are back. It's just about noon. Are you hungry? Let's go have a meal together. The hotel is a very high-class hotel in Jinmen, a place that Jiang father and Jiang mother never used to go to, but at this time, when they met such a son-in-law, they had to put their son-in-law in place today. While talking, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang rushed to the room to get money and cards. They had to invite their son-in-law for this meal to leave a good impression. The two were afraid that the money is not enough, but also took out the private money in the bottom of the box, which is much more assured. Looking at her parents' behavior, Jiang Lily sighed and didn't say anything. Chu Du, on the other hand, was completely indifferent. Jiang Lily with him, counting half a year, has been very peaceful, obedient and flirtatious. Keep a pet well, give some benefits is very normal. And Jiang Lily has always maintained her body. If there is no accident, even if it is another 10 years, to the 30s, she can still maintain a proud figure. Just add a few points of mature temperament and enchanting. Moreover, odds are that at that time, she's still following Chudu. So with this little bit of money, Chudu will consider it a lifetime buyout. On the side of Jiang's father and mother, sooner or later, they will know. So Chudu came up to have a high profile and use money to directly smash them. Jiang Lily's younger brother, Jiang Long, on the other hand, didn't say a word, but the way he looked at the key revealed the longing in his heart. What man doesn't have luxury car dreams? Usually the family conditions are average, do not have that ability. In school, he has seen some rich classmates, driving a car, pick up beautiful classmates go out for the night. He can only fantasize about it. And now, a luxury car is right in front of us. Don't think the A6 isn't considered a luxury car. In fact, when you look at the country, $200, 000 to $300, 000 is the ceiling for the average family. The average family in the country makes up almost 99% of the population, and those people, for the rest of their lives, are basically just regular Masons, Sprinters, and Passats, and that's the ceiling for everyone. To them, cars like the S6 are in the luxury class. Don't believe any online per capita supercars. That's pure bragging rights. Ferrari only sells what in the country in a year? Put in a certain sound inside that year's purchase volume, then people's global sales are more pure and simple blind than bragging. Shoulda took in their looks. Such people, as long as you feed their appetite, and then tell them that Jiang Lily is their lover, will not get married, but with their own life no problem. They will still refuse? It won't. While some people would refuse, Jiang Lily's parents would not. They themselves love money and want their daughters to marry into a rich family, although they don't have the chance to do so now. Isn't it the same to be able to enjoy these treatments? Even if it has a bad reputation, the big deal is to move to Xinjiang in the future. Isn't that the end of it? Besides, what do they know about these neighbors in Sim Sha Sui? When the time comes, just say you had a wedding in Xinjiang. They can know shit. They will only envy their daughter for marrying a rich man. That's the man. Vulgarians. But we, all of us, are vulgar. We just don't have the capital to be vulgar. We don't hate the rich. We just hate that we're not rich. When he came to the restaurant, John's father and mother were polite enough to let Chu Du order the food, and Chu Du let Jiang Lily order the food. For eating, Chu Du came from the bottom. Not too high requirements. Can eat on the line, can eat well better, now that he had money. Chu Du, however, spent most of his time at Wang Crescent's place, eating home-cooked meals made by Wang Crescent. At the dinner table, John's father and mother kept asking about Chudu, trying to find out about him, and in the end, Jiang Lily couldn't help herself before she shut her parents up. However, because Chudu had first demonstrated his financial strength, the entire meal was quite warm and the atmosphere was quite okay with the attitude of John's father and mother. By the time we got back from dinner, both Otis had pulled up. Chudu raised his eyebrows and said, "Uncle, take a look. Here are the two cars. They're both here." Chapter 60 Conversation between mother and daughter of the Jiang family. The first time Ginger's father saw the car, he loved it. A car worth more than $2 million. Relying on him and his wife, he could not afford this car in his life, and now this son-in-law casually gave it away. There were also bodyguards around. Even the bodyguards' cars were Mercedes. What kind of big man is this? At this point, Jiang father and mother's only thought was to hurry up and find a way to get Chudu and Jiang Lily married. Only when they get married will they feel at ease. There are too many vixens out there. If such a good son-in-law is seduced away, what can they do? Also, there's no telling just how far they've progressed, and if they haven't gotten laid yet, there's a lot of danger. With all sorts of thoughts, the crowd returned home. Mother Jiang gave a gesture to Jiang Lili and the two of them went to the bedroom together, and Kang's father is in the living room with Chudu, ready to open the wine and see. Extreme Moutai. Jiang father has seen, but never drank. Did not expect this son-in-law shot. Is 5 boxes. Nice guy. Really nice guy. In the bedroom, after carefully closing the door, Jiang mother said with a serious face, "Tell mom, is this really your boyfriend?" Jiang Lily rolled her eyes and said, "Of course, we've been together for half a year." Mother Ginger, slightly relieved, said, "How far have you gotten? And have you lived together?" Jiang Lili frowned and said, "Mom, this is your question." When the Ginger mother saw this, she naturally understood. Not only did he not get angry, but he smiled with his eyebrows. Well, that's good. I was afraid that if you guys didn't have anything, then there would be a problem. Carefully glancing outside, Mother Jiang said, "Can you get married quickly? Such a good son-in-law. I'm afraid it'll become someone else's." Marriage. These 2 words were incomparably harsh, and Jiang Lili bit her lip, not knowing what to say. Seeing her look, Mother Jiang said suspiciously, "What's the matter? Is it that you don't want to get married or that he doesn't want to get married? By the way, when you get married, quit your job as an air hostess. You're so pretty. It's easy to be harassed by men as an air hostess. It's better for you to work in his company so that you can keep an eye on him every day, lest some unsavory woman seduce him. Mom is a person who has been there. Mom give you, such a man, want to pounce on a lot of women. You have to keep a close eye on it. In case you run away, you regret to death. By the way, and, are you guys doing safety measures? Mom to you, it's best not to. You need to find a way to conceive a child, even if you get divorced later." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Lili interrupted her. "Mom, stop it." Mother Jiang froze for a moment, looked at her daughter and said, "What do you mean? You don't want to marry him?" Jiang Lili was annoyed, but she also understood that there were some things that could be hidden for a while, but not for a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lili said, "Mom, it's impossible for the 2 of us to get married." Mother Jiang's eyes widened as she looked at her daughter incredulously and said, "What do you mean? Say it clearly." "Actually, I'm just his lover." Jiang Lili's face was calm, and after saying it, it didn't matter instead. Mother Jiang's face was ugly for a moment. "You mean, you're working for him as a mistress now that he has a wife?" Jiang Lili shook her head and said, "He doesn't have a wife. Maybe he won't get married for the rest of his life, so I can only be his lover." Lover? How could Kang's mother be willing to let her daughter go and be a lover to someone else? She wanted to say something, but she couldn't speak when she thought of the hundreds of thousands of dollars of cigarettes, wine, and cosmetics, and the $2 million plus car, and the $40 million house. Kang's father and mother love money too much, and in this society, they believe that money is the measure of a person. My daughter has found a man who is young, handsome and rich, and you can't find another one like him, but the only problem, the daughter is just a lover, a mistress. She wanted her daughter to marry Chudu instead of going to compete for favor with a group of women, but she also knew that it was impossible for her own family to sway Chudu, and a woman could only do what she was told in front of others. If not, by all means reject these and go find a new one. But where is a man like that to be found? And, if you refuse, these things, and the house and car, are returned to the person. She couldn't let go of a million things in her mind. After a long silence, Mother Kong said, "What do you mean?" Jiang Lili's face was complicated. "In my life, it's good enough to find someone like this. What qualifications do I have to pick? Moreover, he is over in Shenzhen. He gave me a set of house, worth close to $100 million. As long as I follow him enough for 3 years, the house will be given to me. And there is a several $1 million car. Follow him enough for 1 year, the car will be given to me. When I went to be a stewardess, it was also because you guys asked me to, hoping to find a rich guy. But I've seen so many rich guys, basically all of them are already married. It's not like there aren't any young rich kids, but they don't have that kind of money. Mom, compare and contrast. What do you think?" Ginger mother was breathing heavily. A house worth close to $100 million? And a multi-million-dollar car? 3 years at the most, and they'll all be her daughters. My daughter is right. Most rich people are already married, even if there are rich kids. But which rich kid is willing to spend so much money? Besides, if you find another rich kid, he won't cheat on you outside? It's just whimsical. If it was before, Without having seen these things, Jiang father and mother may have refused, but the things are in front of the eyes. Let them back again. After a long silence, Mother Jiang sighed and said, "It's up to you to decide your own matters." Apparently, for the matter of being someone's lover, Kang's mother also recognized it. How can it be smooth sailing when you want to enter a rich family? But the good thing is that Chudu is not married yet. There is still a chance. On second thought, Jiang mother added, "I'm telling you, people are not set in stone. He doesn't want to get married now, but it doesn't mean he doesn't want to in the future. If you can give him a child, then even if he doesn't get married for the rest of his life in the future, he won't abandon you." Mother by son. This is a very important saying. You must keep it in mind. Don't do any safety measures. Just give him a child, preferably a son, and in the future, no one will be able to compete with you. By the way, if you want to compete for a man, it's not enough for you to be good looking. There are so many pretty women. What happens when you're 5 or 10 years down the road? You need to have something else that will attract him. In the future, often with mom video, mom teach you how to cook, clean up the home. Mom tell you, no matter what kind of man, are very eat this. A woman can clean up the home, but also can do a handful of good food. Even if the man outside to steal food, he will think of you, because this can give him a sense of home. This is any slutty foxes cannot be compared. Chapter 61 talks within the Jiang family. Listening to her own mother rambling on, Jiang Lili was a bit dazed. Cleaning up the house and cooking? Indeed, she had always ignored it, thinking only by virtue of her pretty figure and the fact that she was slutty enough. But the years would eventually grow old. And what about later? At 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chuda said goodbye to Jiang Lili and left, and did not eat the evening meal. Looking at the distant limousine, and then at the two autos in front of them, the 3 members of the Jiang family returned home and sat on the sofa. Mother Jiang hesitated for a moment and told Jiang Lili's relationship with Chudu. For a while, silence fell over the house. Father Jiang unwrapped the cigarette sent by Chudu and lit one, saying in a calm tone, "This matter, it has a great impact on our family. Let's all talk about it." The ginger mother hesitated and didn't say anything. Jiang Long carefully glanced at his parents, then at the car keys in his hand, and said through gritted teeth, "Actually, it's not a bad thing." Ginger's father and mother's eyes looked at him at the same time. Jiang Long put his heart across, directly said, "There are more rich people in society. Those girls in our school have been adopted a lot. It's not easy for us to find a rich man. If you are not willing, naturally, someone else is willing. That's true. If you don't want to, naturally someone else will for the money." Mother Jiang also followed. "That's right. If we miss this village, there won't be the store. Since we seized the opportunity, don't think so much. As long as we don't say anything, who knows, the future can be a good time." John's father looked at a large pile of gifts, and thousands of bottles of wine, set up a full several boxes, as well as the car keys on the table, and finally sighed and said, "After a few more years, when my son graduates, let's go to Xinjiang. After all, it's money that moves people." Chudu didn't care what the Jiang family thought, but he knew that the Jiang family would definitely agree. Perhaps it is the end of a heart matter. Tonight's Jiang Lili, extraordinarily active, lying in Chudu's arms. Jiang Lili suddenly sounded a little low. "Brother Chu, thank you for today." Chudu gathered her into his arms and gently stroked her hair. "What are you thanking me for? I'm sure your parents, too, are very angry." Jiang Lili shook her head and said, "With their character, they won't say anything and will only acquiesce to this matter." Chudu smiled. "Wouldn't that be better?" Jiang Lili ruffled her long hair. "Brother Chu, in the future, I can follow you. You are not allowed to abandon me." Feeling the smoothness of the jades back in his arms, Chudu closed his eyes and said, "You just have to be good. I'll support you for the rest of your life. Even if I grow old in the future, I'll still support you." Old. It is a human being who grows old. And when the face grows old and she is beautiful no more, there is no telling what it will be like. But no matter what, Chudu had given her enough face today to shut her parents up from now on. Jiang Lili was inwardly touched. 500 words omitted, full of spring color. When he got up early in the morning, Jiang Lili had already left for work, but a fried egg and hot milk were left on the table. She knew that Ruyan Lu would bring breakfast to Chudu, but yesterday, Mother Jiang had also said that with beauty, she couldn't go on owning a man forever. The only way to do that was with some characteristics. "I'm not a good cook, but I can fry an egg no problem." This is the beginning of a shift. Coming to the company, Lu Ruyan brought breakfast, and Chudu ate the same. After all, Jiang Lili left a fried egg and a cup of milk, which is enough. After finishing his breakfast and wiping his hands, Chuda said casually, "Is there anything going on or scheduled at work lately?" Ruyan Lu was still in her professional outfit and black silk, and she said with a straight face, "Boss, there's basically nothing major going on in the workplace these days." "Nothing? How can it be okay? It's okay to screw up." Chudu snapped his fingers and said, "I'm going to make our Star River group bigger and stronger." Ruyan Lu curiously said, "Boss, do you have any plans or arrangements?" Chudu pondered for a while and said, "Our Star River group, now divided into Star River Media, Star River Transportation, Star River Hotel, Star River Tourism, Star River Advertising, Star River Jewelry. These companies, the transportation has already embarked on the international route. The jewelry has not yet begun. So let's not talk about it for the time being. Other than that, every company has requirements." Hearing this, Ruyan Lu sat upright, picked up a pen and paper and began to record. First is Star River Media, currently just an ordinary media company. The Star side, ask them to go and dig people for me, as long as they are popular, or have the potential. All of them. The company does not have dozens of first-tier stars. How can it work? And on the side of the Netflix department, give me a chance to dig up people from other platforms. Dig up more big anchors that can be used to attract small anchors to follow up. Create more topics, and also pay attention to the scale. As for the short drama side, collect more scripts. Shoot some fine. At present, although the short drama industry is not the peak period, but the audience is still a lot of. The next can take the fine route. Cultivate. If the actor is good, you can enter the film and television department side. I hope that within a year, Star River Media will have the most top artists, the most in the country, to make Star River the biggest media company in the country, so that it can go global. Ruyan Lu silently sighed at Chudu's great deal, but her hands did not stop at all. Rapidly recording, Chudu suddenly thought of a problem. A lot of domestic movies, TV dramas and songs, are imitating foreign countries? So what if I recruit people directly from abroad? The more Chudu thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. On the one hand, there are Hollywood superstars from Europe and America, and on the other hand, there is a Korean girl group. It's all very nice indeed. Also, our Star River Hotel, which has just been established, can first establish 10 of them in Xinjiang, and when the business stabilizes, then expand to other places. Star River Tourism, let's get ready to expand the business. Recently I'm ready to engage in some international tourism business. The tourism industry is very hot in these years, especially from Zibo and the back of Harbin, and soon the tourism industry will continue to rise. The international tourism will gradually increase. Xinjiang rich people, this aspect of the market is very good. Ruyan Lu quickly recorded what Chudu said. There is actually a lot to prepare for when opening an international travel business. For example, it is necessary to have a certain number of international tour guides and a license for international tourism. Neither of these problems, however, seemed to be a problem to Chudu. The tour guides. There are many. Spend money down. Willing to come to the tour guides are many. As for the qualification, with Star River Group's status in Xinjiang, applying for a qualification couldn't be easier. Thinking about it left and right, it shouldn't be much more than that. So Chudu waved his hand. Okay, let's follow this direction. Make a specific plan, and start moving. Chapter 62 High-End Commercial Bank Networking Meeting. Understood. Boss. Ruyan Lu closed the book, stepped on her high heels, and left with a clatter. Ruyan Lu had just left when Chudu's phone rang. Zhao Qian. Chudu glanced at it and picked up the phone. Governor Zhao. Long time no see. Congratulations on the high promotion. Hearing Chudu's words, Zhao Qian also cheerfully said, It's all thanks to Mr. Chu, otherwise how could there be this step of opportunity? Two simple pleasantries. Zhao Qian cut to the chase. This is the Chu General, our commercial bank. There is a high-end VIP circle. Our personal deposits of more than 100 million large customers. Our commercial bank every year will provide exchanges. To give you a platform to strengthen cooperation and exchange, a few days after our exchanges in Xinjiang will be open. Scheduled for this Friday night. You look at an exchange? And they're all big clients? Chudu instantly became interested, and he said excitedly, Okay, where is the location? Don't look at Zhao Qian said that the deposit is more than 100 million. It seems to be far from the tens of billions compared to Chudu, but you have to know that not everyone has a hang. Under normal circumstances, individuals with long-term deposits of over $100 million in the VIP circle, that's a big customer. That's all liquidity. What businessman doesn't invest his money in business and figure out how to go about making money out of money? Up and down the country. According to the most recent financial wealth report, there are 130,000 people in the country with all assets in excess of $100 million. As for those whose savings can exceed $100 million, there are less than 2,000 of them. It's also almost always concentrated in those big cities. On average, how many people are there in Xinjiang? At full capacity, it wouldn't be more than 500 people. Can do this. Are big bosses, everyday customers a whole lot. Busy business, Chu Du estimated. When the time comes to the exchange, can come to 100 people? It is good. That didn't stop Trudeau from being enthusiastic. Though, when Zhao Qian heard Chu Du's reply, his heart rejoiced. This one was the biggest customer. As long as he was willing to go, naturally there would be many people who would want to go. After all, that's how big the circle is. And if you don't recognize it, you've at least heard of it. Just based on some of what the outside world knew about Chu Du alone, it was enough for many people to want to get to know him. Friday night at 7 p.m. The address is at the Cloudy Sky Manor. The Cloud Sky Manor was near the suburbs, a very large manor that could accommodate quite a few people. By the way, Mr. Chu, there are also some people from the official side, who will also come. Officially? Trudeau just thought about it for a second. With so many businessmen and bosses gathered together, it is only natural that the top wants to pull some investment in construction and development. After thinking about it, Chu Du made a call to Ruyan Lu. A minute later, Ruyan Lu walked into the office and said, "Boss, what's up?" Chu fiddled with his cell phone and said, "This Friday night, go to a party with me, dress upscale, tell me if you don't have any money, I'll pay you." Ruyan Lu shook her head and said, "No need, boss, I have a tuxedo." Trudeau nodded and said, "Okay then, we'll leave from here at 5:30 p.m. On Friday." "Yes boss." Chu was still looking forward to this exchange. Collaboration is inevitable if you want your company to accelerate its growth. However, Chu only intended to cooperate in business. As for shares and whatnot, it was by no means possible. He likes to have his say, and it's best when it's completely in his hands. That's what it is. Friday, Chu was dressed in a high-fashion suit, Hermes belt and casino shoes, revealing wealth and luxury from head to toe. Together with his handsome face and his height of 1 meter 8.5, he is completely a walking hormone, enough to seduce countless young girls. And Ruyan Lu was in her office changing into her dress, a fine Prada evening gown. The overall gown showed blue and gray intertwined, with slightly glittering diamond dots on it, like stars. The beauty of the vast starry sky is condensed in this light mist, and the aesthetic gold and silver beads seem to emit a dreamy and translucent light. Just like the New Year's fireworks, the gown is paired with an elegant color palette, a large see-through mesh wrap in the front and back, and dark see-through long sleeves that can visually shorten the shoulder spacing. Handmade beading cleverly towards, piecing together a bright river of stars, so that every detail shows the femininity. Inadvertently add a touch of noble and mysterious, to create a strong sense of creative uniqueness. Lu Ruyan 173's tall figure. Full jade peaks are fully displayed in the gown, and the waist-cinching design shows a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. There was also the exquisite makeup that she had deliberately dressed up today. Chanel Miss Coco's perfume adding a trifle of the flirtatiousness and seduction of a mature woman, and Lancome's top-notch lipstick embellishing the rosy cherry lips. Tonight's Lu Ruyan was like an elegant goddess clad in bright stars. Mysterious, sexy and charming. Underneath her feet was a pair of white diamond-encrusted crystal high heels, which lifted her originally tall figure directly to 1 meter 8. Even compared to Chu, it wasn't too far off. The pair of long, perfect, top-notch long legs were covered by the light under the gown, but the translucent sarong below the knee was hazy and hidden, making it impossible to take one's eyes off of it. Wearing the Cartier earrings and necklace that Chu had bought her, they sparkled and shone. Seeing Lu Ruyan's pairing, Chu couldn't help but breathe a few moments more sharply. Since he had been rich, he had seen countless beautiful women, but Ruyan Lu's face and body were definitely the top kind. Standing in front of Lu Ruyan, Chu deeply sniffed the perfume on her body and said with his eyes closed, "You today are really beautiful." Lu Ruyan's face was slightly reddened. I don't know if it was a blush or a blush. "Boss, let's go. We'll be late later." Chu took a deep breath and said, "Go." Ning Lei drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom all the way to the manor, followed by 2 Mercedes-Benzes, all of which were Chu's bodyguards. An hour later, the vehicle arrived at the estate. Cloud Sky Manor, a private manor supposedly built by a real estate owner, was also one of today's attendees. The whole manor covers an area of more than 5,000 square meters. The lawn alone, there are 1,000 square meters. Inside there are villas, open-air swimming pools, indoor hot springs, basketball courts, basements, wine cellars, home theaters, home KTVs, home bars, and many other types of design. Around the entanglement of the power grid, ordinary people cannot get in at all. The guards at the entrance let Chu in after checking his identity, and as for the bodyguards, they stood guard outside the door. Lu Ruyan held Chu Du's arm, and the two of them took a step and walked into the manor. Chapter 63 Exchange. It was 6:30 by this time, and although it said it didn't start until 7, everyone was almost always there early. Chu Du roughly swept a glance. There were quite a few waiters in the whole place, almost 100 or so, delivering drinks, serving snacks and so on. As for the guests that came today, men and women, Chu Du probably looked over and actually had close to 300 people, but then he thought about it for a second. Of these, only 100 or so were really elites, and as for the rest of the women, they were just female companions, just like Chudu and Ruyan Lu. Although Ruyan Lu was an excellent woman, she was still not qualified when placed in this level of gathering. Chudu also looked around, a handful of a dozen or so people he recognized, all of whom he had met when he had swiped money to buy shares earlier, and the crowd obviously knew him. Chudu just walked over. Many people were waving and raising their cups to greet Chudu. Mr. Chudu, good evening. Chudu also greeted the crowd with a smile on his face. Although with his financial power, he could completely ignore these people. It was inevitable that he would come across one with a questionable character who had to fight you to the death and play underhanded tricks, so there was no need to offend anyone. As Chudu's female companion, Lu Ruyan was also generous and decent, full of smiles, making people feel like spring breeze. Chudu casually took a glass of wine from a nearby waiter's tray and clinked glasses with the crowd. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm from Zhongjia Real Estate. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm from Future Ventures. Those who come here are basically men in their 40s and 50s who have worked step by step to have the wealth they have now. Looking around, only Chu Du was the youngest in the entire room, but no one would despise him a little bit. Chudo and the crowd chatted idly about various aspects of the market these days, and every word they said had the potential to change the direction of the market. Suddenly, someone said, Mr. Chu, I heard that half a year ago, you had been investing everywhere. I wonder if you still have plans to invest now. Chudo raised his eyebrows slightly and said, are you having a good program and plan? This is a middle-aged man. Look at the dress. Is also a successful businessman, with a piece of universal watch, is also worth a lot of money. Chu Du had a bit of an impression of him. This man's name was Su Kai, and when he was introduced just now, he said that he was in the medical equipment business, but Chudo currently had a company in this area under his name, when he first invested in it, so he wasn't too interested, but he was still polite and courteous for a few moments. Which knows that this person opened his mouth and said, Mr. Chu, I am currently optimistic about the new energy automobile industry. I think. Chudu only listened to 2 sentences and then didn't bother to listen carefully again. This is an area that seems to be promoted all over the place, but is actually very limited. For example, in the northern region, once the winter, the new energy many cars simply cannot start. You have to be stingy even to turn on the air conditioner, and you're even more afraid to go on the highway. The stress of charging is by far the most difficult issue for many car owners. The former Ray is already working on the car, so it makes little sense to get involved yourself. But it gave Chudo a wake-up call. Can we figure out how to do fast charging? If fast charging is not possible, can we add charging posts? The profit margins involved, once this is resolved, are quite massive. The technical difficulties involved, though, are not easy to solve. Instead, it seems easier to add charging posts. A large area to set up charging posts, and wind and water power of all kinds to generate electricity, would actually be sufficient. Chudu secretly remembered in his heart and went back to think about this matter. Seeing Chudo's lack of interest, he fell silent as he spoke. A lot of people want to rope in Chudo to invest, but there are no particularly good programs. Suddenly a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and in his 40s said, I wonder if Mr. Chu has any ideas about this aspect of hydropower plant energy? Trudeau's eyes lit up at what was said. He clinked glasses with the other man, then said, I wonder what to call it. The middle-aged man said politely, Mr. Chu, I'm Lu Sheng from Huayuan Energy Company, and I'm currently mainly working on energy generation. For example, my company in the northwest, there are doing wind power, and over here, there are hydroelectric power stations, but in recent years, there are more and more trolleys. No matter whether it's an electric car, or a new energy electric car, they all need charging piles. So, in this area, the market is not saturated at the moment, and I would like to expand the hydroelectric power plant and increase its generating capacity. I wonder if Mr. Chu is interested? Chudu himself has an energy company in his hands, but that company also has other people's shares, and it's still making money, and people don't want to sell it. He said with interest, Can Mr. Lu introduce the current scale and plans? Lu Sheng said without hesitation, Currently, the main thing is to do the 3 aspects of wind, hydro, and tidal. I am considering that there are more and more trams nowadays. So I want to expand this aspect of the business. Chudu is also having ideas, but right now is obviously not the right time to talk in detail. So Chudu said, let's do it this way. Next Monday, we find a place to talk in detail. How? Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He knows how rich this god of wealth is. As long as this master nods, then expanding is not a problem at all. He immediately said, fine, no problem. Next Monday, whenever Mr. Chu has time, feel free to contact me, said the man, presenting a business card with a few words of respect. Ruyan Lu received the business card for Chudu and put it into her handbag. Tonight's exchange doesn't really have a theme. It's to give everyone a platform to communicate and strengthen cooperation a bit. Chudu had hardly stopped since he arrived here, and there had always been people who wanted to find Chudu to work with, in all sorts of ways. But Chudu also did not agree. Tonight are just a basic exchange, real cooperation, but also privately to talk again. Tonight also made a lot of people remember Lu Ruyan, a woman who was as beautiful as a flower, charming and charming. Every move she made seemed to carry a kind of charm, and just standing next to Chudu with a smile on her face seemed to be enough to mesmerize. But everyone knows that this woman cannot be touched, just by the fact that she was able to hold Chudu's arm on such an occasion. She knew that in Chudu's heart, she had a status and was never as simple as a vase. Chudu, who was talking to someone, suddenly saw a silhouette walk up to him and said with a smile, "Good evening, Brother Chu." Chudu was surprised to see that the beautiful person in front of him was none other than Wang Xinu. However, Chudu quickly came to his senses. Tonight is the call of the commercial bank. As the president of the division, Wang Xinyue is naturally here, and Zhao Qian was definitely there. Just that Chudu didn't see it and didn't know what Zhao Qian was busy with. Looking at Wang Crescent in front of her, she was wearing a pure white cheongsam that trimmed her perfect figure, and a pair of beige high heels that made her even more clear. Coiling up a head of long hair and inserting a hairpin, it seemed like a young woman in ancient costume, with a little bit of gracefulness and beauty. Chapter 64. Ruyan Lu's parents. Wang Xinu glanced at Lu Ruyan next to her. The smile on her face did not fluctuate at all. "Hello, Secretary Lu." Stretching her hand, Lu Ruyan now, although she wanted to monopolize Chudu, but in the end, she was still not with Chudu, and gradually had gotten used to the existence of someone else by Chudu's side, so she also said politely, "Governor Wang is polite." Wang Crescent certainly wasn't just about Chudu tonight, but a whole lot of clients to maintain. So after saying hello to Chudu, he went on to chat with the other customers. The people are all smart people. From the eyes can also see. This Governor Wang, only afraid in Chudu relationship is not the same. With a clear understanding in their hearts, they all became 3 times more polite to Wang Xinu. The exchange went on until close to 10 p.m., when it was pretty much over. Wang Crescent Bankside still has things to do and can't go back for the time being, while Chudu is going with Lu Ruyan. Ning Lei drove the car, while Chudu and Lu Ruyan sat in the back. After a long period of silence, Ruyan Lu suddenly asked, "Boss, you like Governor Wan a lot?" The corner of Chudu's mouth brought a smile. "Yes, very much. Crescent Moon is very well behaved and cooks deliciously. She is very understanding, knows what she wants and never oversteps her bounds." A pang of acidity rose in Ruyan Lu's heart. She paused and said, "Boss, you should, I think, have more than one banker Wang around." Chudu twisted his head and looked at Ruyan Lu, who said, "There are 2 more. Phew." Ruyan Lu exhaled a long breath. "Boss, you really are a womanizer." Chudu, however, was unimpressed. Men, as long as they are not eunuchs, as long as there is still a breath of air, which is not philandering, the difference lies in whether there is the ability and capital to philandering. Ruyan Lu fell silent. She knew that it was true. Suddenly Ruyan Lu added, "Boss, have you ever thought about who to marry? Is it one of them?" "Marriage." Chudu pondered slightly and said, "Actually, I don't want to get married. At least, I don't want to for the time being. What's the point of getting married? It's a lot of work and effort, and you have to coax your girlfriend. It would be better to just wrap it up. No brainer. And the other person would have to find a way to ingratiate themselves. If I do get married someday, the wife I hope for will know how to do it. And that's it. This understanding can mean so much more." Ruyan Lu didn't speak again. She didn't know what to say. The car quickly arrived at the downstairs of Ruyan Lu's house, but there were 2 people standing next to it. Ruyan Lu just took one look and said in surprise, "My parents?" Chudu looked surprised. "Are you sure? It's your parents?" Ruyan Lu rolled her eyes. "My own parents. I can still recognize them wrong?" Chudu remembered that Ruyan Lu had said that her family was from Suzhou and Hangzhou, and that she was by herself in Xinjiang. But how could Ruyan Lu's parents suddenly come here in the middle of the night? Looking at Ruyan Lu, she was also completely unaware of the situation. Ning Lei parked the car. Lu Ruyan hurriedly got off and went up. "Dad, Mom, why are you guys here? Mother Lu's face was unkind. I called you 3 times and asked you to go on a blind date to meet. You just refused and had to let me invite you, right? Lu's father's attitude wasn't too good either. You're already 30. When are you going to wait? Every time you say you are busy with work. Busy with work? What are you busy with? You don't even have time to see someone? People are also in Xinjiang. You can't spare an hour? Hearing this, Chudu understood. He used to talk to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan is already 30 years old. Her parents are very anxious. Has been trying to let her hurry to get married on a blind date. Before and after seeing many people are not suitable. She thought it was nice that people wanted 18-year-old girls, and there were those who looked at her but couldn't meet her requirements. So it just kept dragging on. Lu Ruyan was very helpless. Mom and Dad, I said, I'm very busy working every day now. This has just come back from the exchange meeting. My clothes are all still dresses. I haven't changed yet. I'm busy like this. How can I have the time to go on a blind date? And I know the person you introduced to me. He is 40 years old and has 2 children. What am I going to do? What do I need such an old man for? Figure he doesn't shower? Figure he has high blood pressure? Figure he snores in his sleep at night? If you want to talk about money, I have money of my own. I've already bought a suite for our family with the money I've earned from my work over the past few years. I'm not short of money. I don't need someone I don't like to be with me. It's very hard to bear. Mother Lu didn't care. Then I have a young man here in his 20s. Just graduated. He doesn't mind that you're older than him. Why don't you see him? The more Ruyan Lu heard, the more annoyed she got that her parents were like this when her boss was still behind her. She was just about to speak when Trudeau got out of the car. She's not going on a blind date because of me. Hello uncle and aunt, my name is Chudu. I'm Ruyan's boss and Ruyan's boyfriend. Looking at a decent suit, he walked over to Chudu, with a handsome face and extraordinary temperament. If the former Chudu was just an ordinary cowhorse, the current Chudu has changed drastically. Being in this position for a long time, along with the money, changes one's demeanor a lot. Chudu is becoming more and more mature. When Father Lu heard the voice, he first frowned, then loosened his frown and said, are you Ruyan's boyfriend, or her leader? Chudu walked next to Lu Ruyan, took her hand and said, Ruyan may not want to say it. We only recently established a relationship. She is waiting for us to stabilize a bit before she tells you guys. Father Lu and Mother Lu's gazes instantly focused on Ruyan Lu. Hearing Chudu call himself her boyfriend, Ruyan Lu's heart leapt for joy. But when she thought of the other women by his side, she felt a pang of discomfort. But right now was not the time to count on that. Sighing, Lu Ruyan said, Mom and Dad, we are indeed together. This earring of mine, the necklace, it's all bought for me by Chu. A few $1 million. Chu is very good to me, but we've just been together. And I don't want to say so much. I was thinking of going back in the new year to talk about it. Hearing his daughter say this, Lu father breathed a sigh of relief. Since you have a boyfriend, then say it earlier, so that your mom and I don't have to think about this every day. Mother Lu looked at Chu Du. His face was handsome. His clothes were also very high-end fabrics. He was also his daughter's boss, handsome and rich, and he looked as if he was quite young. That's a lot better than introducing yourself. Mother Lu hesitated for a moment and said, that, Xiao Chua, we as parents is also more anxious about this matter. Ru Yan already 30, her father and I worry about this every day. Now know that you guys are together. We are much more at ease. Chudu smiled and said, don't worry auntie, I truly love Ruyan. Age is not even an issue. I will take good care of her. Chapter 65 Ruyan Lu's invitation. Sorry for the massive deletion of this chapter due to the overhaul. Mother Lu nodded her head slightly. Ruyan, this child, is also okay at studying and working, cleaning up the house and cooking, are not too good at it. In the future, let her practice and learn more. Chudu smilingly shook his head and refused. Auntie, this is not even a matter. My home is also relatively large. It's tiring to clean up alone. They all hire nannies. Oh, so, Mother Willow didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Ruyan glanced at the time and said, Mom and Dad, it's so late. Stay at my place tonight. Now you've seen it. I have a pretty good job and a boyfriend. So don't worry about it. Go back tomorrow. I still have a job tomorrow. I'm very busy. Chu do listen to the funny. Tomorrow is clearly Saturday. Star River can never squeeze employees free extra overtime. And Lu Ruyan is not working tomorrow. She clearly has her eyes open. But Father Lu and Mother Lu didn't know. They both looked at each other. And it really wasn't safe to go back so late. So Lu's father said, that's fine. Your mom and I, we'll go back tomorrow. You work hard and get along with people. Ruyan Lu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I know. Twisting her head to look at Chudu, Ruyan Lu blinked. Boss, then I'll take my parents back first. You go back to an early night as well. Chuda looked at her with a gentle face. Good. I'll go back and go to bed early as well. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chudu just turned around to get on the car when Lu's father suddenly said, that, Xiao Chua, must come in the new year. Don't worry uncle. I'll definitely go in the new year. Looking at the faraway car, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know why Chuda stood out, but today Chuda really helped her a lot. Her parents definitely won't rush in the future, but she clearly underestimated the previous generation. When you don't have a date, they push you to hurry up and get into a relationship. When you have a lover, they will push you to hurry up and get married. When you get married, they push you to hurry up and have kids again. Ruyan Lu's current house is rented, more than 80 square meters, but 3 people can live. Just returned home. Lu Ruyan went back to her room to change her clothes and came out. Lu mother started. Ruyan how long have you guys been talking? When can you get married? Lu Ruyan was drinking water and almost choked. She looked at her mother incredulously. Mom, it's only been a week for both of us. You're not in such a hurry, are you? Lu mother face a plate. Your company I also probably heard you say. Such a large scale. That people must be very good conditions. First of all, this material aspect is no problem. Also, I've just looked at it. The young man is very spirited and good looking, and he's quite tall, so he'll have no problem matching you. People also speak politely, courteous, how respectful look at yourself. Such a good person right in front of you. You do not hurry to grasp. What are you waiting for? Waiting to be pried away? And don't let any of your girlfriends see him. I know those girlfriends of yours are crazy about money. If they knew that, they'd all be your competition. With these words, Ruyan Lu was directly speechless. How can your own mom be so pushy? Don't say the two aren't in a committed relationship. It's just an act. Even if the two are really a couple now, it's impossible to get married so soon. But she was too lazy to argue with her parents about these things. Okay, I know mom. You stop. We'll see each other again in the New Year's time to see if it's a good fit, right? Mother Lu said with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by taking another look? What do you mean by suitable? I think it's quite suitable. People are so good, and they don't mind your old age. What capital do you have not to be in a hurry? Just because you're pretty? Can you look good for the rest of your life? Isn't it all the same when you're old? If you don't seize the opportunity while you're young, I don't know what you're thinking day in and day out. Listen to me. Hurry up. Make more contacts. Tomorrow your father and I will go back. So hurry up and ask him out on a date. Better come back in the new year and get married. Ruyan Lu wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't. I know. Mom, I'm very tired. Go to sleep. Chu Du returned home. Wang Xinyue had not yet returned. He had just changed his clothes. He saw a message from Lu Ruyan. Did you sleep? Trudeau, no. Just got back. What's up? Lu Ruyan, I'm really sorry for today. My parents suddenly came. I didn't know. And I let you still pretend to be my boyfriend for a bit. Trudeau, is there a possibility that the fake becomes real? Ruyan Lu, boss. Are you serious? Trudeau, guess? Looking at the you guess on the screen, Ruyan Lu had a fit of madness and could not wait to smash the phone. What kind of man is that? You're guessing. Kids, they're still guessing. Can't you be an adult and have a pain in the ass? She stared at the screen of her cell phone, thought about it, and sent another message. Boss, are you free tomorrow? Chudo, speaking. What is it? Ruyan Lu, can we have dinner together tomorrow? When Chudu saw Lu Ruyan's message, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Just dinner? Chudo, okay, tomorrow at noon. Let me know when you pick a place. Ruyan Lu, okay, see you tomorrow. Chudo, see you tomorrow. Stretching his body, Chudu was also ready to sleep. Just then, Wang Xinu suddenly opened the door and returned. Crescent Moon is back. Trudeau walked out of the bedroom. Wang Crescent took off her high heels, put down her handbag, went up and hugged Chu Du and said, Brother Chu, I'm sorry, I've just finished working on the bank. Chu Du said with a smile, what is there to apologize for? Work, overtime is normal. Wang Xinyue poured a cup of water to drink, then said, Brother Chu, you wait, I'll go change and clean up a bit. You lie down on the bed first. If you're sleepy, you go to sleep first. Chu Du looked at Wang Xinu's beautiful body outlined in this Cheongsam and was dumbfounded. Originally, when he was with Lu Ruyan tonight, he had been apoplectic, and now that Wang Xinyue had returned, the gust of perfume coming from her made Chu Du even more impulsive. He picked up Wang Xinyue, not paying any attention to Wang Xinyue's exclamation of surprise, and said, Don't change, just this one. Wang Xinu also no longer refused, backhandedly hugged Chu Du and said tenderly, Then wait for me, I'll go add another pair of stockings. Trudeau's eyes lit up. Yes, Cheongsam with stockings. Soon. Wang Crescent opened the closet and rummaged through a pair of unopened black silk. 5 in the house deleted. Chapter 66. Dining alone with Roy and Lu the next morning. Wang Crescent packed up her things and went to the bank. Since I became a banker, I've been busier and have a lot of things to do, and I often have dinner parties. Shu Du, on the other hand, leisurely packed and washed, glanced at the location sent by Roy and Lu, and waited until 11 o'clock before going out. He didn't call for a driver today. He drove himself out in his Lamborghini. The restaurant that Roy and Lu booked, a Western restaurant, was inside the international Wanshan city. The grade is kind of mid-range, and it's not bad. Chuda sat in an off-corner seat, and soon, Roy and Lu walked in. At this point it's November. Roy and Lu was wearing a black tweed coat with a tight white thermal jacket inside, and underneath she wore a short black skirt that just barely covered her arse. A pair of black bottoms were worn over her legs, which encased a pair of super long legs that were long and straight. There was also a pair of black 5-centimeter thigh-high boots. Long hair dancing, walking over, eyebrows and eyes containing love. Like a great beauty. With her makeup, she's totally a top-notch gorgeous royalty. When Roy and Lu saw Chu Du, she walked over with a big smile, sat down opposite Chu Du, and put down her handbag. Boss, sorry, I'm late. Chu Du was unconcerned. It's fine, I just arrived too. Lu Ruyan took off the outside tweed coat. Her exquisite undulating body curves were completely revealed under the white thermal coat, and that overpowering bosom made Chu Du unable to resist a sideways glance. He marveled. Your body, it's really good. Ruyan Lu raised an eyebrow. Do you like it then, boss? Like. Trudeau felt like an honest man. Lu Ruyan said with dissatisfaction. What? Boss, are you having thoughts about me? Trudeau began to pull in reverse. So do you want me to think of you? Or not? What if you don't like me if I say I have thoughts about you? And if I say I don't have thoughts about you, won't that make you look unattractive? Ruyan Lu tilted her head. Boss, your crooked reasoning is really set. At that moment, an extremely flirtatiously dressed woman walked by next to him. It was already November, but the woman was still wearing a tight purple wraparound halter dress, a khaki trench coat jacket in her hand, a thin black silk underneath that made you wonder if she was cold or not, and a pair of black pointy-toe high heels on her feet. Combined with her strong perfume and heavily made-up face, she was a standard mistress of the mistress at almost first glance. Her outfit attracted extra attention on this cold winter day, and many people stared at the woman. Looking at the woman's one-step, three-step walking posture, Lu Ruyan said with dissatisfaction. Boss, people are gone. Still looking. Do you just like this kind of wear? It looks slutty. Where is there a big winter to wear like this? Chu Du coughed twice, then said, I always think that the purpose of reading and being educated is for us to set up a correct view of the three. Understand the reason. Know how to respect others. Rather than judging a strange girl, everyone has the freedom to dress and pursue the right to live the life they want to live. There is no need to ridicule others. But then again, this woman is really slutty. Ruyan Lu almost spewed out. She was at first listening to Chudu. It was still very educational, a very sacred feeling, but in the next second, it was directly broken. It gives a very extreme sense of contrast, as if one moment one is drowning in the macro universe of the market economy, and the next moment one falls into the animal instincts of the ecosystem, going from the upper 3 to the lower 3, seemingly 3 feet, but actually 1,000 feet. If Chudo knew what she was thinking, he would have said, you do understand metaphors. The two ordered some food before they began to make small talk. Last night, what happened afterward? Trudeau was still quite curious. An unnatural blush flashed across Ruyan Lu's face. She remembered everything her own mother said last night. It's not much. It's just them asking random questions. The expression on Chu Du's face was meaningful. Oh, in that case, it's fine. Anyway, we'll see each other in the new year. So we'll talk about it then. Lu Ruyan instantly widened her eyes. You're really going for the new year? Chudu asked rhetorically. Can't you? I'm your boyfriend now. If I don't go, how will you explain? Ruyan Lu was speechless. In the eyes of her parents, Chudu was a good choice for a boyfriend. And if she dared to tell her parents that the two of them broke up and weren't coming for the new year, then her parents would surely kill her that day. Rubbing her head, Lu Ruyan sighed. Why is it so annoying? They're rushing so much. Chudo said leisurely. So you don't have a favorite? Ruyan Lu subconsciously said. There is, but, seeing her stop, Chudo raised an eyebrow at once. You have a favorite? Ruyan Lu rested her beautiful face in her hands and just looked at Chudu. Chudu wasn't an uncomprehending fool. He reached out and grabbed Lu Ruyan's plain hand and said tenderly, since you like me, why don't you dare to say it? Finally the showdown has come to this. Ruyan Lu breathed a sigh of relief, her whole body relaxing a bit as she said softly, I like you, but I'm very unhappy that there are other women around you, so I haven't said anything. Chudu got up and sat next to Lu Ruyan, wrapping his arms around her fragrant shoulders. In fact, you've already agreed within yourself, haven't you? Ruyan Lu didn't struggle. She just looked at Chudu with a complicated face. Chudu wrapped his arms around the stunning beauty in his arms. Don't think too much. They all have good personalities. Just think of it as getting to know a few girlfriends. Lu Ruyan cried and laughed. Can it be the same? Chudu, however, did not care. Rich people, how many of them are clean around? Today it's me, tomorrow if you find another rich second generation, can you guarantee that he won't cheat outside? Ruyan Lu was silent. She had come into contact with a lot of rich people, and naturally knew that very often, those people came out to play, came out to eat, and what they brought with them was not their wives, and they didn't know whether it was little 3 or little 4, or maybe little 5 and little 6. Chudo was right, even if it was someone else and she wasn't allowed to know. But was there really any guarantee that there wasn't one out there? Maybe later on, when we find out, they'll have kids out there. In her mind, she remembered what her own mother had said last night, that if it was her own girlfriends, she would have treated them as invisible, even if they were kept outside. Ruyan Lu raised her face and looked at Chudu. What do you like about me? Chapter 67. Be nice to me from now on. Chudu gently kissed Ruyan Lu on the cheek. I like everything about you. Lu Ruyan, who was kissed, didn't panic. Instead she hugged Chudu's neck, closed her eyes and said, don't leave me. The beautiful imperial sister's kiss, printed on Chudu's mouth. A fragrance came from the two of them, gradually forgetting. After a long time, Lu Ruyan pushed Chudu away. You really have your hand inside. As he spoke, he straightened his clothes. Chudu gave full play to the spirit of shamelessness. Can't help it. Can't help it. You're too beautiful and your body is too attractive to me. Indeed, Ruyan Lu's figure was completely at the level of voluptuousness. The full jade peak is unattainable. The wasp waist and buttocks, the S-shaped body, and the tantalizing waist-hip ratio, but also has a pair of super long legs, attracting people to commit crimes. After tidying up her clothes, Ruyan Lu looked at Chudu with grim eyes. In the future, be nicer to me. Chudu gently kissed his red lips. Don't worry, perhaps the talk has opened up and there is more openness between the two. Ruyan Lu didn't spend a lot of money on treats. After a meal, Chudu looked outside and said, it just so happens that it's Saturday, and this is still a mall, so I'll buy you something. Yeah. Ruyan Lu didn't refuse. She herself usually bought high-grade luxuries, and didn't have a lot of resistance to these, nor was she as shocked and excited as those ordinary people. The only thing on his mind was the happy pleasantness of Chudu buying something for himself. Chudu didn't care. Cosmetics, lipstick, perfume, handbags, clothes, went up for a buy. After consecutively shopping at Chanel, LV, Gucci, Hermes, Lancôme, Dior, Valentino, Parisian House, and many other stores, he had already bought more than a dozen bags of stuff and spent close to more than $3 million. Although Ruyan Lu herself had money, she had never bought anything like this before, and her eyelids jumped when she looked at the value of what Chudu had bought. Just leave the stuff at the store for now and have it delivered later. Finding a rest area and buying 2 milk teas, the two of them sat down to rest. Looking at Chudu drinking milk tea, Lu Ruyan suddenly laughed out. You say, you are worth how many billions of dollars? I am at least a senior member of a large group. The two of us are sitting here drinking milk tea, like a young couple. Chudu smiled and sipped his milk tea. So what? Just be happy. Well, it's good to be happy, Chudu suddenly said. As I recall, you rented that house, didn't you? Lu Ruyan was unsure, but still said, yes, because the price of housing in Xinjiang is relatively high. I don't have that much money for the time being, and the money I earned in the capital before, I took it back to buy a set for my family. Trudeau was thoughtful. Accompanying a girl to go shopping is the most boring. Fortunately, there is Lu Ruyan. Chudu can look at her face and body, smell the perfume. It is also considered to be bittersweet. The duo acted like a couple, shopping, having a hot pot in the evening and watching a movie. By the time we got out of the movie theater, it was almost 11. Ruyan Lu yawned slightly. Brother, I'm sleepy and want to go back to sleep. Chudu wrapped his arms around her waist. How can you sleep without me? Ruyan Lu gently pushed him. Nasty. But as soon as she raised her head and met Chudu's blazing gaze, she was stunned for a moment, wrapped her hands around Chudu's neck, and said softly with her face close to his, Brother, do you want me very much? Chudu held Lu Ruyan's soft waist with both hands and licked his rosy honey lips. What do you think? Feeling a sudden and inexplicable hardness, Ruyan Lu was not scared at all. At 30 years old, you always know, even if you haven't experienced it. A hint of longing flashed in her beautiful eyes as well. Take me to a room. Chudu, however, smiled and said, a room is no good. I'll take you somewhere. With that, he pulled Lu Ruyan and left. Lu Ruyan was also curious. Not to go to a room. Do you want to have a wild fight? It seems pretty exciting to be wild for the first time. Who knew that Chodu drove the car and brought her to a neighborhood? Heavenly mansion of immortality. A very posh, upscale neighborhood. Chodu bought 3 houses here in the first place. 1 villa and 2 large flats. He took the confused Lu Ruyan with him to one of the large flat floors. This is what Chodu prepared yesterday. Today during the day has let the property cleaned again. Furniture and appliances all have. The whole room is clean and dry. Ruyan Lu was not surprised. Chodu was so rich. Having a mansion was nothing. She looked curiously at the luxurious decoration of the living room. Brother, how many square feet is this house? It looks big. Even though she was older than Chodu, she still called Chodu brother. The seductive brother called into Chodu's heart every time, and he was distracted. This large flat is 700 square meters. The overall layout is okay. The check room and everything. Ruyan Lu said enviously. With my salary, I don't know how often I can buy such a suite. Trudeau wrapped his arms around her from behind. Now the suite belongs to you. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened and said somewhat incredulously. Are you sure? I'll probably take a look at this house. It's at least a few $100 million. Chodu was extremely gentle, compared to you. A few $100 million is nothing. Ruyan Lu turned around. She was wearing high heels and was almost eye level with Chodu. Brother, are you trying to hide a woman in a golden house? Chodu laughed. This house is worthy of a golden house with you in it. Ruyan Lu initiated a kiss. You're so good at coaxing me. Taking off her jacket, Ruyan Lu walked towards the bathroom. Brother, I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me for a while. Lu Ruyan is a person who understands very well. Since she likes, since she wants, she will give. No pretense, no desire to escape. It was a good thing there was more than one bathroom, and Chodu immediately went to another bathroom to take a shower. Men bathe much faster than women, and only after Chodu had been playing with his cell phone on the bed for an hour did Ruyan Lu slowly come out. She was wrapped in a white bathrobe, her long, towel-dried hair falling casually over her smooth shoulders, revealing her collarbone and snow-white skin. Slender hands gripped the bathrobe, which came down to near her knees. A long white leg was revealed underneath, along with a pair of crystalline jade feet. Stepping on the woolen carpet, carrying the scent of shower gel and shampoo, she was as stunningly beautiful as ever, even after a bath and a plain face. Lu Ruyan is worthy of being a generation of great beauty. Just standing there, the gaze seems to carry a few points of seduction, such as a secret glance, but also as if the electric eyes hook soul. Chodu could hardly hold his ego any longer, picking up Ruyan Lu, placing her on the bed, and kissing her fiercely. Springtime is the best. Chapter 68. It's you. Wang Ziying. When he woke up the next morning, Chodu looked at the demon girl in his arms and couldn't help but marvel. You're so flexible. Ruyan Lu rolled her eyes. Come on, I was the one on top last night. Chodu rolled over and pinned Ruyan Lu underneath him. Now then, can we head it up one more time? Baby. Feeling the man's breath, Lu Ruyan was also a bit confused and dreamily said, then be gentle. After morning exercises, the two embraced and rested. By the time the duo got up, it was close to noon. Ruyan Lu packed her clothes while saying, brother, I'm hungry. Chodu said casually, pack up and let's go out to eat. Okay. Ruyan Lu accelerated the movements in her hands. Soon the two were downstairs and driving out to dinner. Today's weekend. Both of them didn't have to work. Chodu just happened to accompany Lu Ruyan to play around. We ate, shopped, went to the movies, and sang, but we didn't buy anything today. After all, we bought a ton yesterday. Perhaps overly tired. Ruyan Lu went to bed early tonight, but Chodu didn't have to. Seeing Ruyan Lu's sleeping face, he just kissed it gently and hugged Ruyan Lu to sleep together. On Monday morning, the two cleaned up together and went to work together. Driving the car, Chodu suddenly said, what do you think? What about this car of mine? Trudeau drove a Lamborghini Bull with a cool blue body. Ruyan Lu nodded and said, it is indeed quite good. Trudeau snapped his fingers. You can have this car. I haven't driven it many times. It's still pretty new. Lu Ruyan was a bit surprised. This car landed almost close to $10 million. Right, you want to send me? Sure. You don't like it? If you don't like it, I'll get you another one you like. As for houses and cars, Chodu didn't care at all now. Ruyan Lu thought about it and said, no need to change it. Just this one is fine. I just think it's quite expensive. You just gave it to me. Chodu reached out and placed his hand on her thigh, looking ahead as he continued to drive. In my heart, a few $100 million house and a $10 million luxury car are not as good as you. Even though she knew that Chodu didn't care about the money at all, Ruyan Lu's heart was still sweet. Coming downstairs, Chodu went upstairs first, while Lu Ruyan went to buy breakfast for the duo. After breakfast, Ruyan Lu went about her business. Chuda could take it easy as the boss, but she still had a lot of work to take care of. After dinner, Chuda called Lu Shang, who was still very interested in the cooperation that day. Mr. Chu, hello there. When the phone was connected, Lu Shang's enthusiastic voice came. Chu Du also said politely, Mr. Lu, about the proposal you told me last time, I am very interested. If it is suitable, I can invest. When is Mr. Lu free? Let's talk about it specifically. Lu Shang's voice was agitated for a few minutes. I can do it any time, depending on your schedule. Mr. Chu Du looked at the time. It was still early today. That's fine. I'll go over now. Mr. Lu, send me a location. After hanging up the phone, Chu Du called Ning Lei, followed by Lu Ruyan, ready to go talk about cooperation. Arriving at Lu Shang's company, Lu Shang personally greeted him downstairs. Seeing Chu Du, he enthusiastically went forward. Mr. Chu, welcome. Ah. Chu Du had a calm face. Hello Mr. Lu, let's go to the office to talk? Come. I'll take Mr. Chu to the conference room. There's another shareholder inside as well. The two of them went inside smilingly, while Ning Lei was consciously guarding the car, and Lu Ruyan was following Chudu. Pushing open the door of the conference room, Lu Sheng pointed at the person and introduced, Mr. Chu, this one is another investment partner shareholder of my company. She is Wang Ziying Wang. Mr. Wang, this is Chudu. Mr. Chu, the boss of Star River Group, who is talking about cooperation with us today. Chudu and Wang Ziying's gazes met, and both of them revealed a look of dismay. The two men who should have been shaking hands and laughing were both in silence. Perhaps it was because the silence was too long. Chudu and Wang Ziying spoke up at the same time. It's you. Maybe it was in a conference room with the heat from the air conditioner on full blast. Wang Ziying was wearing a white tight sweater. Her body was curvaceous, and the fullness of her chest was comparable to that of Lu Ruyan. Beneath the high peaks was a flat belly and a light, slender waist. Looking at her looks alone, she was even a little prettier than Lu Ruyan, but there was something different. She has a pair of beautiful pupil eyes as brilliant as stars, a small and delicate agate nose, petal lips. Lip shape looks pretty and sexy. Wearing Bond No. 9 Swarovski crystal lipstick, which is worth $3,000 alone, applied on the lips with a rosy shine but not exaggerated. She looked like she had been carefully carved by Manhwa. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and from her appearance alone, Chuda guaranteed that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Whether it was Jiang Lily, or Lu Ruyan, or Li Wenxin, or several other women, none of them were extremely beautiful, but compared to the Wang Ziying in front of her, they were all a bit worse. Facially complex, demure, atmospheric, gentle, cool, flirty, sweet. It's hard to imagine that a variety of different styles can actually be felt, as if a goddess with 1,000 faces. Not only did she possess a stunning face that was enough to drive any man crazy, her body was even more perfect and impeccable. The slender swan neck was incomparably sexy and charming. Even though Chu Du had seen countless beautiful women, in front of such temptation, he couldn't help but want to gently caress it. Above the sweater, slightly exposed collarbone is delicate as ice branch white jade, undulating full jade peaks high up. Look at the size, should be just a hand to hold. The luscious body had a charming scent under the clothes. She just stood there, with a tall height of 1.75 meters, and even though she seemed to have mixed emotions, she couldn't hide her aura like a big queen, born with her own nobility, like an ice goddess on a 10,000-year-old immutable iceberg, and as if a galactic queen wandering in the starry sky. She wasn't deliberately targeting anyone, but the nobility and elegance that was revealed from her bones could overshadow any foil. The lower half of her body was wearing a slim suit pants, slightly taller than Lu Ruyan, also had a pair of amazingly long legs, golden ratio, absolute 9-headed body beauty. From head to toe, none of them showed her proud and overwhelming figure. The long, dark hair was as silky as soft damask, hanging lazily behind her back, swaying slightly with the air-conditioned wind. Underneath the pants, a slightly bare ankle without socks was exposed, and further down, a pair of white high heels were worn on her feet. Elegant and dignified, whether it's body, face value, temperament, etc. It's impeccable, absolutely top-notch beauty. Chapter 69, Laughing to Death. 5 in the Palace. Seeing the two men's expressions, Lu Ruyan and Lu Shang both vaguely felt that something was wrong. These two men, they knew each other. Chuda took a deep breath and slowly spoke. It's been 3 or 4 years since I left. It's been a long time. Lu Shang slightly thought, then felt that the two people this status level recognize is normal. But next to her, Lu Ruyan stared at Wang Ziying and frowned. Wang Ziying's expression gradually calmed down. It's okay, but it looks like you've changed a lot. Chuda pulled out the chair and sat down nonchalantly. The ups and downs of life. No one can tell. To get this far, I rely on luck. A fluke. Wang Ziying's face rippled slightly. Luck is also part of strength. Looking at Lu Sheng next to him, Chudu slightly raised his eyebrows. So, you're working with Mr. Lu now? Wang Ziying nodded and said, that's right, there are 65% of my shares here. Chuda let out an oh and then said, okay, in that case, I'll vote too. Wang Ziying's gaze flashed a trace of color. You don't even look at it? No need to talk about it? Chu Duo looked straight at her overwhelmingly beautiful face. Since you're here, I'm relieved. Whether I see it or not, it's all the same. Wang Ziying twisted her head to look at Lu Sheng. Mr. Lu, I remember. You said that you could let out 10% if you could, right? In this company, Wang Ziying occupied 65%, while Lu Sheng had 35%. If you let out 10 points, then Lu Sheng still has 25 shares. That's right, that's what we agreed before, and I'm sure I can do it. Wang Ziying nodded calmly. Good, then how about this? I'll take out another 20 shares and give them to you together. I'll take up 45. You'll have 30, and Mr. Lu will still have 25. How about that? Without hesitation, Shudu said, I agree. Lu Sheng also hurriedly stated, I have no problem with that. Although he didn't understand what exactly was going on with these two, right now was never a time when he could bargain. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and Lu Sheng hurriedly said, that, I still have something to do. I'll go to the office first. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, followed out with an expressionless face and stood guard outside the door. After closing the door, in the conference room, there were only Chu Du and Wang Ziying. Wang Ziying breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes turned soft and seemed to have taken on a bit of warmth. It's been a long time, husband. If this husband were to be heard by anyone else, he would be shocked to the point of confusion. Chu Du, however, didn't have the slightest intention of being happy, but instead sighed. This title, I haven't heard it for more than 6 years. Actually, you don't have to call me that. After all, we were never married either. Wang Ziying, however, smiled and said, in the beginning, you liked it best when I called you that. Chuda's expression seemed to have taken on a few memories. That was all in college. Unfortunately, we broke up for so long. Wang Ziying, however, let out a light laugh. The one just now, is she your girlfriend? Chudu was stunned for a moment, knowing that she was talking about Rian Lu. Sort of, and my secretary. Wang Ziying's face carried a few moments of curiosity. I'm curious as to how you were able to become so powerful. At first, you had nothing. Chuda's gaze was a bit empty, as if he remembered something. It's nothing really. Everyone has some special opportunities. Maybe one opportunity. It's enough to change the whole life. That I do agree with. Wang Ziying nodded approvingly and did not pursue the matter further. After all, everyone has their own secrets in their hearts. Chapter 70, First Love, Aihu Han-san is back. The fifth small dark room rectification is over. Passed the review. Resumed updating. Wang Ziying's gaze was a bit dark. You have a girlfriend. When do you plan to get married? Marriage? No marriage. Shuda shook his head. I have more than one woman again. I'm not considering marriage for now. Hearing that there was more than one woman beside Chu Du, Wang Ziying didn't fluctuate much. It seems that you have really changed a lot over the years. Trudeau asked rhetorically. What about you? After all this time, are you married? Wang Ziying shook her head and said, no, for so many years, I have been alone. Chu Du's brows furrowed as he looked at Wang Ziying and said, you're alone? Right. Wang Ziying was a little confused about Chu Du's attitude. Chu Du's face was gloomy for a moment. So, back then, you lied to me? Looking at Chu Du's gaze, the aura on Wang Ziying's body seemed to be completely gone, and she said weakly, I didn't do it on purpose either. I have my hardships. Chuda gazed at her for a moment and let out a light laugh. Forget it, the past is the past. Wang Ziying met his gaze. But I didn't go over there. Trudeau raised an eyebrow. But I have more than one person with me now. We can't go back. Wang Ziying suddenly showed her face and smiled. This matter, let's talk about it later. It's been a long time. You're mixing so well now. Won't you invite me for a meal? Chuda said smilingly. How about treating you to a skewer? Good. Wang Ziying didn't refuse in the slightest. Both of them were worth a lot of money. And they didn't care at all about eating a meal even if it was tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars. But a meal of skewers was something that Wang Ziying showed great interest in. It was still early, not yet time to eat, so the two of them sat and chatted about some of their former pasts and the subsequent experiences of their former classmates. Noon is the three people eat together. Lu Ruyan sat next to Chudu the whole time. Give Chudu clip food and pour water. Also not much to say. Just listen to the two people to catch up with each other. A meal of over $100 of skewers had a different feeling in the eyes of Chudu and Wang Ziying. Perhaps all memories of a time when they were young. After dinner, Wang Ziying left in an Audi A6. License plate number, Beijing A. Trudeau looked at the license plate number and thought. Next to her, Lu Ruyan asked curiously, "Brother, who is she?" This question, Ruyan Lu had been holding back all morning, always feeling that there was a story between the two. Chudu's gaze held a bit of sadness. She was my first love. First love. Alarm bells went off in Ruyan Lu's heart. Regardless of men and women, the first love is a very special existence. Like the white moonlight, is indelible in the memory of the beauty in dreams. Moreover, as the same woman, Lu Ruyan could see that Wang Ziying still had Chudu in her heart, or else she would never have this attitude. If Wang Ziying also joined, it would be the most powerful opponent. For Wang Crescent and Jian Lily, Lu Ruyan didn't feel like rivals at all, but Wang Ziying was different. First love. Haven't seen her in years. Beautiful and well-built. Good family background. Whichever of these is a huge plus. If she turned back to Chudu, Lu Ruyan could guarantee that just that little pervert Chudu would 100% eat Wang Ziying. With such a rival, really competing for the position of harem head, Ruyan Lu couldn't feel like she had an advantage. Her face and body, which she prides herself on, seemed to be slightly less impressive. For a while, Ruyan Lu was in a predicament. On the other hand, after Wang Ziying got into the car, Chudu's information over the years had been laid out in front of her. However, due to the greatness of the system, she could only see part of it. Interesting, funded by foreign stock markets and funds. Looks like this first love of mine is quite capable. $50 billion. Good lord, did he rob Wall Street? Overseas account unknown. This one is even. Wang Crescent, Jiang Lily, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin. 4 women. Not bad, not as flowery as my dad's play. Star River Group. Yo, the following companies, quite a lot of it, as well as overseas transportation business and international tourism business. This guy can Aside from the system's shielding, Chudu's affairs, almost everything, was looked at by Wang Ziying. Placing the information to the side, Wang Ziying murmured, "You guy, you've really changed a lot." She put the mirror in her car down and looked at herself carefully in it. "After all these years, I don't know what you really think. How much longer can I wait for you?" In the car, a middle-aged driver, an old man with slightly gray hair, and a beautiful young woman. The old man looked at Wang Ziying. His face had a few moments of love. Go back, talk to your family. With his current conditions, I think that the opposition will be much smaller. Wang Ziying shook her head. It's not the right time yet. He's just a simple businessman identity now. Even if he's rich again, he's ultimately missing a layer of protective identity. Speaking of this, Wang Ziying fell into deep thought. Chudu was sitting in the car when he suddenly received a message from Wang Ziying. After reading the message, the smile on Chudu's face disappeared, taking on a bit of gravity. Seeing him engrossed in thought, Ruyan Lu didn't dare to disturb him, so she sat beside him. Wang Ziying went back to the capital and left only one message for Chudu. "Boss, our Star River Tours international business has officially begun, and there are currently more than 60 international tour guides officially recruited." Even though what should have happened between the two had happened, now that they were back in the office and talking about work, it was natural to call the boss. Chudu's fingers gently tapped the desktop. "Okay, expand more business. The whole world can be carried out." Chudu originally had the idea, want to go out with the group to have fun, but now it is already winter. Too cold. He does not want to run around. Or forget it. Wait for next year's spring and summer. The weather is good. Then go out will also be fine. As time goes by and the weather gets colder, we see that December is already half over and everyone is wearing down jackets. It's just a few days away from Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and getting close to New Year's Day. Then in a month or so, it will be New Year's Eve. The usual Chudu was all alone and didn't think about anything else. But this year is markedly different. With Wang Crescent, Jiang Lily, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, Wang Ziying. Li Wenxin, her husband, is definitely back and can be ignored. Wang Ziying was in the capital. And the fact that the two were now in a somewhat complicated situation could also be ignored. As for the other three, at that time, he promised to go to Lu Ruyan's house for the new year. Hey, it's a pain in the ass to think about. While thinking about it, suddenly Wang Crescent sent a message. "Brother Chu, the night after tomorrow, Christmas Eve. It happens to be Friday night. Do you have time? Say what you will." Chudu was thinking about it when the news came. Chapter 71, Christmas Eve but Crescent Moon. Wang asked subtly. The words "do you have the time?" She knew that Chudu was more than just her and she wasn't sure exactly who Chudo would be accompanying that day, so she could only ask politely. Trudeau replied after a little thought, yes, I'll call you when the time comes, but it might not be just you and me. Crescent Moon Wang, it's okay, as long as you're there. Looking at Wang Crescent's message, Chudu shook his head and sent another message to Zhang Lily, Friday night, Christmas Eve. I remembered that you were resting. Ginger Lily, aha, I'm off that day. Free Chu. Chudo, okay, we'll be together then, but it might not be just you and me. Zhang Lily is very understanding, it's okay. Chu brother, you are happy, I can do it all. After all, Zhang Lily and Wang Xinyu knew each other and were more familiar, so it didn't matter. But Ruyan Lu had never met Zhang Lily, only Wang Xinu. As for Wen Xinli, her husband comes back on Friday. Don't think about her. Sometimes more women were troublesome, but it was good to know that Chudu didn't have any Shura here, so he was able to save himself a lot of trouble. When it was time for lunch, Ruyan Lu walked in. She stood in front of the desk, her hands propped up on the desk, her body leaning forward slightly. Brother, off work, will you eat together? Trudeau yawned. Yeah, go to the cafeteria and eat together. While walking, Chudo spoke. Are you free for the night on Christmas Eve? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Brother called me. Of course I'm free, but seeing the expression on Chudu's face, there seemed to be some hesitation. Lu Ruyan's heart snowed. Is there someone else? Trudeau nodded heavily. Lu Ruyan secretly sighed in her heart, but said on her lips, it's okay. Chuda knew that Ruyan Lu was unhappy, but it was also clear that Ruyan Lu would adapt. The cafeteria food, I have to say, was really good. These can be specially hired chefs, and the price of the meal is not expensive. It is 80% off the price of the outside restaurant. For the group company office workers, no problem at all. And the cafeteria cooking kitchen are monitored. The chef eats these meals, so in terms of safety and hygiene, even more no problem. Who wouldn't want to come to a place where the food is safe and comfortable? The price is still cheap, the flavor is still good, and it's close by, so the cafeteria is full every day. Chudu and Ruyan Lu sat down at a random place to eat. Many of the people around them went over and greeted them, and many of them, although they didn't usually come into contact with Chudu often took a look at the group of companies, and everyone knew about him. Looking at the many employees eating here, Chudu couldn't help but sigh. It's really rare to see a group of companies that all eat in the company. Ruyan Lu laughed. Indeed, because many cafeterias are not clean and expensive. Our company is cheap and clean, so everyone must be willing. That's nice. Chuda buried his head in dry rice, braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of rice and a bowl of rice soup. Simple home-cooked meals that many people would actually like to eat without being very complicated. Although Christmas Eve is a holiday that came from abroad, it is instead celebrated in China. Trudeau was buzzing with Christmas Eve promotions, mall price cuts, events, etc., as he saw them everywhere outside. Friday, Chuda simply didn't go to the office today, slept well, and only started packing in the afternoon. Tonight was with Wang Xinu, Zhang Lili, and Lu Ruyan, which was also quite special. Chuda wore a thick black trench coat, and a black sweater, casual jeans underneath, warm pants inside as well, and a pair of thick sneakers. Overall very casual and comfortable and warm. Chuda was in his own large flat, which was his other house, an 800 square meter large flat, luxuriously decorated and exceptionally extravagant. At 4 in the afternoon, Ruyan Lu came over. Lu Ruyan is also dressed in black today. Black down jacket, black sweater, black short skirt and black bottoms. On the feet is a pair of black high-heeled boots. The whole person has been close to 1 meter 8. She put down her handbag and sat directly on Chudu's lap, hugging Chudu's neck. Brother, today's Christmas Eve. I've prepared a gift for you. Oh. Chudu looked at her with a smile. What kind of gift? Ruyan Lu's red lips gently kissed Chudu, then said, although it's a bit early to give it to you now, I'm still going to give it to you, so wait a bit. With that, she got up and brought a nearby bag. It was only then that Chudu noticed that when Ruyan Lu came over, she also took a large bag, and he was curious as to what exactly was contained inside. But I saw Lu Ruyan take out a black bag from inside. This is a Leica camera. Almost 200,000. I hope that, inside this camera, in the future, I can take many pictures and videos of me and you together. For something that cost 200,000. It was natural for Chudu not to care about the price, but Ruyan Lu had spent a lot of money. And the blessing was a good one, and Chudo loved it. The camera is white, shiny and metallic, very textured, and just looks extraordinary. Chudo suddenly said with a bad smile, I suddenly have a bold idea. How about a video of the two of us being happy together, and using this camera to shoot it later as well? Ruyan Lu smiled flirtatiously. It's okay, but what if you're careful about losing it and being seen by others? Chuda said with a smile. Only at home, unless anyone has the ability to come to the house and steal it. Ruyan Lu laughed softly. Next time you want to shoot, get a tripod and find a good position, so you can experience what it's like to be a director and a male lead. Trudeau's eyes lit up. Baby, I'm looking forward to it. But even if you shoot, Chudu will not give anyone to see. Their own appreciation can be, or, next time, their own cast screen TV, and Lu Ruyan while watching the two of them selfie. While, it's quite a different kind of flavor and excitement, looking at Lu Ruyan's bewitching and moving face, as well as the curves of her luscious and undulating body. Chu Du began to get excited again. Seeing the fire in Chu Du's eyes, Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said, Brother, don't. They'll be here later. Chu Du thought about it. Even though Lu Ruyan was fine with how cooperative she was in bed, but with someone else, Lu Ruyan still couldn't accept it. He hugged Lu Ruyan and said viciously, Then let me collect some interest and kiss you properly. Ruyan Lu smiled daintily and leaned into his arms. Come on, brother, feel free to kiss. Kiss me hard. Well, the two fell into a passionate kiss. Although he didn't have a good fight, Chu Du went up and down, making Lu Ruyan pant, and also took advantage of the situation. Chapter 72, French food. By the time Zhang Lily came over, it was already half an hour later, and Chudu and Lu Ruyan were watching TV. Ginger Lily was wearing a purple down jacket, and purple thermals, a black leather skirt and black bottoms, plus a pair of long white-heeled boots, which were also very sexy. Trudeau's eyes lit up. Faker really didn't lie to me. The color purple rhymes. Chudu introduced the two to each other. She is Zhang Lily, currently a flight attendant. Lu Ruyan realized. Stewardess. No wonder the body and face value are so good. Indeed, capital is strong. Her name is Ruyan Lu and she is currently my secretary. Zhang Lily didn't mind in the slightest, but instead wore a smile. Hello, Sister Lu. Stretching her hand, Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Lily and could only say politely, Hello, Lily. The two were not considered familiar, so they simply said hello and sat next to Chudu. The gift that Zhang Lily brought to Chudu was a belt, Gucci's, worth $30,000. Moving to Chudu's ear, Zhang Lily's tone was polite with a bit of flirtation. Chu, next time, hit me with this. Trudeau patted her arse. Then don't yell out in pain. Wang Xinyue soon returned as well, while she was dressed in white, with a white down jacket and thermal coat, white pants, and even a pair of small white shoes. The three women had different styles, but each has their own unique characteristics. Chuda looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. He waved his hand. Go, let's go. First event, dinner. Man is iron and food is steel, and a meal without food makes you hungry. Eating is not active and there are problems with the mind. Many of the restaurants outside were full today, but it was good that Chudo had made reservations in advance. An upscale French restaurant on the Bund. Ning Lei was ready in his car, and Chuda took the three girls to sit in the back row and put down the grill plate. Ruyan Lu ruffled her long hair and said with some anticipation, It's been a long time since I've eaten French food, and lately I've been eating at the company every day without changing my tastes. Chu Du pretended to be dissatisfied. Then you dislike our company's food? Lu Ruyan held his arm. Brother Chu, our company's food. Of course it's delicious. It's not rare to come out to eat once. Chudu actually seldom ate French food. Perhaps coming from the bottom, he was more inclined to eat some home-cooked meals, but instead it was very good. As for the high-grade meals, it was not that he didn't like it, he just simply ate less of it. As for Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lily, they seldom went to this kind of high-grade restaurant. After all, before they knew Chudu, their salary was also difficult to support their frequent high consumption. Arriving at the restaurant, Chudu brought the three girls in with him. Immediately a good-looking waitress came forward. Hello sir, our house is currently full. I'm very sorry. If you are willing to wait. Chudu waved his hand. I have a reservation. Box 888. Chudu. When the waitress heard this, her face became respectful for a few minutes. Hello Mr. Chu, please follow me. Chudu was a male with three big beauties, and the people eating next to him couldn't help but look at them a few more times. There is no way. The three women are really too dazzling. Just look at the appearance and temperament. Wang Crescent is gentle and quiet. Zhang Lily is charming and graceful. Lu Ruyan is alluring and seductive. Wang Crescent was also a first-class beauty to be chosen among the many beauties in the bank. As the most beautiful woman in the crew, Zhang Lily naturally needs no introduction. As for Ruyan Lu, just by listening to this name alone, one should know how the world is crowned with great splendor. Even though the down jacket wrapped the proud body, the beautiful face made many people side-eye. The three women were all used to the gazes of the onlookers, so they naturally didn't care. Coming to the box, Chu Du directly asked, Are all the dishes I reserved ready? It's all ready, Mr. Chu. Feel free to serve, Chuda said with satisfaction. Okay, just serve the food. French food is sometimes very complicated process. Need to say in advance, after today's meal, but also to go out to play. Chudu certainly do not want to waste time on waiting for the dishes. The three women were curious as to what kind of dishes Chudu had reserved. Soon, several waiters came in with the food. First up is the French onion soup, a classic French appetizer soup based primarily on caramelized onions and beef stock, baked with puff pastry and cheese. Many Chinese people actually don't have the habit of drinking soup before meals, but there are quite a few quirks and oddities in Western food that are difficult for Chinese people to adapt to. There's also a dish called beef stew and red wine. This French meal has to be prepared 4 hours in advance before it's ready. So if Chudo hadn't booked it in advance and made it on the spot, you'd have to wait until 12 p.m. to eat it. This dish Chudo think is still good. Mainly red wine, beef, celery, potatoes, plus a variety of special seasonings, baking the most terminal on the table. The East can also adapt to this flavor. Dinner also included Maasai fish soup, Lorraine quiche, foie gras and more. Foie gras is one of the more extravagant dishes in French cuisine and comes with a hefty price tag. Chuda commented after a slight taste. It feels like French and Chinese food are more similar in many ways, but French food is complete with modernization, while Chinese food is not. And, in the end, French food, which is considered upscale, can't compete in the marketplace against simple, brutal and economical fast food and steaks that are bursting with energy. Let's just say that this stuff just eats a grade. It's true that Western food can't compare to the vastness of Chinese food. Western food emphasizes etiquette and process, but the color and flavor of Chinese food cannot be surpassed by Western food. French food a lot of onions and tomatoes. Chudo cannot understand. These Gallic people how so much love to eat this stuff. Not tired of it? Lu Ruyan was eating naturally. She smiled and said, I used to work in the capital for 3 years. I ate a lot of Western food overall then. Steak and foie gras are quite a lot, but most of the time it's actually simple. It's just spaghetti and pizza and all that stuff. There are actually quite a lot of people in the capital and Xinjiang who eat these, but a lot of them are just trying to be classy and don't understand it at all. And as for the etiquette, it's even more of a no-brainer. Wang Crescent and Jian Lily knew less in this area and listened to the two with great interest. Chudu gently shook his head. My personal feeling is that it's just pizza and steak that I'm okay with eating, and a lot of other Western food. I can't get used to their flavors. When we have time in a while, we'll go get some good Chinese food. Find an old private chef, the kind that actually does a good job. I know a few. Chapter 73, Christmas Eve night. The meal cost more than $40,000 at the checkout, but several people were calm and didn't care. Following Chudu, Wine Crescent and Jian Lily's vision and insight are much higher. Tens of thousands of dollars are no longer in their eyes. The first step was to go next to the bund. Today's bund is extraordinarily lively. A sea of people. 2 bodyguards to open the way. Protected in front of the body. There will be no one can take advantage of the opportunity to touch the 3 women. That's a plus. Otherwise with too many people there would really be a lot of girls running into sneaky molesters. And there were too many people to find out who the other side was. Despite the chilly wind, all 3 women were happy and lively, chatting together and taking pictures of each other. Standing at the riverside, Ninglei took a high-definition SLR and took a group photo of several people. But it's ultimately too crowded, and it's hard to find a more empty spot when you want to take pictures. It was only lively for a while before the 3 women lost interest in the place. Ruyan Lu suddenly said, let's go to church. It's Christmas Eve. Maybe there's some special program. They didn't believe it, but it didn't stop them from wanting to check it out. Chudu naturally had no problem with this, and several people immediately got into the car and turned their heads toward the church. Christ Church in Schenectady is huge, and there were so many people coming that the road was closed when there was still a block to go. Chudu frowned. With so many people, how else could he pass? Wang Crescent said carelessly, we've come all this way. It's fine for us to get off and walk over. It's not that far anyway. So, Ning Lei found a place to park, while Chuda walked over with the 3 of them. For the non-believing few, they didn't know much about Christianity. Even Lu Ruyan, what they knew was limited to the ones in the history textbooks, while Chuda was walking and popularizing it to them at the same time. At present, the mainstream of the country is Christianity and Catholicism. Many people cannot distinguish. In fact, these 2 were originally a family, only later different doctrines separated. All 3 of them listened to Chuda's story with great interest. Christianity emerged in the 1st century A.D., initially among Jewish groups in Palestine and Asia Minor. It is written in the Bible that it was created by Jesus of Nazareth in Palestine. Christians believe in God, and that Jesus is the Christ, the triune God, who, though crucified, was resurrected, ascended, and will soon come to Earth. Then it gradually expanded to include the whole Mediterranean neighborhood, and there were a lot of believers, but the church itself had all kinds of people, with different opinions, each with their own ideas. And then later on, there was a deep internal split into Catholicism and Orthodoxy, attacking each other and having deep conflicts. Jiang Lili sked. It seems, as long as there are people there will be strife. Chuda let out a light laugh. People, all have selfish desires, everyone has their own ideas, people and people together, there is bound to be strife. So, inside our domestic martial arts, there is often this sentence, where there are people, there is a Jiang Hu. Wang Crescent Moon also agreed and said, that's true, it's just human nature. Chudo continued to preach. Then later, the emergence of Martin Luther, the formation of a new Lutheranism, the Reformation in the West, and so on, changed the whole of Christianity a lot. At present, several of our domestic churches, the Church of Christ is Protestantism, faith in Jesus Christ God, Catholicism, although the foreign church believes in God, but the country does not know how to misinterpret. Many people run to believe in the Virgin Mary. It seems that they are all Christianity. In fact, there is still a difference. Listening to Chu Du narrating many historical stories as if he were counting them, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes exuded divine splendor. Brother, you know so much, I've forgotten what was told in the history books. Chuda raised his head and chest with a proud face. That's right, I'm a man who has read books. Seeing Chuda's intentional appearance, the three women all burst into a fit of cheeky laughter. When we came to the entrance of the church, there were people dressed in church clothes who were specializing in receiving outsiders today. Because it was a special day for the holiday and the church knew that a lot of people would be coming, they were full of warm smiles. Welcome, welcome, the church is having a program tonight, so if you're free you can go in and take a look. Chudu and a few others followed the group inside. Inside the church, there was a large auditorium with a bewildering number of people looking out of the windows, and there was a high stage on top of it where a number of people were performing a program. Trudeau and the others walked in through the back door, found a place to sit and watched the program in front of them. Although they didn't know it, the show was okay, and even though none of them were professional performers, you could tell that they were putting their hearts into it. A few programs were watched with interest, but soon the three women lost interest. Because of their lack of knowledge of the history of the church itself and the stories of the Bible, they seemed cloudy and half understood. I have to say though, the atmosphere here looks great. After staying for more than half an hour, a few of the men left again quietly through the back door. Walking down the street, there are crowds of people out and about everywhere, and even more couples. It would be 10 o'clock, but the street traffic hadn't diminished at all. Ruyan Lu said excitedly, I heard that the mall won't close until 3 o'clock in the middle of the night tonight, so let's go take a look. Maybe shopping is the nature of women. Sometimes they shop, not necessarily have to buy. They enjoy is to shop, to pick, to see the kind of feeling. As soon as this proposal came out, Wine Crescent and Zhang Lili said at the same time, I agree. Chudu took a look and spread his hands. Alright then, let's go. Buy a few cups of milk tea and let's go for a stroll. There were many milk tea stores down the street, and the four of them looked around, ending up with a hot cup of Siu Sin Chow each, and then went shopping. They often went to the International City of Wonders, and naturally, that was where they were going tonight. The mall was still hot, with the air conditioner on hot. Chuda took off his coat directly and handed it to the bodyguard behind him. Seeing this, the three women also followed suit, taking off their heavy down jackets and giving them to the bodyguards in the back, and began to dress lightly for shopping in the mall. A lot of winter clothes are more snug and warm. Originally wearing a down jacket, many people just pay attention to their faces. Now take a look. Good guy, really good figure, are enviously looking at Chudu. However, they could also see clearly that the clothes on the several people, all of them were international brand names, which were worth a lot of money, as well as the wristwatches on their hands. Even if they didn't recognize them, they knew that they weren't any cheap goods. Not to mention the fact that they have bodyguards behind them, which is not someone to be messed with. The crowd didn't dare to look at it more than they had to, and they turned their heads. These days, although the beauty is good looking, but life is more important. The big deal is to go back to see the net map. Anyway, are beautiful. Chapter 74, Private Jet Chudu leisurely followed behind the three women, watching the three of them stroll from house to house. LV, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Lancome, Estee Lauder, Prada and many more. But all three women have a ton of stuff laying around the house, so it doesn't matter if they buy it or not. Perhaps because shopping is a woman's nature, the three women were inexplicably on good terms at this moment instead. Even if Lu Ruyan had previously treated them as rivals in her heart, she was now inexplicably on better terms. Maybe that's a woman's gift, Trudeau silently lamented. He was certainly happy to see the situation. and it was good for him anyway. Perhaps it was the holiday today. Or perhaps it was because everyone was having more fun out together. Chodo took the rare opportunity to comment on the things that a few people had picked out. That's a nice necklace. It's quite a nice shape. This is a nice dress. But it's a little revealing. So it's okay to wear it home. Not out. This bracelet is no good. It looks a bit old-fashioned and doesn't suit you. As if it was the first day they knew Chu-do. The three women were quite surprised. Brother Chu, you actually still help us pick? Chu-do said smugly. Underestimate me. I usually don't say anything. It doesn't mean I don't have an aesthetic. Willow raised her eyebrows. Straight male aesthetics. Just like that. A few people were laughing and joking while strolling around the mall, and looking at the discounts that filled the mall. Although they didn't end up buying anything, all three girls had a pretty good time. A few people finally got a ride back after 12 p.m. tonight back to Chodo's large flat where several people are staying. Looking at the three women who were changing their clothes, Chodo's mind was in deep thought. Tonight, how to arrange it. Rui and Lu was definitely not going to be together. But Crescent Moon Wang and Zhang Lily could be. Seems to see Chu-do's hesitation. Zhang Lily changed into a black lace tulle pajamas, came to Chu-do's ear and said, "The two of us are waiting for you in the room. You put Sister Lu to sleep and come over." Hearing Zhang Lily's words, Chu-do's heart was on fire. One of the three women picked a bathroom and all went to take a shower. Chude didn't find another separate bathroom, but went straight to the one in Ruyan Lu. Suddenly seeing Chude come in, Lu Ruyan was startled. "What are you doing?" "Fuck," Trudeau said as a matter of course. Ruyan Lu gasped and laughed. "You are so understanding." Chude looked at the perfect torso in front of him and only felt his chest heat up and his throat dry up. Ruyan Lu, however, didn't mind him the slightest and continued to take a shower. Chude took a big step forward and held Ruyan Lu in his arms. Feeling the bayonet against her ass, Ruyan Lu tilted her head back and leaned into Chude's arms. "Brother, you're all in such a hurry?" Chude lowered his head and kissed her on her red lips. "Who made you so beautiful? I can't help myself." Ruyan Lu was powerless and limp in Chudo's arms. Chudo gently rinsed her body, kneading and massaging her twice every now and then to relax her a little more. Looking at the serious Chu-do, Lu Ruyan's heart was flooded with love. After taking a bath, the two of them lay in their arms, cradling the warm and soft body in their arms. Chudo was a little foolish again. In less than 5 minutes, Ruyan Lu had fallen into a deep sleep. Chudo waited for another 10 minutes before he gingerly got up and walked towards the other room. In the room, Zhang Lily and Wang Xin you were not sleeping. They tossed and turned until close to 4 o'clock, all exhausted, and only then did they go to bed together. Several people had slept in until close to noon, and even though it was Christmas, it was obvious that the whole atmosphere wasn't as good as it had been last night. There was no babysitter in this house, and Chudo ordered takeout straight over. The hungry few couldn't be bothered to talk. They had consumed too much last night and must be well replenished today. After eating his fill, Chudo lazily leaned back on the sofa and sighed. It's almost the new year. Time has passed, and most of the year has already passed. The ordinary man in the beginning has also become a godly big shot now, sitting on a beautiful woman. These were existences that were once beyond his reach, and now they were in his arms in 1,000 different ways. Zhang Lily yawned and said, "New Year's? I don't think I'll go back for New Year's this year." Chudo also knew about her family's situation, and it didn't matter if she went back or not. Ruyan Lu, on the other hand, looked at him with an expectant face. Chudo understood what she meant and nodded his head. "Since we agreed that day, I will definitely do it." Ruyan Lu sat on his lap and sent a fragrant kiss. "Thank you, brother." Chudo held Lu Ruyan's willow waist with both hands and turned his head to Wang Xinu. "What about you?" You? Wang Xinyu thought for a moment and said, "I am planning to go home for the new year this year. My home is in Bashu. It's quite far." Chudo kneaded Lu Ruyan's waist while saying, "I'm alone anyway. I accompanied you to Bashu a year ago, and I've already promised to go to Suzhou and Hangzhou in the new year. So for the rest of the time, I'll come back and play with Lily." All three men's eyes lit up. "Even though Christmas Eve is over, we all have nothing to do today, so we just go to the movies together." There was a special home theater room right at home, and Chudo went and poured some drinks and prepared all kinds of snacks and fruits, while the three women picked out the movie. The cozy and leisurely life is always good and short-lived. And after another ridiculous night, the next day Zhang Lili went to fly flights. Trudeau got up, stretched, and suddenly saw the phone ring. It's an unfamiliar number. "Hello there, is this Mr. Chudichu?" Picking up the phone, a gentle middle-aged man's voice came from over there. Trudeau was a little confused. "It's me. Which one are you?" The man immediately said, "I'm Wei Ping, the vice president of the Eastern Airline Company, and the docking company is Beechcraft Aircraft Company. You previously signed a contract with our airline to order a private jet, and the original scheduled time was until the end of next year. but due to the fact that this side of the parts is more than sufficient, and the manpower is complete, we assembled the plane and the process went smoothly. And just yesterday, it was already inspected and inspected. It can be delivered to you. Private jet? This was a top-notch luxury, and Chudu immediately became excited. Where's the airplane now? Wei Ping returned. Currently it has docked at the Xinchang International Airport. Regarding the delivery of the aircraft and the subsequent docking, maintenance, crew and other issues, we still need you to come face to face to discuss the matter. Do not live in the land. When do you have time? Trudeau didn't even think about it. I have time now. I'll pack up and head to the airport. Wei Ping said politely. Yes, Mr. Chu, we will be waiting for you at the airport. After hanging up the phone, Chu Du immediately said loudly, Go to the airport. My private jet is back. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan were both interested, although they had both sat on airplanes, but private planes could be the first time to experience. Naturally they were very curious. Chapter 75 Luxury Private Jet. Especially since he finally had his heart's desire for a private jet, Chudu was now very eager to see and feel what a customized private jet was really like. Chudu didn't call Ning Lei, and the three of them drove directly to the airport in a Ferrari 612, a four-seater sports car. When he arrived at the airport, Chudu made a phone call, and Wei Ping was waiting for Chudu in the parking lot with a number of people. Large private jets are luxurious, especially Chudo, which cost a whopping $3.5 billion and is no ordinary jet. Keep in mind that even the Airbus private jet in the hands of Russia's oligarch Alisher is just over $3 billion. In the eyes of the airlines, Chudo is super rich, especially since Wei Ping was the one who had signed the contract with Chudo at the bank in the first place. He knew very well just how terrifying the young man in front of him was in terms of cash flow. Today there is account 1, as long as it is in Shenzhen. All the senior leaders of Eastern Airlines all came to the scene to meet Chudu. Even so, there are more than a dozen people, plus secretaries and so on, a total of more than 20 people to meet. Seeing Chudu, Wei Ping enthusiastically stepped forward, not caring that his age was more than 10 years older than the other party. His hands moved forward and held Chudu's hand in a low profile. Hello Mr. Chu, I am Wei Ping. When I first signed the contract with you at the bank, today then, it's up to me to deliver this private jet to you. The crowd around him also greeted with a few moments of respect. Mr. Chu, it's just so realistic when it comes to money. That's society. Chudu also smiled brightly and said very gently, Trouble Mr. Wei, making a special trip. Wei Ping raised an eyebrow and said, Where is Mr. Chu's words? It's proper to serve the VIPs. It was mainly a conversation between the two. As for the person next to Wei Ping, Chudu just gave a shallow greeting, while Wei Ping and Wang Xianyu also greeted each other. As Wang Xianyu was now the president of the bank with a different status, the airport had a special parking spot for private jets, and Wei Ping brought Chuda here. Chuda was shocked when he saw the private jet. The whole fuselage is 80 meters long. The wingspan length is 90 meters. The height is 20 meters. The maximum takeoff weight is 680 t. The maximum load capacity is 200 t. And the area of the wing is 800 m. Walking inside the airplane, the interior was lavish and gilded. The entire cabin is divided into 3 floors, and there are also spiral staircases and a private dedicated elevator connecting them. And this alone is shocking enough. As for the interior of the cabin, it is equipped with a queen-size bed, bathroom, garage, conference room, concert hall, guest room and more. Just looking at the luxury of this cabin, it's nothing less than some of the top mansions up north. The aircraft has a cabin space of up to 500 square meters and can reach a maximum range of 14,000 kilometers. The entire cabin is large and divided into several areas. Placement of items such as spiral staircases, ceilings, wall-mounted televisions, wood floors, wool rugs and more allow Chudo to enjoy the luxurious elegance of royalty at all times while underway. No matter what the room is, it has been specially set up for soundproofing and is made of high-grade materials. The soundproofing in each suite is so good that even when loud orchestral music is playing in the music room, the bedroom next to it can't hear a thing, so you can sleep in complete peace. In addition, small bars, gyms, small theaters, bathrooms, master bedrooms, guest rooms, and so on, countless high-end luxury design all used in the above, so that it can be called a mobile palace in the air, luxurious and incomparable. Then look at the kitchen over here. There are all kinds of kitchenware and tableware already prepared. Whether it's Chinese or Western food, it can be done here. It totally depends on the mood and taste of the host, but you also have to consider the time of the voyage. Otherwise it would be a bit awkward to have landed before you've made it. What about short trips? It's definitely not going to be used. Luxury, expensive, top. No matter which way you look at it, this is a top-of-the-line luxury private jet. Chudu was really happy with it, and it was obvious that the customization was done with care. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan were also shocked, their faces filled with shock. Next to Wei Ping saw Chudu's satisfaction. He said smilingly, Mr. Chu, the plane, for the moment, that's it. About the issue of your docking, do you intend to park in our Xincheng airport for a long time or? Chudu said without hesitation. Stop here, and arrange for someone to calculate the cost. Weeping was all smiles. This was no small income. As a general rule, the cost of parking a private jet at an airport is calculated according to the type of aircraft, the time of parking, and the facilities of the airport. At domestic airports alone, that cost is anywhere between $10,000 and $20,000 for almost a day and night. If it's an international airport, it would be a bit higher, almost in the $20,000 plus range for a night. But generally airports have discounts and reductions. For example, if you are down for a long period of time, let's put it this way, the takeoff and landing fees for a private jet of the Falcon 2000 type, plus the parking fees, are over $100,000 a day at domestic airports. And mind you, takeoffs and landings are all subject to charges. In fact, a private airplane alone, not necessarily how expensive, cheap also. Many bosses bite the bullet, also can afford to buy, but you cannot afford to follow up the maintenance, parking, landing, etc. The cost is too much. Just like private yachts, there are mooring costs and maintenance costs, and simply put, people can't afford to keep them. Can afford it, but can't afford to keep it. Airplanes are not just parked and done with. There are so many types of fees included. Aviation management fees, landing and takeoff fees, airport management fees, flight fees, etc., 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 etc. All things considered, Chudo's private jet alone costs tens of millions of dollars a year to maintain. But Chudo didn't care about that amount of money. Wei Ping continued. Also, regarding the crewing of your airplane, do you intend to wait for a temporary loan when you fly, or are you hiring on a permanent basis? Without even thinking about it, Chudo said, I would like to hire a group of flight attendants to service my airplanes on a permanent basis, on call 24 hours x 7 days, and the pay would be at the highest rate in the industry. 4 pilots, 2, both required to be experienced pilots, and 10 flight attendants. He didn't say what the stewardesses were asking for, but which one present was not a human being and naturally understood what he meant. However, neither Lu Ruyan nor Wang Xinyue showed any expression. These stewardesses, even if they could get into Chuda's bed, it's just a dewy affair. It's nothing, they naturally don't care. Chapter 76, Hot Springs. Usually private jet flight attendants are actually recruited in 2 general ways, and the current source of flight attendants on most private jets is basically both forms. 1, then, is to sign a contract with the airline, and then the airline can underwrite all subsequent services, including the crew. The other way is that the boss recruits his own stewardesses and pays his own salary, playing a rich and capricious. It's usually the rich people who recruit themselves, in which case there's more room to maneuver. Boss like what kind? Just recruit what kind? The boss is capricious rich. If it's the first way, then the flight attendant's salary is paid by the airline, and the owner just needs to pay the airline on a regular basis. As of now, many of the world's private planes, stewardesses are self-recruited, long-term fixed, and are based on body looks as the core criteria. Absolutely all first-class beauty. Chudo, on the other hand, told Wei Ping to arrange the personnel and he would pick them. However, it's not just Eastern Airlines, but a number of companies that have chosen people to come. To pick, we have to pick the best. What's the hurry now? Wait for each company to gather the excellent flight attendants. Chudo will only go to choose people. But it's definitely too late for today. Tomorrow is fine. After making an appointment with Wei Ping for tomorrow, Chudo left with Wang Xinu and Lu Ruyan. After Chudo left, Wei Ping immediately telephoned a few other companies and told them to get ready. It's not that Wei Ping has much generosity, but in the face of this kind of tycoon, he really does not dare to play with his heart. Do a good job on the line. After all, this private plane, or to their daily trusteeship maintenance, it was already enough to earn quite a bit. There was no need to offend Chudo just because of such a small matter. On the way back, Wang Crescent answered a phone call. The bank had something to do, so Chudo drove her to the bank, and only then left with Lu Ruyan. Only Chudo and Ruyan Lu were left in the car. Lu Ruyan looked at Chudo with a pair of beautiful eyes and said softly, Brother, when are you going to come over for the new year? Chudo pondered for a while and said, My plan is to go to Bashu a few days before the year, accompany you for a few days, and then go to you on 29 or 30. Stay with you for a few days, then I'll come back and spend a few days with Riri. Lu Ruyan's eyebrows were like a curved moon. Smiling happily, So how's your drinking capacity? If you go to my house in the new year, you'll definitely need to drink. Chudo said confidently. Don't worry, I can't get drunk from 1,000 cups. Kidding aside, he was the one who had taken the system elixir, and his drinking capacity was practically unlimited. Lu Ruyan naturally didn't know. She only took it as Chudoman's boasting. Then don't fall down when you get there. Chudo laughed out loud. It was a rare day when there were only 2 people, and Lu Ruyan's brows were happy and tender. Chudo drove to a hot spring hotel. Lu Ruyan naturally knew what he meant and held Chudo's arm as they walked in together. With money to boot, a couple's spa was quickly arranged. 30 square meters of one spa pool, right indoors. Wearing a pair of shorts, Chudo leisurely leaned against the edge, enjoying the warmth of the hot spring water on his body. Ruyan Lu didn't bring a swimsuit, but they were all available here, and she bought a black bikini swimsuit and walked to the hot springs as well. Sitting right next to Chudo, soaking in the hot springs in the middle of winter, his body was warm and really comfortable, and the water here is all live and flows extremely well, and the place itself is classy, clean and hygienic. Chudo closed his eyes and rested his mind. I heard that this one has a good reputation. An old general manager recommended it to me before, so I can try the meals here at noon later. Lu Ruyan turned her face sideways, looked at Chudo, and said joyfully, yes, I'll eat anything. If you see the specifics, please leave your comments so I can see your hands. Okay. After the passion had passed, Chudo held Lu Ruyan, who was already powerless, in his arms, and started to go take a shower. During lunch, Chudo ordered a lot of food, also to supplement Lu Ruyan. Silver dragonfish, snow crabs from the Northland waters, black chicken soup, and more, along with red dates and bird's nest. The ingredients weren't used up, but the price was over $200,000 for just this one table. Ruyan Lu ate her meal with total body fatigue, and Chudo even fed her from time to time. After a meal was finished, Lu Ruyan managed to recover some of her spirit, and she laid down on the bed, leaning against Chudo's arms to rest. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Chudo's gaze just looking at him. Lu Ruyan was immediately alert. Don't mess with me. I really can't. You're a pile driver. What an animal. Chudo was not the slightest bit proud, but laughed. Who let you so charming and good looking it? The old saying is good. People beautiful like suffer from sin. Ruyan Lu rolled her eyes. Brother, I really can't. Don't toss me. I'll die. I feel like all the bones in my body are going to fall apart right now. Chudo was not that hungry. He gently held Lu Ruyan a little tighter and said, good girl. Sleep and rest. Ruyan Lu hummed and leaned against Chudo's chest, slowly falling asleep. Perhaps he was really tired. In less than a minute, Chudo noticed that Lu Ruyan's breathing gradually stabilized, and it seemed that she was really asleep. Chudo was fine anyway, and looking at the beautiful person in his arms, who was now exhausted by his own tossing and turning, he was also a little heartbroken. But it feels like it's going to the top. I can't help it. He gently kissed Ruyan Lu's cherry lips and then went to sleep with his eyes closed as well. The two of them slept until the evening before packing back. Originally Chudo intended to take Lu Ruyan back to sleep together, but the company side called. There are documents to deal with. Lu Ruyan took the documents to the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, which is the house that Chudo gave to her. Chudo returned to Wang Xinu's side only after sending her safely. Chapter 77, Selection of Flight Attendants. When Chudo came back, Wang Xinu was reading a book on the sofa. When she saw Chudo, she put the book down and went forward and said gently, Brother Chu, back. She didn't ask where Chudo had gone, because the scent of Ruyan Lu's perfume still lingered on Chudo's body, and it was strong. She said gently, Chu, are you hungry? Do you want some more? Chudo shook his head and took off his jacket and handed it to Wang Xinu. No, I've already eaten. As if she were a wife, Wang Crescent helped him pack up all his clothes. Tired? Don't you want an early night? Trudeau glanced at the book on the couch next to him, the title of which was Tips to Improve Your Cooking Skills and Cooking with Fire. Chudo's heartstrings moved slightly. He hugged Wang Xinyu and whispered, It's good to have you. Wang Crescent just smiled. Brother Chu, it's only my good fortune that I can have you. Heartache flooded Chudo's heart, and in a princess hug, he picked up Wang Xinu and walked towards the bedroom. Although she knew that Chudo had already eaten with Ruyan Lu outside, she didn't doubt Chudo's fighting ability in the slightest. As the old saying goes, there are only tired oxen, and there is no such thing as a plowed field. But since meeting Chudo, I realized that there are always exceptions in this world. In front of Chudo, there is only plowed and flooded land, not exhausted oxen. After an hour of trying to cater to the situation, Wang Xinu also tiredly lay in Chudo's arms and fell into a deep sleep. When Chudo woke up the next day, it was already past 8 o'clock. Ning Lei was waiting outside, and Wang Xinyu had already left. He leisurely shuffled and cleaned up and made his way to the car. Ning Lei handed over a bag and said, Mr. Chu, this is the breakfast that Secretary Liu asked me to bring you. Trudeau took it with a then said, let's go to the international airport. 5 meat buns and a cup of soy milk. Before the car arrived, Trudeau had already finished eating. I went to the airport today to select flight attendants and pilots, and I talked to Wei Ping to arrange for the best employees of the major airlines to come for interviews. Wei Ping had already been waiting for Trudeau. Having already met yesterday, there was no need for too many pleasantries today, so they all went in together. Wei Ping led Trudeau to a small exhibition hall, the kind that could hold 1,000 people. By now, there were already hundreds of flight attendants and pilots waiting inside. Trudeau and Wei Ping, along with several airline executives, sat in the center, with Trudeau at the head. Trudeau greeted the crowd briefly and didn't speak again. The leaders of the many airlines were quite enthusiastic. After the pleasantries, the selection process began, starting with the pilots. There's really not much to say about this, just take the results. In the end, Trudeau picked out 2 pilots, one Mountain Air and one Air China, both in their 40s, used to fly fighters, naturally no problem, quite experienced. The price of the contract, which is $500,000 per person per year, is pretty much the going rate. As for the stewardesses, there are too many of them today. Moreover, the height alone, none of them is lower than 168. All of them are tall, long legs, thin waist, big breasts, disc beautiful and smooth beauty. Every stewardess, if placed in the school, it can be a real goddess schoolgirl level, not the network kind of joke. Even several airline executives whispered to him that many of these were specially selected in the company. The clean kind, never had a man before, all for the first time, and were urgently selected over yesterday. Of course, such a privilege was only for top customers like him. If it were anyone else, it would probably come all 8K a night, nationwide flyable kind of thing. After some careful selection, Trudeau finally picked out 10 stewardesses from several airlines. For example, HNA's Haitian Shanyun. There is a saying that the uniform does look good and comes with a feeling of warmth. There is also the extremely long legs of the China Airlines flight attendants. Many of the China Airlines flight attendants are models. That body naturally need not be said. There are several other companies. Trudeau picked out a total of 10 stewardesses. All of them are first-class beauties. Even if they are not as good as Liu Ruyan and Wang Ziying, they are almost on the same level of beauty as Zhang Lili. Trudeau's criteria for selection are also simple and vulgar. Good looks, good figure and long legs. The 10 stewardesses he selected, all of them 170 to 175 in height. All of them looked beautiful, and several executives hinted to him that these were very clean stewardesses, completely casual. Don't think there's anything wrong with it. The flight attendant scene, it's a real mess, but there are always clean ones, and when you meet a top client like this, it's natural to take it out. Trudeau now has a lot of women. Wang Xinyue, Zhang Lili, Li Wenxin, Liu Ruyan. Although it is said that these stewardesses are also very beautiful, but it is not necessarily necessary to income in bed. Looking at it is also eye-catching, is not it? As for the salary of these stewardesses, it is currently tentatively set at $300,000 a year. Private jet stewardesses, a year are in 2 or 300,000. Trudeau this salary, but also normal, can only be said to be the ceiling within the industry standard. This wave, both airlines and airports have earned. Beautiful wages. Contracts, long-term docking, maintenance, etc. All are costs. Even the price of one in-depth maintenance is enough to buy a starter sports car. The stewardesses who were picked on also felt like they earned their numbness. Anyone who can come here and be selected should not think that she will be a clean girl inside and out. At best, it's just a factory certificate. But inside, after all, such are alone with the rich and famous, and they all have something inside them. There are a few people who work as flight attendants who don't want to hold the golden leg. Although they do, are ridiculously few.